Adulteress, I wish I could pull out your tendons and peel your skin. Tinlong charged over at high speed, looking at the third prince. The ninth son said, it's over. But the third prince laughed like a madman, doubling over with laughter. He returned to his human form and curled his lip. Do you know what I'm laughing about? The ninth son opened its mouth wide, unable to wait. Not interested in knowing, I just want to destroy you. The third prince shouted smugly, you think you're worthy, old turtle? The old turtle immediately flew over, catching the ninth son off guard. It caused a huge tremor, and dust flew everywhere, truly turning the world upside down. Bayou pressed his lips together, and the crowd also fell into terrified contemplation. Bei Tangshui suddenly said, this turtle is unusual, the third prince said smugly. Didn't expect that, did you? Old turtle is my real trump card. Old turtle has lived for a long time, its strength is unfathomable. Even this prince doesn't know how strong his combat power is. Facing the dust-filled sky, the ninth sun remained fearless. It opened its mouth wide, preparing to cast the golden chains. The old turtle's huge body was controlled by the chains. Seeing this scene, the ninth sun's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment, and it laughed. It's locked, but in the next second the golden chains were easily snapped like a thin thread. The ninth sun couldn't believe its eyes. What, even the golden chains broke? Seeing his surprised look, the third prince was very satisfied. He put on an arrogant face again. Now you've given up, right? Old turtle, I command you, leave no one alive, not even an ant. The old turtle quickly carried out the order and flew forward. The ninth sun blocked the way. Stop. But the result was being attacked so fiercely that its soul almost scattered. The ninth sun fell in pain. Sect Master, I can't stop. The old turtle, looking at it. Bayou gestured. Ninth sun, your mission is complete. This Sect Master will handle this old bastard next. The third prince roared madly. Old turtle, first crush this ignorant fellow into dust for me. The old turtle turned to Bayou, who leaped into the air and said, just in time, 9-dragon chariot. The old turtle looked ahead, its eyes wide. What? The third prince was equally shocked and shouted, this is... The old turtle tilted its head and looked ahead. He watched as Bayou stood majestically on a 9-headed monster and couldn't help but ask, what is this? Beads of sweat rolled down. The third prince said in a panic, 9 true dragons, and they're all divine dragons? How is that possible? The old turtle quickly retorted, you've lost your mind. No, these are 9 dead dragons, otherwise once a divine dragon appears we would all be reduced to dust. It raised its head, and the third prince tried to analyze. A dead dragon is even more impossible. The Dragon King's palace only has 1 divine dragon, and that is my father. Where did these 9 come from? Who could kill 9 divine dragons? What a joke. The old turtle went from one surprise to another. What on earth is going on? Old turtle has lived for tens of thousands of years and has never seen such a thing. Bayou happily crossed his arms. He enjoyed this pleasure with satisfaction. This Sect Master just loves to see you all looking like you've never seen the world. The young man gestured seriously. Ninth son, continue and finish it quickly. The ninth son walked towards the third prince and said sternly, Third prince, now you know how insignificant you are in front of the Sect Master, right? That arrogant look of his immediately disappeared, leaving only a look of despair. He was pushed down by the ninth son, as insignificant as an ant. Then the third prince fell heavily to the ground. At this point he still couldn't accept this cruel reality. No, he struggled and finally opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Spare my life. The ninth son approached and said loudly, it's not that I'm cruel, I already gave you a chance, now you only have death. The third prince was dead silent. No, he dodged everywhere in front of the ninth son's open mouth. The third prince pleaded in despair, no, old turtle, save me. The old turtle threatened sternly. Let go of the third prince. But it was knocked away by the 9-headed dragon. Get lost, Bayou pondered. The 9-dragon chariot is indeed just a means of transportation. This old turtle has been hit twice and hasn't died, its attack power is too weak. The old turtle continued to order. Sect Master Bai, release the third prince immediately or you will bear the wrath of the Dragon King's palace. Bayou sneered, whether I kill him or not, your Dragon King's palace's attitude towards our Bayou sect will not change in that case. This Sect Master will of course kill as many as I can. Hearing the word farewell, a chill ran down the third prince's spine. The third prince was swallowed by the ninth son, a delicious meal. The ninth son's eyes immediately lit up and its whole body was filled with explosive power. Bei Tangshui was stunned and said, it is said that the Sea Dragon King can gain great benefits by devouring its own kind. This golden giant dragon is evolving. The ninth son returned to its original form, and under the powerful spiritual pressure its cultivation continued to improve. It said, Sect Master, I am at a critical moment of evolution and need to sleep. The ninth son closed its eyes and flew away to meditate after a series of dramatic events. Witnessing this, the old turtle was filled with resentment. How dare you? You actually killed the third prince. Ninth son, you have committed a heavenly crime, the 9-dragon chariot roared. Worry about yourself first. At this time, the old turtle was still very stubborn, truly like master, like servant, but after the third prince's painful lesson he still hadn't learned. Sect Master Bai, you can't keep me here. These 9 dead dragons of yours were refined into a mount by a supreme figure. They are not an offensive magic treasure at all. You can't kill old turtle. It prepared to leave. When I go back and report this to the Dragon King's palace, you will not escape death. Bayou sneered. I indeed can't kill you. The old turtle mocked smugly. It's good that you know. Cherish the last days you have to live. When I return it will be with the towering wrath of the Dragon King's palace and an invincible army. Bayou glared and said, but I can keep you here. The old turtle said decisively and loudly, it's useless. The greatest talent of my turtle clan is our extremely strong defense. You can't even cause me any harm. Suddenly, a powerful pressure attacked its body, making the old turtle dizzy. Smoke billowed and a loud bang was heard. The old turtle was so shocked it couldn't speak. You want to bomb me with the power of an atomic bomb? The earth churned, black smoke was everywhere and the rocks trembled, scaring the people out of their wits once again. Such a huge commotion. Is it a battle between experts or an earthquake? The whole ground is shaking. What happened? They complained with their mouths wide open. Help, run, the houses are going to collapse. The sound of the explosion became more and more terrifying, the destructive power unprecedented. Wails were heard everywhere. What is this? The earthquake shook out a pit. Bayou stood on the old turtle's shell and looked around. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he said, "Old turtle, I'm suppressing you here with the 9-dragon eternal chariot. I don't think you're going back to the Dragon King's palace." The old turtle glared. "You're despicable." The old turtle struggled angrily, roaring at his arrogant attitude. "Get on with it," Bayou replied calmly. "It's useless," he said in a low voice. "Stop struggling, just think about how to spend the rest of your life here." Bayou scanned the area below, thinking to himself, "I can't kill this old turtle. The only way now is to lock him up and drag it out for as long as possible, until my strength is on par with the Dragon King's palace." The old turtle looked up in terror, not expecting this situation at all. Suddenly, a gust of wind descended from the sky, startling Bayou. He turned and asked, "What's that?" The 3 people who had just landed looked around blankly, then said one after another, "What happened?" "It seems there's something in this hole." A loud bang came from inside the hole, and the 3 people were stunned. Then a phoenix emerged from the ground. One of them saw it and asked softly in confusion, "What is this?" Another person quickly replied, "It looks like an altar." Bayou ran over from a distance and said hurriedly, "How did this thing come out from underground?" He said with a panicked look on his face, "I didn't expect the commotion of the 9-dragon chariot suppressing the old turtle to be so big that it actually drew this thing out." Li Shu and some people from the village came out. He was stunned when he saw it and said softly, "This is the 3-color altar." Bayou heard this and turned to look at him. He asked eagerly, "What is the origin of the 3-color altar?" Li Shu stroked his chin and thought, "I've only seen a few words about it in ancient books, but I don't know the details. However, I heard that Hayuan city was a special place in ancient times, of extraordinary significance. Perhaps the 3-color altar is related to the special nature of Hayuan city." As soon as his words fell, Bayou couldn't help but ask with doubt in his heart, "A special place? What's special about it?" The girl next to him immediately explained, "I heard that Hayuan city is the most primitive place, with the most original opportunities for immortal cultivation. Once you obtain it, you can ascend in broad daylight without having to cultivate painstakingly." Li Shu looked at the girl in surprise. Suddenly, the 3-color altar glowed and disappeared, then quickly spread to the entire circle. Seeing this, Hayuan said in surprise, "The light of the 3-color altar has disappeared. Let's go up and take a look." On the other side, Li Xiaodu was sitting at the dining table with her. Looking at the steaming soup in front of her, she said softly, "It's over." She looked at the soup pot thoughtfully and said, "This seafood meal was harder than we thought." His pipe immediately fell, and he said sternly, "The seafood is not important." Then he picked up his pipe and said calmly, "What's important is that something even more delicious than seafood has appeared." Hearing this, she immediately understood what he meant. "This kid is truly a lucky star. We've been waiting here for so long without any luck. This kid just brutally dragged that thing up." The corners of his mouth turned up as he sighed. "This kid is indeed not bad, but things are about to get chaotic and he will be the first to suffer." A spiritual energy lifted the soup pot. It was she who had lifted it with her unique skill. She said meaningfully, "This pot will no longer be used for cooking seafood. Let's give it to that kid." Then the soup pot was quickly lifted up. It spun in the air. She raised her hand and muttered, "Conceal the heavenly secrets for as long as possible." On the other side, a foot gently approached. Then the figures of Bayou, Li Shu, Lu Yuan and some others appeared on the circle. They looked around. Li Shu said, "Let's go investigate." "All right, the 3-color altar is not reacting." Lu Yuan observed the 3-color altar seriously. He thought to himself, "I've tried with my sword, but I can't damage the 3-color altar in any way. This thing is indeed not an ordinary object." Bayou pursed his lips and muttered to himself, stroking his chin, "If it's really as the legends say, then Hayuan city will not be peaceful in the future." In the demon Zen city, Julian looked down with a ferocious expression and a voice sounded, "From this day on, Wu Julian will be the saintess of the demon clan." The people below were very excited and then they became enthusiastic, one of them jumping up in excitement. They shouted in unison, "Saintess, saintess." The corners of her mouth turned up and she bowed in thanks. "Thank you, demon lord." Julian walked forward step by step and became the saintess of the demon clan. "From now on I, Wu Julian, will ascend to the heavens in a single step." She gritted her teeth and said, "Bayou, do you think you're so great in the Wood Profound sect?" Demonic power erupted from her body, and with a demonic voice she said, "I, Wu Julian, look down on you from above the entire demonic heaven domain. One day I will make you kneel before me and admit that you are inferior to me." Skull said in a hoarse and demonic voice, "Wu Julian, come in." She immediately replied, "Yes." Julian walked closer step by step then entered. She looked at the person with their back to her and bowed. Saintess Wu Julian pays her respects to the demon lord. The person asked calmly, "Wu Julian, do you know why I made you the saintess?" She immediately replied, I don't know." She pursed her lips and said, "Do you think that because you saved the demon's son he was forced to agree to make you the saintess?" Julian was silent, her eyes betraying her inner worry. Then she knelt down. Julian said softly, "I dare not." Empress Tiandi's eyes widened as she shared, "Let me tell you, a child's promise is worthless in front of me, the demon lord." Empress Tiandi turned her head slightly and said, I made you the saintess because you have an evil soul. Hearing this, Julian was immediately stunned. An evil soul, Empress Tiandi said. My demonic heaven domain is going to annex the Shanqin domain and complete the unification of the 9 domains. She walked up the steps step by step and added, I need an evil soul like you without any bottom line to expand the territory for this demon lord. Julian's hand slammed on the ground and she said firmly, I, Wu Julian, will obey the demon lord's command and expand the territory for the demonic heaven domain. Empress Tiandi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Very good. Outside the village, Bayou crossed his arms and said worriedly, Why isn't Big Wolf back yet? Just then he returned, surprising everyone. Lu Yuan said, He's here. In the distance, Tianlong's figure gradually became clear. He also dragged a group of people back with him. Bayou said happily, That's enough for a seafood feast. Everyone has worked hard today. Let's have a big meal next. Then a pot of soup filled with seafood appeared. The man said excitedly, Hey, yesterday's fight was so satisfying. The old man sitting opposite Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Our Bayou sect actually defeated the Sea Dragon clan. It's like a dream. A cup of water was slowly brought over. He pursed his lips, looking at the bowl of water with some apprehension. The person next to him asked, Old Yi, are you raising fish? Old Yi said somewhat timidly, Old Tang, I can't do it anymore. Old Tang glanced at him and slowly questioned, You can't handle a little alcohol. Don't you usually boast that you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? The man opposite him said seriously, It's not that I can't drink, he shared. The spiritual domain in the Dragon King's palace seafood is too rich, even more potent than cultivation-enhancing pills. I'm about to break through. Li Shu stood in the middle of the table and respectfully invited, Everyone please drink first. I've had a surge of spiritual energy from eating the 3-headed shrimp and need to go break through. Yang Jianfeng said with some embarrassment, Wait for me. I'm about to break through too. Tianlong picked up the wine cup without hesitation and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, he sighed with a sad face, then poured more wine into the cup. Then he drank it all again. Bayou, who was watching from the side, found it strange and reminded him, Big Wolf, stop drinking. If you have something on your mind, tell this Sect Master. He put down the wine cup and stared at it thoughtfully. Then he called out softly, Sect Master Bai, he said in a low voice with wine in his mouth, I have a friend. He went home and found his brother with his wife. And his wife was pregnant. Bayou's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. After a while, the scene became quiet again. Tianlong looked up at the sky and said thoughtfully, That's how it is. I want to ask for that friend. How can I feel better in my heart? Hearing this, Bayou became a little nervous and said softly, Ah, Big Wolf, that friend of yours, he continued softly. Could it be you? As soon as his words fell, tears welled up in Tianlong's eyes and he said in a low voice, Is it that obvious? Bayou said softly in surprise. Ah, Tianlong covered his uncontrollable tears with his hand. Bayou comforted him worriedly. Love is a green light, it makes you confused, be strong. On the other side, a hand gently knocked on the door. She quickly opened the door and Bayou asked softly, Is Auntie Wang here? He said with a happy face. Auntie Wang, the seafood I mentioned before is here. She quickly took the food from his hand and said, You're really something. In the future, even if the sect closes down, you can make a living by fishing. Hearing this, he was slightly moved and said gently, Auntie Wang, do you look down on me for starting a sect so much? Auntie Wang's eyes widened in surprise. It's not that I look down on you, it's that times have changed and Hayuan City has also changed. Auntie Wang walked into the house, but she didn't forget to turn back and say, Cherish the time you have now, make plans early, I'm afraid things won't be peaceful here in the future. Bayou's eyebrows twitched slightly, he was both puzzled and surprised by her words. Bayou immediately fell into deep thought thinking, I always feel that this old lady's words always have a hidden meaning. Outside the tall city walls, this was the Shanqin sect, and a voice came from inside. Lu Shang stood before him and said coldly, What is it? He presented a letter and said, Senior Brother Lu, there's news from Hayuan City. There's a disturbance and it's not a small one. It needs to be reported to the Holy Master. Should we send someone to investigate? Lu Shang heard this and asked softly, Hayuan City? He took the letter from his subordinate's hand and turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct, The Holy Master is not here, give it to me. I will handle it. He lowered his head and replied, Yes. Only then did Lu Shang leave with peace of mind. He looked at the letter in his hand thoughtfully. Then a flame suddenly appeared on the letter, and then the letter burned, and Lu Shang immediately threw it away. He had no joy on his face and said, The Bayou sect is in Hayuan City. Now all news related to Hayuan City must be blocked. He curled his hand and the letter gradually turned to ashes so that the Holy Master would not notice Sect Master Bai. Suddenly a hand reached out and said weakly, No, they dragged their bodies on the ground wailing. Beast, why did you do this? Soon everyone fell to the ground. Lu Shang raised his hand and a red ball quickly appeared. Tianchong gritted his teeth and said, This Holy Master has finally succeeded in condensing the blood bun. He clenched his hand tightly. The man knelt on one knee and reported eagerly, Holy Master, this small town has been completely slaughtered. There are no survivors. Tianchong stretched out his hand and muttered, Not enough, it's not enough, he said in a low voice. These people only condensed into one blood bun. It's far from enough for this Holy Master to break through. The person asked softly, Continue to slaughter the next town. Tianchong curled his finger and said slowly, I'm afraid even 100 towns won't satisfy this Holy Master. After all, this is the blood of mortals. The essence is limited. This person stood up as if he had already guessed what he had just said. The Holy Master's meaning is, he gritted his teeth and said bluntly, I need the blood of cultivators. Their blood has a large amount of essence. The blood buns that are condensed will be even better. Hearing this, the person explained calmly, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to slaughter a large number of cultivators at the same time. As soon as his words fell, Tinchang quickly interjected. Open the sacred land of the Profound Heaven sect, the Profound Heaven sacred domain, and let all cultivators of the sacred heaven domain enter. Hearing this, the man immediately replied, the Holy Master wants to catch them all in one fell swoop and refine them all into blood buns. The death of a large number of cultivators will weaken the strength of the entire sacred heaven domain. He saw this person's worry and comforted him. I can't care about that much anymore. The demonic heaven domain has endured for over 100 years and has long had the ambition to annex the sacred heaven domain. I'm afraid it won't be long. Tianyang loudly revealed his ambition. This Holy Master must break through as soon as possible. Those cultivators are dying for the sacred heaven domain, and this Holy Master is also thinking for the entire sacred heaven domain. The person was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to say. Then the person said in a low and calm voice, since the Holy Master has decided, then I will go to the Profound Heaven sacred domain to prepare. The scene of the three-color altar was still desolate. A month later, Bayou had finished looking at the three statues, then put his hands on his hips. The situation was a bit off. Logically speaking, the commotion when the three-color altar appeared that day was so big. That's why no cultivators came to investigate. Why is it so quiet? Seeing his confusion, Lu Yuan turned to him. Sect Master, I've looked into this matter. Then he looked at the eyes of the statue and said, the third prince's rampage in Hayuan city that day did indeed alert some cultivators, and someone even sent a message to the Shanqin sect, but for some reason no one from the Shanqin sect came. Hearing this, Bayou felt something was amiss and guessed that the Shanqin sect's absence was definitely related to Lu Shang. It was very likely that Lu Shang had suppressed the matter. It was the right decision to have Lu Shang act as an inside man. Lu Yuan quickly continued. Later, the commotion from the three-color altar was even greater than that of the Sea Dragon clan. He then suddenly mentioned the cultivators of all ages outside. Strangely, outside Hayuan city, the phenomenon of the three-color altar's appearance seems to have been concealed by someone. The cultivators outside didn't see the three-color altar appear at all, which also surprised him. The cultivators outside actually didn't see it. He already had another idea about this matter. Could someone have concealed the phenomenon and aura of the three-color altar's appearance? Beneath the azure sky, the echo of his words still lingered. Who could it be? Just then, Yang Jianfeng rushed over from somewhere. Sect Master, there's big news. Bayou remained calm and glanced at him. What big news? Yang Jianfeng quickly delivered the stunning news. The Zongtian sacred domain, controlled by the Shanqin sect, has opened. Lu Yuan, standing at the side, couldn't help but be surprised. What, are you serious? He immediately stood up straight, his expression grave with every word. It's absolutely true. The Shanqin sect has issued a decree that all destined cultivators in the Shanqin domain can enter the Zongtian sacred domain to seek opportunities, but soon. Yang Jianfeng lost his composure again and shouted, Sect Master, we can't miss this opportunity. After he finished speaking, Bayou unhurriedly held up his hand. You all wait a moment. Then Bayou asked a seemingly foolish question. What is this Zongtian sacred domain? Lu Yuan quickly interjected, explaining while fanning himself. Sect Master, the Zongtian sacred domain is a sacred land. Lu Yuan then described a beautiful place with rushing waterfalls. The reason the Shanqin sect holds its current status and can rule the Shanqin domain is because it occupies the Zongtian sacred domain. Each of the 9 domains has such a sacred land. This is also why the world is divided into the 9 domains. As soon as he finished speaking, he stared at Bayou. A judgment flashed through his mind. The Sect Master has never even heard of the Zongtian sacred domain. It seems his origins are indeed not from the human emperor realm. He must have an extraordinary background. Yang Jianfeng continued Lu Yuan's explanation. I've heard that other major domains, especially the demonic heaven domain, have designs on the Shanqin domain. Their true goal is to seize the Zongtian sacred domain. After their explanation, he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I see. Is it dangerous inside? During this question, Lu Yuan answered with some difficulty. I don't know. The Zongtian sacred land has only ever been open to disciples of the Shanqin sect. Outside cultivators have never been in, so naturally we don't know the situation. Instantly, Lu Yuan also unexpectedly joined the conversation. However, it's said that there's no danger in the sacred land, but rather it's an experience in a secret realm of opportunity. Elsewhere, sunlight shone directly into the courtyard. Li Shu stood outside and called out, Master, are you really not going? Bayou appeared before his disciples, hands on his hips. Your master doesn't join in on the fun. He now had his own plan, so he was very relaxed. I have deep conflicts with the Shanqin sect, it's better not to go. Seeing Bayou's intention to refuse, Bei Tangshui tempted him with some benefits. The Zongtian sacred land, including the sacred lands of the other 8 domains, are indeed strange places. They can enhance a sect's overall strength, she said to him with an extremely serious expression. When the celestial court was powerful, they conducted research and found that the 9 great sacred lands seemed to be connected. But Bayou didn't listen to any advice, still laughing leisurely. My own safety comes first. We can talk about opportunities later. Because I, your master, am your greatest opportunity. This sentence immediately backfired on him. His disciples, having received his guarantee, cheered joyfully. The Sect Master is mighty, the Sect Master is domineering. I agree 100% with the Sect Master's words. The Sect Master is the greatest opportunity, so we won't go. We'll stay by the Sect Master's side. Knowing he couldn't count on these few, Bayou turned to look at them. Li Shu, and he also called her name. Bei Tangshui, then. Bayou happily held up a finger. Before you go, your master will give each of you something. Time passed as he looked for the items. Soon, Bei Tangshui, holding a pearl in her hand, let out a sound full of surprise. This is the third prince's phantom sea pearl from before. I like this thing. Thank you, master. At this moment, his disciple recruitment rebate system suddenly popped up with 2 notifications. Gifted disciple Bei Tangshui a phantom sea pearl, activating a 1,000,000x rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained the Forbidden Art, Annihilation Heavenly Thunder. Forbidden Art, Annihilation Heavenly Thunder is a one-time use spell. Then it also gave him the option to accept or decline. Reading these lines, Bayou sighed endlessly. Is this Phantom Sea Pearl a type of spell? To think it gave a Forbidden Art in return. But this Annihilation Heavenly Thunder sounds so domineering it's worth it. Then he continued to rummage through his clothes in front of Li Shu. In a flash, Bayou confidently took out a talisman. This is for you. Holding this paper in his hand, he felt it was a bit useless. A teleportation talisman, master. This kind of teleportation talisman has too long a casting time. The teleportation distance is too short and there are restrictions in the Zhongtian sacred domain, so it can't be used. Before Li Shu could refuse, he stepped forward and patted his shoulder. You can't refuse a gift from your master. This gesture made Li Shu reluctantly agree. Ah yes. The system then popped up another notification before his eyes, making Bayou feel helpless. Gifted disciple Li Shu an intermediate teleportation talisman, activating a 10,000,000x rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 divine travel talismans. But in the next instant when he saw the good news from the system, his face lit up. Note: once a divine travel talisman is used, it will ignore all restrictions and can instantly teleport to any location within 1,000,000 li. Ignore all restrictions. Instantly teleport to any location within 1,000,000 li. This rebate is a super bargain. Seeing Bayou dawdling for a long time, Lu Yuan finally urged him. Sect Master, we should be going. Just as they were about to leave, a noise from behind made them turn around. Shidian ran up to him, full of spirit. I want to go too. Yang Jianfeng unexpectedly stepped forward to dismiss the boy's idea. Little brat, how old are you? Go play somewhere else. Knowing he was being looked down upon, Shidian was not to be outdone and retorted with his head held high. I'm not a little brat, I'm a man. Then the boy glanced at Bei Tangshui with jealous eyes and loudly questioned, Bei Tangshui isn't much older than me. Why can she go and I can't? Hearing this, she immediately went over and twisted his ear. You think you can compare to me? This made Shidian cry out in pain. Bei Tangshui's tone grew heavier, trying to scare the boy into backing down. Still going or not? But Shidian only became more determined, rubbing his sore ear and saying firmly, I'm going. I want to become a strong person like the Sect Master. I must go. Realizing the boy's determination, Bayou made a decision. Fine, bring the kid along. He then added a few words of praise. Although Shidian is young, he's growing fast and his strength is not weak. Hearing these words of praise, the boy was overjoyed. Then Bayou began to give careful instructions. Lu Yuan, although the Shanqin sect is the ruler of a domain, we have seen how they act. His expression was much graver than before. Although I can't guess why the Shanqin sect is opening the sacred land. Must still be careful. If there's danger, send a message to me immediately. Lu Yuan quickly replied with a confident tone. Rest assured, Sect Master, I, Lu Yuan, will protect everyone's safety. If there's danger, I will notify the Sect Master at the first opportunity. And Yang Jianfeng quickly laughed and hugged Shidian. Sect Master, let me protect little Shidian. The weather today was once again exceptionally clear. Under Bayou's watchful gaze, the rest of the group set off together, full of vigor. Bayou exuded a murderous aura as he laughed coldly. Who would have thought that I, the dignified Sect Master of the Bayou sect, would actually be the person with the lowest cultivation in the entire sect? He looked at his hands and said with determination, I must improve my cultivation as soon as possible. He suddenly turned, saw a wolf and asked, Tinlong, where are you going? Hearing this, he tipped over his wine bottle. Seeing that not a drop was left, he frowned and said, Going out to buy some wine. The wine's all gone. Bayou smiled warmly at him. Wait a moment, let me ask you, you're from the Endless Demon Domain. Do you know about the Pudu divine art? After hearing him, Tinlong turned and walked away saying never heard of it. Not getting the answer he wanted, Bayou fell into thought. Big Wolf actually doesn't know, but he still gave him a suggestion. Go ask the old turtle, maybe you'll get some news. Following Tinlong's words, Bayou went to find the old turtle. The old turtle's body was 5 times larger than the 9-dragon chariot, pink all over and very docile. The old turtle glared, looking at him irritably. He was surrounded by flames, but Bayou pretended not to care and said arrogantly, Old turtle, quite idle, aren't you? Nonsense. The old turtle turned angrily, causing the 9-dragon chariot on its back to lift up. It cleared its throat and lectured him. Sect Master Bai, if I were you, I would have left Hayuan City long ago and found a place to hide. Although you'd still be inevitably crushed to death by the Dragon King's palace, at least you could live a few more days. Bayou curled his lip in a disdainful smile and said, Old turtle, don't you worry. What if I'm the one who ends up crushing the Dragon King's palace? Hearing this, the old turtle roared at him angrily. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with such big talk? The Dragon King's palace is a superfaction. While it's not on par with the Celestial Court, it's an existence that even the Celestial Court is wary of. Bayou had already sat down cross-legged very gracefully, and raised his eyebrows, casting the matter aside. Let's not talk about that. I want to ask you, you've lived for so long and are very knowledgeable. Do you know about the Pudu divine art? The old turtle stared, seemingly surprised by the question. The Pudu divine ability. Why are you asking about it? He not only didn't answer the old turtle but asked back, where is this art? The old turtle's eyes widened again as it questioned him hastily. Who told you? The Pudu divine art is a cultivation art. Bayou was slightly startled. He immediately asked, Old turtle, why should I tell you? If it's not a cultivation art, then what is it? Bayou frowned at the old turtle. Any condition except letting you go. The old turtle roared with resentment. HMPH. The old turtle would rather die than submit. I am pure, righteous, and peerlessly loyal. I will forever be loyal to the Dragon King's palace. He looked at the old turtle grimly. You old bastard, you're really difficult, the old turtle roared at him. Come and hit me, can you even hurt me? I love watching you fail to kill me. Bayou stood up. Fuck, you're playing tough with me. Then he agreed coldly. Fine, I'll grant your wish. A gentle breeze blew past and he closed his eyes, enjoying the sky. The old turtle, still unaware of the impending disaster, remained confident. Sect Master Bai. Don't waste your energy. Let alone you, even your entire human emperor realm, the old turtle said proudly. Anyone who can truly injure me, old turtle, I'll call them daddy. Before it could finish speaking, the 9-dragon chariot locked the old turtle's body with iron chains and lifted it up. Bayou looked down. Below was violently erupting earth-fire lava. The old turtle showed no fear, laughing mockingly. So what if you bring me here unless you're changing my sleeping place? This is quite nice, I like it. He looked at the turtle with contempt, his tone extremely punchable. As long as you like it. Now the old turtle finally felt it. It panicked. What? It asked while looking at him in alarm. Where is this? Why is it so hot? Bayou smiled. Didn't you say you liked it? The old turtle looked back and said with some fear, Sect Master Bai, you're too naive, trying to use the earth fire here against me. You're thinking too much. The earth fire here can't hurt me at all. Before the old turtle could finish, its face contorted as the earth fire suddenly struck, making it scream in pain. The old turtle looked doubtfully at its scorched belly and asked in surprise, What's going on? How can ordinary earth fire be this strong? It hurts like hell, Bayou smirked and ordered. This is just the beginning. Continue descending. A trace of panic flashed across the old turtle's face. As it was pushed into the depths of the earth fire, it inadvertently saw a man lying there, wrapped only in a few pieces of cloth around his lower body. His body was covered in talismans. Suddenly the earth fire struck again, hitting the old turtle. This time it screamed painfully and miserably. A fierce attack followed, making it lament in pain. It's been a long time since I've felt such intense pain. Sect Master Bai, where is this? What's that lying at the bottom of the lake? The old turtle was enduring the pain below. Bayou sat on the dragon chariot that was pulling the old turtle, not answering, just smirking. Why should I tell you? Although it was enduring the pain, the old turtle remained unyielding and said firmly to him, Sect Master Bai, although the special energy at the bottom of the lake can hurt me, it can't shake me, old turtle. I haven't felt this much pain in countless years. For me now, at this point, the old turtle seemed to shout, This feels great, bring it on. He looked down and laughed despicably. Tough mouth, I'll make sure you have a great time. After saying that, he continued to lower the old turtle even deeper. Watching this scene, it was clear that its ancient face was filled with panic. Bayou pondered, This old turtle's defense is truly invincible. Even my mythic gold armor can't withstand it here. This old turtle's defense is even stronger than the mythic gold armor. The earth fire continued to attack the old turtle, but like a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water, it howled excitedly. This long-lost feeling of pain, it's so great, so great. Bayou felt a bit alarmed and blurted out, getting more and more excited, Is this old turtle a masochist? The old turtle was still very stubborn, declaring powerfully, Sect Master Bai, torture me as you wish. Will never submit, he pondered blankly, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly something flew up from the rocks below. It was a talisman. He was suddenly struck and injured, and the old turtle cried out in alarm. What could have hurt me? He was equally surprised. Did the certain kill talisman on the giant only inflict a flesh wound on this old turtle? The certain kill talisman hit him, making him bleed and panic. At this moment, the old turtle also recognized what that thing was and said with displeasure, It's a certain kill talisman. The old turtle looked down and exclaimed excitedly, Excellent. That giant at the bottom of the lake is covered in certain kill talismans. Bayou got excited. I can finally hurt him. I'll make him bleed with the certain kill talismans here. I refuse to believe he won't be scared. As he was calculating, a voice suddenly sounded, someone calling him, Sect Master Bai. The voice was none other than the old turtle's. Pull me up, Bayou mocked disdainfully. Weren't you enjoying it so much? The old turtle shouted loudly. Hurry and pull me up. The old turtle didn't want to get involved with this person's karma. He knew the old turtle had submitted, but he still pretended to say, The thing I asked you. Before he could finish, the old turtle agreed without hesitation. I'll talk. The old turtle trembled in fear, its face covered in sweat. Hurry, I don't want to stay here. That person at the bottom of the lake is too terrifying. Seeing the azure sky and white clouds above, the old turtle finally breathed a sigh of relief, then cursed. Damn it, that was terrifying. Covered in tens of thousands of certain kill talismans thrown into earth fire that can melt divine artifacts, what could be more terrifying than that? Bayou sat cross-legged looking down at him, and asked with a smile, Old Turtle, do you know the origin of the person at the bottom of the lake? The old turtle immediately replied. I was about to ask you. How can there be a figure of this level here? He sat on top looking down and asking, I don't know. Then what are you afraid of? Or is it that you don't want to be tainted by karma? The old turtle explained. Ignorant child, this person is a true heavyweight of all the heavens and myriad worlds, a figure at the level of the Tungchen cult master who can derive the laws of the Tao. The old turtle thought of the man covered in talismans and continued. Just one look will kill you, and getting any closer will turn you to ash. Bayou was also very surprised to hear this and blurted out, so this person has such a great background. Then he said with a thoughtful look, no wonder just the water flowing past the giant's body caused both the old turtle and the old man's village to evolve. This is a heaven-defying fortune. The old turtle felt puzzled again. How strange, how could a Tungchen-level figure appear in this poor remote place? Bayou then asked him, is he dangerous, besides you saying I'd be tainted by karma? The old turtle looked ahead seriously, mouth agape, and said, it's hard to say if he's dangerous. A figure of this level sees us as ants and wouldn't even glance at us, but the danger from him himself is also extremely terrifying. He laughed loudly, a glimmer of hope in his heart. Maybe this kind of figure would bring an opportunity. Hearing this, the old turtle immediately dispelled Bayou's thought. Dream on. Obtaining an opportunity from a figure of this level means ascending on the spot, but I'm telling you that's impossible. At this point he had already sat down cross-legged and answered calmly, alright, let's get back to the main topic. Why isn't the Pudu divine art a cultivation art? The old turtle looked at Bayou helplessly for a moment, but in the end still asked, do you know the form of the Pudu divine art? He hurriedly answered truthfully, I don't know. The old turtle also replied faintly, I don't know either. This left Bayou speechless with anger. He couldn't help but stand up, let out a cry, and then roared, are you messing with me because you're bored? Seeing himself gradually falling into the pit from before, the old turtle stammered in fear. What I mean is, the Pudu divine art is extremely mysterious. With a great origin, it's not a cultivation art, but Bayou also narrowed his eyes and pressed eagerly. But what? The old turtle said what he knew. It's a ritual for the entire sect to ascend. He began to recall the past, narrating. I heard it's related to a Tungchen-level figure from the demon race, the old turtle continued. At that time, this person was renowned throughout the entire continent. He established the demon race's celestial court, rivaling the human emperor's celestial court. The old turtle was still narrating in detail. And there was an even greater conspiracy which was to lead the entire demon race's celestial court to ascend together, so he created the Pudu divine art. As for the form of the Pudu divine art, no one knows. After the old turtle finished speaking, he just didn't know why. But later the demon race's celestial court fell apart and the endless demon domain fell into chaos. As soon as his words fell, Bayou frowned and sighed. To think there's such a secret, the old turtle asked curiously. So what do you want the Pudu divine art for? Do you want your entire sect to ascend too? Hearing this, he was suddenly enlightened and replied with a smile, it's not impossible for the whole sect to ascend. At this moment the old turtle began to mock Bayou. Look at the shape of my mouth. He laughed contemptuously. Something that even the demon race's celestial court couldn't do back then. Your tiny Bayou sect is simply overestimating itself. Bayou sat on the back of the three-headed battle general, paying no mind to the old turtle's ridicule, and instead smiled calmly. He continued to ask nonchalantly, then where can I find the Pudu divine art? The old turtle hovered in the air and replied, I don't know, perhaps there are clues in the ruins of the demon race's celestial court. The scene switches to the Shanqin sect's 000x sacred domain. At this time the entrance to the 000x sacred domain was already crowded with cultivators gathered from all over, including the group from the Bayou sect. Li Shu looked at the crowded scene and muttered unhappily, I didn't expect so many people. There are probably tens of thousands of cultivators, and their cultivation levels aren't low either. Lu Yuan seemed to know this place well and said, such a grand event, the cultivators of the Shanqin domain wouldn't miss it. Fortunately, the 000x sacred domain is very large, so we won't have to be crowded once we're inside. Bei Tangshui frowned and calculated as she walked. If I can get some opportunities here, maybe I can restore my cultivation from my previous life. She secretly made a decision in her heart. I must grow up as soon as possible. That bitch Heavenly Flower Empress might be looking for my reincarnated body too. Yang Jianfeng had been holding Shidian all this time. After waiting for a long time and the gate still hadn't opened, he said impatiently, we've been waiting for 3 hours. Why hasn't the 000x sacred domain been opened yet? Looking down from a high place, he saw that the entrance to the 000x sacred domain was crowded with waiting cultivators. Tianchong stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, many cultivators have come this time. This holy master is very satisfied. Suddenly a person approached him and knelt down. One of Tianchong's subordinates came over, knelt down and respectfully reported, everything is read in the 000x sacred domain. It can be opened. Hearing this, he turned to go in and suddenly something fell. Just then, Gunglong appeared behind Tianchong again. Holy Master, he hurriedly came over with Lu Shang and asked, Holy Master, I just came out of seclusion. Why are we opening the 000x sacred domain? The 000x sacred domain is the foundation for our Shanqin sect to become the ruler of a domain. Tianchong turned and explained. Second Elder, the situation is urgent. The demonic heaven domain has been restless lately, and we don't have enough strength to deal with him. He looked ahead with a serious gaze. Opening the sacred land and raising the strength of all cultivators in the Shanqin domain is the fastest way. But this explanation didn't satisfy Gunlong. He hesitated. Before he could finish, Qianchong interrupted the second elder. He continued with righteousness. Everything this holy master does is for the Shanqin domain. Gunlong bowed and asked curiously. Holy Master is virtuous, but why aren't the disciples of the Shanqin sect allowed in this time? Lu Shang, who was beside him, also spoke up in confusion. That's right, the Holy Master's disciples also want to go in and gain experience. We haven't had a chance to enter the Zongtian sacred domain since joining the Shanqin sect. Tianchong was at a loss for words, but he still tried to make an excuse. There are too many cultivators coming this time. Our Shanqin sect's disciples shouldn't participate. There will be many opportunities in the future. Hearing this answer, Gunlong and Lu Shang still felt that something was not right. One after the other they left, and Gunlong said, Second Elder, I feel that the Holy Master is a bit strange today. He also felt a little strange. Opening the Zongtian sacred domain is such a big event, yet he didn't even discuss it with the elders. But Gunlong just lowered his head, still believing in Tianchong. Perhaps the Holy Master has done too much and is overly worried for the Shanqin domain, he urged. Lu Shang, since it's the Holy Master's decision, we should still help the Holy Master accomplish it. Lu Shang then nodded and replied, yes, the cultivators gathered at the entrance of the Zongtian sacred domain had been waiting for too long and were also getting impatient. What's going on? Hasn't the Zongtian sacred domain been opened yet? Someone took the lead. And the other cultivators also started discussing, my legs are numb from standing, I've waited until the flowers have withered. Suddenly a strong wind blew in the sky. Seeing the change, the cultivators immediately paid attention, watching intently. Some sharp-eyed cultivators had already recognized it and cheered, it's here. A huge door suddenly appeared and slowly opened. Some cultivators looked on blankly. Is this the entrance to the Zongtian sacred domain? Gunlong stood on a high mountain and announced, everyone, the gate to the sacred land has been opened. He spread his hands and continued with a happy smile. Once inside, it's up to each of you to find your own opportunities. May you all have good fortune and contribute to our Shanqin domain in the future. Seeing this, the cultivators were in chaos, scrambling to rush in, a scene like a swarm of bees. Let's go quickly, get in first to get a head start. Lu Yuan said to the people from the Bayou sect, let's go in too. Suddenly, Lu Shang appeared from behind and called out, wait. He also recognized Lu Yuan and hurriedly turned to greet him. It's Lu Shang, the Sect Master said he can be trusted. Lu Shang looked at the crowd and asked curiously, everyone, didn't the Sect Master come? Lu Yuan extended his hand and explained, the Sect Master finds it inconvenient to show his face, so he didn't come. He then expressed his attitude. I feel that it's a bit strange for the Shanqin sect to suddenly open the sacred land. Lu Shang's gaze was somewhat serious as he continued. And this time not a single disciple from our Shanqin sect is allowed in. Hearing this, Li Shu immediately thought of something. There's a conspiracy here. He didn't know either, and shook his head in reply. I'm not sure. Then he didn't forget to remind the people from the Bayou sect, in any case everyone should be careful inside. If you encounter danger, come out immediately. Lu Yuan cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you for the reminder. We will be careful. He and Lu Yuan both stared ahead, their thoughts even more profound. After speaking, Lu Shang left. At this moment he frowned in confusion, thinking, so many cultivators are gathered together, what on earth is the Holy Master planning to do? The scene switched to a stream of air forming a circle in the sky, and someone hurriedly walked in. Lu Yuan and his group followed his steps and entered the Zongtian sacred land. Someone looked at the scenery here and sighed. So the Zongtian sacred land is a small island. Bei Tangshui, on the other hand, was not concerned about the surrounding scenery, only about the spiritual energy. She stretched out her hand and praised. As expected of a sacred land, the spiritual energy is 10 times denser than outside. At this time a cultivator also laughed smugly. This place is not bad, a spiritual energy is abundant. I wonder if there are any rare treasures in the sea. That person hurriedly jumped into the sea, but as soon as he jumped in he fell right into the mouth of a monster. The people from the Bayou sect stood on the other side and heard the tragic screams, turning back in surprise. The cultivators, standing on the shore, looked at the monster, panicked. There's actually danger in the sea. Some people also turned and walked towards the shore, saying loudly, let's go. The opportunities are all on the island. Lu Yuan looked directly at this scene and analyzed. It seems we can't cross the surrounding sea. We can only move on this island. In a blink of an eye it was noon, and the sun was even more scorching. Yang Jianfeng carried Shi Dian and wandered around for a few laps, but still found nothing. He complained impatiently. We've been walking for almost half an hour and haven't seen any opportunities. This sacred land is a bit of a letdown. Suddenly, Shi Dian opened his cute and innocent big eyes and looked up as if he had sensed something. He stared at a nearby rock. Then Shi Dian immediately jumped off his back. Then he jumped onto the rock. Yang Jianfeng was surprised by his action and asked, Shi Dian, what are you doing? Come back quickly, it's dangerous. He touched the big rock and said, I feel that this rock is a bit special. Lu Yuan asked back, special? Do you think it's special? Li Shu didn't feel anything either and replied, I don't think so. I think it's just an ordinary rock. He got into a stance and gathered his strength. I'll try to break it. Then Yang Jianfeng approached. He hit the rock with all his might, but the rock seemed to be unscathed. Seeing it was unmoved and didn't crack, Yang Jianfeng said in a panic, What? This is… Bei Tangshui's eyes widened and she said in astonishment, "This rock absorbed the attacking spiritual energy. This is indeed very special." He also stepped forward. "I'll try." Li Shu immediately drew his sword, spun it around and then slashed fiercely. But only a shallow sword mark appeared on the rock. A second later, the mark showed signs of healing. He sheathed his sword, his gaze fixed on the rock as he said, "It's no use. Our attacks are like punching cotton. Spiritual energy attacks are ineffective against it." Hearing his analysis, Lu Yuan immediately flew up. "Since that's the case, then use pure force to attack." As soon as his words fell, he threw a fierce punch, but the result was that the rock was unmoved, and only Lu Yuan's hand hurt so much he cried out. Li Shu looked at the rock and asked, "Is there no way?" Shi Dian stood up from behind and said, "Uncles," he suggested, "let me try." Yang Jianfeng was stunned when he heard this. "You?" Then he started to worry. Little Shi Dian stopped messing around, but he ignored Yang Jianfeng's dissuasion. Shi Dian clenched his fist and lightly punched the rock. "Hey ha!" But the rock shattered and scattered. Everyone was astonished. Seeing him like this, Lu Yuan laughed happily. Shi Dian's physical strength has grown so terrifyingly recently. This is just the morbid art of a divine beast. It will get better with time. But Li Shu, who heard this from behind, was stunned in shock. At the same time, Bei Tangshui, with her sharp eyes, saw the shattered pieces of rock on the ground and shouted loudly, "There's something inside." A tower-like stone appeared on the ground, rolling down. Yang Jianfeng saw it, sat down, picked it up to examine it, and couldn't help but wonder. A small tower. Could it be some kind of treasure? As soon as he finished speaking, the tower actually underwent a strange transformation, making him widen his eyes in surprise. Bei Tangshui also realized the gravity of the situation, and shouted a warning for him to be careful. The small tower flew out of Yang Jianfeng's hand, emitting a golden light. Unexpectedly, it was as if he had been drained dry by the tower. His entire body had visibly shriveled. She reacted quickly, immediately casting a spell to envelop the tower in an ice barrier. Fortunately, Bei Tangshui was fast enough to push the small tower away from Yang Jianfeng, saving his life. Yang Jianfeng gasped for breath and said with difficulty, "What on earth is this thing? It sucked away half the spiritual energy in my body in the blink of an eye." Holding the small tower sealed in ice, she explained, "This is evil energy, specifically designed to absorb spiritual energy. If not stopped, it could even drain a person to death." Still shaken, he asked with confusion, "Why would the sacred land have something like this and hidden inside a rock at that? What does this mean?" Lu Yuan answered Yang Jianfeng's question gravely. "It seems that if what Lu Shang said is true, the opening of the sacred land this time is not just strange but also dangerous." Then he turned to remind everyone to be safe. "Let's go back and check if the exit is still there first." In another place, the sky was still azure blue and a group of people was gathered before a huge gate. Lu Shang thought curiously, "I wonder what's happening inside." Suddenly, the surroundings trembled and a new phenomenon appeared, changing the structure before their eyes. He was alarmed by this. "What's going on? Why have both the entrance and exit of the Zongtian sacred domain closed?" Lu Shang immediately asked the person in front, "Second elder, the exit is closed. How will the people inside get out?" Gunlong turned around, his expression solemn, and replied, "This elder would also like to know what happened." He suggested worriedly, "Elder, should we go ask the Holy Master to clarify?" But he was immediately shot down. "We can't see the Holy Master anymore." Then Gunlong explained, "Just now the Holy Master announced he was entering seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough and must not be disturbed by anyone." Lu Shang asked uneasily, "Then can we still contact the people inside?" He once again stated clearly, "After the exit closes, all communication from inside will be cut off. We can't contact them. We can only wait for the exit to open again." He was now extremely anxious, subconsciously raising his hand to bite it, thinking anxiously, "Something is not right. Something is definitely wrong. I must inform Sect Master Bai about this immediately." Back inside the gate, the people from the Bayou sect were all gaping in astonishment. Lu Yuan seemed to have anticipated what would happen and lamented, "As expected, the exit has disappeared. We can't get out." They stood helplessly where the gate had been, but now there was only empty space. He turned to Li Shu and said, "Use a communication talisman to contact the Sect Master and tell him what's happening inside." He immediately accepted the order and took out a yellow talisman, but suddenly it burned in Li Shu's hand, turning to ash. He was stunned and hurriedly reported to Lu Yuan, "It's no use. The Zongtian sacred domain is a sealed space. All exits are blocked and no message can get out." After hearing this, he said with suspicion, "It seems there's a huge conspiracy behind the opening of the Zongtian sacred domain this time." But Bei Tangshui said, "Since it has come to this, let's not worry about what the conspiracy is for now. Let's first seize the opportunities inside and improve our strength." Lu Yuan felt this was the only way and agreed, "That's all we can do." Now they were standing before a wide lake. Yang Jianfeng held Shibian and hurriedly reminded him, "Water in the pool ahead has powerful spiritual energy fluctuations." And when she saw the lake water, her face flushed with joy. "Mystic ice medulla water. To think there's a heavenly treasure of this level here. It's exactly what I need." The others also began to discuss, and one overconfident person said, "What do you say, should we go down for a dip?" The red-haired man said with some apprehension, "Although this spirit pool is a great opportunity, the cold energy is too intense. No one can withstand it." The other felt differently and retorted, "The purest innate chi here is no joke." The surface of the lake rippled, shrouded in mist. A bald man volunteered, taking off his clothes, preparing to be the first to experience it. "You don't dare? I'll give it a try." After speaking, he leaped down and jumped into the lake. He held his breath and slowly submerged, but something seemed wrong. The blood vessels in the bald man's eyes became more and more prominent and he couldn't stand it anymore. He surfaced and shouted, "It's too cold." Upon closer inspection, the bald man's lower body was already frozen. Not only that, but the ice was also spreading upwards. When his head was about to be engulfed by the ice, the bald man finally screamed in terror, "Quick, quick, pull me out, my body is frozen." Seeing this, the others grew more and more panicked. "We can't possibly enter this icy lake." Someone who feared death also chimed in. "What's the use of a great opportunity if you don't have the life to take it? It seems no one will be able to get this opportunity." Let's go, let's go." An old man walked out and said, "I've heard of this cold pool before. It has actually existed for countless years and was discovered by the disciples of the Shanqin sect long ago, but no one has ever been able to enter it. This is also the only opportunity in the sacred land that is easy to find but impossible to obtain." Fortunately, the bald man had been rescued by now, and his life was saved. The old man from before continued to persuade, "Let's disperse. If the disciples of the Shanqin sect couldn't obtain this opportunity for countless years, we have even less of a chance." Suddenly, someone among them shouted, attracting everyone's attention, "Look over there, someone else is going in." It was Bai Tangshui, walking slowly towards the lake. As she walked, she said, "Little ape, encountering the opportunity of mystic ice medulla water in the human emperor realm is extremely rare. Today, with the help of the spiritual energy here, I can heal your injuries." The lake's surface still looked calm and green as if nothing had happened, extremely harmless. The little ape on her shoulder said excitedly, "Once I've recovered, I'll avenge Master against the Heavenly Flower Empress." Bai Tangshui jumped into the lake just like that, ignoring the people outside who were shouting, "What is this little girl doing? Didn't she see that someone who went in was frozen solid? Whose child is this? Isn't anyone going to stop her? This is no joke." But contrary to their worries, she leisurely sat cross-legged on the surface of the lake. Bai Tangshui happily absorbed waves of cold energy into her body. "It's even purer and more refined than I imagined. This is truly an opportunity tailor-made for me." The few people on the shore said to each other in amazement, "She's not simple. This little girl is absorbing the cold energy to cultivate. We underestimated her. To think someone could actually obtain such a rare opportunity." Seeing this, Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, as expected of Sect Master Bai's disciple, for Miss Bai Tangshui's cultivation of the ice path to reach such a level is truly a heaven-defying talent. It's astonishing. While no one was paying attention, a loud roar was heard, and they asked each other in panic, "What's that sound?" A fire-breathing Keelin descended from the sky. It roared majestically, stunning him and Li Shu. One of them recognized it and immediately said, "This is the legendary auspicious fire Keelin." This Keelin was majestic, with sharp eyes, a thick mane, and a body of fiery red, bringing with it a powerful pressure that made anyone who saw it feel as if they were carrying a great weight. Hearing this, the others began to discuss, "I'm not mistaken, this kind of auspicious creature can only be found in the Zhongtian sacred domain. It really is an auspicious fire Keelin. I've heard that if you can subdue the fire Keelin, you'll obtain a heaven-sent opportunity." They were still chatting with relish when suddenly something whizzed past. It was the bald man who had entered the lake earlier. He jumped in front of the Keelin and announced valiantly, "Since it's an auspicious creature, I won't be polite." Before he could finish speaking or even make a move, the creature knocked him down with its claw and he fell from the sky. Seeing the large pit the bald man had made on the ground, the crowd said in surprise, "So powerful, this fire Keelin's strength is truly great," one person shouted. "I'm afraid the fire Keelin won't be so easy to subdue." At this time, the old man from before spoke up again. According to the records of the Shanqin sect, the last time this auspicious creature appeared was several thousand years ago, and no one was able to subdue it then either. Yuan was not panicked, instead he felt very lucky. "An auspicious creature that appears once in 1,000 years, we can't miss this." The Keelin opened its mouth and roared again, and then a pinkish-white mist floated from its body. Li Shu, Yuan and Yang Jianfeng took the opportunity to strike. Unexpectedly, one of the Keelin's legs swiftly blocked them. It aimed at Li Shu, taking him by surprise. The Keelin immediately kicked fiercely at Li Shu, but he quickly blocked it. Li Shu's face was a bit pale now, almost ashen, which made the other two happy. He blocked it. After withstanding the blow, Li Shu was enveloped by the pinkish-white mist from before. Yuan and Yang Jianfeng were as well. Who knew that instead of being angry or worried, he would shout happily, "This feels so good." It turned out that as long as you weren't kicked away by the auspicious Keelin, you could enjoy an auspicious baptism in its vicinity and your whole body would feel cleansed. Hearing this, the people below all rushed up. "Quick, go and grab the opportunity." But how could it be so easy? Seeing a group of people rushing over, the Keelin roared angrily. It sent them flying with its claws. Then they too were enveloped by the mist as they wished. "That was close. I almost got kicked away by the auspicious Keelin." "As long as you're in its vicinity, you can continue to receive the opportunity." "Hold on," Yuan also said. "What we're getting now is just a small part. The greatest opportunity can only be obtained by making contact with the auspicious Keelin." Hearing this, those greedy people wanted to get even closer and called out to each other, "Brothers, let's go. The closer we get, the greater the opportunity we can get from the auspicious Keelin." They flew up in groups, but before they could get within a foot, they were sent flying by the light from its claws, falling down one after another like rain. Seeing this, Li Shu's face turned pale and he began to sweat. "Make contact? Impossible. No one here can withstand a full-powered kick from the Keelin, Lu Yuan said. Perhaps we can create an opportunity for one of us to make contact with the auspicious Keelin. Then everyone focused their gazes on a red-haired child. All three turned to look at the boy. At this moment he thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Shi Dian, he confirmed. That's right, the three of us will hold off the Keelin and let Shi Tian attack when there's a chance. Li Shu, quite interested, immediately agreed. Instead of wasting time here, then he concluded, we might as well give it a try. The three adults surrounded Shi Dian. After a careful discussion, Lu Yuan asked again, Shi Dian, did you understand? The boy replied happily. Uncles, I understand. I've wanted to ride that guy for a long time. On the other side, the remaining people were still trying to attack the Keelin, but they were all swept down by its tail. Just then all three shouted, now's the time. Taking advantage of the Keelin's inattention, they immediately took action. Unfortunately, the Keelin still discovered them this time. It targeted Li Shu again, and he was sent flying some distance by a slap. However, Li Shu still held on firmly. Lu Yuan and Yang Jianfeng quickly provided cover and reminded him, hold on. The two stood behind him, blocking the Keelin's sharp claws. He shouted, Shi Tian, go! Upon receiving the signal, Shi Tian aimed for the Keelin's head from a high place and jumped down. The boy shouted, here I come, and landed right on its head. After landing safely, Shi Tian said happily, I'm on. The Keelin roared impatiently. It released a powerful force, sending Li Shu and the others flying, but all three landed safely, though a bit disheveled. Lu Yuan, covered in sweat from exhaustion, said, how long he can stay on the auspicious Keelin will depend on Shi Tian's own fortune. The others saw this and discussed in surprise. A child actually managed to make contact with the auspicious Keelin. It's a bit unbelievable. Just now a little girl entered the cold pool, and now a little boy is riding the auspicious Keelin. Are all kids these days so amazing? Shi Tian was absorbing power on the Keelin's head, but he was very confused. The aura from this guy's body is continuously entering mine. It feels so good, but it impatiently turned its head and roared. Not only that, it also jumped around, trying to throw the thing on its head off. The boy held onto the Keelin's horn and said confidently, since I'm up here, I won't let you throw me off. Hearing this, it roared angrily, then flew into the air and flipped over, trying to make Shi Tian fall off. The adults below were worried. Li Shu said, the auspicious Keelin is angry. But Shi Tian was the complete opposite. He treated it like playing with a pet and cheered, this is so fun, keep going. Seeing this innocent look, Lu Yuan could only be helpless. Shi Tian is actually still laughing. I have to say, this kid is amazing. The Keelin became even angrier, its roar shaking the heavens. It stomped its feet on the ground and used the momentum to charge towards the mountain. Yang Jianfeng suddenly realized the Keelin's intention and shouted in panic, oh no, is that beast trying to ram the mountain? Before he could finish speaking, it had already charged straight into the mountain peak, sending earth and stone flying. The people below all had looks of astonishment on their faces, their hearts aching. The auspicious Keelin is really angry. The boy on top is probably doomed. He called out to Shi Tian worriedly. Shi Tian's voice came from where the mountain had been pierced. I'm fine. The boy was still sitting steadily on the Keelin's head while it continued to go berserk. The witnesses were even more surprised. He's not dead. Not only is he not dead, but this kid is still standing steadily on the auspicious Keelin. His childish face showed a hint of anger as he scolded, you're making me lose face. Then he hit it while scolding, you're asking for a beating. The Keelin's eyes widened in disbelief. It cried out while twisting its body. The boy hit it again. What are you crying about? Unexpectedly, because of this, even more power was absorbed. Shi Tian became even more enthusiastic, as if hitting this big guy could absorb more auspicious chi. The boy immediately seized the opportunity, hitting it while saying, I'll hit. This shocked the adults below even more. He's too strong. This is outrageous. That's an auspicious creature, not something you beat up. The Keelin was beaten until it was dizzy. It seemed to have gone mad, running and crashing into the rock walls. Then, as if out of control, it charged straight off a cliff. After a few quarters of an hour, the Keelin was so tired that tears and snot were streaming down its face. Shi Tian sat majestically on its head and asked the exhausted big guy, do you submit? It fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the people standing there shouted, the auspicious Keelin has fallen. It was probably on the verge of exhaustion from being tormented by that little boy, wasn't it? Just then, the little boy jumped down. Shi Tian stood before it with his hands on his hips and said, since you've submitted, I won't make things difficult for you. The Keelin immediately knelt, looking like a dog wagging its tail for its master. The others were scared out of their wits and said in panic, the auspicious Keelin is actually kneeling before a little boy. This was an unprecedented marvel. No one had ever heard of anyone being able to do this. Yang Jianfeng laughed happily, proudly praising, as expected of a disciple of our Bayou sect, well done Shi Tian to actually subdue the auspicious Keelin. Suddenly the Keelin opened its mouth wide, then slowly dissipated like a phantom. Everything turned into a surge of energy that shot towards Shi Tian. The little boy was somewhat surprised to be enveloped by such a huge force, but he continued to absorb it. Lu Yuan explained in astonishment, what a great fortune. Shi Tian has absorbed an entire auspicious Keelin. Shi Tian was happily enjoying this gift, but a voice kept repeating in his mind, the journey, the journey, the journey. Shi Tian didn't know what was happening and turned his head to look around. Who's talking in my head? From a nearby mountain to another mountain not far away, he went deeper and deeper. A giant with gray skin, covered in talismans, was sitting with his eyes closed. Suddenly he opened his eyes and kept saying, my path is not lonely. My path is about to return. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes again. Yang Jianfeng walked up to ask about the situation. Shidian, how do you feel? The little boy touched his head and replied that he only felt a little stronger but nothing else. This surprised him. Only a little stronger, after all he had obtained such a great opportunity. Lu Yuan immediately explained that the auspicious Keelin was the most wondrous fortune in the world. These fortunes would not manifest immediately, but this opportunity would surely bring great help to Shitian's future progress. The little boy's stomach suddenly rumbled nonstop. Shidian touched his belly and said innocently that he also felt especially hungry. Lu Shang walked slowly on the stone slab, contemplating as he went. He had to inform Sect Master Bai of the situation as soon as possible. He was silent, just unable to guess what the Holy Master wanted to do. Suddenly a burst of laughter came from a distance. Little lady, don't run. In the distance, the Holy Sun was chasing after two women. The woman in purple cried out in alarm, Holy Sun, please have some self-respect. The other woman urged, run, the Holy Sun is already a fool, what's the point of reasoning with him? Lu Shang looked helplessly at the Holy Sun running towards him, then waved his hand to stop him, but he still shouted, don't you go, help me catch that little lady. The two women looked terrified. Lu Shang angrily slapped him and asked, this fool isn't just licking randomly, is he? The Holy Sun lay on the ground and started to cry and make a fuss. I'm latching onto you, you dare to push me, I'll have my dad, Sect Master Bai, refine you into a blood bun. He gritted his teeth and said, serves you right, you deserve to have the wrong dad. Suddenly, Lu Shang thought of something. Wait, he pondered. Blood bun, I remember this isn't the first time the Holy Sun has mentioned blood buns. When we just came out of the Phantom City, the Holy Sun also mentioned blood buns. His face showed a look of demented pain. Lu Shang was silent, and blood buns were an evil spiritual medicine refined by the chaotic era heretical sect using living people. He frowned and recalled everything. Could it be that the Holy Master's real purpose is to refine everyone in this sacred land? Thinking of this, Lu Shang's face was filled with horror. Impossible. This idea is too crazy. He was silent, but after eliminating all the impossible, this was the only possibility left. Thinking of this, Lu Shang quickly stood up. He thought worriedly, I must inform the Sect Master as soon as possible. Then Li Shu and the others were being attacked by it. Lu Yuan saw it attack and said, young Master Li, be careful. Caught by a sudden attack, Li Shu couldn't dodge in time. In a silent confusion, he was already swallowed by it. Lu Yuan shouted in surprise, what? His face was full of horror and he blurted out, this is a demonic beast with the bloodline of the divine beast. 9 heavens, profound bird, we're done for this time. Suddenly something bulged on its stomach. It cried out in pain, and in an instant a sword light flashed with dazzling sparks. Li Shu pierced its stomach and escaped, his expression cold. Seeing this, Shibian shouted happily, great, Uncle Li is fine. A sound came from it, and everyone was stunned by the sight before them. What was even more horrifying was seeing the little boy grilling it and eating it, even praising, delicious. Shibian ate with relish, and seeing everyone looking at him, he asked, why is everyone looking at me? Yang Jianfeng asked in horror, Shitian, you've eaten almost half a demonic beast, are you still not full? The little boy, with meat still on his mouth and holding its leg in his hand, replied, I'm half full. Everyone said in unison, oh, at this time in the Bayou sect the 9th sun was cultivating. Seeing this, Bayou thought curiously, it has been evolving and cultivating ever since it devoured the 3rd prince. I wonder how long it will take to wake up. Suddenly, Tianlong walked over from somewhere and asked the Sect Master for some money to buy wine. Hearing this, Bayou helplessly persuaded him. Big Wolf, this won't do, you have to pull yourself together. Tianlong retorted, Sect Master, you don't understand love. He stood and thought for a while, then asked him, I want to ask you something. Do you know where the ruins of the demon race's celestial court are? Tianlong replied, the ruins of the demon race's celestial court, of course I know, that's a forbidden land in the endless demon domain. Suddenly a call was heard, Sect Master. The two were talking when they turned and saw Lu Shang panting. Seeing him like this, he asked, Lu Shang, why did you come? He reported, Sect Master, the situation in the Zhongtian sacred domain is urgent, something has happened. Bayou frowned and asked Lu Shang to explain in detail. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the two sat at a stone table and chatted, and he told him his suspicions. Bayou said, to swallow all the cultivators into the sacred land for no reason, it seems the Holy Master is being kind. Lu Shang was full of contemplation, he thought. Now I guess the Holy Master's purpose is to refine all the cultivators into blood buns. Bayou said with a serious face expressing his understanding, blood buns, as far as I know, this is an evil spiritual medicine refined by the chaotic era heretical sect. Lu Shang was contemplating. The second elder once said, the Holy Master has been stuck in the superhuman realm for a long time, only a step away from entering the earthly profound realm, but he has been unable to break through. I'm afraid he came up with this evil method. He stood up and told him that they couldn't delay any longer. Bayou gave an order to immediately go to the Zhongtian sacred domain, and they arrived before the altar where everyone was gathered. Li Shu and the others came here and heard the voices from afar. This altar is an ancient existence in the sacred domain. As long as you can activate it, you can obtain extraordinary power. A tall bald man sat by the altar and said disdainfully, such a good thing, why not try it quickly? He walked to the center of the altar and concentrated his spiritual energy. The bald man smiled confidently. I have activated the altar, I am receiving the power of the gods. The light in the center of the altar went out. He asked gloomily, HMPH, what's going on? The people below mocked him. This altar is activated by those with aptitude. The stronger the aptitude, the more thorough and longer the activation time of the altar. It seems your aptitude is still not good enough, the bald man shouted angrily. Impossible, how can I be no good? He stubbornly wanted to try again. Hey, activate for me. The altar was still silent. The crowd mocked him. Get down, 1 second, man. Another bald man walked up and said proudly, get down, let me do it. The light flashed and disappeared. The bald man looked astonished and the people below shouted, no good, another quick one, come on next. The crowd was discussing among themselves. The opportunity of this altar is indeed not for ordinary people to obtain, let alone completely activating the altar. No one can last for 3 breaths. I heard that only those with divine blood can activate the altar. How can we ordinary people do it? Hearing the discussion, Hayuan asked Li Shu. Young Master Li, among us you have the best aptitude, go up and give it a try, he replied. All right. Li Shu walked up. The people around saw him and advised, little brother, don't waste your time with this time. You might as well go find other opportunities. The little opportunity you get here isn't even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. He walked confidently to the center of the altar. Li Shu tried his best and said, open. The altar still showed no change. Seeing this, the people below shouted, it's the same as before. The altar is not moving, let's go. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembled and Li Shu was in a panic. A strong light pierced through the sky. Everyone looked up and shouted in surprise, what? There's a dragon's soul surrounding him on the altar. The people below were filled with jealousy, their expressions full of horror. My God, what am I seeing? Is this a complete activation of the altar? Lu Yuan blurted out in horror. Shidian and Miss Bei Tangshui have divine qualities, making them hard to look up to. Looked at him and continued, but even with the aptitude of a celestial immortal, young Master Li is indeed the most terrifying person I have ever seen. Yang Jianfeng held Shidian and said happily, to have received such a good disciple, Sect Master Bai has a good eye. A light suddenly gathered above Li Shu's head. The light shone down, making him a little flustered. The audience below blurted out with blank and surprised expressions, this is a spiritual energy baptism. This is something that only exists in ancient books. I heard that those who receive a spiritual energy baptism will have their aptitude and cultivation qualitatively improved. Amidst the continuous discussion below, someone blurted out with envy, who is this young man? He's so divine. Hearing this, his face was filled with joy and satisfaction. A map was laid on a marble slab. The lines like rivers and mountains were clearly meandering. Ling and Qianchang were looking at the map. He said, 500 spirit-devouring towers are buried in the Zhongtian sacred domain. Enough to drain all the cultivators, Ling said excitedly. Holy Master, the exit has been closed. The cultivators of the Shanqin domain will be fattened up inside. Qianchang was very satisfied after hearing this. Very good, then let's slaughter them. Now let the people inside become this Holy Master's food. Suddenly the entire hall shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Qianchang didn't know the situation and became panicked. What's going on? Ling next to him was also curious. Has something happened in the sacred land? It doesn't feel right. Qianchang ordered, go and check quickly. Ling accepted the order and immediately cast a spell, holding a talisman in the air and directly shining it on the stone map, but nothing was displayed on it, only a few mottled marks. Ling couldn't help but be stunned. What? Qianchang saw him get angry and asked curiously, what happened? Ling replied, his face somewhat panicked. The biggest opportunities in the Zhongtian sacred domain have all been taken. After hearing this, Qianchang blurted out in panic, what? Impossible. Check again. Ling was even more surprised. Mystic ice medulla water, Keelin's auspicious fortune and the altar. All 3 major opportunities have been taken. Qianchang was equally panicked. How is that possible? He couldn't believe what he had just heard and asked again, are you sure you checked correctly? Feeling somewhat annoyed, Ling loudly affirmed, I was born in the Zhongtian sacred domain, I can't be wrong. Qianchang still didn't understand what had happened. Impossible. The mystic ice medulla water is so cold that even this holy master can't easily enter. Who could do it? According to what Ling knew, he said that the one who obtained the mystic ice medulla water was a girl. This girl must have a special ice constitution. If what he said was true, that girl would be Tangshui. She was surrounded by a very powerful layer of blue spiritual energy. Qianchang sighed helplessly. He hadn't finished asking, what about the Keelin's auspicious fortune? The Keelin's auspicious fortune only appears once every 1,000 years. It's so powerful that even those with extremely strong physiques can't get close, let alone obtain the complete auspicious fortune. Ling answered, the Keelin's auspicious fortune was taken by a boy. This boy's physical strength is extremely strong. After hearing this, he became more and more curious. Another child? When did children become so powerful? And such a powerful child, why didn't he come to my Shanqin sect? Ling said. The altar is even more outrageous, Qianchang continued. Although it was an adult cultivator, to obtain the opportunity of the altar, especially the entire opportunity, requires heaven-defying aptitude. Thinking of Li Shu's power bursting out, Ling couldn't help but doubt after hearing this. When did the Shanqin domain have someone with such aptitude? Qianchang couldn't accept it and said angrily, the children are one thing, after all they're still young. Why didn't you, with your heaven-defying aptitude, come to the Shanqin sect? I feel that the problem is getting more and more serious. Ling patted his shoulder and comforted him. Holy Master, this is not the time to consider these things. What should we do with these people? He proposed a plan. Kill them all or, Tiancheng immediately interrupted. For thousands of years no one in my Shanqin sect has obtained the opportunity. This time it was taken away, of course we'll kill them all. Thinking of the plan in his mind, his face showed a beast-like expression. After refining them all into blood buns, the opportunity will be this Holy Master's. After speaking, Tiancheng ordered, activate all the spirit-devouring towers, refine them all into blood buns for me. Ling was also equally excited and immediately obeyed. Yes, in a certain place attacks rained down on the ground like a bombing. It turned out that Li Shu was standing there, cultivating hard. He held something in his hand, his eyes filled with determination. Seeing his current ability, Lu Yuan happily acknowledged, Li Shu's aura has become more restrained. This is a characteristic of a great cultivator. He asked, Young Master Li, how do you feel? Li Shu replied excitedly, I am very strong now. I don't know to what extent my cultivation has improved. Raising his arm, he continued. And most importantly, not only has my cultivation improved, but my foundation has also been enhanced. Hearing this, Lu Yuan was very happy. Enhancing one's foundation is a heaven-defying opportunity. Our Bayou sect has gained a lot this time. Suddenly, the space shook violently, and everyone looked around in panic. Lu Yuan asked curiously, What's wrong? Li Shu was equally surprised. What happened? A person was so panicked he was about to cry. Could another opportunity have appeared? Li Shu sensed something and warned, Everyone be careful, I feel danger approaching. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone slabs above exploded, setting off a chain reaction of sparks. They looked up in panic. The stones are exploding, what's happening? The mountain over there exploded too. Several towers suddenly appeared, absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings. Yang Jianfeng was holding Shi Dian, standing there dumbfounded, his face filled with panic. Oh no, these are the small towers that absorb spiritual energy. Li Shu and Lu Yuan assessed the situation. Careful, stay alert. Contrary to Yang Jianfeng, the people around them were very excited and curious. What is this? Could it be some kind of special opportunity? Based on the situation before them, Lu Yuan deduced, to think there are so many demonic towers, the Zongtian sect really has a conspiracy. They want to drain everyone dry. A bald man excitedly volunteered. Let me see what kind of opportunity this is. The small tower was still absorbing spiritual energy as if it had no intention of stopping. The bald man from before was now clenching his teeth, his brows furrowed, trying to walk towards the small tower. But something bad happened. The small tower was absorbing his demonic power, causing him to float in the air. At this moment, the bald man realized the situation and hurriedly shouted, Oh no! The people below were very confused. What's going on? This small tower is crazily absorbing his spiritual energy. The tower still hadn't stopped, almost draining the bald man of his demonic power. At this moment, he turned his head and stammered for help. His appearance was gradually aging, and the bald man struggled to say the rest of his words. Save! He's shouting, Save me! The small tower drained his spiritual energy, and now only a skeleton was left floating in the air. The people below watched in stunned silence. They discussed in surprise, He's dead. His spiritual energy was completely drained, turning him into a dried-up husk. How terrifying! How can there be such an evil object in a sacred land? Several small towers began to vibrate, and the people below were even more vigilant this time, not daring to get close. The small towers began to absorb more demonic power, absorbing the demonic power of the crowd there. They all knelt, unable to resist. One person shouted, Oh no! Another shouted, Run, it's sucking our spiritual energy. The small towers didn't just absorb those people's demonic power. Li Shu and Lu Yuan were not spared either. He said, After this demonic tower enlarged, its spiritual energy absorption became even more terrifying. Lu Yuan continued, There are at least a few hundred of these demonic towers in the sacred land. There's no escape, he said angrily. The Sect Master of the Shanqin sect wants to kill all the cultivators. Yang Jianfeng also shouted angrily, Damn it, what is that beast killing everyone for? Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and said, If he's absorbing everyone's spiritual energy, I'm afraid he's cultivating some evil art. Those people cried out helplessly. Who will save us? Yang Jianfeng continued. There are demonic arts everywhere. We have nowhere to run. He gradually grew tired. I can't hold on anymore. Li Shu's spiritual energy also dropped significantly. This can't go on, we'll all be drained dry sooner or later. I hope Lu Shang can tell Master about the situation here as soon as possible. A voice came from nowhere, and then it froze all the small towers. Ice Seal, Lu Yuan and the others looked on in surprise. It was Bei Tangshui flying high above, freezing all the small towers with her magic. After she was done, Bei Tangshui turned and asked, How is everyone? Seeing her, Yang Jianfeng said in surprise, Miss Bei Tangshui, you came just in time. You're the only one here who can deal with these demonic towers. As soon as he finished speaking, cracks appeared on the just frozen small towers, and they finally shattered, sending the crowd into another panic. Bei Tangshui sensed that the situation was not good. This is not good. The energy of these demonic towers is supplied by the entire sacred land. I can't completely freeze them. A figure flashed past Yang Jianfeng. Shi Dian was running forward quickly. Yang Jianfeng said in a panic, Shi Tian, what are you trying to do? Come back. The child used all his strength to throw a fierce punch. Shi Dian was rushing towards the small tower. Yang Jianfeng watched in surprise. Shi Tian is actually fine. His expression changed as if he had discovered something. Then he smiled brightly. I forgot Shi Tian specializes in body cultivation, cultivating the body but not the spirit. The spirit-devouring tower indeed can't harm him. Shi Tian fiercely punched the small tower and someone shouted, "Quick, get to his side." Seeing Shi Tian, the crowd seemed to have hope again. They could deal with the spirit-devouring towers. I'm about to be drained dry. A group of people quickly ran toward Shi Tian. Yang Jianfeng shouted again, "Oh no, the spirit-devouring towers are actually flying over on their own." Shi Tian used his momentum to jump from one small tower to another. He stood on the small tower, gathered his strength and punched, shouting, "I'll hit." After hitting one, he ran away. Despite this, Li Shu still felt that the situation was not good. This won't solve the problem. Shi Tian can only knock the spirit-devouring towers away, he can't truly destroy them. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds, forming fantastical beams of light, making the mountain peaks appear even more majestic, as if shrouded in a mysterious spiritual energy. Lu Shang walked while looking back at Bayou and said, "Sect Master, we're here, this is the place." He looked straight ahead with a cold gaze and said, "It's just that the exit of the 000x sacred domain has disappeared, we can't get in at all." Bayou still replied calmly, "It's fine." He looked straight ahead, a flash of inspiration in his mind, "I have a way." Li Gungling walked over from a distance shouting loudly, "Lu Shang," he was startled and said in a low voice, "Oh no, it's the second elder of the 000x sect." Li Gungling walked up and questioned, "Lu Shang, what are you doing here?" As soon as his words fell, he looked at Bayou in surprise and asked with great doubt, "Who is he?" Lu Shang looked at Li Gungling and stammered in reply, "Second elder, he's a cultivator who wanted to enter the 000x sacred domain but came too late." He looked Bayou up and down. "Came too late? This master also came too late." Bayou stared at the suspicious Li Gungling but quickly defended himself. "Second elder, I was indeed delayed by something. Since the entrance is closed, I'll take my leave now." Li Gungling suddenly shouted, "Stop!" He immediately stopped, frowning with worry. He looked at Bayou for a while, then ordered Lu Shang, "First lock this person in the 000x sect's dungeon. Interrogate him. I suspect he's a spy from the demonic heaven domain." He looked at Li Gungling, trying to get him out of it. "Second elder, is that really necessary? He's just a minor cultivator." But Li Gungling was resolute, frowning and raising his voice, "This is my order." Lu Shang had no choice but to obey. Yes, he grabbed Bayou's sleeve, pretending to escort him away. After walking far enough that Li Gungling couldn't hear, Lu Shang whispered in Bayou's ear, "Sect Master, should we kill this old fellow?" Before they could finish their discussion, the Holy Sun suddenly staggered out, shouting, "Father!" Bayou and Li Gungling all looked at the crazily shouting person with confusion. "Father!" He ran to Bayou's side and said happily, "Father, I've finally found you." The Holy Sun suddenly knelt before the two of them and said with a tearful face, "Father, I've missed you so much." He looked at the Holy Sun hugging his leg, his face full of confusion. Behind them, Li Gungling shouted, "Holy Sun, what are you doing? How can you kneel before a common cultivator?" Li Gungling tried to pull him away, but the Holy Sun struggled, "You go away, I want to be with my father." He used all his strength to control the Holy Sun, full of annoyance. The Holy Sun's mind really is a lost cause. Li Gungling dragged him away, leaving a sentence for the two of them, "This elder will take the Holy Sun back first." Even from a distance they could still hear the Holy Sun's complaining voice, "Father, you can't leave me. I want to eat blood buns." Bayou said proudly, "It wasn't in vain to have an extra son, to think he could be of help at a critical moment." The scene switched to a barren land with grayish-white rocks under the blue sky. Lu Shang looked around and said, "Sect Master, as far as I know, the 000x sacred domain has a domain barrier. Even great cultivators cannot pass through it directly." Bayou smiled slightly, holding a talisman in his hand and said confidently, "With this divine travel talisman I can go anywhere." The talisman in his hand suddenly burst into flames, flew out of Bayou's hand and approached him. Lu Shang looked at the talisman in surprise. As expected of the Sect Master, there's nothing he can't do. Back to Li Shu and the others at this moment, Shi Tian swung his palm, striking those towers, the force forming a fiery vortex. He said with a tired face, "I'm exhausted." The force of his palm was so strong that it made those towers tremble. Lu Yuan and the other cultivators ran over to direct. "The demonic towers are all gathered here. We can't be protected by Shi Tian alone," one of them shouted in panic. "My spiritual energy is rapidly draining. Help!" The person next to him also panicked. "I can't take it anymore either." Lu Yuan frowned and said helplessly, "Is there really no other way?" Just then, Bayou flew up from somewhere, dodging the demonic towers. Seeing him, Yang Jianfeng and Lu Yuan happily shouted. Sect Master, Li Shu and Bei Tangshui were no exception, looking at him with excitement. "Master." Bayou seemed to be sucked back by something. He said in a panic, "What's going on? My spiritual energy is rapidly draining." He ran over and warned loudly, "Sect Master, get out of the way. This demonic tower can quickly absorb the energy within a cultivator's body until they are drained dry." Bayou looked back at Lu Yuan. "To think there's such an evil object." He looked worriedly at the tower floating in the air. Suddenly, Shi Tian ran to the front and blocked the demonic tower for Bayou. He looked at the child and breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Shi Tian this time, Shi Tian's constitution is special. The demonic tower can't absorb his spiritual energy. Lu Yuan stared at the child and continued, "If it weren't for Shi Tian, everyone here would have died long ago." Yang Jianfeng was very anxious now. "But now we've reached the most critical moment. There's no way back. We must get out immediately. But the exit is now closed." He looked at the two of them and comforted. "Don't worry, this Sect Master was able to get in, so naturally I can take you out." Then Bayou took out a stack of talismans and said calmly, These are divine travel talismans. With them we can ignore the barrier of the Zhongtian sacred domain and teleport out directly. He looked at the talismans in Bayou's hand and said in surprise, "To think there's such a treasure." Bayou urged everyone, "There's no time to lose, let's go." Yang Jianfeng immediately took a talisman. "I'll go first." The talisman in his hand burst into flames, and Yang Jianfeng immediately disappeared without a trace. The remaining people were all stunned by this scene, unable to believe their eyes. Li Shu and Bei Tangshui widened their eyes and looked at Bayou, saying in surprise, "He really teleported out?" She muttered to herself, full of doubt. Where did he get so many divine-grade talismans? Last time it was the certain kill talisman, this time it's the even more miraculous divine travel talisman. The crowd behind him pointed at him and clamored, "They got out, look, someone has a way out." An old man walked out from somewhere and asked seriously, "Excuse me, are you Sect Master Bai of the Bayou sect?" Bayou looked at him and replied calmly, "I am." The old man clutched his chest and looked at him pleadingly. "Sect Master Bai, I am also a cultivator from Hayuan city. I beg Sect Master Bai to save my life." Bayou looked at the girl beside him with a puzzled expression. "This is," the old man pleaded earnestly. "Sect Master Bai, this is my daughter. Her strength is at the peak of the true human realm. I don't ask Sect Master Bai to save me, only to take my daughter out." Seeing him still standing there, the old man knelt down and pleaded, "After we get out, my daughter is willing to be your servant, I beg you." Bayou looked at him and said frankly, "It's not that this Sect Master won't save you, it's just that the divine travel talismans are limited. There are only 10 in total." Seeing the old man kneeling and begging him, the others also knelt down one after another, pleading earnestly, "Sect Master Bai, please save us. After we get out, we are willing to be your servants." A masked person in the back said, "Sect Master Bai, we are also at our wits' end. Only the Sect Master has a way to survive." Bayou looked at them helplessly, sighed, a trace of fatigue flashing in his eyes. Bayou looked behind him and shouted, "Lu Yuan, what do you think?" Lu Yuan looked at him calmly and said, "If the Sect Master really can't save them, or if saving them requires a great price, then don't worry about it, we'll just leave." Those people's faces changed and they looked at him in astonishment. Lu Yuan looked at Bayou and continued, "In any case, we didn't cause this. The Sect Master doesn't need to feel guilty." His eyes were firm as he said clearly, "If the Sect Master has the ability to save them, then I suggest we save them all." Bayou was startled and motioned for him to continue. Lu Yuan looked at him and explained, "What the Shanqin sect is doing is no different from an evil cult, and the Shanqin sect is deeply entangled with our Bayou sect. For our Bayou sect we must destroy the Shanqin sect." He looked straight into Bayou's eyes and said seriously, "In this Shanqin domain, if anyone can destroy the Shanqin sect, it would be none other than our Bayou sect, and the Sect Master has long had the intention to destroy the Shanqin sect." Bayou's lips curled up slightly into a faint smile, his eyes as if wanting to see through his heart. "You've seen it?" Lu Yuan was silent for a long time, looking at him and making a judgment. "The Sect Master placed Lu Shang in the Shanqin sect. I'm afraid you've already laid plans for thousands of miles and had this idea." Bayou's lips curled up slightly, his smile calm as if he had long had his own plans. After a while, at this time, Shi Dian was still focused on fighting those evil objects. Bayou looked at those people and replied, "In that case, this Sect Master will save everyone here." Li Shu hesitated for a moment, then reminded him softly, "Master, these demonic towers are extremely difficult to destroy and you can't get close. I'm afraid it won't be that easy." He stepped forward, his voice firm. "It's fine, you all step back." Bayou calmly walked towards the demonic tower, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd he calculated to himself, "Since the Annihilation Heavenly Thunder is called a forbidden spell, it should be able to destroy these demonic towers before me." The masked person nearby was full of doubt. "Can Sect Master Bai save us?" The few people behind him said in an uncertain tone, "I don't know, at least there's still hope." Bayou stretched out his hand and chanted an incantation, and a dazzling light appeared from his hand. The people around whispered among themselves, "I don't think there's much hope. After all, Sect Master Bai is just the master of a small sect in Hayuan city." Bayou pointed to the sky and shouted, "Forbidden art, Annihilation Heavenly Thunder." A bolt of lightning containing destructive power struck down from the clouds. Seeing this, the men frowned and mocked, "What's this, just a bolt of lightning? It's not even as powerful as me farting." As soon as their words fell, the lightning seemed to be enraged, and an earth-shattering thunderbolt struck down, terrifying everyone. The lightning carried a destructive fiery power as if it would burn the entire space. Countless meteorites fell like rain, destroying everything on the ground. The crowd stared at the sky, dumbfounded, their voices trembling. Immediately after, bolts of lightning tore through the sky, rocks collapsed. As if a natural disaster had descended, those men shouted in terror. "What?" Lu Yuan was stunned in disbelief, stammering, So powerful," Bei Tangshui suspected in a daze. "This is a forbidden art. How does Bayou know a forbidden art?" She suddenly recalled her past in the Celestial Court. At that time, Tangshui held a magic treasure and pointed it at the sky, thinking, "Only when my cultivation was at its peak, with the help of Master's special magic artifact in the Celestial Court, could I barely cast a forbidden art once. Because the consumption was too great and this was a lightning-based forbidden art, the consumption and power were the greatest. At this time, Bayou was still seriously forming seals and casting the spell, pointing at the sky. The scene switched elsewhere and a cheerful voice shouted, "Very good." Tianchong looked at the demonic tower excitedly, his eyes shining with light. "Countless energies are gathering in the spirit-devouring towers. This time's blood buns will definitely help this holy master break through." Ling stood at the side, sneering contemptuously. Those cultivators in the sacred land are still struggling in vain. The spirit-devouring towers are indestructible. All their efforts are futile. He secretly rejoiced and couldn't help but say, "It won't be long before everyone is drained dry." He looked at the demonic tower and laughed arrogantly. "It is their honor to sacrifice themselves for this holy master." Suddenly the demonic tower exploded and debris scattered everywhere. Tianchong was stunned. His expression changed in an instant, his eyes filled with panic. What's going on? How could the spirit-devouring tower explode? Seeing this, Ling hurriedly appeased him. "Holy Master, don't panic. The explosion of one spirit-devouring tower won't affect the overall situation." A moment later, several more towers exploded one after another before their eyes. Tianchong and Ling couldn't help but panic. His face was gloomy and he roared in confusion. "What on earth happened?" Seeing this, Ling said without hesitation, "I'll go check right away." Ling's hand emitted an electric light and shot it at the broken towers. Inside the Zongtian sacred domain, several demonic towers shattered into pieces. A voice full of admiration and surprise sounded. "I take back what I just said. Sect Master Bai's magic is boundless." Bayou was fully focused on casting the forbidden art when suddenly a discussion was heard from outside. "What kind of divine technique is this? It seems all the demonic towers have been destroyed. We're saved." The ground suddenly shook violently, and waves of tremors caused the crowd to flee in panic, not knowing where to hide. A huge meteorite fell from the sky and the people nearby fled in terror. Some people in the distance had panicked faces. "What's wrong? What happened again?" Yuan looked at Bayou and stammered in surprise. Sect Master, it seems you've blown up the entire Zongtian sacred land," he said blankly. "I didn't expect the annihilation heavenly thunder to be so powerful that it could even destroy the sacred land." Outside, Tianchong anxiously questioned, "What's the situation? Why have all the spirit-devouring towers exploded?" Ling hurriedly replied, his tone extremely solemn. "Holy Master, I've detected an extremely powerful force within the sacred land that destroyed all the spirit-devouring towers," he shouted angrily. "Impossible! What force could destroy all the spirit-devouring towers at the same time?" He calmly stepped forward, trying to appease Tianchong. "Holy Master, don't panic. Fortunately, the exit of the sacred land has been closed. These people are trapped inside and are still at our mercy." Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the rocks in front of the two and they continued to spread. Then a loud bang was heard and the two were completely unable to stop it. He saw this scene and was terrified. How could even the sacred land explode? Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as if he couldn't accept the reality before him, stammering, This is already beyond my comprehension." An earth-shattering explosion completely destroyed the sacred land. Everyone stood there blankly, looking at the strange scene before them. Li Shu was the first to speak with worry. "Has the sacred land been destroyed just like that? Then where are we now?" Tang Shui recognized it at a glance. "We are in the void space now, don't worry. The sacred land was destroyed too quickly. Our bodies haven't had time to return to the original world." Then she looked at Bayou in front of her and continued to explain, "It won't be long before we're pulled back to the original world." Suddenly, a few spiritual energy balls appeared, making him curious. Bayou looked at them curiously. What are these things? Among their group, Yuan was perhaps the most knowledgeable, but he didn't know either. "I consider myself well informed, but I've never seen such strange energy." Hearing this, Tang Shui replied calmly, "This is the source energy left after the sacred land shattered." Then she rushed towards the spiritual energy balls excitedly and said, "This is a great opportunity. Don't let these energy balls escape. Absorb them." Tang Shui immediately and quickly grabbed a spiritual energy ball. She shouted happily, "It really is the source of the sacred land, extremely pure, without any impurities." Just like that, Tang Shui sat down and ate the spiritual energy ball with relish. At the same time, Yuan, Li Shu and Shi Dian also watched her excitedly without blinking. "There are so many energy balls, let's go get them too." Bayou quickly rushed towards the energy balls. He was determined. This Sect Master can't miss an opportunity of this level. On the other side, Shi Dian also quickly grabbed a spiritual energy ball. "Got it." The child also sat down happily and ate it heartily. "Got one too." When the disciples had all caught one, Bayou's hand just passed through the energy ball. He flew around but he could never catch one, so he cursed in annoyance, "Damn it, I can't catch it." After absorbing the spiritual energy balls, the disciples all felt their bodies begin to change. Li Shu smiled happily. "So comfortable. My mind has become clear and many difficult points in my cultivation have been instantly understood." Yuan also covered his face as if he had realized something. This magical source can actually enlighten people and improve their comprehension. Seeing that Bayou hadn't absorbed any spiritual energy balls, he turned and asked, "Hey Sect Master, this is good stuff, why don't you want it?" Although he was very annoyed inside because he couldn't catch any. "Damn it, is it that I don't want it? I simply can't catch it." But on the surface he still tried to maintain his image. "Do you think this Sect Master needs it?" Yuan looked innocent, thinking he had said something wrong to anger him. So he hurriedly replied, "It's my narrow-mindedness. A profound figure like the Sect Master indeed doesn't need it." At this moment, Tang Shui quickly flew up, grabbed the spiritual energy ball in front of him, and was excited to get the good stuff. "He doesn't want it. I want it." Bayou looked at this scene, his heart filled with anger and unwillingness. She chewed while thinking excitedly, "After absorbing this source, the opportunity I get this time will probably transform me completely." But just after absorbing a little, Tang Shui's body began to change, and an extremely powerful spiritual energy emanated, enveloping her. Everyone stared at Tang Shui with wide eyes. Li Shu couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, "Is Junior sister breaking through?" Lu Yuan also commented in surprise. "It's not just a breakthrough, she's also evolving to a higher level. This is the first time I've seen this kind of change in a human." At this moment she was slowly feeling the changes in herself. First her hair grew longer. Tang Shui opened her eyes, looked around and then looked at her body from head to toe. She quietly waited for the transformation process to complete. A moment later Tang Shui shouted happily, "Success!" Bayou looked at his disciple breaking through, so surprised he couldn't speak. This, he thought excitedly, it can actually be like this, instantly aging several years, seeing her grow so fast. Li Shu was very surprised and pointed in exclamation, "Junior sister, you're growing so fast." At this time Tang Shui had grown into a tall and beautiful young girl. She asked proudly, "Whether it's fast or not isn't important, just tell me if I'm beautiful." Li Shu and Lu Yuan gave a thumbs up in unison and subconsciously replied, "Ah, beautiful." Just as everyone was talking happily, something suddenly appeared. He asked in a panic, "What is that?" After observing carefully, she guessed, "It's probably the most core thing in the Zhongtian sacred domain." Lu Yuan looked at Tang Shui in confusion. "Isn't the most core thing the source we just absorbed?" She just glanced at it and explained, "The source is just a kind of energy to maintain the operation of the sacred land." Tang Shui looked at the glowing star-shaped object in front and continued, "The thing that can truly give birth to various opportunities in the sacred land is this thing in front of us. It can be called the core of the sacred land." Bayou said blankly, "It looks like a fragment." Before he could figure out the situation, the fragment suddenly flew towards him. Bayou hurriedly caught it. It actually flew into his hand on its own. "It doesn't look like a piece of copper." She looked at the fragment in Bayou's hand, unable to hide her admiration. "Just a single fragment can form a sacred land. This thing is really amazing." But Lu Yuan stepped forward and said in a somewhat disappointed tone, "It's a pity that it's just a fragment. If it were complete, it would definitely be an unimaginable, peerless magic treasure." Immediately after, everyone was sucked into an uncertain space. Tang Shui said in terror, "We're about to be teleported out." The cultivators were in a panic. Some people still didn't understand what had happened. A moment later, that space suddenly spun, forming a vortex that pushed everyone out. Seeing that everyone was safe, Lu Shang said happily, "They're out." As expected of Sect Master Bai to actually save everyone. Suddenly an angry voice came from behind him from nowhere. "Where is the Holy Master of the Shanqin domain? Get out here." After surviving the disaster, the angry cultivators surrounded Lu Shang and questioned, "To think you wanted to kill us, what's the difference between this and an evil cult? The Shanqin sect is not worthy of being the ruler of a domain." At this time, Gunlong had also just arrived, and seeing the chaotic scene he asked, "What's wrong?" He was sweating and turned to report to him, "Second Elder, the situation is a bit off." Lu Shang continued, "It seems the Holy Master has done something he shouldn't have." Then he recounted what happened down the mountain from beginning to end. Gunlong suddenly shouted, "Kill all the cultivators, how could this be? Why would the Holy Master do this?" He angrily turned to leave. "I'll go ask the Holy Master for clarification." The scene switched to a pile of rubble falling to the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, that subordinate was trying his best to salvage the situation. Tian Chong asked impatiently, "How is it now?" That subordinate helplessly stammered, "Everyone is out." He was stunned after hearing this. "What?" Tian Chong couldn't help but roar angrily. "Didn't you say there were no flaws? How could this happen? How should I face the cultivators of the Shanqin domain? How can I still be the sect master of this Shanqin sect?" The subordinate hurriedly suggested. "Holy Master, the top priority is to stabilize the cultivators outside first." Tian Chong was also in a panic at this time, and shouted, "You tell me how to stabilize them, can they be stabilized?" Suddenly a voice came from outside, "Holy Master." That subordinate recognized it as the second elder's voice as soon as he heard it. Gunlong looked very anxious, but he still followed the rules and stood outside the hall to request a meeting. "Holy Master, there's an urgent matter outside." He anxiously clenched his fists, hoping the Holy Master could come out of seclusion as soon as possible. The subordinate inside showed a sinister smile and came up with an idea. "Holy Master, the person who can stabilize the situation has arrived." He still frowned, not understanding the subordinate's meaning, and asked after a while, "What do you mean?" This time that subordinate's smile was even more sinister. After the two had discussed, the door opened and Gunlong hurriedly walked in. As soon as he saw the Holy Master, he questioned, "Holy Master, everyone outside is saying you wanted to trap and kill all the cultivators in the sacred land, is that true?" But he didn't answer, instead pointing at Gunlong and angrily convicting him. "Second Elder, you have some nerve, this matter was clearly done by you." Seeing Tian Chong change his attitude faster than flipping a book, he didn't expect this move. His face changed and he asked, "What?" Then, without waiting for Gunlong to understand, he rushed up and gave him a fatal punch. "Kill!" Suffering a fierce attack that he couldn't dodge, Gunlong immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe that after being loyal his whole life he was actually used as a scapegoat by the Holy Master. He fell backward. "Holy Master, are you crazy?" Suddenly, Gunlong's eyes widened, he was stunned, and then a sword light flashed. The Holy Master's subordinate's sword had already pierced through his body, blood spewed out continuously and only his unwilling cry echoed in the space. A second later, everything before Gunlong's eyes gradually turned black. The cultivators outside were clamoring, firmly demanding justice. "Holy Master, come out, stop being a coward. Must give us an explanation today." Lu Yuan saw this chaotic situation and asked Bayou, Sect Master, do we need to destroy the Shanqin sect today? He frowned in thought for a moment, then calmly replied, no rush, let's wait and see. After shouting until their throats were sore, they still didn't see the Holy Master's shadow. The cultivators gathered together to discuss, and after a while they decided, everyone don't be anxious. Our lives were saved by Sect Master Bai. We will listen to Sect Master Bai on this matter, Bayou calmly said to the crowd. Everyone, calmly wait for the Holy Master to arrive and see what he says. Hearing this, Lu Shang seriously reminded him to be careful. Sect Master, the second elder has already gone to the Holy Master to hold him accountable. If all goes as expected, the Holy Master will find it hard to shirk responsibility. As soon as his words fell with a thud, Gunlong's pale corpse fell from an unknown place, causing everyone present to turn pale. He and Bayou were both extremely surprised, their mouths agape, not expecting such a situation. Lu Shang blurted out, "This, the second elder is dead." Only then did Qinchang appear majestically. "Everyone, I am the Holy Master of the Shanqin sect." When the cultivators saw him, they shouted in unison, "Holy Master, you've finally shown yourself. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about settling this." Qinchang stood on a high place, condescendingly pointing at Gunlong's body on the ground. He announced, pretending to know nothing, "Everyone, this person is the second elder, a member of my Shanqin sect. He secretly colluded with the chaotic era heretical sect, so this matter was his doing alone." Then he continued to explain, "Now that the second elder has been killed by me, you can all disperse." Those cultivators were not satisfied with this explanation and immediately shouted loudly in anger, "Is that all? Is this your explanation? I almost died in there." Lu Yuan could tell at a glance that this was a despicable trick by the Holy Master to absolve himself. The Holy Master is truly ruthless to kill an elder to take the blame. Seeing that the cultivators below were still not willing to back down, Qinchang became angry from embarrassment and shouted, "What more do you want?" The cultivators who had just escaped death were not to be trifled with, and they cursed madly. "Damn it, does the Shanqin sect think it can bully people with its power?" At this moment he seemed to have had a sore spot touched, and every word he spoke was unreasonable. "So what if I am? I have already given you an explanation. If you don't leave, this Holy Master will not be polite." The more the cultivators listened, the angrier they became, determined not to let this matter end so easily. "Are we afraid of you? With so many of us, we will never yield." Seeing that he couldn't stabilize the cultivators and instead made them more agitated, Qinchang cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I am the Holy Master of the Shanqin sect, the ruler of the Shanqin sect and this region. I am your ruler. How dare you disobey my orders?" he commented to Yang Jianfeng beside him. "This Holy Master is like a demon lord. No wonder the Shanqin sect has this kind of virtue. No wonder the Shanqin domain is the weakest of the 9 domains." He had also had enough. Bayou turned to ask for his disciple's opinion. "Li Shu, do you dare to fight this Holy Master?" Li Shu replied calmly, "This person is at the peak of the transcendent realm, close to the earthly profound realm, a whole major realm above me, but I am confident in fighting him." Suddenly a loud noise came from the mountain behind. After seeing it, Lu Shang blurted out, "This aura is from the Grand Elder of the back mountain." An old man in a purple robe appeared from nowhere, making everyone exclaim in surprise. "The Shanqin sect actually has a Grand Elder." Qinchang spoke, every word he said revealing contempt. "A bunch of fools, only now do you realize the situation." Hearing this, everyone looked at Qinchang with anger, and then 2 people spoke. "Shameless, what future does the Shanqin domain have? Damn it seems the Shanqin sect is really being unreasonable today." Suddenly a dazzling purple power emanated from Qinchang, and he shouted, "Get lost!" Immediately those people were knocked to the ground by his power. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Shu said to Lu Yuan and Bayou, "Let's go. I'm too disappointed in the Shanqin sect today." The man who had just been pushed to the ground gritted his teeth and said with resentment, "The Shanqin sect only knows how to bully people with its power." Lu Yuan lowered his eyes slightly and said to Bayou, "Sect Master, it seems we still need to plan for a while to destroy the Shanqin sect." He sighed again, his expression equally complex. Then Bayou replied, "You all have gained many opportunities this time. Go back and digest them first." At this time, Lu Shang watched the 3 figures from a distance. Suddenly Qinchang appeared and spoke, "Lu Shang." His face showed a hint of panic, and he hurriedly replied, "Disciple is here." He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression serious as he continued to propose, "The second elder was treacherous. I'm afraid this incident will have a great impact on our Shanqin sect. The Shanqin sect is in need of people right now." After hearing this, he immediately replied, "Lu Shang is willing to go through fire and water for the Shanqin sect." Hearing a satisfactory answer, Qinchang continued, "Very good. From now on, Lu Shang is promoted to the 9th elder of the Shanqin sect. Your first task is to investigate for this Holy Master what exactly happened in the Zhongtian sacred domain." Faced with his order, he was stunned for a moment, but he quickly accepted it. "Rest assured, Holy Master, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly." At the same time, in the celestial court, the Heavenly Fire Empress's eyes turned cold as if she had sensed something. She spoke, "It's the aura of the Dark Snow Empress." The Heavenly Fire Empress's face was full of anger, and she muttered as she walked, "How is that possible? That little bitch is still alive?" Then she flew into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Before the great demons on the ground, they immediately greeted her. "Greetings, Heavenly Fire Empress. What are the Empress's orders for summoning us?" The Heavenly Fire Empress's face was filled with murderous intent. "I sense the aura of that bitch, Dark Snow. If I'm not mistaken, she should have reincarnated and is cultivating again. Hearing this, all the great demons panicked and hurriedly replied, "The Dark Snow Empress is still alive, we'll go and destroy her." It still continued, "Go, we must cut the weeds and eliminate the roots." Faced with the great demon's eagerness, she calmly analyzed, "The Lord of the Celestial Court's life and death are unknown. The Celestial Court has collapsed and foreign gods have invaded." Then she suddenly shouted, startling them, "The real great era is coming." At the Bayou sect, Bayou was leaning back in his chair, lost in thought. The Zhongtian sacred domain involved too many people. Even if Lu Shang handled it, paper can't wrap fire. Sooner or later the Bayou sect would be targeted. Then he sat up again, his hands on his legs. He who strikes first gains the upper hand. The Shanqin sect must be destroyed. Suddenly, Bei Tangshui appeared and called out, "Master." She held out her hand, her face full of anticipation, and said, "The fragment you got in the sacred land the other day, let me see it." Hearing this, Bayou took out a sea blue object and held it in front of her. "I'd forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it. I can't see anything special about it. It's just like an ordinary piece of copper." Her face lit up with joy and she quickly stepped forward. "This thing can form a sacred land. It's definitely not an ordinary object. Let me see it quickly." But suddenly Bei Tangshui paused, secretly recalling the past. "In my previous life as an empress I had never come into contact with such a divine object," as if teasing her. He quickly withdrew the hand holding the object, then smiled. "Wait." Seeing him take it back, Bei Tangshui was very angry and her clear voice became sharp. "What are you doing? I was looking at it." Then Bayou held it up and said loudly, "Since you like it so much, your master will give it to you." Hearing this, her eyes lit up and she asked again, "Really?" He happily and generously handed it to his disciple. "When has your master ever lied to you? Take it." Bei Tangshui excitedly took it from Bayou's hand. "Master is so generous." Bei Tangshui snatched it like lightning, leaving him no time to react. She held the object tightly in her hand, her mind racing, thinking she had to study this divine object properly. At the same time, he hadn't yet recovered from her overly fast movement. "It's time to witness a miracle. Let's see what the system will return this time." But the thing suddenly slipped from Bei Tangshui's hand and returned to Bayou's hand, causing both of them to widen their eyes in surprise. He didn't understand what happened and let out an hum, while she said angrily, "Why did you take it back?" Bayou hurriedly explained, "I didn't take it." Bei Tangshui quickly took it back and scolded unhappily, "If you didn't take it, how could it be in your hand?" Then she turned and ran toward the door, and suddenly the thing appeared in Bayou's hand again. He cursed loudly. "Damn it, what's going on?" Bei Tangshui stood with her hands on her hips, speaking to Bayou in a shrewish manner. "Why did you steal it back again?" He felt wronged by his little disciple. "I really didn't steal it, it came back on its own." She snatched the ice crystal from Bayou's hand and said, "Give it to me. I don't believe it will run away on its own." Bei Tangshui's eyebrows were tightly knitted together as she focused on the object in her hand. Suddenly the ice crystal flew out of her hand and landed directly in Bayou's arms. The two continued to argue. "See, I wasn't lying to you." "No way, that's not scientific." After saying that, to prove it to this little disciple, he immediately waved his hand and threw the ice crystal into the air, telling it to go away. But in less than 2 seconds it returned to Bayou's hand again. Seeing this, he asked in some surprise, "No way, you're stuck on me?" Bei Tangshui at the side also thought with a blank face, "This divine object actually chose its master on its own. What is the origin of my master?" A figure in a golden robe appeared in her mind. The last time she saw a celestial artifact choose its master on its own was with the Lord of the Celestial Court. Then Bayou held up the crystal and asked for help from above. "System, explain, is this your doing or this thing's doing?" After he finished speaking, the disciple recruitment rebate system immediately displayed a few words. "The system has detected that this item cannot be gifted." After reading it, Bayou was a bit confused. Why? The only answer to his question was a simple line of words, "This is beyond my knowledge." Bayou immediately fell silent, his eyes losing focus. The scene switched to a place with antique-style tiled houses with a plaque hanging on the door with 3 large characters. Chen Chang asked coldly, "Lu Shang, how's the investigation?" As soon as his words fell, the other party quickly clasped his hands and replied, "Holy Master, this matter is related to a small sect in Hayuan city called the Bayou sect. I heard that the Sect Master of the Bayou sect, Bayou, saved everyone in the sacred land." Hearing this, he immediately gritted his teeth. "The Bayou sect, this is not the first time this Holy Master has heard of this sect." He immediately lowered his body and replied, "Holy Master, after this incident, Sect Master Bai's prestige in the Shanqin domain is soaring, and countless cultivators are grateful to Sect Master Bai for saving their lives." At the same time, Lu Shang frowned slightly, thinking, this matter involves tens of thousands of cultivators. There's no way to hide it, it's better to think of another way. Tian Chang opposite him snorted coldly and ordered, "In that case, send someone to capture the Bayou sect." Seeing that he wanted to destroy a sect so quickly, he immediately appeased him. "Rest assured, Holy Master, I have already sent people to the Bayou sect." After hearing this, Tian Chang praised him with his hands behind his back. "Very good, Lu Shang, this Holy Master was not wrong about you. You can indeed share my worries." He squinted one eye and complained slightly, "Daring to ruin my plans, I must tear that Sect Master Bai into 1,000 pieces to appease the hatred in my heart." Meanwhile, Lu Shang and his 2 subordinates just stood quietly. After a while he put on a very excited expression and said, "It is my honor to share the Holy Master's worries. As a member of the Shanqin sect, I can go to the Bayou sect today and present Sect Master Bai with the glory order." This statement surprised Tianchong slightly. They argued face to face. The glory order, the Bayou sect, saved thousands of cultivators this time. They have preserved the strength of our Shanqin domain. Their merits are unparalleled. Lu Shang raised his hand and clenched his fist, and after he finished speaking, the two people behind him responded in unison, with such great merit, even the glory order is not enough to reward him. Yes, Lu Shang is right. After Lu Shang finished speaking, Tianchong was a bit surprised. In addition, I will also give the Bayou sect a great gift. Give a great gift. He placed his hand on his chest, full of confidence. Sect Master Bai saved the cultivators, which is actually saving our Shanqin sect. If it weren't for him, our Shanqin sect would have been seen as a great scourge. As the ruler of the Shanqin sect, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to silence the mouths of the world. Lu Shang's tone was also very sharp. My giving a gift to Sect Master Bai is also to declare to the cultivators of the world that our Shanqin sect prioritizes the safety of the Shanqin domain. Hearing this, those two people seemed to have been programmed, only repeating in unison. Yes, Lu Shang is right. After speaking, he pointed to the sky and announced, so I think giving Sect Master Bai a treasure from the treasury is still too little. We can take this opportunity to let the cultivators of the world trust our Shanqin sect again. As soon as his words fell, Tianchong was a little hesitant. A treasure from the treasury, he cursed inwardly. Beast, our Shanqin sect has only accumulated 3 treasuries over so many years. At this moment, Lu Shang suddenly knelt on the ground, forcibly admitting his mistake. Holy Master, I, Lu Shang, am completely devoted to the Shanqin sect. If I have done anything wrong, please punish me, Holy Master. But unexpectedly, he received praise from the other party. You have done well. So Lu Shang's voice became even louder. It is Lu Shang's duty and honor to share the Holy Master's worries. Arriving before Bayou, he faced a pile of things and praised them with a happy expression. I am very satisfied with Lu Shang's operation. Lu Yuan behind him also grinned and chimed in. With so many cultivation resources, the Sect Master can retire. After hearing this, Bayou gave an order. I'll leave this matter to you. Be discreet. Don't let the Shanqin sect find out. As soon as his words fell, he immediately held his fan, clasped his hands, and said respectfully with great certainty, Rest assured, Sect Master. In a pavilion with a huge skull carved on the roof, a reporting voice suddenly sounded, Demon Lord. Good news, good news. As soon as his words fell, the person standing on the high platform immediately spoke. Let's hear it. After speaking, the old man standing opposite clasped his hands and respectfully reported, The sacred land of the Shanqin domain has exploded. Hearing this, the Demon Lord immediately showed an angry expression. The Zongtian sacred domain exploded? That's a sacred land on the same level as my demonic heaven's sacred domain. What on earth happened? Then the other party quickly lowered his body and added, I heard that the Holy Master of the Shanqin sect cultivated an evil art and wanted to refine the cultivators inside, but ended up playing with fire. Not only were the cultivators inside fine, instead the sacred land exploded. His white eyebrows furrowed tightly. The reputation of the Shanqin sect had plummeted. On the other side, a young man suddenly interjected with a reminder, Father, this is the best time to attack the Shanqin domain. He was very excited, a cunning smile on his face. This is truly a gift from the heavens to my demonic heaven domain. At his command, the army of the demonic heaven domain immediately prepared to sweep through the Shanqin domain. As soon as his words fell, the old man standing below hurriedly raised his hand to accept the order. Yes, at this moment a thought flashed through the mind of the woman standing beside the Demon Lord's son. Bayou Wu Julian, I am now a saintess returning with an army. How will you handle this? A voice filled with indignation, accompanied by a heavy punch. I have a murderous aura too. It was Tianchong constantly repeating and torturing himself, gritting his teeth and saying, Not only did the Bayou sect ruin this Holy Master's perfect plan, but this Holy Master has to give him a whole treasury in return. How can this be? This is outrageous. Does this Holy Master look like such a fool? Seeing his out-of-control anger, Ling stood behind him, unusually calm. Holy Master, an evil cultivator is like a parent's murderer. We must destroy this Bayou sect. Hearing this, Tianchong supported himself against the wall with his right hand and said, I also want to crush this ant, but these are chaotic times. If people find out that this Holy Master destroyed the Bayou sect, I'm afraid. Before he could finish, he was quickly interrupted. This kind of thing doesn't need the Holy Master to act personally. After speaking, he turned his head slightly to look at the other party, appraising Ly. You mean find someone to destroy the Bayou sect? Is it reliable? This made Ling even more confident. He raised his hand and suggested, Recently, the evil reputation of the Wolf Bandit Gang has spread to our Shanqin domain. Ling pointed to the sky and explained, The Wolf Bandit Gang specializes in annihilating people in sects, and they are extremely powerful. There will be no mistakes in this matter. Hearing this, he immediately gave the order, In that case, go and do it quickly. On the other side, Bayou sat leisurely in a chair with his legs crossed and called out, Bei Tangshui, you've come at the right time. He threw a small blue object to the other party and continued, This is a gift from your master. The two exchanged words. What is this? A testing stone. At this moment, the disciple recruitment rebate system also displayed a few lines of words. Bei Tangshui's rebate opportunities for this month have been used up. This item cannot be rebated. Tangshui pinched the object with 2 fingers and asked, What's the use of a low-level testing stone? As soon as her words fell, Bayou snatched it back, going back on his word. Forget it, Master is not giving it anymore. This action stunned her, unable to react. Unable to gift it to Tangshui, he threw it to another male disciple. Li Shu, you've come at the right time, this is for you. The disciple recruitment rebate system popped up another notification. Gifted disciple Li Shu a low-level testing stone, activating a 100 million X rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained the ladder to heaven. Special reminder, the ladder to heaven can test a cultivator's aptitude in all aspects without any blind spots, and can provide aptitude feedback. Seeing this, Bayou and her had completely different attitudes. Success. Strange. Suddenly, Hayuan walked in from outside the door and called out softly, Sect Master. He stood opposite him and reported, recently the Bayou sect's disciple recruitment has been going very smoothly. A drop of sweat suddenly slipped down Hayuan's cheek. Although his tone remained unchanged, his attitude seemed very troubled as he said, it's just how should we set the standard for recruiting disciples? After all, aptitude is hard to judge. Hearing this, Bayou quickly interjected, I've already solved this for you. After speaking, he snapped his fingers and a long ladder made of true energy immediately appeared before their eyes. This thing surprised the other three. What is this? But he was quite calm and slowly introduced, this is called the ladder to heaven. As the name suggests, the higher you climb, the better your aptitude. And with each step, you can get feedback from the ladder to heaven and obtain better aptitude. As soon as his words fell, Hayuan's face immediately lit up with joy. How can there be such a wondrous object in the world this way? The problem of recruiting disciples for the Bayou sect can be solved. After speaking, he continued to report, Sect Master, there's a second matter. The Bayou sect has already annexed more than a dozen large and small sects in the surrounding area, and has purchased all the properties and land. The entire Bayou sect's area has expanded by several hundred times. After hearing this, Bayou was not surprised but rather puzzled. This is a good thing, what's the problem? Seeing his reaction, Hayuan showed a disappointed expression again and said in a low voice, it's just that we've encountered a holdout. Bayou thought he had misheard and asked again. A holdout, he confirmed again. That's right, it's an old couple next door. No matter what conditions we offer or how much money we give, they refuse to leave. After hearing this, Bayou was very calm, thinking to himself, could it be Auntie Wang and Uncle Li? At this moment, Hayuan's face suddenly darkened. Sect Master, should we send someone to forcibly demolish it? Before he could finish, he ignored him and walked straight over. No need, I'll go take a look. Bayou walked slowly on the dry land outside the courtyard. On the stone table, the figures of two old people sitting quietly gradually appeared. As soon as he entered the door, he threatened loudly. You two old folks, the Sect Master of the Bayou sect is here to see you. Aren't you going to get up and welcome me? He was about to scold but was stopped. It's fine, Bayou said very politely. Auntie Wang and Uncle Li both watched me grow up. In their eyes I'm a junior. At this time the bald man who was smoking immediately replied, Kid, what you said is not bad, otherwise I would have used you as a cigarette. After speaking, he got straight to the point without hesitation. Auntie Wang, Uncle Li, I want to know what you two are thinking. As soon as his words fell, a woman with a full head of white hair holding something in her hand said, Our thoughts are simple, we're not leaving. We've lived in this courtyard for half our lives, we have feelings for it, we don't want to go anywhere. After hearing this, Bayou breathed a sigh of relief, smiling, looking very relaxed. He finally decided, no problem, if you two like it here, then stay, no need to go anywhere. As soon as his words fell, Uncle Li turned his head and asked, Aren't you afraid we'll affect the image of your Bayou sect, hinder the development of your sect? Bayou immediately pointed to the sky and replied happily, Not afraid, who dares to say that? I'll smoke him for you. Then he looked at the person next to him gently and called out, Hayuan. The other party reflexively replied, Here. Bayou faced him and gave an order, Listen up, from now on Auntie Wang and Uncle Li will live here. No one is to disturb them. These two's status in the Bayou sect is equivalent to that of Grand Elders. After hearing the order, Hayuan's reply was a bit hesitant. Understood, a thought flashed through his mind. Grand Elder, what a noble existence. The Sect Master actually elevated the status of these two ordinary old people so high after this matter was resolved. He left a sentence and went back with Hayuan. You two continue your work. Junior takes his leave. After a while, after the two had walked far away, Uncle Li praised incessantly. This kid is really a talent, he's so eloquent, I'm starting to like it here. As soon as his words fell, Auntie Wang, sitting on the other side, also expressed her agreement. This kid is getting more and more inscrutable. Logically speaking, with his aptitude, it's impossible for the Bayou sect to have developed to its current state. Strange. But the old man shaking the pipe was very calm. In the Lord's game of chess, who is black and who is white, it's hard to say. On the other side, the two saw a familiar figure as soon as they came back. Yang Jianfeng reported in a panic, Sect Master, it's not good. Hayuan spoke with him. Has the Shanqin sect made a move against us again? It's not the Shanqin sect. He was very puzzled. Since there was no danger, what could make Yang Jianfeng so panicked? He asked. Not the Shanqin sect, then what's the big deal in the Shanqin domain? Besides the Shanqin sect, what else can our Bayou sect consider a big deal? Even against the Shanqin sect, our Bayou sect has a 50% chance of destroying it. At this time he gritted his teeth and reported, News has come from the front. The demonic heaven domain has assembled an army and is preparing to attack our Shanqin domain. Hearing this, Hayuan and Bayou were both stunned. What? He was very panicked. This was indeed a big deal. Sect Master, how should we respond? At this time Bayou said in a low voice, No rush, how to respond is not something we should be thinking about. That's the business of the Shanqin sect, the ruler of the Shanqin domain. Blue sky, white clouds, golden sun, a sailboat was flying through the air and a person was drinking wine from a large bowl. Ling stood opposite, clasped his hands and respectfully asked, Blackbeard chieftain, how about this matter? As soon as his words fell, the sound of a bowl shattering was heard in front of him. The other party had 2 girls in his arms and asked coldly, "Are you looking down on our wolf bandit gang?" Hearing this, he immediately gritted his teeth, somewhat panicked. "How could you say that?" But the Blackbeard chieftain didn't care and asked again, "For our wolf bandit gang to destroy a nameless little sect, do you know the saying? Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken?" After speaking, he said loudly, "Our wolf bandit gang only takes on big jobs, never small ones. Only then is it worthy of our wolf bandit gang to act." Ling, who was being looked down upon, threw a brown bag in front of him and said, "Work is not divided into noble and lowly. These are 800 spirit stones." The Blackbeard chieftain quickly caught it and replied, "Our wolf bandit gang has seen everything, a mere 800. Before he could finish, he was silenced by something and another money bag fell into his hands. Ling said expressionlessly and loudly, "I'll add another 1,000. Seeing this, the Blackbeard chieftain showed a greedy smile again and sat down first, saying, "This matter still needs to be discussed." So he once again offered a higher price, "Add another 2,000. Hearing this, he finally agreed. "Let it be so. Besides the Bayou sect, I'll help you destroy Hayuan city as well. That way it won't be a small matter." And Ling calmly concluded in front of everyone, "It's a deal." On the warship, a girl was talking to Julian, the Sect Master of the chaotic era heretical sect. He proposed, "This time we're setting out for the Shanqin domain." "I have a bold idea," she said indifferently. The 2 stood at the bow of the ship. The Sect Master of the chaotic era heretical sect felt a little wronged by Julian's attitude. "At any rate, I was once the Sect Master of the chaotic era heretical sect. Can't you be a little more tactful?" But she said bluntly, without any courtesy, "Do you know the phrase, living under someone else's roof? You're alive now entirely because of me, understand?" Hearing this, he quickly replied, "I need some face too, right?" As soon as his words fell, Julian slapped him away. "I'm just not giving you face." This action made the Sect Master of the chaotic era heretical sect very angry, but besides stammering, he couldn't do anything. "You," she said calmly in an arrogant tone. "What, you? Call me master." However, the other party was still a little unwilling. Seeing this, Julian raised her hand, preparing to attack with true energy, and said loudly, "If you don't listen, you'll be turned to dust." After a while, the purple furball trembled and obediently called out, "Master, master, I was wrong." Only then did she continue the previous topic with satisfaction. So the Sect Master of the chaotic era heretical sect seriously added, "I have a method for condensing blood buns here, which can quickly increase strength. When the corpses are strewn everywhere, I can condense blood buns for my master." Julian's eyes were sharp, and she immediately agreed, "Good." Suddenly, a person walked over and called out in surprise, "Julian, it seems you've taught this guy well." The newcomer was shrouded in a sinister aura, his eyes crimson, very frightening. But she seemed to be used to it and commented, "Demon son, it seems your lotus root body is getting better and better." His left arm stretched out unnaturally, his tone cold. "Father found the innate demonic lotus for me in the sacred land of the demonic heaven domain, and created this body." The demon son clenched his right wrist and said happily, "I feel stronger than before." Suddenly, a rushed report came from a distance. Immediately, a person in a black cloak clasped his hands, bowed his head respectfully, and said, "Demon son, Saintus, ahead is Kongyuan city of the Shanqin domain. Should we begin the massacre of the city and extermination of the sect?" Hearing this, Julian curled her lip in contempt. "Kongyuan city is just a remote small city and there are no decent sects. It's really not worthy of being the first battle for my demon clan's army." This made him a little puzzled. "What do you mean, Julian?" At this time, she just lowered her head in silence. After a while, Julian curled her lips into a sinister smile. Her face showed many red birthmarks, and she decided, "Change course to Hayuan city and directly destroy the Bayou sect and the Wood Profound sect." As soon as her words fell, the demon's son also showed a cunning look and commented, "This idea is not bad. Bayou destroyed my body. This demon's son has long hated him to the bone." At this time, the subordinate scratched the back of his head and reported, "Saintus, demon's son, the demon lord once said that we should start the attack from Kongyuan city. Otherwise there will be complications." But the other party deliberately talked back. "What complications could there be? The Shanqin domain has been weak for so long, no matter where we attack from, it won't affect the overall situation." Julian's eyes were vacant as she ordered, "Change course to Hayuan city." After hearing this, the person in the black cloak could only lower his head and reply, "Yes." The ship had already reached a place with lush trees. A burly bald man spoke up, "Big brother, below is the Bayou sect." After speaking, the Blackbeard chieftain smiled slightly and ordered, "You two go and destroy this sect, then destroy Hayuan city. Leave no one alive." Suddenly he leaped up, jumped off the ship's side and shouted loudly, "2 people are not needed." The bald man from before jumped down from the ship and said domineeringly, "I alone am enough." He landed in a large courtyard, his face covered in wrinkles, his eyes full of killing intent as he snorted. Seeing only a watchdog in the courtyard, the bald man immediately judged, "No one, only a dog." The dog's posture was a bit strange, but he didn't pay it any mind. So the bald man walked towards Tinlong Wang without any mercy and raised his sword. "Don't blame me. Big brother said to leave no one alive, not even chickens or dogs. Who told you to be a dog?" But the only response he received was its pair of incredibly sharp eyes. When he swung his sword, a golden light suddenly appeared around Tinlong Wang, blocking the blow for it and simultaneously shattering the blade. Seeing this, the bald man panicked slightly, gritting his teeth. "What? This aura is that of a demon king, a demon saint." His eyes grew more nervous and he shouted with his mouth wide open. "No," he continued, speaking as he looked at the animal sitting in the golden halo. "It's a demon lord." As soon as his words fell, several beams of light that seemed to have a life of their own rushed over and pierced his body, then a splash of blood flew out, signifying the result of this battle. Who was the victor? The sky was still very blue at this time, and the Blackbeard chieftain sat high above basking in the sun, but his heart was burning with anxiety. He asked, "What's going on? It's been so long, why hasn't he returned? There isn't even the slightest sound from below." His brows furrowed tightly as he ordered, "You two go and see. Report immediately if there's danger." As soon as his words fell, one of the other two men confidently accepted the order. "Let us go, we guarantee we'll complete the mission." The two jumped off the roof and saw someone sitting at a stone table. They were very puzzled. Why are there only two old folks? But the people below remained very calm and continued with their business. The man without a shirt, revealing a strong and sturdy body, said, "You two old geezers were asking you, this is the Bayou sect, right?" But he only received Auntie Wang's cold reply, "My vegetables are a bit dirty." As she threw the vegetable stalk forward, she mocked, "Some vegetables are not meant to be eaten." Who would have thought that the seemingly fragile vegetable stalk would shoot out like a dart, swiftly piercing the head of the man with long flowing hair and hook-like hands? This action enraged the person beside him, who shouted, "What, you?" However, he could not escape the same fate as the man before him. Old man Li still maintained a calm attitude. "My tea is also a bit dirty." The Blackbeard chieftain waited for half an hour without seeing a single subordinate return. He anxiously slammed the table and stood up. "What on earth happened below? Why is there no sound even after the twin fiends went down?" The other subordinates on the ship also began to guess with doubt. Could there be a powerful figure stationed below? No matter how powerful, it's not enough to make the twin fiends disappear without a sound, right? A subordinate standing next to him suggested, "Big brother, let's activate the Yuan crystal cannon. No matter what's down there, one shot will blow it all to smithereens." Hearing this, the Blackbeard chieftain looked into the distance and thought for a moment, then said, "I originally didn't want to use the Yuan crystal cannon. After all, Yuan crystals are too precious. It seems now I have no choice but to blast everything below to ashes." After receiving his permission, the Yuan crystal cannon was pushed forward. Seeing his subordinates bring out their trump card, the Blackbeard chieftain ordered, "On my command, fire." Before he could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "What are you doing?" The Blackbeard chieftain saw Li Shu standing before him and was stunned for a few seconds. He asked a very foolish question. "When did you get here?" He also replied calmly, "When you weren't paying attention." He angrily clenched his fists and cursed, "Damn it, when were we not paying attention?" Li Shu pointed his finger and explained, "Believe it or not, I'm not the only one who came up." Hearing this, the Blackbeard chieftain was greatly shocked. His eyes wide and cold sweat dripped down. At this moment, Tinlong appeared from somewhere holding a nearly empty wine bottle and asked, "Do you have any good wine?" The subordinates were startled when they saw several more people appear, not knowing when they had come aboard. "What? There are more people?" Lu Yuan and Yang Jianfeng were standing with a small boy at this time. Shi Dian sat excitedly watching. "When does the fight start?" At this point, a few subordinates also began to feel a little scared, stammering, "Even a child is here." Bei Tangshui found it interesting and sat observing the warship. "This ship is quite interesting. It even has a Yuan crystal cannon." The Blackbeard chieftain's men had experienced a series of accidents, and it wasn't just one child. A subordinate reported worriedly, "Big brother, we've underestimated them." This was the first time someone had boarded their pirate ship. He was already furious, and hearing this news, he shouted even louder, "Is our wolf bandit gang not cruel enough?" Then the Blackbeard chieftain fiercely slapped the subordinate, giving him no time to dodge. He confidently announced, "Brothers, these few people are no threat to us. Kill them." As soon as his words fell, 3 beams of light suddenly flashed before him, startling the Blackbeard chieftain. A second later, the wine jug in his hand was thrown directly at his head, causing the Blackbeard chieftain to fall to the ground with a bloody nose. It wasn't over. Tinlong proceeded to effortlessly take down a few more subordinates, causing them to fall one after another onto the deck. Seeing that he had already made the first move, the people from the Bayou sect also enthusiastically flew to the center to join the fight. The subordinates fell one by one onto the ship's boards, and the Blackbeard chieftain looked at the person opposite him in surprise. "What? A demon lord." He approached, stroking his thick beard. "I ask you, where's the wine?" The Blackbeard chieftain replied with a tremor. "In the warehouse below." Hearing the answer he wanted, Tinlong turned and quickly went to find it. Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten, "If the wine is bad, I'll come back and twist your head off." He was a renowned figure, yet now he was beaten so badly, kneeling on the ground unwillingly. "What's going on? How can a mere small sect have a demon lord-level great demon stationed here? This is too unscientific." While he was thinking, another subordinate ran in panically to report, "Big brother, it's not good, we can't win. These people are incredibly strong, we can't beat them at all." The chieftain couldn't swallow this and came up with a desperate plan to use the small Yuan crystal cannons to blast them to death. The scene switched to the Yuan crystal cannons being readied. Several subordinates followed orders and began to line up with the cannons. Yang Jianfeng asked blankly, "What is this?" Bei Tangshui immediately frowned and replied, "Be careful of this type of small Yuan crystal cannon, its power is immense." Seeing that everything was ready, he ordered, "Blast them for me." Instantly, a series of booming explosions echoed on the ship. The Blackbeard chieftain laughed triumphantly. "Can you be as cruel as our wolf bandit gang? I'll blast you all to death." He coughed twice from the smoke and then said, "This thing's power is indeed great. A moment of carelessness could lead to serious injury." Lu Yuan also managed to reply, "I've never seen such a strange thing before. If there were a few more, I'm afraid they could directly annihilate a sect." She waved her hand to disperse the smoke and said, "This type of Yuan crystal cannon requires a large amount of rare Yuan crystals to be consumed, and Yuan crystals are only found outside this domain. The human emperor realm doesn't have this thing at all." The Blackbeard chieftain's laughter grew louder and louder. "Are you fools? Our wolf bandit gang roams the four seas. How could we not have some tricks up our sleeves? Now that I've brought out the Yuan crystal cannons, how will you deal with it?" Suddenly a pair of feet stepped up and stood before him. It was Bayou. He opened his arms and said majestically, "I'll use my mythic gold armor, enough to render you helpless." Unaware of the situation, the Blackbeard chieftain continued to roar, "Armor? Are you kidding me? You want to use armor to block a Yuan crystal cannon? Naive." After speaking, he raised his hand and ordered them to be blasted to death. Following his command, the subordinates continued to aim their cannons at the people from the Bayou sect. The explosions sounded continuously, forming a massive blast. At this moment, the ship was also ablaze, filled with smoke and dust. The Blackbeard chieftain asked disdainfully, "Kid, blasted to smithereens, aren't you? This is the price of naivety." His confident gaze suddenly changed, and his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Bayou stood there unharmed majestically before him and said, "Once I put on the mythic gold armor, there's nothing you can do." The Blackbeard chieftain couldn't believe his eyes. "This armor is completely unscathed. How is that possible?" Only then did he begin to seriously question, "Who sent you?" The Blackbeard chieftain remained stubborn. "We, the Wolf Bandit gang, do business with integrity. We've roamed the world and our reputation comes first. We'll die before we sell out our employer." Hearing this, Bayou simply pointed forward. "Grant their wish." Then the Blackbeard chieftain's men suddenly fell backward. Everyone fell to the ground, some spitting blood, others unconscious. Li Shu quickly drew his sword, pointed it at the Blackbeard chieftain who was lying on the ground and ordered, "Kneel." With his face pressed against the ship's boards, he began to beg for mercy and fear. "Wait, don't kill me, I'll talk. It was the Shanqin sect that wanted us to annihilate the Bayou sect." Bayou crossed his arms, a mocking smile on his face. "I still prefer the way you looked just now, all rebellious and untamed." Then he ordered execute him. Afraid of death, he offered a deal. "Don't, I can offer you a treasure map." But it was too late. Before he could finish speaking, Li Shu had already swiftly cut him down with a single strike. The Blackbeard chieftain had gone to meet his maker. After dealing with the Wolf Bandit gang, Li Shu curiously asked Bayou, "Master, they're taken care of. What about this pirate ship?" He replied without hesitation, "I'll give it away." Suddenly at this moment the system prompted, "Disciple Li Shu's rebate chances for this month have been used up. 17 days remaining until rebate chances are refreshed." He was about to say, "Thank you, Mast," but was interrupted by Bayou turning away. "No need to thank me, I'm not giving it to you." He turned to look at Bai Tangshui. "Bai Tangshui, this pirate ship is yours." She quickly replied yes. Instantly the system prompted, "Disciple Bai Tangshui's rebate chances for this month have been used up. 17 days remaining until rebate chances are refreshed." Seeing that he wouldn't get a rebate from giving it to this female disciple either, he turned to leave. "Forget it, I'm not giving it away," he thought to himself. "Damn, both of your rebate chances are used up. I'm running out of disciples." Just then, as if hearing Bayou's complaint, the system suddenly prompted, "A person suitable for recruitment as a disciple has been found in the central square of Hayuan city." Hearing this, his face lit up with joy and he blurted out, "What? Did I hear that right? After so long, there's finally news of a third disciple." A while later, Bayou and Lu Yuan arrived at the central square of Hayuan city. He looked at the altar and said, "This used to be the central square of Hayuan city, but it was later occupied by the three-color altar. I've had people seal off the surroundings. It should be empty." "Where did the disciple come from?" he asked the system again. "System, where's my disciple?" The screen displayed feedback. "You have arrived at the disciple recruitment location. Please use all means to recruit the third disciple." Bayou stroked his chin and thought, "Disciple recruitment location. Could it be that my disciple is inside the three-color altar?" The scene switched to a high-hanging sun, its light glaring. Lu Yuan surveyed the surroundings and reported, "Sect Master, we've dug 3 feet deep and caught all the ants in their nests, but we haven't found anyone." He looked up at the sky and murmured, "Could it be that the only way to find the third disciple is to enter the three-color altar?" "Right." Bayou turned to ask him, "Lu Yuan, do you know how to activate the three-color altar?" Lu Yuan raised the fan in his hand and replied, "It's recorded in books that the three-color altar is a divine object. It can be opened by sacrificing the soul and blood of a demon. The higher the rank of the Dan script, the higher the rank of the demon required for the sacrifice. The rank of this three-color altar is not low." He immediately thought of Tianlong and then guessed, "The high-ranking demon you're talking about, is it Big Wolf?" He also nodded with an After a long while, Bayou decided to go back first. "I'll go back and discuss it with Big Wolf, see if he's willing to sacrifice himself for me, his Sect Master." The scene switched to the Hongyi courtyard where Tianlong was being toasted. "My lord, this servant toasts you." But suddenly, in the midst of his enjoyment, he sneezed. At this moment, Tianlong was holding a girl, wondering with confusion, "Strange, I'm already in the demon lord realm. Can I still catch a cold?" Back outside, a report came from the Shanqin sect. "Holy Master," it was Ling returning to report to Chen Chang. "The Wolf Bandit gang failed. The entire army was annihilated with no survivors. He couldn't help but be greatly surprised. A small sect in Hayuan city actually wiped out the notorious wolf bandit gang without a sound. Could it be that the wolf bandit gang's reputation is undeserved, that they're too useless? The subordinate stood up and added, "The strength of the wolf bandit gang is not weak. I'm afraid this Bayou sect is not simple." Tiancheng couldn't contain his anger and slammed his palm on the table, shattering it. A force that can easily annihilate the wolf bandit gang has quietly emerged in the Shanqin domain. How can it be simple? He felt something was wrong, and murmured his analysis. Thinking about it now, I've discovered many suspicious points. It's very likely this Bayou sect is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Then he ordered, "Go investigate this thoroughly for me." The next morning at the Bayou sect at this time, Bayou finally decided who to give the pirate ship to. "Bei Tangshui, this pirate ship is yours today." Hearing this, Bei Tangshui was puzzled. "Didn't you say yesterday you weren't giving it away?" he said with a fake smile. "Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Today I can give it." As soon as he gave it, the system immediately displayed a notification. "Gifted disciple Bei Tangshui a pirate ship, activating a 10,000x rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained a divine sea warship." This made Bayou happily exclaim, "Oh, divine sea warship, what a domineering name." "Good stuff," Yuan spoke up. "Sect Master, I've inspected the pirate ship. The most precious thing is the ship's sea source crystal core. This thing doesn't exist in the human emperor realm. Once it's used up, this ship will have little combat power left." Then he took out a stack of papers. "Also, I found a treasure map." Bayou took it and opened it to see where the treasure map led. "Can you tell?" Lu Yuan immediately replied, "I've checked the records. The terrain on the treasure map is not from the human emperor realm." His gaze was serious. "However, this treasure map was treasured by the pirate chieftain, so it's not an ordinary item." Yang Jianfeng suddenly ran in panically to report, "Sect Master, something big has happened." Seeing him run in flustered, he spoke up, "Yang Jianfeng, nothing good ever happens when you show up. What is it this time?" Yang Jianfeng then said, "The demonic heaven domain suddenly changed its course. Instead of attacking the Shanqin domain immediately, they are taking a detour through the endless sea to enter Hayuan city directly." Lu Yuan heard this and blurted out in surprise, "What?" Bayou felt something was unusual and asked with doubt, "Why is Hayuan city the target? Could it be they discovered the demon's son from the Phantom City has something to do with this place?" He couldn't understand or guess the reason, but their objective was clear: attack Hayuan city first. Yang Jianfeng began to urge, "Sect Master, think of something quickly." This made him fall into deep thought. Bayou crossed his arms and asked, "How long until the demon army from the demonic heaven domain arrives?" He hurriedly replied, "The demonic heaven domain's army is moving relatively slowly this time. It will take at least 2 days to get here," Lu Yuan said worriedly. "Sect Master, we can't fight an entire domain with the strength of a single city. Not even an immortal could do it. Let's evacuate first. We definitely can't retreat to Jiu Mountain," he calmly instructed everyone. "Don't panic. First, throw the old turtle over to hold back the demonic heaven domain. Then immediately notify the entire Shanqin sect about this and see how they react before we make a plan." The red giant demon looked down, knew it had reached its destination, and said, "We're here," it continued, its low voice echoing in the wind. "The reincarnated Dark Snow Empress that the Heavenly Fire Empress spoke of is hiding here." The blue giant demon suggested, "Then let's just use the Red Lotus karmic fire to destroy this place, scorch the earth for 100 miles around and ensure no life can survive." Hearing this, the red giant demon immediately flew away and cursed, "Reckless. It won't be too late to act after we confirm it's the Dark Snow Empress." Below, Bei Tangshui sensed something, her gaze suddenly wavering. She felt a somewhat familiar power, looked up at the sky, and tried to guess the source of this aura. Bei Tangshui's eyes became resolute. "She's here." Bayou stood beside her, finding it strange, and asked, "Why do you look so pale? Who's here?" She hurriedly reminded him. "No time to explain, run." Li Shu stood there, not understanding what was happening, and asked in confusion, "Junior sister, what's going on? Have the demons arrived early?" Bei Tangshui's face was pale as she shouted, "It's the aura of the Heavenly Fire Empress. She's here. Everyone run!" Before they could react, a voice sounded, making Bei Tangshui look up in anger. "Where do you think you're running?" The 2 giant demons landed, blocking their path. She took a wary step back. Bei Tangshui glared at them angrily, and the monkey on her shoulder also squinted at them, looking displeased. Feeling the imposing aura of the 2 demonic beasts, Lu Yuan couldn't help but tremble. The oppressive feeling from these 2 great demons is too strong. What realm are they at? Definitely no weaker than Big Wolf. She still stared at the 2 demonic beasts with eyes full of hatred, gritting her teeth and saying, "It's not the Heavenly Fire Empress, it's her 2 great demon subordinates." The red demonic beast sneered, "Dark Snow, why would the Empress need to deal with you herself? The 2 of us are enough." Seeing that they were only targeting Bei Tangshui, Bayou asked Bei Tangshui, "Are they here for you?" She replied, "Yes." Then she worriedly asked for Bayou's opinion. "Master, I have a request. These 2 great demons are not something the Bayou sect can handle. Can everyone leave first?" Bayou held her hand and said gently, "What foolish things are you saying again?" Bei Tangshui's face flushed red as he announced domineeringly, "I am here." Bayou's words made her face even hotter, and she screamed inwardly, "Ah, how embarrassing. I'm already this old. Why do I feel that Master is so amazing?" The red giant demon ordered, "Listen up, bring that woman over." He slowly asked, "Why?" It said arrogantly and contemptuously. "Why are you worthy of asking why? Just obey the order." Hearing its words, Bayou said disdainfully, "Obey the order, and you are worthy of ordering me?" The blue giant demon immediately roared, "Insolent, we are from the celestial court that rules over all living beings. Disobeying us is defying the will of heaven." Looking at the two giant demons, Hayuan also became a little dejected. The celestial court, these two great demons are actually from the celestial court. Li Shu, who was beside him, confirmed, "Although the celestial court has collapsed, I heard it is still presided over by a peerless king. It seems that's not false." Yang Jianfeng disliked these two giant demons and announced menacingly, "So what if it's the celestial court? If I had met them in the past I would have made them kowtow long ago. But now I, Yang Jianfeng, am very arrogant. If they dare to provoke the Sect Master, dare to provoke the Bayou sect, I will kill them." The phoenix giant demon became even more arrogant. It shouted at the blue demon, "Cut the crap. If we don't teach these lowly people a lesson, they won't know fear." The blue giant demon's face turned dangerous. In that case, it emanated a power, preparing to attack. "I will let you know the difference between us." The Bayou sect side was not afraid either. Li Shu ordered, "Attack," Hayuan said. "Let them know that the Bayou sect is not a place for the two of you to act wild." This giant demon was very strong, just its aura sent rubble flying. His men had to retreat as soon as they charged. Just now they were full of vigor, but now they had to admit, as expected of people from the celestial court, they truly have strength. Seeing the other party at a disadvantage, the giant demon became even more arrogant. "Before us you are like ants that can be crushed at any time. We are the gods who control your fate. Kneel and beg for forgiveness." A sudden attack interrupted its words. Bayou blasted the giant demon with a cannon, sending it flying onto its back. Now it was his turn to mock it. "No one can act pretentious in front of this Sect Master." The other giant demon flew in the air, looking at the cannon with a blank expression. "This is a Yuan crystal cannon. How can a poor remote place have such a powerful weapon?" The demon that was just attacked stood up. "Damn it, you have blasphemed the gods. All of you will die." Just as it regained its might, it was hit by another cannon blast. Bayou said with a look of disgust, "I don't care if you're a god or not," he emphasized with a murderous look on his face. "Even if you are a true god, if you dare to touch my disciple, I will kill you all the same." Yang Jianfeng laughed triumphantly. "That's my Sect Master beating this fox to the ground." Bayou stood majestically by the cannon, the smoke from the Yuan crystal cannon still lingering in the air. The giant demon roared fiercely. "What a disgrace to be knocked down by a group of lowly people." His expression was very calm, but his actions were extremely decisive. He controlled the Yuan crystal cannon, aimed it at the demon, and fired a powerful purple energy. A loud bang was heard, and Bayou was extremely excited. "Here's another one for you." A powerful blow shot towards the giant demon, which quickly shrank its massive body to dodge the energy released by the Yuan crystal cannon. He watched the giant demon with interest, shrinking to dodge. The giant demon was enraged. A powerful blue demonic aura emanated from its body, forming the shape of a claw, and the surroundings grew dim. It roared, "Lowly creature, you really think you can hurt me? That was just my carelessness." Bei Tangshui and the Tongbei Heavenly King shouted worriedly, "Master, be careful." The demonic aura from the giant demon's massive claw reached for him. "You're dead." Bayou didn't react, just stood there confidently and shouted a name, "Big Wolf." In another place, Tianlong was intimately holding Jin Lian, who held a wine cup in her hand, her cheeks flushed red. "My lord, this servant toasts you." She held the wine cup with both hands and respectfully presented it to him. He smiled with satisfaction. "No more drinking. Jin Lian, you are the only person in Hayuan City who doesn't mind my appearance. This lord is very pleased." Tianlong held her in his arms and walked forward. "Such a beautiful night, let's get down to business." Jin Lian giggled in his arms and reached out to stroke Tianlong's chest. "My lord." Jin Lian admired his grandeur, his heroic spirit. She slowly reached out to touch his face, her cheeks burning. Tianlong looked at her gently, his eyes full of affection. "This lord is so happy. From now on this lord will definitely treat you well. Let me give you a kiss." Before he could finish speaking, with a loud bang, she fell heavily to the floor. While he was nowhere to be found, Jin Lian looked around blankly. "My lord," a streak of light flashed across the sky, her cries still echoing. "My lord, where are you?" Back on the pirate ship, facing the giant demon's claw full of demonic energy, Bayou remained calm, which made it even more confident. "Not moving, scared silly are you?" Dinlong suddenly appeared in front of the giant demon, stunning it. The giant demon's eyes widened, its face full of shock. With a smack, he and the giant demon lightly touched lips. Two pairs of horrified eyes stared wide, looking at each other speechless. He stood behind, his eyes also suddenly glazed over, staring wide-eyed at the scene before him, very interested in this scene. The other disciples of the Wood Profound sect were all stunned. Yang Jianfeng stuttered, "What kind of wild scene is this?" Hayuan was actually interested in the scene between Tianlong and the giant demon. How interesting, realizing who he had just kissed. Tianlong spat in disgust and pushed the demonic beast's face to the side. "What is this thing?" The giant demon screamed in horror. "I am no longer pure." Tianlong angrily slashed with his razor-sharp claws, the pain causing it to tilt its head back. "You ugly thing, that was this lord's first kiss." The giant demon staggered to its feet and, not to be outdone, stared back at him. This is infuriating. Whose first kiss wasn't it? You kissed me first, it roared, transforming back into its giant form, demonic energy swirling around it, and shouted at Tianlong, you dare to defile me, I'll kill you. The giant demon lifted its leg as thick as a pillar, preparing to crush him like Mount Tai. Tianlong slightly bent his knees, lowering his body to gather power. Being defiled, it's you who took advantage of someone. He lunged at it. With a swipe of his claw, the giant demon bled profusely in great pain. A phoenix in the sky watched the fight below with anger. Demon Lord realm, there's actually a demon lord here. A small, remote and poor sect is actually full of hidden talents. The other big fellow below heard its words and said irritably, what hidden talents? More like a hidden wolf and hidden bugs. It bared its sharp teeth and roared, no more playing. I'm going to end this battle with a killing move. The demonic energy radiating from this giant demon erupted like a tsunami, carrying immense destructive power. It roared, mortals, you've crossed a line today. I now sentence you to death. In the distance, Bei Tangshui worriedly rushed in front of Tianlong to block. Be careful, this is the red lotus flame, it can melt everything. Her palm gathered internal force and ice arrows spun at absolute zero, the powerful cold energy tearing through space. Bei Tangshui's petite figure struggled to hold on while the giant demon still stood tall. She attacked with difficulty, saying laboriously, my realm is too low, I can't hold on for long. It opened its ferocious mouth wide mercilessly. Bei Tangshui, you're not even a 10,000th of your peak self now, you can't block this. The Tongbei Heavenly King trembled with anger and a loud bang was heard. Who? It transformed back into its giant form, 2 to 3 times larger than the giant demon. It looked at the scene before it in surprise. It's that divine ape, it's still alive. To think the Heavenly Fire Empress's strike back then didn't kill it. The Tongbei Heavenly King was burning with rage, raising its fist high and smashing it towards the giant demon. No one can harm Master. It was forcefully struck in the leg by the phoenix giant demon descending from the sky. The Tongbei Heavenly King roared in pain. It circled back into the air, its face full of anger. Divine ape, you and Bei Tangshui are the same. Even if you didn't die, you've already fallen from grace. What do you have to fight me with? Auntie Wong and Old Man Li were drinking tea when they saw the pirate ship appear in the azure sky and couldn't help but be surprised. She held her teacup and leisurely asked him, what do you think? The old man said calmly. I'll just watch from here. Auntie Wong brought the teacup to her lips, took a sip and smiled faintly. Then let's watch. The pirate ship still floated gently in the air. She continued, let's see how that kid Bayou breaks this stalemate. Bayou stood behind the Tianjin cannon, pointed at the giant demon and ordered, blast it. Yang Jianfeng adjusted the cannon's direction according to his instructions and said, I'll do it. The Tianjin cannon was aimed at the giant demon, which was focusing its attention on the Tongbei Heavenly King and Bei Tangshui. Only then did the giant demon notice the other side. When the Tianjin cannon fired, it immediately created a golden shield shining with divine light. The giant demon bared its teeth triumphantly at the cannon that had just fired. I have the Empress's magic weapon. Do you really think the Yuan crystal cannon can hurt me? I was just playing around. Before it could be proud for long, cracks gradually appeared on the golden light on its face. The giant demon held on, but the divine artifact inside its body exploded. Fragments flew everywhere, and a dazzling light enveloped it. The fragments flew out from its body, and the power of the divine artifact pressed down on the giant demon, causing it great pain. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Its mouth hung open. What's going on? The Empress's magic weapon shattered. It looked in surprise at another divine artifact, a thing that looked like a ship with 3 cannons slowly sailing over. The giant demon hadn't recovered yet. This divine artifact looked like a cannon that could move on its own, and one of the cannons was still emitting purple smoke as if it had just been fired. That ship was getting closer and closer to the pirate ship. The giant demon staggered to its feet, looking on in confusion. What is this? A heavy footstep sounded on the ship's boards. Bayou stood majestically on the ship's rail. His voice was sonorous and powerful. I was just playing around. He had a straight face, but the corners of his mouth were turned up. Now the fun is over. The giant demon was hit by a powerful purple energy, a fierce blow that sent it flying. The giant demon roared in pain. This is a very high-grade Yuan crystal cannon. One shot injured both my body and soul. Li Shu stood not far away observing. When he saw the divine artifact Bayou had just used, his face was blank. Such a huge thing, I've never seen it before. Lu Yuan beside him was also blank. The power is too terrifying. This giant beast is no match for the ink giant warship. As expected of the Sect Master, he never disappoints. To think he'd pull out such a super weapon at a critical moment. Bayou lowered his arm and decisively ordered the kill. A barrage of cannon fire was launched simultaneously, leaving the great demon standing stunned and helpless. A massive explosion roared. It howled in pain as waves of cannon fire directly bombarded its enormous body, causing it to vomit blood, its legs no longer able to support its massive frame. The great demon shrieked in despair, tears streaming from its eyes. Save me, blood splattered. Purple smoke enveloped its upper body, as if about to devour its massive form. The other great demon circled in the air. Seeing its companion so swiftly annihilated, it couldn't believe its eyes and shouted in anger. Trying to escape? How could this be? How can there be such a powerful superweapon in this world? Run. Bayou sneered as he watched it prepare to flee and said lightly, seal this city, don't let it escape. Before it could fly out of the pirate ship's range, the great demon was surrounded by a group of guardians. We're here. It showed undisguised contempt for its opponents, spewing flames. You think you're worthy of stopping me? The flames engulfed everyone, the great demon said smugly. Overestimating yourselves turned to dust, however, its flames had no effect on the guardians. One of them charged forward excitedly. All right, brothers, all eyes on me. Seeing the scene before it, the great demon stared at them in a mixture of anger and terror, its jaw agape. What? These people are completely unharmed. What kind of armor is this? Those people all rushed towards the great demon. The guardians recited an incantation in unison, combining to form legs. Then the body and arms were formed. The crowd stood under the falling flames, cheering them on. They had combined into a powerful body, clad in formidable red and yellow outer armor. Finally, they put on the helmet. Its crimson eyes and sharp teeth made it even more imposing. Bayou was stunned. Looking at Lu Yuan, his mind was full of questions. What is this, a transformer? He excitedly showed it off to him. Sect Master, this is a combination technique created by the Guardians. I've always wanted to show it to you. This is its first time in actual combat. The Guardians had combined into a massive entity, standing tall before the great demon. Demon, I'm bigger than you now. It looked at the Guardians with contempt. What is this thing? Big doesn't mean strong. It couldn't be bothered to waste more words on the great demon. Its right arm was raised high, clenched into a fist, awaiting the command to act. Brothers, focus all our power into the right fist. Kill. With that, the Guardians thrust their right fist forward with a forceful push, unleashing immense power that shone with a brilliant light. The fist shot straight towards the great demon, sending it flying. The great demon only had time to cry out in terror. What? Bayou walked forward happily, his face beaming with pride for his Guardians. Interesting. The combination technique they created focuses the power of all 18 Guardians to a single point to erupt. Their strength has indeed increased significantly. The Bayou sect is full of talent, the great demon roared madly. Stupid commoners, I am the divine guard of the Empress. To lay a hand on me is to defy the Empress. Before it could finish its threat, the divine artifact was already closing in. When it saw the 3 cannon barrels aimed at itself, its eyes widened. A loud boom echoed as a torrent of firepower fiercely bombarded the great demon's body, making it scream in agony. At the critical moment, the great demon used its ultimate move, transforming into hundreds of millions of copies. The sky was instantly filled with tens of thousands of crows scattering in all directions. It sneered, if I want to leave, you can't possibly stop me. Seeing this, Yang Jianfeng's brows furrowed. Good grief, turning into tens of thousands of crows, how are we supposed to kill them all? Bei Tangshui was equally worried. It can't be allowed to escape. Once it gets back and the Heavenly Fire Empress learns everything, she will take action herself. But Bayou showed no sign of worry, even a hint of excitement on his face. All worry stems from a lack of firepower. But now we have plenty of firepower, so there's nothing to worry about. The crows created by the great demon, whether real or fake, were all scattering. It continued to threaten, just wait until I return with the Empress's army to wreak endless revenge upon you. He paid it no mind, simply shouting majestically, Divine Sea Warship 360-degree all-round scanning attack. That divine warship was precisely the Divine Sea Warship, now hovering in the midst of the flock of crows created by the great demon. Bayou continued to give orders, don't let a single crow escape. A huge explosion sounded, and explosions of various sizes appeared in the sky, each one a crow being annihilated. The fleeing great demon watched as the illusions it created were almost completely destroyed and panicked. What? How can these Yuan crystal cannonballs hit me so accurately? Bayou stroked his chin and looked up with satisfaction. A superweapon like the Divine Sea Warship already has hints of the high technology from my previous life. It's very useful. I wonder where the system got such a good thing. The illusions it created were gradually being consumed by the flames. The great demon turned and roared in defiance. Stop, mortal cultivators, how can you defy the lofty Empress? You are treasonous, defying the will of heaven. Before it could finish speaking, the great demon was hit by another blast from the Divine Sea Warship and let out a miserable scream. The flames enveloped the great demon's body. In its despair, it could only scream with no other recourse. Burn my soul, burn my blood, burn my bones. At the moment of life and death, the great demon roared and transformed into a fiery meteor to escape. In an instant, the great demon turned into a streak of red light and sped away. Bei Tangshui sensed something was wrong and said worriedly, Oh no, that beast is burning its own life force to escape. Lu Yuan looked up angrily. Its speed was too fast, making it difficult to pursue. The great demon flew away at high speed. Now only a head remained, its body a blurry red light. To think I had to expend half my life force to escape. I hate you. You can't even imagine how terrifying the Empress is. You will regret this. She will burn you all to death with heavenly fire. At this moment the ninth sun finally awakened. It let out a powerful roar, then soared triumphantly through the sky, letting out a hearty laugh. The evolution is finally complete. I, the golden dragon, feel an unprecedented power. Ninth sun immediately surrounded the great demon, taking it by surprise. Then the ninth sun opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and announced at the same time, Powerful one, here I come. At this moment the great demon cried out in extreme surprise. What is this? Then it quickly screamed in terror. Heavens, a golden dragon! How can there be a golden dragon here? Before being completely devoured by the ninth sun, it could only say in despair, I never expected this place to be full of hidden masters. Lu Yuan witnessed all this and frowned in surprise. Terrifying. To think the dog at home has grown to such a powerful state. After eating its fill, the ninth sun reverted to its dog form and quickly flew to Bayou's side. It asked happily, Sect Master, what did I just eat? It tasted pretty good. Bei Tangshui beside him quickly answered for him. That was a great demon from the celestial court, stronger than the third prince. Then it noticed the lizard lying by the warship, its mouth watering. Tisk, there's another one here. I'll go eat it too. Bayou quickly covered its mouth and said directly, you can't eat this one, I have other uses for it. This made it instantly dejected. Then the ninth sun suddenly burst into flames, making him turn pale with fright and shout, Doggy, what's wrong with you? It immediately turned into a streak of light and flew away, but didn't forget to leave a message. I swallowed that demonic beast just now, there's too much energy, I'm starting to evolve again. Sect Master, I'm going back into seclusion. At this moment, Bayou signaled to Hayuan. Hayuan, didn't you say the three-color altar needs a high-level demonic beast sacrifice to open? Now we have one. Drag that demonic beast corpse over here. As soon as his words fell, the system suddenly sent a notification. System prompt: the divine sea warship's Yuan crystal energy is about to be depleted. Please replenish the Yuan crystals. Seeing this, he happily asked Bei Tangshui, you said Yuan crystals are only found in the outer domains. How do we get to the outer domains? She answered with considerable certainty. As far as I know, in the human emperor realm, only the celestial court has an exit to the outer domains. There are no others. He immediately held his chin and calculated. It seems that going to the outer domains to find Yuan crystals is not reliable. It's better to just find the third disciple and get a direct rebate, that's faster. At this moment she took the initiative to speak. Master, about the heavenly fire empress, I want to explain it to you. But he just patted her head and said, no need to explain. He bent down to her eye level and soothed her with a smile. I don't care about anything else. I only know that you are my disciple. If someone bullies you, I will beat them up. Bei Tangshui was stunned in disbelief and asked back, is it that simple? Bayou immediately nodded in agreement. It's that simple. Then she smiled happily. She thought to herself, after cultivating for countless years, I emerged from a glacier. Perhaps because of my innate ice attribute constitution, I am naturally cold and my heart is like ice. I used to have only one friend, the Lord of the Celestial Court. I never took the initiative to get close to others, and I hated being close to others. She looked at Bayou intently and thought, it's different now. Then her whole body was enveloped in a blue light and gradually froze, and the surrounding air also grew cold. Bayou was panicked. His face turned pale as he asked, Bei Tangshui, what's wrong with you? The monkey on her shoulder quickly explained, her heart has thawed. He didn't understand. Her heart thawed. Then why is her body freezing? Then it jumped onto his shoulder and began to explain in detail. This is a good thing for Master. In her past life her heart was too cold. Now that it has been warmed, Master has entered a state similar to an epiphany. It looked at Bei Tangshui and continued, these feelings are a new realization for her which can help her improve her realm and comprehend the great Tao. At this time in the Shanqin hall, Ling was kneeling and reporting, Holy Master, there is good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Tianchong said calmly, the bad news first. He immediately said, the army of the demonic heaven domain is attacking. They will be here in less than 2 days. He stood up in a panic and shouted, what? Then he gritted his teeth in anger and said, as expected, after so many years, the demonic heaven domain has finally made its move. He immediately stood up and continued, the most important thing is that we have no chance of winning. Over these years, the demonic heaven domain has grown stronger and stronger, while the strength of our Shanqin domain has been continuously declining, to the point of being the weakest of the 9 domains. In the end, Ling's face became grave as he concluded, we are no match for the demonic heaven domain. Hearing this, Tianchong clenched his fists and cursed, damn that Bayou sect, damn that Bayou. If it weren't for him, this holy master would have already refined the blood buns. My realm would have broken through long ago. This holy master wishes he could slice the Bayou sect into 1,000 pieces. But Ling quickly changed his expression and reported, this is precisely the good news I'm about to tell you. The demonic heaven domain is coming from Hayuan city, which is also where the Bayou sect is located. He immediately stroked his beard triumphantly. So that's how it is. This is truly beyond this holy master's expectations. Serves them right. Let the army of the demonic heaven domain crush the Bayou sect to dust first. He immediately shattered his fantasy. Holy Master, the Bayou sect is ultimately just an appetizer. We must find a way to deal with the behemoth that is the demonic heaven domain. Tianchong hesitated and calculated. For now we'll remain inactive. After the Bayou sect is destroyed, this holy master will personally take action. Ling immediately retorted, that's not a solution. He quickly gestured, what do you mean? He immediately approached Tianchong and whispered in his ear, Holy Master, like this. Ling began to tell him his plan. It's unknown what the plan was, but as soon as Tianchong heard it, his eyes widened and he asked back in surprise, what? A moment later, he gathered everyone from the Shanqin domain and made an announcement, but they all replied in unison. Holy Master, at this critical moment of life and death, how can we remain inactive? We should mobilize all the forces of the Shanqin domain to resist the army of the demonic heaven domain together. He immediately asked loudly, resist, are we a match for the demonic heaven domain? An elder quickly replied, we must resist even if we're not a match. Our Shanqin sect is the ruler of a domain the Holy Master cannot sit idly by. Another elder upon hearing this chimed in. That's right, the demon ancestor wants to enslave the human race of our Shanqin domain. How can we let them invade? Tianchong immediately retorted loudly, elders, if you want to go, then you few can go and fight a decisive battle with the army of the demonic heaven domain, to display the might of our Shanqin sect. They immediately fell silent, stammering in reply. He began to switch to persuasion. This holy master is also thinking for the Shanqin sect. Instead of throwing an egg against a rock, it's better to plan before acting and preserve our strength. Hearing this, several elders expressed their agreement. Actually, what the holy master says is right. I agree with the holy master. But Lu Shang had a different opinion. Instead of throwing an egg against a rock, it's better to adapt to the situation. He immediately stated his thoughts, Holy Master. Once the demonic heaven domain enters the Shanqin domain and begins a massacre, I'm afraid there will be devastation. Tianchang sat in his chair and pointed to his head triumphantly. Say no more, this holy master has already made a decision, he continued to persuade. In my opinion, all the forces of the world have now gathered in Hayuan City, preparing for a decisive battle with the demon army in Hayuan City. As the leader, our Shanqin sect should send a large army to resist the demon army together. We may not be without a chance of victory. He refused to listen and even retorted angrily, in that case, our Shanqin sect has even more reason not to go out. Let them consume the strength of the demon army first. We will preserve our strength and wait for the right time. Hearing this, he retorted angrily. Holy Master, as the ruler of the Shanqin sect, how can you say such things? If word gets out, your reputation will plummet. Tianchang finally couldn't hold back his anger and said, insolence. He immediately stood up and warned, Lu Shang, you dare to lecture this holy master? Seeing this, he frowned unhappily. Although his eyes were full of unwillingness a moment later, he had no choice but to kneel and bow his head in apology. Holy master, forgive me, I was also thinking for the Shanqin sect. In the sky, a warship sped like the wind. The demon sun stood at the side commanding the legions, with Julian by his side. He looked down below, a cunning smile on his face, as if victory was already in his grasp. Just one more day until we reach Hayuan City. I can't wait. I want to crush that Bayou right now. Just then, a flash of light appeared before the two of them. The old turtle charged over with a heaven-shaking momentum. They watched, wondering what it was. The demon son was stunned, a slogan appearing in his mind. The old turtle is here. The demon race shall call me father. Julian was also stunned, unable to react, looking at the words, look at your grandpa, come fight me if you're not convinced. Although the old turtle stood there, it was complaining in its heart. Bayou, you're not human, making me, the old turtle, block the way here. Truly vicious. Something unexpected had happened, and the demon son was a little flustered. He muttered, the old turtle is here. The demon race shall call me father. Look at your grandpa, come fight me if you're not convinced. How could this be? Daring to provoke my demon army, you're looking for death. Blocked by the thing in front, Julian said angrily, trying to block us with a turtle demon. How naive, the demon son ordered. Men, blast this turtle in front of me to smithereens. His legions followed the order and launched a series of attacks on the old turtle. However, the old turtle stood there safe and sound, completely unharmed, with only a little smoke from the recent attacks on its body. Seeing the old turtle unscathed, the demon son said in surprise, what, not even a scratch? At the Bayou sect, Lu Yuan came to report, Sect Master, the great demon has been sent to the three-color altar. The ritual can begin, Bayou ordered. Let's go. Just as the two were about to leave, a woman walked over from an unknown place. Venerable One, we're here. Taoist Qingyun walked forward with her legions and reported, all several thousand disciples of my wood-profound sect have arrived at Hayuan City, awaiting the Venerable One's command to resist the demons. At the same time, another group of people ran over. One greeted, Sect Master Bai, we're here. Another said, long time no see, Sect Master Bai. Yet another spoke, Sect Master Bai, we heard the demonic heaven domain was invading, so we rushed over immediately. Looking at the newly arrived crowd, Lu Yuan was a little surprised. These are all cultivators who were saved by the Sect Master in the Zhongtian sacred domain. I didn't expect everyone to come, one of them shouted. Sect Master, the demonic heaven domain is attacking. The Bayou sect is in trouble. The person next to him continued. Whether it's for the Shanqin domain or to repay Sect Master Bai for saving our lives, we will do what is right. We've come specially to fight alongside the Sect Master, Bayou said with great momentum. Good, no more nonsense. The Shanqin domain will be victorious. The people below also responded. The Shanqin domain will be victorious. The Shanqin domain will be victorious. The Shanqin domain will be victorious. A voice sounded. The holy master of the Shanqin sect has made no move, Lu Yuan still said with some struggle. According to the news from Lu Shang, the holy master is determined to remain inactive, letting us fight the demonic heaven domain to the death so he can reap the benefits. After hearing this, Bayou's face became dangerous. The Shanqin sect's decision doomed it to failure. After this battle, the Shanqin sect will be unworthy of its position, and the Shanqin domain will have no ruler. At the three-color altar, looking at the great demon, Bayou pondered. Now that Bei Tangshui and Li Shu's rebate opportunities have been used up, my ultimate weapon, the divine sea warship, is also lacking Yuan crystals, its power greatly reduced. If I can successfully take in the third disciple at this time, many difficult problems will be solved. The more Bayou thought about it, the more nervous he became. This was the only hope of defeating the demonic heaven domain, otherwise they could only flee. After standing for a while, Lu Yuan asked, Sect Master, shall we begin? Bayou replied seriously, let's begin. Receiving the instruction, Lu Yuan immediately circulated his spiritual energy and began the ceremony. 7 stars of the Northern Dipper govern and rule. He focused all his demonic power to summon, then chanted an incantation while casting the spell. East, west, south, north, protect life and move forward. The great image in the sun shines upon all living beings. As the ancient incantation sounded, a source of demonic power was injected into the great demon's body, causing it to float in the air. Streams of spiritual energy immediately surrounded the entire hall. Seeing that there was progress, Yuan said happily, "Sect Master, it's working." At the same time, Bayou was still watching Yuan's work, asking himself in his heart, "Is my third disciple really hiding in the three-color altar? I'm really curious what's inside the three-color altar." A stone bird appeared, majestic like an ancient phoenix. Seeing this, Yuan said, "Sect Master, a door has appeared." Bayou also replied, "I'm going in to have a look." But then Yuan stopped, a little concerned. "Sect Master, the three-color altar is mysterious and unfathomable. Even the celestial court cannot touch it. To just go in like this, I'm afraid," Bayou interrupted. "How long until the army of the demonic heaven domain reaches Hayuan city?" Yuan replied. "I've already sent the old turtle to block the way. They'll be here in 2 days at most." Bayou didn't answer immediately, seemingly thinking about something. Then he instructed, "In 2 days, if I haven't come out, everyone retreat to Jiu Mountain. Do not defend Hayuan city to the death." Bayou turned around, and as the golden magic power in front of him erupted violently, he clenched his fists, a dazzling light engulfing the entire space. He thought to himself, "Recruiting disciples is the foundation of my foothold in this world. I can't let a single one go." Suddenly a green light flashed, instantly taking him away from this place. Before Bayou was a completely unfamiliar scene. Ancient buildings built on huge rocks floating in the air around them were winding great rivers, surrounded by peaks that pierced the clouds, creating a scene that was both mysterious and magnificent. Bayou asked himself in astonishment, "Where is this? What a magnificent world." A dark red token suddenly fell from the sky. He was stunned, frowning slightly, and said, "This is." He quickly reached out and grabbed the token, then said, "This is a return token given to me automatically by the three-color altar. It seems I can't leave this world without it." Bayou stood majestically in the air, holding the token and examining it, a thin mist swirling at his feet, his voice slowly sounding. "Moreover, the spiritual energy here is extremely abundant, at least 10 times denser than in the human emperor realm. This is truly a sacred land for cultivation. I didn't expect there to be a world of cultivation behind the three-color altar." A strange sound suddenly came, startling Bayou. His gaze quickly turning to the source of the sound, the sky suddenly turned gray as if dyed with ash. From a high place, a huge black ghostly hand tore through the clouds and reached over. Bayou's eyes widened, his mouth agape. Cold sweat slid down his cheek. He stammered, "What's going on? Where did this giant hand come from?" The giant hand descended from the sky, crushing the ancient buildings on the floating rocks. Under the immense pressure of the giant hand, those ancient buildings creaked and then shattered, as if they were just fragile toys in the hands of a giant. Bayou stood stunned, watching everything happening before him with wide, horrified eyes, unable to believe it. The giant hand released its grip in the air and countless fragments rained down from the buildings that had turned to ash. In the rolling dust, celestial demons with red horns and disheveled hair rushed down in a panic, their small figures weaving through the falling ruins, their cries for help echoing through the chaotic air as they fled. Help below, a white-haired celestial demon with red horns was waiting, her gaze like fire. She roared loudly, her voice full of majesty. "Quick, the titans are invading, prepare for battle." A huge titan emerged from the dense fog, its entire body covered in steel-like black muscles, its fingernails as blood-red as dried blood, exuding a chilling and ferocious aura. Its face was empty. Where the eyes, nose, and mouth should have been, there was only a strange form. 4 red glowing orbs connected in a strange oval shape, as if the primordial eye of the universe was awakening. The titan lowered its giant hand, and its voice, deep as thunder, overwhelmed the entire sky, its menacing power shaking the heavens and earth. "The ETU plateau needs new seeds. Hand over the current demon ancestor." Bayou unconsciously took a step back, awed by its immense size, and said in a low voice, "What is this thing, a creature larger than this continent?" Suddenly the titan stood up, its arm pointing straight to the sky as if preparing to unleash a thunderous strike. A fierce blow from the titan's hand struck down, crushing the buildings and sending fragments flying everywhere. High above, Ebony Wen and the celestial demons hovered in the air, forming a battle formation. The atmosphere was tense, all eyes fixed on the enemy ahead. Suddenly, Ebony Wen shouted, "All celestial demons, hear my command, protect the young demon ancestor with your lives." The titan's wrath erupted. It roared and went on a destructive rampage, crushing the surrounding boulders and sending them flying. Bayou stood motionless, stunned by the devastating fury before him. His gaze flickered between surprise and disbelief. Everything before him was gradually exceeding his imagination, making him blurt out, "What is this situation? What kind of vast world is this? This battle is too exaggerated." A full-scale assault was about to begin, the tension reaching its peak. The members of the celestial demon army gathered in the air, each one channeling the power of dark magic, creating burning purple energy orbs in their hands. The air vibrated with the accumulated power. Ebony Wen commanded the troops, shouting, "All celestial demons, hear my command, unleash your strongest attack. Kill the titan." The entire army charged forward like a storm, purple light scorching the sky. The titan also approached, standing tall amidst the chaos. It whispered contemptuously, "Only the ignorant would choose to fight." As soon as its words fell, the two sides clashed, the heavens and earth suffocated, and the battle began. The celestial demons attacked simultaneously, unleashing fierce demonic power, attacking the titan with a unified shout. The battle was extremely fierce, the scene before them like a chaotic nightmare. Bayou stood quietly, witnessing everything. In his eyes, the tension was gradually reaching its peak. He slowly spoke, "Everyone here is a super powerful being. What on earth is this place?" The Titan roared in anger, swinging its giant hand like a steel wall, blocking the celestial demon's attacks, then counterattacked, sending them flying. It clenched its giant hand, crushing the celestial demons into a bloody mess, dyeing the entire sky red. In the midst of the fierce battle, a person's voice suddenly sounded, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Stop." A slender girl suddenly appeared in the chaotic space. Her beautiful face was like a sculpture, her deep eyes seeming to contain the entire galaxy. On her beautiful Xinyan, 2 small horns mysteriously protruded. She was Jiaoyu. Her mysterious appearance and otherworldly beauty made Bayou blush, and he whispered softly, "Is this girl the third disciple I'm looking for?" The system suddenly chimed with a ding, accompanied by the familiar voice. "System prompt, the third disciple has appeared. Please recruit her as soon as possible." After hearing this, Bayou's face immediately fell, the corner of his mouth twitching, and he looked sideways at the formless space where the system was. He gritted his teeth and emphasized, "System, look clearly. Is this a battle I can participate in?" Ebony Wen and the white-haired female celestial demon immediately flew over as soon as they saw Jiaoyu appear, blocking her. The female celestial demon said seriously, "Young demon ancestor, you haven't fully evolved yet. You can't fight the Titan." Ebony Wen also continued, her eyes firm. "We'll hold it off. You leave quickly." She ignored all the persuasion. She still firmly stayed, even knowing the danger ahead, but Jiaoyu still chose to fight to the end with everyone. She said from the bottom of her heart, "No, since I was born, everyone has been protecting me. Now I want to protect everyone." Suddenly the Titan approached Jiaoyu and spoke. "Current demon ancestor, you have finally shown yourself. Come with me to the ETU plateau. You will blossom into the most beautiful flower in the world there." Jiaoyu raised her head, her eyes cold, and replied flatly, "In your dreams, the demon race will never be slaves." The Titan roared and ordered, "You can't leave." Her neat Xinyan instantly came undone, replaced by long flying hair surging with brilliant golden-orange power. The energy swept through her arms like a fierce storm. Unstoppable, Jiaoyu floated angrily in the air, her long hair flying in the wind, surrounded by burning golden-orange flame energy. Her inner power was awakening, reviving with every beat of her angry heart. "I'm going to kill you." Ebony Wen was panicked, cold sweat dripping down as she saw all this, her eyes filled with worry. Oh no, the young demon ancestor has transformed into her demonic form. The white-haired female celestial demon next to her also shouted helplessly, "Young demon ancestor, no, you can't use your demonic form yet." On the barren clearing, Bayou stood stunned, his astonished gaze fixed on the gray sky. Everything that had just happened, the voices of Ebony Wen and the white-haired female celestial demon were still echoing. "You haven't fully grown up, stop quickly or you will damage your foundation." Bayou unconsciously blushed, his eyes widened and his breath caught. He said in confusion, "This is the fully transformed Jiaoyu. She wears a tight fiery red battlesuit, outlining every inch of her alluring curves. Her brown hair has turned to shiny white gold, flowing like a silver stream, surrounded by a dazzling light. Faced with this devastatingly beautiful face, Bayou seemed to be hypnotized, standing frozen in place, his eyes glazed over, blood dripping from his nose, his hands hung limply, as if he had lost control, his sanity seemingly stolen mercilessly by that beauty. Apparently even the Titan was shaken by that beauty. As Jiaoyu approached, its cheeks flushed red. Seemingly seizing the decisive moment, Ebony Wen and the white-haired female celestial demon spoke at the same time, their voices echoing on the battlefield, decisive and full of majesty. The white-haired female celestial demon's lips curled upwards, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. "It's working, the Titan is mesmerized." Ebony Wen raised her weapon and shouted loudly, "All forces concentrate your attacks on the Titan." The entire celestial demon army attacked simultaneously, waves of purple energy surging like a flood. A thunderous strike shot directly at the Titan's enormous body, illuminating the entire battlefield in a destructive light. They shouted in unison, "Kill!" Bayou was jolted awake. He widened his eyes, hastily wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, and said, "What's going on? What happened to me just now?" He looked up and vaguely saw Jiaoyu's figure floating in the air, stammering as he looked at his third disciple, who was called the young demon ancestor. Her face appeared clearly in his sight again, causing him to lose himself once more. It was a beauty beyond this world. Bayou unconsciously returned to his previous state, his face blank, lost in that beauty to the point of a nosebleed, his mind wandering. No, this third disciple is toxic, I can't look at her," he said in despair. Suddenly a powerful burning force fell like a meteor. It collided head-on with the monster's black steel arm. This power carried not a sacred majesty, but a pure hellish killing intent, violent, furious, and absolutely ruthless. This blow forced the black-armored warrior back. His eyes immediately widened, and he cried out in terror, "Damn it!" As expected of the young demon ancestor, she has the power to topple all beings even before she's fully grown. A young girl emerged from the smoke and dazzling light. Her white gold hair flowed like a silver galaxy in the daytime, her eyes shining with a fiery red light. Though she was small, the aura she exuded seemed to freeze the heavens and the earth. The Jiaoyu didn't shout, but simply said, "Cut the crap. Today I'll make sure you never return." Every word was like a death knell, making even the distant spectators tremble. The Titan god still sneered, trying to maintain its last bit of arrogance, and laughed. That's just your wishful thinking. The atmosphere turned grim, the sky seemingly solidifying from the rising killing intent. From within the dark armor with iron pipes embedded in his body, he reached out and stabbed his own eyes. At the same time, the Titan god spoke again in a cold voice. Today I must. His low voice was filled with resentment and a crazed determination. Take you with me. A chilling sound was heard as he allowed his own hands to plunge deep into his eyes. As if breaking a seal, blood gushed out like a red river, yet he didn't even tremble or show a hint of pain. Opposite him, the young Bayou watched this scene with a pale face, his brows tightly knitted. This guy is ruthless. To avoid being mesmerized, he directly blinded all four of his eyes, while under the spell, the space shattered. The monster brandished a massive fist filled with demonic energy. Dark and flashing with purple lightning, it struck at its opponent. The Titan god roared again. Now I can't see you. What can you do to me? The blow was like a mountain torrent, crushing the earth. The warriors below had no time to dodge and were sent flying like fallen leaves in a storm. Young demon ancestor, we can't stop the Titan god anymore. You have to leave now, her companion said anxiously, eyes filled with worry and despair, but she just shook her head gently. I'm not leaving. You've always protected me. This time I'll fight alongside you. Her voice was calm but firm as steel. Her words echoed across the battlefield like a flame ignited in the darkness. But the enemy Titan god had already discovered them. Fight alongside me? Ridiculous. You can't leave even if you wanted to. A low roar like thunder sounded, and a giant purple demonic claw descended as if the sky were collapsing. The space seemed to freeze, and the world fell into a second of silence before the fury arrived. Both girls were ready. A piercing scream rang out. The celestial demon venerable, she raised her hand and summoned a purple spear, piercing the void and heading straight for the giant's palm. The purple light seemed to tear through space, dispelling the darkness that enveloped them. Under the fiery sky, the sound of light and darkness colliding echoed through space. The Titan god, with its world-destroying power, was approaching step by step, its eyes cold. He raised his giant palm, his low voice echoing. If you were a fully grown celestial demon venerable, you might have taken half my life. But as you are now, you're not worthy. A blow like the sky collapsing and the earth sinking pierced through the energy shield, creating a violent shockwave. She was pushed back, but her gaze didn't waver in the slightest at that moment behind her. Her companions couldn't just stand by and watch. Protect the young demon ancestor, a majestic cry rang out. But they were sent flying by a wave of the giant's hand. He shouted, Get lost. A fierce wind swept past, carrying everything away. Now no one can save you. Come with me to the ETU plateau, the giant announced coldly. The hearts of the witnesses seemed to clench. The young demon ancestor's companion rushed over, shouting, Young demon ancestor, how dare you stop? She, who was once protected, now had a face that was no longer bright, her silver hair flowing like moonlight on the bloody battlefield. Is there no escape? Just then a figure swept by gently, pulling her away from the immediate danger. In that decisive moment, a flame suddenly ignited from below. The divine travel talisman, with a power far beyond expectation, streaked across the space like a bolt of lightning. He, who had thought himself the strongest, now stumbled, his eyes filled with surprise and fear. What was that? He asked in terror when he realized an unpredictable change had occurred after the fierce battle with the Titan god. Everything seemed to have quieted down. She slowly opened her eyes, a hint of confusion and surprise in her gaze. I'm fine. In the silence, a question full of astonishment rang out. Before her stood a young man with shining white gold hair. You saved me. Who are you? He lowered his head and said, a little awkwardly but earnestly, Let me introduce myself. Before he could finish, the young demon ancestor's angelic face turned him from a normal person into an abnormal one, with blood gushing from his nose. But then the young demon ancestor's companions quickly rushed over, their eyes worried. Young demon ancestor, are you all right? The person who had just saved her was still covering his face in shame when he suddenly spoke up. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bayou. But before he could finish speaking, another voice rang out. Hurry, let's leave this place first. A serious voice sounded, bringing everyone back to reality. Hey, I haven't finished my introduction yet. Bayou shouted helplessly at their departing backs. The azure sky suddenly became oppressive. The Titan god's giant foot extended over, casting a shadow that enveloped the land. In that moment, all hope seemed to be snuffed out in midair. Titan god revealed a cold smile, its low voice echoing. Come with me, the ETU plateau is your final destination. Oh no, we can't dodge it. The companion's terrified scream sounded as the huge black shadow pressed down like a collapsing mountain. In an instant, the Titan's foot fell with terrifying force. The earth trembled, setting off a massive explosion that seemed to tear the sky apart. Smoke and dust rose and rubble flew everywhere. As the thick smoke gradually dispersed, three small figures lay on the cracked ground, panting from having just escaped the Titan god's clutches of death. So dangerous, we were almost crushed to death by the giant demon. In the heavy atmosphere, a trembling voice spoke up. The three of them had not yet recovered from that near-death moment. Who saved us? A question echoed in the dim space. At that time, none of them had reacted, only knowing that some force had intervened at the critical moment. Do I have so little presence? A gentle voice sounded. Just then, a figure walked over from a distance. Young Master Bayou is the mysterious benefactor who acted in the moment of despair. Ladies, I'm here, that voice sounded, making the two girls look back for a moment, instantly stunned. Was he the one who had just saved them from the clutches of death? Thank you, young master, for saving our lives. To think you're from the human race, that weak, lowly, cursed little race. The two companions of the young demon ancestor spoke at the same time. Weak, lowly, cursed. A flash of surprise appeared in Bayou's eyes, but the surprise didn't end there. When one of them asked about the mysterious young master's identity, he gently pushed his hair aside, revealing a confident gaze. Bayou, Sect Master of the Bayou sect. But just then, a roar came from a distance, making all three turn their heads. The Titan god hadn't left. He stood there coldly observing. Where did this human brat come from? A lowly race dares to interfere in the affairs of gods. The air grew heavy with the pervasive killing intent. From a high place, the mountain-like Titan god cast its angry gaze upon the four tiny people below. Its foot rose again and stomped down directly as if to crush everything. The immense pressure made the air crackle. Rubble flew everywhere, a blow that would terrify anyone. But at the moment of life and death, a decisive shout rang out. In an instant, the four figures disappeared from the danger zone, leaving behind a streak of light that seemed to tear through space. When the wind dispersed, seeing that the three of them were now safe outside the danger zone, the blue-clothed young man smiled faintly. It seems this young master has a teleportation magic treasure. How rare. May I know your esteemed name, young master? The young man just nodded slightly, but his face was a little gloomy. Bayou sect. Bayou. Do I have so little presence? I've said my name 3 times already. Bayou added, his half-joking, half-serious words echoing. On the other side, the demonic heaven domain was concentrating all its firepower on the old turtle. But it was completely unharmed, even closing its eyes and snoring. The disciples of the demonic heaven domain were both shocked and angry when they saw this. What's going on? Our attacks are useless against this giant turtle. It's even snoring. At this time, Julian noticed the situation. She quickly ordered, cease fire, everyone stop. The demon son saw this and approached, asking, Julian, what's wrong? She replied seriously. Let's go around it. Stop attacking this giant turtle, he said in surprise. But that will damage the prestige of our demonic heaven domain's army. Julian immediately explained, this giant turtle has thick skin and astonishing defense. I suspect the Shanqin domain deliberately placed it here to delay us. Report this to the demon lord and let him deal with this giant turtle. We'll go around it and directly destroy Hayuan city. Hearing this, his face darkened and he reluctantly agreed, fine. Then he gave an order to the remaining warships. All forces hear my command, advance at full speed and conquer Hayuan city. Back to Bayou's side, at this time he had already teleported to another place with the 2 young ladies and the young demon ancestor. They immediately clasped their hands in thanks. Bayou sect, thank you again for saving our lives. This is the continent of the pure-blooded demon race. It's been countless years since a human has appeared here. He immediately corrected. My name is Bayou, not Bayou sect. I am the Sect Master of the Bayou sect. My name is Bayou. The 2 young ladies heard this and replied honestly, it's not important. Your human names are all pretty much the same. Either 2 characters or 3. Hearing this, he retorted angrily, what do you mean it's not important? 2 or 3 characters are pretty much the same. May I ask what your name is? Ebony Wen immediately replied. My name is Ebony Wen Anel Ton Veen Mo Benosas Oddbio. Bayou was stunned and stammered, repeating Ebo, Ebony. In the end, he had to concede. Fine, you're right, she quickly asked. Young Master Bayou, why did you appear here? He pointed at Jiaoyu standing between them, then covered his eyes and turned his head to answer. I came for your young demon ancestor. Hearing this, the 2 immediately asked warily, what do you mean you came for the young demon ancestor? He happily gave a thumbs up and explained, I am her destined master. The 2 young ladies heard this and replied angrily, little friend, you can't just say things like that. Even if you saved us, you can't insult the young demon ancestor. Insulting the young demon ancestor is insulting the entire demon race. I will kill you first, then commit suicide. These words stunned him and he stared wide-eyed, not knowing what to say. Bayou scratched his head and explained, puzzled, I just want to take her as my disciple. I didn't mean to insult her. He sighed to himself. It seems recruiting this 3rd disciple won't be easy, but they were still stubborn and retorted. The young demon ancestor was conceived by nature, born from the boundless chaos. Let alone a master, she doesn't even have parents. The young demon ancestor is the purest blooded progenitor of the demon race in the world and even the progenitor of all demons. For you to be her master is an insult to all pure-blooded demons. Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow and said, this is serious, now this is troublesome. At this time a celestial demon found them and it quickly announced, you can't escape. This area has been sealed off. Young demon ancestor, you have nowhere to run. The 2 young ladies immediately erupted with power, preparing for a fight to the death. To think they caught up so quickly. We'll burn our demon blood and fight to the death. Jiaoyu saw this and also wanted to join. Sisters, since we can't escape, let's fight to the death. We can't lose the dignity of our pure-blooded demon race. Seeing this, they immediately stopped her. Young demon ancestor, no, you are the hope of the demon race. As long as you are alive, the pure-blooded demon race will always exist. Even if we die, we can't let you be captured. Bayou had been watching all this quietly. He suddenly put his hands on his hips and announced confidently, everyone, I can take the young demon ancestor away. But they didn't hear him, instead shouting in unison, prepare for battle. Seeing this, he stomped his foot angrily and shouted, you're ignoring me again. Am I a human, so I naturally have the attribute of being lowly? What I mean is, I can take the young demon ancestor away from this continent and completely escape the pursuit of the giant demon titan. They immediately changed their attitude and asked in disbelief, HMPH, are you telling the truth? Take the young demon ancestor away now. Bayou took the opportunity to negotiate. I know you're anxious, but try to calm down. She frowned with worry and said, young Master Bai, the survival of the demon race is at stake. How can we not be anxious? Please get to the point. I only have one request. Let the young demon ancestor become my disciple. At this, they still replied in unison. Young Master Bai, that's impossible. Let alone having the young demon ancestor become your disciple. Even you becoming her disciple is out of the question. He frowned and thought hard, not expecting the third disciple to be so difficult to recruit. While they were discussing, the Titan was already approaching. It raised its foot, wanting to end everything in one go. Be destroyed. Seeing this, Bayou immediately burned a talisman. Divine travel talisman, let's go. The group moved to another location. He anxiously calculated in his mind, only 3 divine travel talismans left. I can only run 3 more times at most. I have to solve this quickly. Bayou made up his mind and shouted, this can't go on like this. As you said, we can't escape now. It's only a matter of time before the young demon ancestor is captured by the Titan's demonic claws. They stubbornly retorted, you don't need to say anymore. This affects the dignity of the pure-blooded demon race. We can agree to anything else but this. He could only lower his voice and analyze, you'd rather let the young demon ancestor be captured than let her become my disciple. Can't you two tell what's more important? They immediately fell silent, not knowing what to say. This Bayou seized the opportunity to lecture. There's hope only when you're alive. Besides having her become my disciple, I will never make any other demands on the young demon ancestor. I can promise you that I will protect her and one day avenge your pure-blooded demon race. After hearing this, they said, we'll consider it. But before they could finish, Zhao Yu, who was behind him, spoke up, no need to consider. It's impossible. He didn't dare to turn back and could only say, young demon ancestor, I know your status is noble, but if the pure-blooded demon race disappears from the world, everything will be meaningless. She frowned and replied, you're overthinking it. It has nothing to do with status. Then she began to mock him. I've only said one sentence and you don't even dare to look at me. How do you plan to make me your disciple? Hearing this, Bayou frowned in thought. After a while he quickly negotiated. The moment I see you, I'm immediately mesmerized by you. Can you retract your divine power? Zhao Yu crossed her arms and replied unhappily. If you can remain sane under my charm, I will become your disciple. Hearing this, he stomped his feet and groaned in frustration. How can I possibly resist the charm? Even a god like the Titan couldn't resist it, let alone me. Ebony Wen quickly replied. The young demon ancestor is not yet fully grown, but her charm is not something an ordinary god can resist. If you can remain sane, you are barely qualified to be the young demon ancestor's master, Zhao Yu also added. If you can't, then get rid of that thought immediately. Bayou suddenly turned around heroically and announced, who says I can't? I don't believe it. But as soon as he turned around, he immediately lost his mind, started drooling and having a nosebleed and moaned. Aha! Seeing this, she snorted contemptuously. HMPH, while in a daze, Bayou was awakened by an urgent call. Young Master, wake up, wake up. He slowly opened his eyes, and before he was fully awake, Ebony Wen slapped him across the face, making him cry out in pain. She said urgently, the Titan is catching up. The huge monster appeared, roaring and announcing, human, you dare to interfere in the affairs of gods. I'll have all the humans on this continent buried with you. Before Bayou could figure out the situation, she pulled him along to escape, but they hadn't gone far when the Titan rushed over and blocked their way. Its terrifying weight made this place precarious, the ground shaking violently, and they had to struggle to keep their balance. Only then did Bayou come to his senses. He looked around and asked, Void Island, what is this place? She replied, this is the Demon Palace, where the young demon ancestor lives. The white-haired girl next to her also said, I didn't expect us to be teleported back here. The scene switched to a clear blue sky. A warship was suspended in the air, flying towards a majestic city surrounded by sturdy walls. On it were the demon sun and Wu Julian. He was very excited. We're here. Hayuan city is just ahead. Julian also revealed a demonic smile. Bayou, I'm back. I've brought back 100,000 troops and thousands of spirit boat warships. Let's see how you'll deal with this. The people from the Bayou sect were observing the situation from a distance. Seeing the warship getting closer, Lu Yuan said nervously, the demon army is here. Half a day earlier than we expected. Li Shu also began to feel anxious. Master hasn't returned yet. How long has he been gone? He quickly replied. It will be a full 2 days in another half day. The Sect Master said, if he doesn't come out after 2 days, we will retreat. Do we need to leave now? He resolutely refused. No, he frowned slightly and continued. Not to mention anything else, the 3-color altar is in the city. If we retreat and something happens to the 3-color altar, Master will be in trouble if he can't get back. Hearing this, Yang Jianfeng said decisively, in that case, let's fight and defend Hayuan city. I've long wanted to kill a few brats from the demonic heaven domain. Chang Yushan shouted, if we retreat, the common people in the city won't be able to retreat either. The people within 1,000 miles won't be able to escape the clutches of the demonic heaven domain. We might as well fight. Taoist Qing Yun also walked over from somewhere and said, today, heroes from all 4 corners are gathered. We must fight. Walking beside her was Wu Julian. Lu Yuan counted the people. Heroes from all 4 corners are indeed here, but the people from the Shanqin sect are missing. Are they still not making a move? Lu Shang was an undercover agent planted in the Shanqin sect, so he knew the situation best. He replied with shame, the Shanqin sect is still standing by with no sign of coming to aid Hayuan city against the demonic heaven domain. We can't wait any longer. Yuan shouted. In that case, all of you hear my command, prepare for battle. His face was filled with determination. The demon son and Wu Julian stood on the warship observing leisurely. She spoke up. These people seem to want to resist, he replied. I was worried they had already run away. Now let them know the strength of our demonic heaven domain's army. The demon son's face turned sinister as he ordered, all demons hear my command, kill. Raise Hayuan city to the ground, their shouts echoed in the air. Kill, annex the Shanqin domain, rob the money, rob the land, rob the women. Back to Bayou's side, the number of titans was increasing. Everyone panicked. 3 more titans have come. It seems this place has been sealed off, they roared. Young demon ancestor, you have no way out. Come back with me to the ETU plateau, that is where you belong. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiaoyu hurriedly said to Bayou, human, you should go. Staying here means certain death, he asked seriously. What about you? She replied helplessly. I will fight to the death and coexist with the demon race. This is my end. Bayou didn't want things to end like this, so he walked towards the titans. I'll try again. Jiaoyu immediately stopped him. It's useless. You can't pass this ancient test. The human race is inherently weak in willpower. Even the celestial god race, which is stronger than the titans, cannot resist my charm. Let alone a human like you. Bayou then asked. Aunties, is there really no other way? Ebo reluctantly replied. There is a thorn throne in the demon palace. If you can sit on it and endure unimaginable pain, you can stimulate your willpower. Hearing this, he was a little worried. She continued, however, the thorn throne is too dangerous. It's easy for one's soul to be torn apart and die, and even if you succeed in sitting on it, you may not be able to resist the young demon ancestor's charm, because willpower is not spiritual power and improving willpower is extremely difficult, let alone for a weak human like you. After thinking for a while, Bayou turned around. He walked with a determined stride and said, I'll go try. Jiaoyu panicked. You'll die if you go. Bayou just replied calmly, you are my disciple. I won't let you die here. The auntie turned to look at the contemplative her and said, this human is different from the ones we've met before. This person is indeed very brave. With disaster imminent, should the young demon ancestor reconsider? Jiaoyu still said firmly, the pure-blooded demon race is born noble. If he can't pass the test, I won't take him as my master. Even if I turn to dust. Bayou had already entered the demon palace. After searching for a while, he stopped in front of a magnificent throne. Bayou thought, is this the thorn throne? It seems the thick demonic energy on it is a great pressure for humans. He didn't hesitate and stepped directly onto the stairs, but as soon as he stepped on the first step, Bayou felt as if the stairs were collapsing and his body was falling. He held his head helplessly. It's too painful. This is the first time I've felt this kind of oppression that goes deep into the soul. Everyone followed him into the demon palace, and the auntie spoke up. As expected, just a mortal. He can't even stand just by getting close to the thorn throne and stepping on the first step. He ignored her words and pondered, I can't give up. If I can't take in the third disciple. Thinking of this, Bayou trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down. Now that the rebate chances are used up, facing the army of the demonic heaven domain, I'm afraid I'll be powerless and countless innocent people will die, Jiaoyu said with concern. He stood up again, she continued. It's useless. A miracle won't happen to an ordinary person. Bayou lifted his foot, tried his best to hold on. Suddenly, Bayou stumbled. He was dizzy and couldn't speak. He frowned and recalled his time in the modern era, asking himself who he was. Tears appeared at the corners of his eyes. I am Bayou from the modern city. He squinted his eyes tiredly. I am Bayou, the sect master of the Bayou sect. Bayou thought of himself and his disciples as motivation. Ebony Wenwen said, he didn't fall this time. Jiaoyu couldn't help but worry. But he's clearly not normal anymore. The oppression of the thorn thrown on one's spirit and will is unsolvable. If this continues, even if he doesn't die, his spiritual power will be crushed and he'll become an idiot. She panicked. He saved us several times. I'll go save him. There's no need to let him die here. Suddenly, thorns appeared from nowhere and stabbed straight at Bayou. This surprised Jiaoyu. The thorns have changed. Bayou came to his senses. I think I understand a little. He jumped up, which surprised Jiaoyu. He actually stepped on the third step, she said excitedly. Young demon ancestor, it seems we don't have to save him for now. Bayou walked step by step. As a transmigrator, the biggest difference between me and others, he forced a smile, is that I have 2 souls. He walked up the steps step by step. Just now the thorn throne put pressure on my soul, causing the souls of my past and present lives to start merging, Jiaoyu said in surprise. He's still moving forward. Ebony Wenwen continued. For a human to be able to do this is already incredible. He struggled to walk step by step, and before he knew it, tears were already streaming down his face. Having 2 souls means having 2 wills, although the will of the human race is weaker than other races. But the superposition of 2 wills is a very powerful existence. The Thorn Throne is definitely a top-tier divine object, at least at the level of a super-divine artifact, he continued to think. It can generate willpower pressure and also allow my 2 lives' wills and souls to merge, but I must continue to move forward to completely merge. Bayou stumbled and knelt. He was sweating profusely. But the pain of this fusion is real. Fortunately, as the fusion process progresses, my will and spirit are gradually becoming stronger, Bayou thought. The resistance of the Thorn Throne is also increasing. On the other side, cannons were firing purple magic. The human race was fighting the demon race, vowing to defend Hayuan city to the death and not retreat a single step. The demonic heaven domain will be victorious. You can't stop the advance of my demon army. Kill all the humans for me. Li Shu was fighting hard at this time. Kill, he looked at the increasing number of demons and said, damn it, there are too many demons, I can't kill them all. Suddenly something surprised Li Shu. Oh no, from the sky Wu Julian swooped down. Fortunately Li Shu dodged in time. She created a large crater. You dodged, Wu Julian smiled cunningly. Your cultivation has grown so fast. He drew his sword. It's you, you foolish woman. To think you didn't die in the Phantom City. She got into a stance. Fool, you're looking for death. With just one blow, Wu Julian sent Li Shu flying. He retreated, thinking, not only did she not die in the Phantom City, her strength has increased by an unknown amount, and why is she with the demon race? The demons ran over worriedly. Saintess, are you alright? Hearing this, Li Shu was very surprised. Saintess, you've become the Saintess of the demonic heaven domain, which means you've betrayed the human race. No wonder the demonic heaven domain mobilized its army to attack Hayuan City directly. It's all because of you, right? She pointed contemptuously and said, tell Bayou to come out, I want him to kneel before me in regret and despair. Faced with Wu Julian's arrogance, Li Shu tightened his grip on his sword. He rushed forward angrily. You think you're worthy of having my master act? I'm more than enough to kill you. Ah, she grinned. HMPH, Wu Julian instantly dodged, and Li Shu couldn't believe his eyes. Such a strange technique, she's indeed a demoness. Wu Julian laughed loudly. There's no distinction between good and evil in this world. Anything that can increase my Wu Julian's strength is fine. An explosion caused by purple magic occurred. As for the demon race, they were panicking about something. Bei Tangshui was using 1,000 miles of ice seal. Bei Tangshui looked ahead in surprise. Of course, Shi Dian was not absent from this battle. The little boy rushed towards the demons. It's my turn. Before they could react, they were shattered into pieces. As for the rogue cultivators, everyone was fighting with all their might. Chang Yushan said, 18 guardians, we are the last line of defense for Hayuan City. In any case, not a single demon must be allowed to enter Hayuan City. The demons were beheaded one by one, their blood spurting out. A rogue cultivator said, don't worry, old Chang. With the armor here, those brats from the demonic heaven domain won't get a single step past us. On the other side, a large ship appeared in the sky. The demon son stood on the ship pondering, what's going on? It's been so long. Why haven't we taken Hayuan City yet? A subordinate came to report, Your Highness, we've encountered strong resistance ahead. They admit that some of the young cultivators are particularly formidable. We've already lost tens of thousands of demons, but we still can't break through. His face darkened. Just a mere Hayuan City had thwarted his demon army. He had truly underestimated them. The subordinate asked, shall we send more demon troops? We still have 100,000 in the rear. The demon son replied confidently, no need. Using 100,000 troops to attack a small city like Hayuan City is giving them too much credit. He shouted loudly, where are the elders of the demonic heaven domain? A group of old men appeared and replied in unison, demon son, we are here. He immediately gave the order, go and kill those people and take Hayuan City as soon as possible. Dragging this on will damage the prestige of the demonic heaven domain. They obeyed. Yes, it will be as easy as turning over a hand. Then they disappeared. The scene switched to the Shanqin domain, where Qianchang was leisurely drinking tea. He asked, how is the battle in Hayuan City? Two beautiful maids were busy serving him. An elderly cultivator walked forward and replied respectfully, Holy Master, the army of the demonic heaven domain has arrived and is currently in a fierce battle with Hayuan City. Qianchang smiled slightly. Fierce battle? I'm afraid it's a one-sided slaughter by the demonic heaven domain. The cultivator hurriedly replied, I heard that countless rogue cultivators and sects from the Shanqin domain have gone to Hayuan City to fight. Shouldn't our Shanqin sect also send troops? Before he could finish, he was angrily interrupted. Send what troops? Those people dared to go without the Shanqin sect's orders. If they want to die, let them die, the old cultivator stammered. But our Shanqin sect has ruled the Shanqin domain for so many years, we are the rulers of a domain after all. Qianchang angrily kicked the wine jug in front of him towards the old cultivator. Frightening the old cultivator into silence, he ordered loudly, send a decree. After the demonic heaven domain takes Hayuan City, send people to negotiate. This holy master can give them money, land and women as long as the demonic heaven domain withdraws its troops. His words left the two maids a little confused. The elderly cultivator was speechless. Sigh, all right then, back at the demon palace. Bayou's weak voice sounded, the 11th step, the 12th step. Jiaoyu and her party couldn't help but wonder from behind, can he really succeed? The human race is truly a fragile yet strong race. Jiaoyu firmly asserted, the most dangerous moment is when he sits on the thorn throne, even I can't withstand it, let alone him. Bayou still walked slowly. The 13th step, he collapsed in exhaustion, panting heavily. The two aunties, afraid he would die here, hurriedly said, young demon ancestor, that's enough, let him come down. We've seen his persistence and strong determination. Why not agree to leave with him? Jiaoyu firmly refused. Don't try to persuade me, my conditions will not change. This is the last pride of the pure-blooded demon race. As for Hayuan City, the battle was extremely fierce. The righteous cultivators whispered helplessly, damn it, there are too many demon cultivators. It's almost a 5-on-1 fight. We're surrounded. If this continues, the situation will be dire. If the Shanqin sect had sent troops, it wouldn't be this bad, fortunately. Although the Bayou sect has few people, each one is incredibly strong. We can barely hold on for now. The elders of the demonic heaven domain appeared and everyone immediately raised their guard. These people seem to be important figures in the demon race. Kill them. Those people then used their evil arts. The cultivators were quickly defeated. The remaining few cultivators trembled in fear. Their strength is too terrifying, a one-hit kill, no chance to react at all. Suddenly, Chang Yushan, clad in mythic gold armor, appeared behind them. He said, "You deal with the others, leave these 5 old fellows to me." The demon elders, upon seeing this, were not worried but rather delighted. Is this the set of armor that the demon lord obtained in the Phantom City, even more powerful than demonic armor? The demon's son still covets this armor, let's take it back for him. He charged forward aggressively. None of you 5 will escape. The old demon was still very confident. You're looking for death. A lowly human, where did you get such confidence? Chang Yushan ignored his words and swung his sword, cutting off his arm. Only then did the old man scream in pain. He angrily announced, "Listen up, you brats of the demon race. My name is Chang Yushan, the Grand Guardian of the Bayou sect." The elders of the demonic heaven domain were in a panic, unable to believe it. How is that possible? A single guardian of the Bayou sect is this powerful. This set of armor is truly extraordinary. Let's attack together, Chang Yushan continued. And there are 18 guardians like me in the Bayou sect. As soon as his words fell, the other 17 guardians in mythic gold armor also appeared. The demons were greatly shocked. What's going on? Weren't we told there was only one set of this armor? Why are there 18 sets? Before they could react, the guardians began to attack them, shouting, "Annihilate them!" The demon's son was watching from above, a little flustered at this scene. 18 sets of armor. That incredibly powerful set of armor actually has 18 sets. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the demon's son's expression turned sinister. He said, "I want them all." An angry fist struck the ground. It was the fierce battle between Li Shu and Wu Julian. As she missed, he attacked from behind. "Foolish woman, I'm behind you." Li Shu's sword decisively slashed at her. Wu Julian fell to the ground in pain, but he didn't stop, continuing his attack. She was helpless and angry. "Damn it, Bayou hasn't come out yet, and I can't even kill his disciple." The Sect Master of the Chaotic Era heretical sect appeared and said to her, "Master, do you remember the method I mentioned for refining blood buns? It can quickly increase your strength." Wu Julian, with her brain of limitless stupidity, asked back. "What do you mean?" he patiently explained. "There are corpses everywhere now. Their spiritual energy has not yet dispersed. It's the perfect time to refine blood buns," she replied. "In that case, let's begin." A purple magic shot towards the piles of corpses. Wu Julian cast her evil art with a triumphant look. Li Shu witnessed this scene and sighed in confusion. Such an evil aura, what is this woman doing? At this time in the demon palace, Bayou was taking heavy steps, his body seemingly dragged down by an invisible weight. He staggered and panted. Half of it has merged. To completely merge, I'm afraid I have to sit on the thorn throne. Looking at the thorn throne that was within reach, Bayou thought, "I've been in here for a day now. The situation outside is probably not good. I must hurry." He didn't delay for a second and continued walking. The 17th step, although his body was on the verge of collapse, Bayou's legs still stubbornly took each step. Finally, after an arduous journey, Bayou stepped onto the 18th step, but his strength was exhausted, his legs gave out and he could no longer hold on. Bayou collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The scene switched to the battle in Hayuan City. Bai-Tangshui was fighting a group of demon cultivators alone. She used 1,000 miles of ice seal, causing them some panic, but unexpectedly her move was ineffective. Those cultivators were also surprised. Nothing happened, we're not frozen. Seeing this, Bai-Tangshui was very worried. "Oh no, I've used too much ice magic. My spiritual energy is exhausted." They seized the opportunity to take up their weapons and charge at her. At the critical moment, the Tungbei Heavenly King rushed forward and shouted, "No one can harm Master." As soon as its words fell, its body suddenly became huge, crushing all the demon cultivators. As for Wu Julian, after casting her evil art on the corpses, she laughed sinisterly. "Haha, powerful, unprecedentedly powerful." Julian spread her arms, releasing an evil power, and said arrogantly, "Li Shu, now you will die and become my nourishment." The fighting Li Shu suddenly stopped upon hearing this. He was panicked. "Oh no, my spiritual energy is almost depleted now." Before he could react, Wu Julian had already used her evil art. Faced with the sudden attack, Li Shu fell to the ground in pain. She shouted triumphantly, "If that waste Bayou doesn't come out, I'll twist off your head and send it to him." After saying that, she rushed up to attack him. Just when Li Shu was thought to be doomed, Wu Julian stopped. It turned out that Tianlong had appeared and grabbed her hand from behind. She was surprised. "What?" he said to Li Shu. "Go and meditate first, I'll deal with this woman." Wu Julian asked angrily. "Who are you?" Tianlong slapped her, then announced menacingly, "I'm your grandpa." Julian hurriedly retreated to defend, but he quickly closed the distance in just one step. He shouted loudly, "Harlot, I'll kill you." Wu Julian was puzzled. Harlot? She didn't know why he called her that. Tianlong launched his next attack, and fortunately Julian dodged in time. She gritted her teeth and thought, "Damn it, I've absorbed so many blood buns, yet I'm still no match for him. How can the Bayou sect have so many great demons stationed here?" He relentlessly continued to charge, using his sharp claws to constantly scratch her face, cursing nonstop. "You kind of woman deserves to die, bitch, harlot." Julian was furious and shouted in grievance, "Damn it, Wu Julian have never been cursed like this before." However, because her strength was too weak and she couldn't beat Tianlong, she hurriedly fled. She didn't forget to turn back and threaten, "You just wait, I'll go absorb some more blood buns and come back to tear you to pieces." The other rogue cultivators of the Bayou sect were also gradually running out of strength. They fought with the last of their energy, worried, "We can't hold on. There are too many demon cultivators. This is not a solution. We'll be overrun sooner or later. Damn demons, I'll fight you to the death." With a loud bang, rubble flew everywhere. The demon cultivators, armed with hammers, axes, and clubs, had already smashed a large hole in the city wall. Chang Yushan shouted in a panic, "Oh no, a breach has been made in the city's protective array." He fought while saying to Old Yi, "Take some men and defend it." Old Yi hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, I, Old Yi, will defend Hayuan City to the death. I won't let a single demonic heaven domain cultivator take a step further." After speaking, he and the guardians went forward to block the group of cultivators. Their eyes filled with hatred, the two shouted in unison, "Kill." Someone's pipe suddenly vibrated. Old Man Li was smoking a cigar while observing the situation, starting to get impatient. He said hurriedly, "It seems Hayuan City can't hold on. I'll stretch my muscles a bit. Don't let those demon brats bother us." At this time, Auntie Wang sat by and replied calmly, "What's the rush? That kid Bayou hasn't returned yet. Let's wait until that child returns." At the Shanqin sect, Tian Chang expressionlessly ordered his subordinate, "Send someone to negotiate. This half-day is enough for the demonic heaven domain to destroy Hayuan City a dozen times. The Bayou sect and those rogue cultivators are probably all dead by now." The elderly cultivator hurried over and reported, "Holy Master, news has come. Hayuan City has not been breached and is still holding on." The old cultivator's words opened the eyes of this frog in the well, and he asked in disbelief, "What? How is that possible?" Tian Chang continued in a panic, "A single city against an entire domain, and it hasn't been taken after so long. Is the information wrong?" The cultivator replied, "The information is correct. This matter is indeed shocking. Those people really held Hayuan City. The army of the demonic heaven domain can't even get into Hayuan City." He calmed down and asserted contemptuously, "Let's wait and see. It's probably because the demonic heaven domain isn't in a hurry to destroy Hayuan City. Once the demonic heaven domain really attacks, Hayuan City will collapse immediately." On the other side, the Bayou sect was still doing its best to defend Hayuan City. The demon's son saw the heavy losses among the cultivators and slammed his palm down in anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "This group of damn human cultivators is resisting so fiercely. I've already sent in another 20,000 demon cultivators." Suddenly a cultivator ran in, panting, "Demon's son, a few of the human cultivators over there are extremely strong and have already killed many of our demon cultivators." After hearing this, the demon's son's face darkened, and he became even more furious. He muttered, "If this continues, even if we take Hayuan City, we will suffer heavy losses." After thinking for a moment, he aggressively decided, "In that case, let all 100,000 demon troops attack and crush Hayuan City." The cultivator's face lit up with joy. "Your Highness is mighty. With 100,000 troops descending, Hayuan City will surely be annihilated in an instant." The scene switched elsewhere. Bayou was falling, causing Jiaoyu to panic. The Titan stared at them and said triumphantly, "You have nowhere to go, no escape." The people below all looked worriedly at where Bayou was. He was very tired now, and blood had unknowingly trickled from the corner of his mouth. He propped himself up and said weakly, "The final stage, I actually couldn't resist and passed out. The Titan demon is coming." Titan stretched out its huge palm and lifted the small island where Bayou, Jiaoyu, and the others were. "Got you." The ninth seed of the ETU plateau demanded. Inside it was pitch black. Jiaoyu seemed to sense something was wrong and was very worried. She said to Bayou, "Bayou, the demon race thanks you for everything you've done for us today." She continued, "You should go, it's all over." His face darkened and he gritted his teeth. "I'm not leaving." Bayou turned his head. "You are my disciple, I will definitely help you." Lan walked and said proudly, "It's useless, you don't need to sit on it. The thorn throne will only completely crush your soul and destroy your body." They continued, "Let's go, the ETU plateau can't wait." Suddenly something surprised Jiaoyu. Bayou broke out in a cold sweat and said uncomfortably, "How dare you? Bayou is truly sitting on the thorn throne. This is Bayou's disciple. No one can take him." The Titan laughed contemptuously. "Haha, a human's words will only make the gods laugh. You are just a tiny ant. I don't even want to crush you, because you are just dust." Seeing Bayou like this, Jiaoyu was panicked. Young Master Bayou actually sat on it. Ebony Wen also added, "To risk one's life to be reborn, this human is worthy of our respect." Suddenly, Bayou cried out in pain. "Ouch!" The Titan pointed at him and cast a strange spell. Two dazzling orbs appeared and they immediately shot purple light at Bayou. He also used his own magic, fusion. Bayou thought to himself, "It's already the final stage of fusion. I need more time." He stretched out his hand. To their surprise, this divine artifact was quite interesting. It was still the same strange light, but it seemed stronger than before. Bayou panted as he drew his sword as expected of a top-tier combatant. The divine artifact shattered in front of him with a single touch. The Titan said proudly, "Another divine artifact, ha, a divine artifact can't stop me in the slightest. A divine artifact is," but they also shattered. The Titan roared, "If there are no other life-saving means, then it's over." At this time, Bayou ordered 9 dragons up, and another light appeared. It rushed towards them. But strangely, they were unharmed. "This is the aura of a true dragon. You're getting more and more interesting. Even the gods want this kind of dragon corpse." The fusion in Bayou's body was approaching, and he kept urging it. "Faster, faster." Just as the fusion was about to be completed, unfortunately, it ended again. Bayou kept urging, wanting to complete the fusion immediately. On the other side, the old turtle was swimming leisurely. The human emperor realm was beginning to fall into chaos. Could this be a disaster? The old turtle continued. "The future is burning all over the great northern land, even the entire great domain. In my long life of countless years I always feel that this scene is a bit familiar. Suddenly, the 9-dragon banner on its back disappeared. The old turtle said in surprise. The 9-dragon banner suppressing me is gone. It flew up. It seems that Sect Master Bayou is in trouble. I should also return to the Dragon Palace. Back to Bayou's side, the Titan said. You are very interesting. You seem to have a little secret, but I don't plan to play with you anymore. They stretched out their huge palms to grab him. I'll kill you immediately and imprison your soul for slow interrogation. Seeing the terrifying scene about to happen, Bayou closed her eyes tightly, and Ebony Wen was equally panicked, and she blurted out, "Oh!" Bayou used all his strength to order break. Fusion, it's just a little short of success. The Titan placed its hand on Bayou, its fingers several hundred times larger than him, frightening Jiaoyu. I'm sorry, as the progenitor of the divine blood demon race I have to do this. I'm just afraid I can't leave if I hurt you. Suddenly she heard someone call out, "Disciple." She looked back and was surprised to find Bayou was right behind her. He said, "Your master is here." Jiaoyu felt strange, unable to believe her eyes. "What? You're not dead yet," he replied. "I said I would definitely save you. How could I die here?" he thought to himself. At the critical moment, the teleportation talisman is truly a life-saving divine artifact, Jiaoyu asked in confusion. You saw me, weren't you mesmerized by me?" Bayou laughed loudly. "You can't make me lose myself in the slightest now. I can see you without any scruples." "I am your destined master," Bayou said to himself. "I endured the extreme pain of the Thorn Throne. Now the souls of my two lives have completely fused and my willpower and soul have been greatly enhanced." Jiaoyu looked at him with admiration. "You're amazing," the other one sobbed and praised. "Young Master Bai is not only fine, but he also passed the young demon ancestor's test." When one also wiped away her tears emotionally. "Great," the Titan was angry. "You are just a human, yet you have escaped my pursuit several times. I am truly furious." Seeing this, Ebony Wen and her aunt were panicked. "Oh no, this is the world-destroying divine light. Young Master Bai, take the young demon ancestor and leave quickly." Bayou turned around. "Follow me." But Jiaoyu didn't listen to him. "I can't leave. The Titan demon has trapped me here." His 4 fingers formed a barrier, making it impossible to escape. He held a talisman in his hand, divine travel talisman, specially for breaking barriers. She looked at him helplessly. The Titan was now shooting that purple light from its eyes. "The 4 of them are dealing with them. It's really dangerous," he exclaimed. Bayou was stunned. "That was close. That world-destroying divine light is really powerful. What? You even escaped the 5-finger barrier. You remind me of another human. That was an unpleasant memory." Another Titan came from behind. "I also remember that human who dared to cause a ruckus in the desolate abyss. Chen Kurang, he is indeed a bold human." Hearing this name, Bayou felt a little familiar. "Chen Kurang, this name sounds so familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere." Suddenly, the Titan waved his hand and hit Bayou. "Chen Kurang could escape from my palm, but you absolutely can't." They slammed down heavily. "I will crush you in this situation." Bayou couldn't stay calm. He pulled Jiaoyu's hand. "Disciple, it's time for us to go." He grabbed a red thing that was emitting a strange light. Jiaoyu said loudly, "Aunties, run." The Titan's 4 eyes lit up terrifyingly. World-destroying divine light. He seemed to realize something. "Oh no, I can't dodge it." They shot out a fierce light and thick smoke billowed. Bayou and Jiaoyu were stunned. The two were wrapped in the protective shields of the 2 aunties. She called out, "Aunties?" One of them said, "Young demon ancestor, as long as you are alive, the demon ancestor will not perish." Jiaoyu was panicked. "No." The 2 aunties turned around, their clothes already tattered. "Young Master Bayou, it's all up to you. Take good care of the young demon ancestor." The Titan waved his hand. "Die." Bayou and Jiaoyu couldn't speak. They just quietly watched the Titan throw a powerful punch. "What?" they said in surprise. The group of Titans looked around in confusion. "The aura has completely disappeared. The young demon ancestor has left the great domain. How is that possible?" "The aura has completely disappeared. There is only one possibility. They left through the ancient altar passage," they continued. "But the ancient altar passages should all be destroyed. Why do they still exist in the world? Immediately track down the young demon ancestor's whereabouts. She is the last seed of the ETU plateau. There must be no mistakes." Hayuan City still stood firm. The reason for this was all due to the talent and brave fighting spirit of the Bayou sect's rogue cultivators, as well as others who did their best to contribute. Young Jianfeng said, "Shi Tian, there are too many of these brats. Fight and retreat." After speaking, he went to kill the demons again. Suddenly a demon said, "No one can leave." Then another person who came out of nowhere stabbed him straight in the chest. When Shi Tian saw this, his face was full of worry. The little boy raised his fist. "You bad guys, don't hurt Uncle Yang." Shi Tian slammed down heavily. It sent that demon flying. Yang Jianfeng grabbed the sword stuck in his body and pulled it out in pain. He didn't forget to tell Shi Tian, "Don't get caught up in the fight. Retreat to the city first." The demon cultivators took advantage of Shi Tian's inattention and cast a net from behind to capture him alive. They whispered, "A child dares to come out and fight, then kill him." When Yang Jianfeng saw this, he rushed over anxiously. He pushed the boy out of the net full of evil energy, but he himself couldn't escape in time. Shi Tian shouted in panic, "Uncle Yang!" But at this time Yang Jianfeng couldn't move. He could only shout helplessly. "Listen to Uncle Yang, run!" the boy cried and replied, "Woo, Uncle Yang, wait for me. I'll go find Uncle Li and the others to save you." The group of cultivators looked at Shi Tian cunningly, then laughed excitedly. "Haha, don't kill this one first. Capture him and present him to the demon's son. The demon's son likes to play with people." The righteous side was gradually losing its strength and facing the massive number of demons. Hayuan City was also gradually unable to hold on. The demon cultivators took the opportunity to attack fiercely. Chase them, the array of Hayuan city is about to break, one laughed and agreed. Haha, we'll slaughter the city then. Taoist Qingyun had already started to spit blood. Fang Mulling rushed over and asked, Master, are you alright? She replied in despair, there are too many demons, I can't kill them all. My spiritual energy is exhausted. Mulling's face became worried. In that case, Hayuan city is about to be destroyed. The other rogue cultivators of the Bayou sect were also seriously injured and they panted. Where is Sect Master Bai? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Li Shu shouted Lu Yuan's name and asked, are you alright? Lu Yuan had already lost an arm and he didn't have time to properly bandage it, just roughly tied it up, and during the severe pain he replied, I'm fine. I just lost an arm while fighting desperately against the elders of the demonic heaven domain. Li Shu heard this and shouted in panic. Bei Tangshui held the Tongbei Heavenly King and said helplessly, if Master doesn't come back we really can't hold on. The rogue cultivators seem to be all dead. Now we can only rely on Guardian Chang's 18 armors to hold on, Lu Yuan replied. There is no news from the Sect Master's side yet. Tangshui still held a faint hope. Is there no miracle this time? Lu Yuan was completely desperate. I didn't expect the demonic heaven domain to have 100,000 troops and all of them are pressing on. Even if the Sect Master returns, I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything. He made a decision. Give the order, retreat. A young voice suddenly sounded. Uncle Lu, Uncle Li, it's not good. Uncle Yang has been captured. Shi Dian ran over, his face full of tears, and the two were panicked. Lu Yuan hurriedly said, notify all of Chang Yushan's men to go all out to rescue Yang Jianfeng. The rest will retreat quickly. As soon as his words fell, the city wall collapsed, and along with the rubble was billowing smoke. Taoist Qingyun said in fear, the city's protective array has been broken. If this continues, we won't even be able to retreat. As she expected, the demon cultivators were gloating. Haha, Hayuan city has finally been broken by us. Leave no one in the city, kill them all for me. Everyone, don't kill them yet. The demon son said he wants to personally come and see their desperate expressions. The old man Li saw this scene, his hands and feet itchy. He hurriedly said, the city has fallen. It's time to show my skills. Auntie Wang stopped him. Wait, she continued. Bayou is back. The old man Li held a cigar. Coldly said, so what if that kid is back? In this situation, even if a god king came, he would be drowned by 100,000 troops. Auntie Wang calmly replied, let's see how Bayou solves it first. You and I should not act rashly, lest someone figures something out, he replied. Alright, I'll save his life at a critical moment, and it will be considered repaying his kindness from last time. At this time, Bayou and Zhao Yu had returned to Hayuan city. He said excitedly, I'm back. And Zhao Yu looked around with curiosity. This is the human emperor realm. The aura is so turbid, looking at the current Hayuan city. Bayou couldn't hide his worry. Oh no, the city's protective array has been broken, let's go quickly. The former city wall now had several large holes, and inside, Chang Yushan was angrily saying, you guys retreat. He continued, we will fight a bloody path for you. Lu Yuan said with a face full of scars, old Chang, you guys should retreat. You 18 guardians still have combat power. We probably don't even have the strength to retreat, Chang Yushan announced loudly. As a guardian of the Bayou sect, I have the responsibility to protect the Bayou sect. Even if we have to retreat, we will be the last to retreat. Another rogue cultivator also responded, in that case, let's fight to the end, fight to the last drop of blood, kill as many as we can. As everyone expected, Bayou appeared and shouted happily, I'm back. He brought Zhao Yu into the city to meet everyone. Seeing him, everyone was overjoyed. Sect Master Bai is finally back. Bayou and Zhao Yu landed to observe everyone's situation. Suddenly, from the people of the Bayou sect to the demons, everyone was mesmerized by her charm. Infatuated, Bayou hurriedly said, disciple, quickly retract your divine power, these people are all mesmerized by you. She also obediently agreed. Then Zhao Yu changed her appearance, and it had to be admitted that a beautiful woman looks good in anything. She said, I almost forgot if you hadn't reminded me. I can't activate my demonic form now, otherwise the Titan demon will guess my location. After everyone came to their senses, they asked each other in surprise, what happened to us just now? I don't know. It seems I lost consciousness for a while. So this young lady is, Bayou hurriedly explained. Li Shu Bei Tangshui, let me introduce you. This is my newly accepted disciple, your third junior sister. Li Shu said to him suspiciously, Master, this third junior sister is not simple. That kind of spiritual attack just now is not something an ordinary person can perform. He replied, we'll talk about this later. Tell me the current situation first. Bei Tangshui thought to herself, this female cultivator is definitely not ordinary. In my previous life as an empress, I couldn't even see through her. The disciple master has accepted probably has an extraordinary background. Lu Yuan's eyes also became serious, and instantly mesmerized everyone present. This is the first time I've seen such a technique. It's simply not something a human can perform. For Sect Master Bai to accept such a disciple can only mean that Sect Master Bai has some secret. Looking at the parts of the city wall that had yet to be destroyed, Bayou thought for a moment and then formulated a plan. With the situation so dire, the top priority was to repel the demon race and rescue Yang Jianfeng. Everyone listened to him attentively. Bayou turned to his new disciple, hesitantly called out "Little Dem," and then stopped. He asked, "By the way, disciple, what's your name? Master can't just call you young demon ancestor, can I?" She replied, "Jiaoyu." He tossed a crystal to Jiaoyu and then made a request. "Jiaoyu, call me master, and this crystal will be your welcome gift." She held the smoky crystal and said, "Master, you're a bit stingy. We use this stuff for paving floors where I'm from." Bayou was stunned, speechless. He thought to himself, paving floors, crystals, this rare energy source is used to power the divine sea warship. People in the human emperor realm can't even find it, yet the demonic heaven domain uses it for paving. Is this the gap between continents? The system suddenly chimed in. System prompt: congratulations on recruiting your third disciple. You have obtained 10 rebate opportunities. Gifted disciple Jiaoyu 1 activation crystal. 000x Rebate. Congratulations host, you have obtained 1 crystal. He was surprised by this. Bayou angrily threw the stone on the ground. What is the meaning of this? A one-time rebate? There has never been a one-time rebate since the system was created. What can I do with 1 crystal? Doesn't the divine sea warship need to be activated? He held the stone up to Jiaoyu and said, "Jiaoyu, master will give you another crystal." She replied with annoyance, "Keep it for yourself, it's useless to me." Hearing her say this, he showed a displeased expression. "How can you refuse something your master gives you?" Jiaoyu waved her hand. "It seems you really don't have any good things," the system notified again. System prompt: gifted disciple Jiaoyu 1 crystal, activating a 2x rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 crystals. Bayou's face contorted and he said helplessly, "System, a one-time rebate just now and a 2-time rebate now, are you messing with me?" While Bayou was still fuming over the system's actions, a voice came from a distant warship. "The demon son is here and he's holding the captured young Jianfeng." Seeing this, Shidian hurriedly shouted, "Uncle Yang!" The child ran towards him, heedless of the danger. Fortunately, Lu Yuan grabbed him in time. Shidian said decisively, "Let go of me. I have to save Uncle Yang. He was captured because he saved me." Lu Yuan said angrily, "The Sect Master is here. Everything must be decided by the Sect Master." Yang Jianfeng didn't want to drag everyone down, so he shouted, "Sect Master, don't worry about me. You all run." He failed to notice that the demon son behind him had already drawn his sword. He pointed the sword directly at Yang Jianfeng. He was startled and screamed in pain. The demon son said expressionlessly, "A prisoner, a lamb to the slaughter. Shut your mouth for this, demon son." Jiaoyu observed the situation and then commented, "These people do indeed have a trace of the demon ancestor's bloodline, but this bloodline is extremely thin." At this time, the demon son revealed a triumphant expression. "Bayou, I'll give you a chance. Kneel before me and repent." Hearing this, Fang Mulling angrily refused insolence. "Who do you think you are, daring to insult the venerable one?" Several demon elders roared in anger. "You're looking for death. A mere little girl dares to talk back to the demon son." One shouted, "I'll kill you," and then rushed towards Mulling. Taoist Qingyun said in a panic, "Oh no, my spiritual power is exhausted, I can't act." She hurriedly turned to Bayou for help. "Venerable one, please save Linger." That demon had already rushed over, smiling cunningly. "No one can save her, die." Bayou just calmly summoned the divine sea warship. A sturdy, massive warship flew over, crushing that demon. Another demon elder who saw this scene was also extremely panicked. "What?" The warship then sprayed a huge stream of purple power and everything it hit turned to dust. All who witnessed it couldn't believe their eyes. "Impossible." The demon son and his men were all extremely surprised. He gritted his teeth and said, "What is this?" Jiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, "To think there's such a super weapon." She frowned and thought, "I take back what I said just now, my master is no simple person. To think he has such a good thing." She looked at Bayou with admiration while he was calculating. "Damn, just 1 shot and the spirit stones in my hand are almost gone." The white-haired man asked worriedly, "Demon son, what do we do now? That thing is too strong." "A single shot blasts you down to your soul, turning you to dust." At this time the demon son had already regained his composure and said, "What's there to be afraid of? It's perfect. My superweapon was stolen. As long as I obtain this superweapon, the demonic heaven domain can conquer the entire empire. First-rate demon cultivators of the demon race, hear my command. Take down the Sect Master of the Bayou sect for me first." 2 giant monsters appeared and accepted the order with great momentum. "Rest assured, demon son, we will capture him quickly." After thinking for a moment, "The same item only has 5 rebate opportunities. If I can't get the crystals in 3 tries, then I'll be in trouble today." Bayou tossed a spirit stone to Jiaoyu and said, "Disciple, here's another one for you." She found it strange and replied, "How strange, is there something wrong with you?" After Jiaoyu took the spirit stone, the disciple recruitment rebate system made a sound. System notification: gifted disciple Jiaoyu 1 spirit stone. Congratulations host, you have obtained a 3x rebate of 3 spirit stones. Bayou's face contorted again, and he muttered, "Once, twice, 3 times, my god." Just then the 2 monsters took advantage of his distraction and rushed up to attack. The cultivators of Hayuan City today were either dead or injured, completely unable to resist. Bayou hurriedly ordered, "Damn it, Lu Yuan, tell everyone to retreat." Jiaoyu's face showed an unwilling expression and the air around her suddenly grew grim. It was unknown what spell she was casting. The members of the demon race were startled by Jiaoyu's move and could only stammer, "What, this is..." In less than 5 seconds they lost consciousness, knelt on the ground and surrendered. Seeing this, Bayou was very happy. He asked, That red-skinned demon didn't understand what he was doing and hurriedly asked his companion, "What's going on? I feel like I'm trembling all over." The blue-skinned one also replied in confusion, "Awe and fear are making me want to kneel on this ground. It's coming from the depths of my heart." Bayou turned to Jiaoyu and asked, "Did you do this?" She smiled and explained, "These people have the bloodline of the demon race, but it's not very strong. And I have the bloodline of the pure-blooded demon ancestor, so they naturally feel awe towards me," he said happily. "I forgot you're the young demon ancestor, the progenitor of all demons in the world. Don't you have the ability to control the demon armies of the outer realms?" Lu Yuan hadn't heard Bayou clearly just now, so he asked again, "Sect Master, what did you just say?" He retracted his earlier words and replied, "Nothing, prepare yourselves. This Sect Master intends to annihilate the demonic heaven domain with a single hand." Hearing this, Lu Yuan said with concern, "Annihilate the demonic heaven domain with a single hand? Sect Master, I absolutely believe you are very powerful, but you alone," Bayou still asserted confidently. "No matter, the third disciple I brought, Jiaoyu, is enough to deal with them." The demon son sat on the warship observing, extremely panicked. "What is this situation? Why are the two first-rate demon cultivators kneeling there?" The demon beside him replied, "Demon son, it seems those two have encountered something terrifying. It's a bit strange. Why don't we just have the 100,000 troops attack directly?" The demon son immediately refused. "That would mean my demonic heaven domain is incompetent, only able to bully with numbers. Send a few more elder-level masters over. I don't believe this tiny Hayuan city has anything formidable." The person hearing this wanted to act personally. "Then I'll go." The scene switched to the demon palace, which was already in ruins. The titans were searching for Jiaoyu's tracks everywhere. They were surprised. "What? The young demon ancestor's aura has disappeared." Then they whispered, "She must have hidden her demonic form, so it's hard to find her now. Go to the ancient altar passage to find her, no matter how faint her aura is. Even if we have to pay a heavy price, we must find her." Back in Hayuan City, the demon elder next to the demon son personally took action. He brought two strong cultivators and roared angrily, "What are you two doing kneeling in front of these people? Get up," the red-skinned man said helplessly. "Two elders, we can't get up," the other one also agreed. "I can't control myself." The demon elder became even more furious. "Damn it, you are the elites of the demon race. How can you not stand up?" The two hurriedly warned, "Elder, don't disbelieve it. You'll kneel when you get here too." He was still stubborn. "Two good-for-nothings, watch how this elder captures these humans," Bayou happily said to Jiaoyu. "Disciple, follow your master out of the city to meet those guys from the demonic heaven domain." Before he could go find them, they had already rushed over, taunting as they came. "Putting on an act, daring to stroll around in front of me like this, you're simply looking for death." As soon as his words fell, he knelt before the two in surprise. The two cultivators behind him were not spared either. One asked in surprise, "Can anyone tell me? Why is there a sense of awe in my soul? What on earth is going on?" The other seemed to know more, and hurriedly replied, "It's bloodline suppression." Hearing this, he was even more surprised. "A bloodline suppression that's tens of millions of times stronger than the demon lords. What on earth is going on? Who is this Bayou?" Not only them, but Lu Yuan, who witnessed this scene, was also extremely surprised. Forget a single hand, the Sect Master didn't even move a finger, and these people knelt. Taoist Qingyun also exclaimed in admiration, "The Venerable One is profound and unfathomable." Shidian, on the other hand, kept praising, "The Sect Master is mighty." The Sect Master is the person I, Shidian, admire the most. Only Bei Tangshui was deep in thought. At this time, the demon son was completely panicked. "Who can tell me why everyone is kneeling here? Even the three elders with profound cultivation have knelt." Another elder walked over and said, "Demon son, we're not sure either. Why don't we just overwhelm them with the army?" He roared in anger. "A bunch of good-for-nothings. Besides saying to suppress with the army, what else can you say?" Seeing this scene, Yang Jianfeng was very happy. "Haha, that's great. Sect Master Bai, kill this group of damn demons, make them kneel." The demon son angrily plunged the sword deeper into his body. "You're looking for death. How dare you shout when you've been captured by me?" Suddenly, the Grand Elder walked up from behind and said, "Demon son, no need to be angry." Seeing him, the demon son said happily, "Grand Elder, you're finally here." Bayou and Jiaoyu had also left the city. He said loudly, "Demon son, I let you escape in the Phantom City last time, and now you dare to attack Hayuan City. Truly a dog returning to its vomit. You're looking for death." The demon son pointed at him angrily. "Grand Elder, it's that kid. He's too arrogant. He actually dared to walk out of Hayuan City," the old man replied menacingly. "I'll go down and cut off his head." He was a little worried and hurriedly urged, "Grand Elder, that kid is a bit strange. You be careful." But the old man replied confidently. After speaking, the Grand Elder unleashed his power and asserted confidently, "No matter what kind of monster it is, I can suppress it with a single move." Lu Yuan and Li Shu said worriedly, "That's the Grand Elder of the demon ancestor. I can feel the profound aura of his cultivation. This is an expert." It said that his offensive power is second only to the demon lord of the demonic heaven domain. The old man rushed towards Bayou and shouted, "Kid, state your name. I don't kill nameless people." He just crossed his arms and said contemptuously, "Your dad." The Grand Elder thought that was his real name and raised his hand angrily. "Your dad, listen well, I will kill you within a single breath." Shidian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Yuan also followed with a laugh. "Haha, this old fellow actually called the Sect Master dad." Demon son, on the other hand, gritted his teeth in anger. This Grand Elder's intelligence, even this demon son could see through that. Only then did the old man understand, and he said angrily, How dare you trick me? Then he rushed up. Is this joke funny? Can it make you die faster? Bayou once again revealed her overwhelming aura. The Grand Elder was stunned, muttering in confusion. What is this? Then he immediately knelt down. He thought, absolute suppression. This is absolute suppression, could it be? He looked up at Bayou and asked respectfully. Who might you be? She replied decisively. You are not yet qualified to know, he hurriedly said in fear. Yes, I am not qualified, the Grand Elder thought. This is an existence much higher than the Demon Lord. Such an existence has only been mentioned in legends. I never thought I would see it today, and she is actually by this Sect Master Bai's side. I'm afraid this Sect Master Bai's origin is not simple. It was a big mistake for my demonic heaven domain to attack Hayuan city. Bayou looked at Bayou and asked curiously, What's wrong? She said seriously. The spiritual energy here is too thin. I can't continue to absorb the pure spiritual energy between heaven and earth to transform my demonic power and maintain the aura of a pure-blooded demon ancestor. I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress their bloodline anymore in the future. I also can't transform into my demonic form and expose my true power, as it would be easy to be targeted by the Titan demons. The demon son on the warship was crestfallen. What is this? The Grand Elder has also knelt, he shouted in anger. Grand Elder, have you gone mad too? What are you doing kneeling in front of these lowly humans? Get up for me, the Grand Elder hurriedly warned. Demon son, don't be too arrogant. He was startled, his face changing drastically. The Grand Elder said, Me arrogant? Did I hear you correctly? Under Baoyu's pressure, the Grand Elder no longer revered the demon son. He replied bluntly, Come here and kneel. This is the honor of your lifetime. The demon son was thoroughly enraged and he roared, Tisk, telling me to kneel too. I think you've truly gone mad. Seeing that he was still stubborn, the Grand Elder continued. Demon son, listen to my advice. You don't understand now. But you will when you kneel, the demon son shouted. Shut up, I think Bayou has cast some evil spell on you. After I kill Bayou, I'll deal with your crime, he muttered to himself. One goes, one kneels. Then he immediately gave the order, Men, my 100,000-strong demon army is at your gates. Raise Hayuan city to the ground for me. The 100,000 troops charged forward menacingly. They looked imposing. Charge, everyone, attack. It had to be admitted that this army was truly massive. From a distance they looked like a dense swarm of ants. The heavily injured Yuan was very worried. There are too many demon cultivators. The combined attack power of so many cultivators is immense, almost enough to destroy the heavens and earth, Li Shu hurriedly replied. Although I'm worried, I believe in Master. Bayou was a little flustered at this time. Jiaoyu, is there any other way? I've already boasted so much. He looked at her seriously and continued, If there's no other way, I can only retract the Divine Sea warship if I want to leave. The people from the demonic heaven domain probably can't stop me, Jiaoyu replied with a smile. Demonic essence pills can replenish my demonic power, but I left in a hurry. I only have a saint-level demonic essence pill here. This kind of pill is a treasure to ordinary demon cultivators, but it can't provide me with enough demonic power. I need a higher-grade pill. Bayou suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Why didn't you say so earlier? Disciple, give me the demonic essence pill. She hesitated upon hearing this. What are you going to do with it? You're not a demon cultivator. Bayou hurriedly snatched the pill. He said, Don't worry about it, just give it to me first. Following the demon son's order, they surrounded him. The 100,000-strong demon army had already completely surrounded Bayou and Jiaoyu. Fang Muling said in a panic, What is the Sect Master doing? He's already surrounded. Why isn't he making a move yet? Lu Shang sighed. Sect Master Bai probably feels the pressure, but no matter what, we can only trust Sect Master Bai now. Bayou gave Jiaoyu something. Jiaoyu, now Master is giving you a demonic essence pill. This, Jiaoyu said. She held the demonic essence pill, confused. You took it just to give it back to me. I don't understand what you're doing. He crossed his arms and said proudly. You can't refuse something your master gives you, Jiaoyu said seriously. All right, after I take this demonic essence pill, let's leave this place quickly. After all, many ants can bite an elephant to death. At this time, Bayou's system made a sound. System prompt, gifted disciple Jiaoyu a saint-level demonic essence pill, activating a 1,000,000-fold rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 immortal-level demonic essence pills. Bayou said excitedly. Success, it's actually an immortal-level pill. This is the first time the system has rebated an immortal-level item. It's an existence even stronger than divine level. Suddenly the system chimed. System malfunction, system malfunction. System is about to crash. The system reported errors continuously, which panicked Bayou. What's going on? The system notified. Unable to rebate 10 immortal-level demonic essence pills. Can only rebate 1. The system chimed again. System malfunction, system malfunction, system entering hibernation state. A flash of lightning passed and he held a demonic essence pill. 10 had become 1. System, what on earth is wrong with you? There was no response, he thought to himself. It's not answering, it's really hibernating, the demon said contemptuously. This kid must be scared silly. What is he muttering to himself about? He doesn't even know to run, another continued. Who cares if he's silly or not, just kill him. Bayou hurriedly threw the single immortal-level demonic essence pill he had just gotten from the system to Jiaoyu. Disciple, this is for you. Jiaoyu stared at it, very surprised. This is, looking at the immortal-level demonic essence pill in her hand, she thought. An immortal-level demonic essence pill, Jiaoyu asked. An immortal-level demonic essence pill is a pill that surpasses the super-divine level, something you can only hope to encounter. There aren't many even on the continent I'm from. Where did you get it? He replied. Don't worry about that for now, just deal with these descendants of yours. Hearing this, she popped the immortal-level demonic essence pill into her mouth. All right. A powerful purple aura emanated, over here. Taoist Qing Yun was very worried. It's already an emergency, yet the Venerable One is still chatting, showing no signs of fighting. Chang Yushan spoke up. It's possible the Sect Master is just this calm and composed by nature, he continued. Because he doesn't take this 100,000-strong army seriously at all, Lu Shang was surprised. Not taking a 100,000-strong army seriously? This is beyond my comprehension. The demon's son above looked down arrogantly. Haha, my 100,000-strong army is unstoppable. It will submerge everything. He laughed loudly. Bayou, if you have the guts, make my whole 100,000-strong army kneel, Bayou said proudly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Hearing this, the demon's son couldn't help but laugh even louder. Haha, what a boast, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Suddenly someone knelt. It turned out that the demons really did as Bayou said and knelt. They said in surprise, what? The demons didn't understand what happened, they knelt involuntarily. What's going on? The demons asked. Watching this scene, the demon's son was terrified. He looked at the 100,000-strong army below. They all knelt, every single one of them. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? 100,000 troops all knelt? Am I seeing things or am I hallucinating? The demon behind him spoke up. Demon's son, you're not hallucinating, they really all knelt. This is too bizarre. When Yang Jianfeng saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Damn, the Sect Master is amazing. I, Yang Jianfeng, am thoroughly impressed. Taoist Qing Yun was equally surprised. Truly terrifying. The Sect Master is truly terrifying. Lu Shang admitted to Chang Yushan. It's just as you said, the Sect Master is calm and composed. He has already seen through everything and has it all under control. Old Man Li also exclaimed in admiration. I didn't expect this Bayou to actually solve everything after coming back. Auntie Wang said, the little girl that Bayou brought back is not simple. I can't even see through her a little, she continued. Bayou is also a person of great fortune, otherwise it would be impossible to find such a character, Old Man Li also replied. I originally thought Bayou was just an ordinary silly kid, but I didn't expect his performance to get more and more impressive, making us look at him in a new light more and more. Elsewhere, Julian was absorbing some kind of light into her body. Below her were countless corpses lying scattered. She smiled sinisterly. This feeling of increasing power is so exhilarating, Julian asked proudly. If I absorb everyone in Hayuan City and absorb everyone in the entire Shanqin domain, I can't even imagine how powerful I would become, he replied. Master, all living beings are like ants. The human emperor realm is just a drop in the ocean. Strength is the only law. Hayuan City has been breached. Begin your feast. As soon as she heard this, she flew off. Let's go. I still want Bayou to kneel before me. I want to kill him with my own hands. Julian came up behind the demon's son. She didn't know what had happened, so she was still very excited. Haha, demon's son, leave no one in Hayuan City alive. They will all become my nourishment. She saw something and frowned. 100,000 troops kneeling. This is Julian asked the demon's son. Demon's son, what's going on? Why are all the cultivators of the demonic heaven domain kneeling? Bayou below heard the commotion and immediately recognized her. That woman, Julian, is actually not dead yet. Julian above also recognized Bayou. All the demon cultivators were kneeling before Bayou. The demon's son said, how should I know? This is very metaphysical. What kind of evil spell did this Bayou cast on them? Julian confidently jumped down. I don't believe Bayou has such great ability. I'll go kill him. She raised her hand and cast some kind of magic. Bayou, you low-born mediocre waste, how could you have such great ability? He pointed down and ordered. Kneel. Unexpectedly, Julian really knelt. She said in surprise. Julian couldn't believe her eyes. How could this be? Why do I feel my soul trembling? Bayou crossed his arms and looked at her. Julian, arrogant and cruel, I really don't know where your confidence and pride come from. Do you know I've never taken you seriously? She shouted angrily. Bayou, nonsense, I know you best. You've been a waste since you were a child. Before she could finish, Bayou slapped her. Julian was even more furious. You dare to hit me? With your low cultivation and mediocre aptitude, what are you if not a waste? Bayou slapped Julian again. He said bluntly to her. Stupid woman, it seems I have to help you correct your perception. Julian still stubbornly said. Why, you were originally a running dog, why have you changed now? He slapped her again, cursing as he hit. Vile thing, only then did she beg for mercy. Stop it. Bayou continued to hit her. He said coldly, do you see reality clearly now? Julian begged for mercy in pain. Stop hitting me, I see it clearly, I see it clearly. Bayou, let's get back together. I'm willing to be your woman, okay? Seeing this, he frowned and slapped her again. You think you're worthy? Just then, Li Shu, Lu Yuan and Bei Tangshui walked over. Li Shu said, Master, why waste your breath on this brainless woman? Bayou agreed. You're right. His face darkened and he ordered. Kill her. Li Shu raised his sword and obeyed. Yes. As soon as she heard this, Julian was terrified. She stammered and begged for mercy. No, Bayou, you can't kill me. Spare my life for the sake of our past. Bayou just replied coldly. Julian, he continued, you betrayed the human race and led the demonic heaven domain to attack Hayuan City. This is a capital offense. Li Shu swung his sword. Remember to grow a brain in your next life, she cried out. I am not resigned. Blood splattered. Wu Julian lay motionless in a pool of her own blood. Li Shu said, "The Saintess is dead," a voice came from the ship. "The Saintess was actually killed," a subordinate reported. Demon Sun. 100,000 troops have all knelt. Let's run quickly, he agreed. Right, run quickly, turn the ship around quickly, back to the demonic heaven domain. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiaoyu and Bayou had appeared behind them at some unknown time. "You're not leaving," she said. He touted angrily. "Quick, stop them." His subordinates rushed up shouting to kill to buy time for the Demon Sun to escape. Before they could reach them, they knelt. Bayou said calmly, "I let you escape in the Phantom City last time." He walked towards the Demon Sun. "This time you will die." He retreated in terror, threatening. "My father is the Demon Lord of the demonic heaven domain, the ruler of a domain. You dare to kill me?" Bayou replied. "Then I'll kill you just to show you." The Demon Sun panicked. "Can you really not spare my life? Think carefully." "My father is a domain-level expert," Bayou continued. "You are the same as Wu Julian, plotting to kill millions of humans. This is a capital offense," he still stubbornly retorted. "What are millions of humans? I am the most noble demon son of the demonic heaven domain, with the blood of the demon race flowing in me. I am the noblest of the demon race. As long as you don't kill me, I will immediately withdraw my troops and never step into Hayuan City again." Hearing this, Bayou said contemptuously, "Noble status, the noblest of the demon race. Jiaoyu, you tell him what he is," she replied. "What flows in his body is a combination of demon blood and beast blood. He's the lowest mongrel." The demon son was stunned. You dare to insult me?" He waved his hand and cast some kind of magic. "I'll fight you to the death." Just then, Chang Yushan came with a swing of his sword. "You're looking for death." Strangely, the demon son disappeared into thin air, startling him greatly. "This is..." A crimson vortex sent Chang Yushan flying. He crashed heavily against a pillar. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. "Who dares harm my son?" The demon lord appeared, walking over menacingly. The demon son was very surprised to see his father arrive. He was a little flustered, afraid his father would punish him. But a few seconds later, a cunning smile appeared on the demon son's face. He laughed proudly. "Haha, can you wastes really kill me?" Lu Yuan was greatly shocked. "It's the demon lord of the demonic heaven domain." The demon lord actually came in person. The demon son turned to his father and kept complaining. "Father, these people dared to try and kill me a second time. You kill them all, kill them all." Hearing his son's words, the demon lord shouted, "You ants, you dare to kill my son, your souls must be scattered." But in Bayou's eyes he was just like a clown. The demon lord roared in anger. He widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and said word by word, "You dare to curse this demon lord?" Bayou was not afraid, and even mockingly gave him the middle finger. "So what if I curse you? Fool, kneel and I'll spare you." The demon lord began to cast a spell and replied, "You're looking for death," with his father backing him. The demon son excitedly pointed at Bayou's face and laughed. "Father, cripple them all and hand them over to me. I'll slice them up piece by piece." The demon lord didn't act immediately but said, "Killing these people requires this demon lord to act. That's giving them too much face. The 100,000 strong army of the demonic heaven domain is here. One mouthful of spit from each of them is enough to drown them." Hearing this, the demon son stammered. About that," the demon lord said impatiently. "What are you stammering for? The 100,000 troops all charge together." The demon son replied hesitantly. "We can't charge," he asked in confusion. "Can't charge? What do you mean?" The demon son pointed towards the 100,000 troops and said, "Father, look, they're all kneeling over there." When the demon lord saw this scene, he frowned in panic. Seeing the majestic army now so cowardly, he was too angry to speak. What's going on? Why is the majestic 100,000 strong army of the demonic heaven domain kneeling here? Tell me why. Who are they kneeling to?" Bayou happily raised his hand. You see me." The demon lord grew even more furious, and he cursed. "What are you? How could the army of my demonic heaven domain possibly kneel before a human cultivator?" Seeing the demon lord belittle him so, Bayou made a decisive declaration. "Don't believe it, you'll kneel too." Even through the mask one could see his arrogant anger. He said. Then the demon lord directly erupted with demonic power, charging straight at Bayou. He shouted, "How could this demon lord kneel before a useless brat? I'll kill you." The demon son fully agreed. "Kill him, you must kill him. Father is a top 5 existence in the 9 domains. He can definitely kill him." A huge beam of light erupted from the warship. The demon lord was panting heavily. He was actually kneeling before Bayou and Jiaoyu. The demon son was extremely panicked. He couldn't believe his eyes. "What, even father?" The demon lord helplessly realized it when he sensed the strange aura emanating from Jiaoyu. Heavenly bloodline. He looked at her and thought, "This is the suppression of the supreme demon race's heavenly bloodline." The demon son cried out in despair. "Father, stand up and kill them." He was startled by his father's words. "Run, my son, run quickly." The demon lord, ashamed that he couldn't protect his son, could only curse angrily in his heart. "Damn it." The demon son also began to panic. His limbs weak, he cursed inwardly, "Damn it," then fled in a hurry. But unfortunately, the demon son didn't get far before he was kicked. The demon lord was startled to see his precious son being hit, and he fought back weakly. "I'll fight you to the death." Jiaoyu hurriedly cast a higher level spell. She shouted, "Demonic blood reversal, explode." The demon lord immediately vomited blood. he thought in pain but helplessness. There's no way to resist it all. Before her I can't even muster a trace of fighting will. This is a heavenly level existence. How can there be such an existence here? And Zhao Yu just calmly looked at the helpless demon lord. Lu Shang witnessed all this in astonishment. The demon lord had not a shred of resistance. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe it? The demon lord placed his hand on his chest and begged for mercy. Incomparably noble existence, please spare my life. Please spare my son's life, Zhao Yu replied. Don't tell me, tell my master, he said. Master? Such an existence actually calls this young man master, he thought to himself. Then what kind of existence is he? Bayou said proudly. What do you think? Do you submit? The demon lord bowed and apologized sincerely. Sect Master Bai, I submit completely and utterly. I beg you to spare us this once. Bayou looked down. Give me a reason to spare you, the demon lord replied. My demonic heaven domain is willing to submit to you and this great existence. Hearing this, the demon son shouted angrily, Father, what are you saying? How can our demonic heaven domain submit to these humans? Our demonic heaven domain has the grand ambition to dominate the 9 domains. The demon lord was startled and slapped the demon son. Shut up, he said aggrievedly. Father, you, he was furious and ordered. Unfilial son, kneel before Sect Master Bai. The demon son reluctantly complied and he muttered, Damn it, why is it like this? The demon lord said respectfully. Sect Master Bai, from now on the demonic heaven domain will be ruled by you and this great existence. From now on we will serve you with utmost devotion and never have a second thought, Bayou said. In that case, go and destroy the Shanqin sect for me first, the demon lord replied obediently. Yes, suddenly a dazzling golden light tore through space, erupting with infinite power. The flickering sparks spun like a dance of angels and demons, making the entire sky seem to tremble before this newly released unfathomable power. Li Shu and Lu Yuan said in surprise, What happened? In the direction of the 3-color altar, the spiritual energy on the corpses of the dead cultivators suddenly rose. They gathered together and flew in one direction. It turned out that the 3-color altar had absorbed this spiritual energy. Bayou couldn't help but be curious when he saw this strange phenomenon. Let's go take a look. He flew directly towards the glowing direction. Bayou, Zhao Yu and Lu Yuan were all stunned before this dazzling pillar of light that erupted in the clear sky. The dazzling golden light devoured the space, but it didn't necessarily signify a good omen. Taoist Qing Yun asked blankly, What is this? Lu Yuan murmured worriedly. The souls of the people who died earlier are being absorbed by the 3-color altar. At this time, the power of that light was growing stronger, as if it was about to explode and devour everything. From within the light, several golden dragon pillars suddenly rose brilliantly, their flickering eyes seemingly awakening from a 1,000-year slumber. Li Shu said in surprise, The 3-color altar has changed. It was the first time Bayou had seen it too, and he asked curiously, 5 colors. It was originally a 3-color altar, now it's become 5 colors, Zhao Yu immediately explained. This is the legendary 5-color altar. Bayou asked her to explain in detail. She replied, I don't know much. I heard that 10,000 years ago, or even earlier, various altars were scattered across the land throughout the heavens and the myriad realms, but these altars were passages to various places. They are called passage altars and they can reach any place no matter how far in an instant, Zhao Yu continued to describe. And the 5-color altar is the highest level passage altar, said to be able to go to unknown places, Bayou pondered. Passage altar, unknown place, Zhao Yu added. Later all the altars were destroyed, he asked in confusion. All the altars were destroyed. Why? She replied. I don't know, no one knows why. Since then altars have never been seen again. This might be the only remaining altar in the world. The 5 dragon pillars now stood majestically, their heads held high, their eyes had clearly turned 5-colored. They exuded an extremely powerful ancient aura. The azure sky was dotted with a few white clouds and some shimmer that seemed to be caused by the 5-color altar. Old Man Li and Auntie Wang were still sitting at the familiar stone table. She spoke. The 3-color altar has been upgraded to a 5-color altar. He held his pipe and replied calmly, I was planning to hide the 3-color altar, but I didn't expect this altar to absorb those undead spirits and then upgrade, and the 5-color altar is not so easy to cover up. It's half a joy and half a worry. Auntie Wang immediately objected. The time is not yet ripe. We must do our best to hide this heavenly secret. Old Man Li didn't argue. We've waited so long, a few more days won't matter. The expressions of the 2 old people became serious, their eyes sharp as they simultaneously unleashed a palm force of surging blue light. The blue power merged into one, winding like a dragon, and flew to the place Old Man Li designated. That power shot straight into the sky, coiling into a blue vortex at the designated spot. Zhao Yu witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be surprised. Bayou saw her strange expression and asked, Zhao Yu, what's wrong? She replied. Someone is hiding the heavenly secret. Having never seen such a strange thing, he asked curiously. Hiding the heavenly secret? What's going on? Zhao Yu explained softly. Someone wants to hide the news of that 5-color altar. It seems there are experts hidden here too. As soon as she finished speaking, the blue light disappeared and the 5-color altar was gone. Bayou curiously asked Zhao Yu, can you find that person? She smiled and replied, no, I can't. Hiding a heavenly secret is not something an ordinary person can do. I never thought there were still such characters in the world, he pondered. It seems this small Hayuan city is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Then Bayou began to walk slowly. Let's not think about it too much for now, he frowned and continued. The top priority now is to eliminate the scourge of the Shanqin sect. At this time in the Shanqin sect, a cultivator hurriedly said, Holy Master, good news, good news. Tianchang thought Hayuan City had fallen and said happily. It seems Hayuan City has finally been breached. Quickly send people to negotiate with the demonic heaven domain. His confidant cultivator was surprised to hear him say this, and he said loudly, Holy Master, it wasn't destroyed, Hayuan City held on. Tianchang's face changed drastically, and he questioned doubtfully, What? Held on, are you kidding me? That cultivator affirmed with certainty. I wouldn't dare, I've already asked several rogue cultivators in Hayuan City and they all confirmed it, Tianchang shouted angrily. Held on. Actually held on. What kind of good news is this? The old cultivator heard this and hurriedly replied helplessly, Isn't this good news? The demonic heaven domain attacked our Shanqin domain and Hayuan City held on, so our Shanqin domain doesn't have to worry for now. Tianchang already disliked Bayou, and his anger hadn't subsided. How could they possibly hold on? That's the 100,000 troops of the demonic heaven domain. On what basis could the Bayou sect and that group of useless rogue cultivators resist? This holy master still doesn't believe it. The confidant cultivator was also speechless. Isn't it very clear? Suddenly a loud bang was heard. Startling Tianchang, he asked, What's wrong? Where did such a loud noise come from? A female cultivator ran in a hurry. It's not good, holy master, it's not good. Tianchang said, What's the matter, so flustered? Speak slowly. The girl regained her composure and recounted what had happened. Many spirit boats from the demonic heaven domain suddenly appeared outside the mountain gate, and then countless demons suddenly rushed over and started killing people. The elderly cultivator was flustered. What? How is this possible? When Tianchang heard this, not only was he not worried about his people, but he laughed triumphantly. Ha, it seems the news I just received was indeed wrong. Hayuan City has already been breached, otherwise how could the demonic heaven domain's army appear here? He continued proudly. This holy master will now go and negotiate with the demonic heaven domain. At this time the warship of the demonic heaven domain had already stopped in front of the Shanqin sect. The demon lord said impatiently, It's been so long, why hasn't the Shanqin sect reacted yet? No one is coming out to fight? Beside him was the sullen-faced demon son. As soon as the holy master came out and saw so many warships, he was surprised. The demonic heaven domain has actually graced my Shanqin sect with its presence. He showed respect and said carefully, This holy master welcomes everyone. The demon lord saw his face and said angrily, Is this holy master of the Shanqin sect crazy? I'm here to fight you. What the hell are you welcoming? That foolish Tianchang still didn't know the demon lord's intentions. He hurriedly approached him and made a suggestion. Demon Lord, this holy master wants to make peace. My Shanqin domain is willing to offer 5 cities to you. The common people and rogue cultivators in the city are at your disposal. Do you think you can withdraw your troops with this? The demon lord asked curiously. Our demonic heaven domain is attacking in full force, and you're not even resisting? Are you just going to admit defeat like that? Tianchang hurriedly explained, This is not admitting defeat. This holy master is trying to avoid a situation where both sides are wounded. So I took the initiative to seek peace. We'll both be happy. The demon lord was even more curious. I don't know where you find your happiness, he said without any shame. You destroyed Hayuan City, and this holy master is very happy. The Bayou sect in Hayuan City, this holy master has long wanted to crush them to powder. Since the demon lord has done it for me now, I must thank you. The demon lord gritted his teeth and said, No need to thank me. Tianchang heard this and thought things were going as he wished, so he laughed. Ha, the demon lord is being modest. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon lord's face became terrifying. He said fiercely, Because I never intended to destroy Hayuan City. Tianchang found this hard to believe and said with a happy smile, Demon Lord, you must be joking. The demon lord could no longer contain his anger and directly gave him a palm strike. Joking with your old man. This blow was so powerful that even the stones on the ground shattered and flew. Fortunately, Tianchang was also a holy master and had some ability. He still had the strength to ask in a panic, Demon Lord, what are you doing? Are you trying to start a war? The demon lord shouted. Nonsense, what do you think I'm here for? Tianchang was beaten all over. He began to get angry and said menacingly, This is the territory of our Shanqin sect. You remember this clearly. Your demonic heaven domain will definitely suffer heavy losses. The demon lord just replied leisurely. You offended someone you shouldn't have in the Shanqin domain. Shanqin sect, you will surely be destroyed. Tianchang asked curiously. Who in this Shanqin domain can this holy master not afford to offend? You tell me who that person is. A voice sounded, startling him. Bayou stood majestically on the warship. Seeing him, he grinned contemptuously. Tianchang recognized Bayou and gritted his teeth in anger. The Sect Master of the Bayou sect, Bayou, he asked mockingly. You're actually not dead yet, what a surprise. Bayou replied calmly. Tianchang laughed contemptuously. Haha, you're just an insect and you dare say this holy master can't afford to offend you? Are you dreaming or talking nonsense? The demon lord suddenly appeared behind him and said angrily, The one dreaming and talking nonsense is you. Then he kicked Tianchang more than 10 miles away. He fell to the ground and blamed him in pain. You demon lord, why are you helping this mortal too? Recalling the scene where he had to kneel before Bayou, the demon lord immediately retorted, Mortal, you're not even worthy of carrying Sect Master Bai's shoes, facing 2 terrifying opponents. Tianchang began to tremble. He stammered, Do you know what you're saying? This kid is just a mortal. The next scene left him even more astonished. His jaw agape. The majestic demon lord actually knelt before Bayou and said respectfully, "How should we deal with them? Please give the order, Sect Master." Tianchong cried out in terror. "What?" The cultivators of the Shanqin domain were also greatly shocked, bursting into discussion. "What's going on? The majestic demon lord of the demonic heaven domain is kneeling before the worthless master of a small sect. Am I blind or crazy?" "The demon lord actually knelt," Bayou calmly replied. "Subdue the Shanqin sect." Hearing this, Tianchong said angrily, "You beast, you dare." He immediately and decisively listed his crimes. "Within the Shanqin sect you harmed innocent rogue cultivators. Externally you surrendered without authorization. You are unworthy of leading the Shanqin domain," he continued. "Those who resist will be killed without mercy." The demon lord obeyed Bayou's words, cleared his throat and said, "All cultivators of the demonic heaven domain hear my command, subdue the Shanqin sect. Those who resist will be killed without mercy." The cultivators of the demonic heaven domain obeyed and charged forward to attack, while the cultivators of the Shanqin sect said in panic, "Holy Master, we're completely unprepared. We're no match for them at all. It's over. The Shanqin sect is doomed." Tianchong hurriedly ordered, "Quick, go and ask the old ancestor to come out of seclusion." Meanwhile, the demon cultivators continued their fierce assault, shouting, "Kill, those who surrender will be spared." The cultivators of the Shanqin sect said helplessly, "Is there no hope? Why don't we just surrender?" Suddenly a loud bang echoed in the sky, accompanied by a mysterious voice, "Who dares to invade the Shanqin sect?" In the smoke, the old ancestor of the Shanqin sect appeared. Seeing him arrive, Tianchong was ecstatic as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. "It's the old ancestor of the Shanqin sect. Ha, the old ancestor is still alive. Quick, kill that demon lord and that little beast." The old ancestor slowly landed. He was in no hurry to fight, instead asking, "What is the situation now? Why would the demonic heaven domain attack the gates of the Shanqin sect?" Tianchong immediately replied, "Old ancestor, the demonic heaven domain is attacking our Shanqin sect in full force. It's all instigated by that little beast named Bayou. Kill him first." Seeing the Shanqin sect's old ancestor arrive, Bayou just showed a contemptuous expression. While Lu Yuan couldn't help but be surprised, "I've long heard that the Shanqin sect had a grand elder. I didn't expect it to be an old ancestor who has lived for who knows how long." The old ancestor sized up Bayou, then mocked, "A mere mortal, a thing like an ant. What kind of trouble can you stir up?" He didn't get angry, just calmly replied, "Old fellow, the Shanqin sect's time is up. If you turn back now, there's still time." The old ancestor was enraged by him and charged forward menacingly. "Insolence! You think you're worthy of saying such things to this old ancestor? I'll kill you." The Shanqin sect's old ancestor attacked Bayou just like that. His hand was about to reach him. The demon lord immediately flew over and blocked him. He roared angrily, "Stop, you think you're worthy of attacking Sect Master Bai?" The old ancestor still replied menacingly, "Demon lord of the demonic heaven domain, stand down and I'll spare your life." The demon lord pushed him away directly and said impatiently, "Old fellow, can't you see the situation clearly? It's Sect Master Bai who wants you dead now." The Shanqin sect's old ancestor was not to be outdone, and replied forcefully, "Stubborn, you think you can stop me?" The two stared at each other with sharp eyes, then began to fight fiercely, neither giving an inch. Witnessing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "As expected of the Shanqin sect's old ancestor, the two are evenly matched in strength. Both have reached the earth profound realm." Hearing his words, the old ancestor hurriedly denied it. "Evenly matched? Ridiculous. Do you think I, this old ancestor, have lived for these 1,000+ years for nothing?" Then he shouted, "The time has come. Break!" amidst the light of a fierce explosion. The demon lord had to struggle to steady his body to avoid being blown back, leaving long scratch marks on the ground as the force dissipated. He was greatly shocked. The Shanqin sect's old ancestor had changed his appearance. He was no longer a hunched, weak old man, but had become a terrifying zombie, his body also becoming somewhat stronger. Seeing this, Tianchong laughed triumphantly. "Bone fossil, the Grand Elder has evolved the bone fossil body. His combat power has broken through. Haha, my Shanqin sect is going to prosper." The well-informed Lu Yuan was so nervous he broke out in a cold sweat. "Heaven Profound Realm, this old fellow has broken through to the Heaven Profound Realm," he explained to Li Shu. "The three realms above the mortal transcending realm are Earth Profound, Heaven Profound, and Supreme Profound. With each realm increase, one's strength changes drastically. This old fellow is probably the first person in the entire Shanqin domain to break through to the Heaven Profound realm. This is trouble," the Shanqin sect's old ancestor said proudly. "After waiting for over 1,000 years, I've finally broken through. This feeling of controlling heaven and earth is truly wonderful." He grabbed the demon lord by the neck. "Now you can get lost." The old ancestor lifted him up and then slammed him directly onto the ground. The force of this blow was so great that even the ground cracked and rubble flew everywhere. Tianchong was ecstatic. "Haha, the old ancestor is mighty. The old ancestor is invincible. My Shanqin sect is the ancestor of everyone in the Shanqin domain. My Shanqin sect can kill whoever it wants who dares to defy us." After dealing with the demon lord, the old ancestor turned to look at Bayou, smiling sinisterly. "Now who can stop me from killing you now?" He rushed over at high speed, raising his hand to attack while shouting, "Die!" Bayou just called out softly, "Big wolf." The wolf he called was none other than Tianlong. With his massive size advantage, he easily grabbed the old ancestor's head. Tianlong squeezed the old ancestor's face harder and harder. The old ancestor gritted his teeth and asked, "You're hitting my face?" Tianlong lifted his head and said helplessly, "Damn, I can't hurt him. How is this old fellow's face so thick?" The Shanqin domain's old ancestor regained his might and sent the massive Tianlong flying with a palm strike. You're looking for death, but Tianlong quickly steadied himself. He seemed largely uninjured and even looked excited, saying, now you've got me excited. This is perfect. This lord hasn't encountered such an opponent before. I'm going to have a good fight today. The demon lord, who had just taken a fatal blow, slowly stood up. His mask was gone, and he angrily ordered, Grand Elders, join me in killing this old fellow for Sect Master Bai. As soon as the demon lord finished speaking, the demon elders swarmed forward. The Shanqin domain's old ancestor just said contemptuously, your realms are all lower than mine. A few more wastes are still just wastes. While the old ancestor was still dealing with the demons, Bayou turned and asked Jiaoyu, Jiaoyu, is there any way to deal with the bone fossil? She frowned and replied, there is a way. I transform into my demonic form. He shook his head. That would easily attract the pursuit of the giant demon titans. Any other way? She replied. There are no other ways. Hearing this, Bayou hurriedly shook her. Then do you have any treasures on you? Jiaoyu asked back, puzzled. Treasures on me? She took out everything she had and said, we left in a hurry. Right now I only have this god-level essence-boosting realm-breaking pill and one divine artifact, Bayou said happily. Give them all to me. He held the weapon. Another idea forming in his mind, Bayou returned the items to Jiaoyu, acting like he was a generous person. They're not very good things, they're yours now. She was speechless. After a long time the system still didn't respond. Bayou said angrily, System, give me the rebate. Only silence answered his shout. He became utterly furious and cursed. Damn you system, wake up, don't hibernate, something big is happening. Only then did the system respond. System is upgrading. Hearing this, Bayou was very surprised. Upgrading, the system can upgrade. As soon as he finished speaking, the system notified. System upgrade complete. Bayou was as happy as if he'd just become a father. Great. The new main interface is much more splendid. It almost blinded me. Then he suddenly stopped and asked, puzzled, so here's the question, what's the use of this system upgrade? The system replied, because the value of the item gifted by the host was too high. It accidentally triggered a rebate of an immortal level pill, which caused the system to malfunction and crash. It has now returned to normal use. After the upgrade, the restriction preventing rebated items from exceeding the super divine level will be lifted. Bayou nodded. So that's how it is. No wonder the highest spec items rebated before were divine artifacts with only an occasional super divine artifact. So there was a restriction before the upgrade that prevented rebates of things higher than super divine artifacts. This means the treasures from rebates will be even more amazing from now on. The system chimed again. System prompt, gifted disciple Jiaoyu 1 god-level essence-boosting realm-breaking pill, activating a 10,000x rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 immortal-level essence-boosting realm-breaking pills. Bayou asked, what's the use of the essence-boosting realm-breaking pill? Jiaoyu saw the 3 immortal-level pills in his hand and was stunned. These are immortal-level essence-boosting realm-breaking pills, she continued. This kind of immortal-level pill can allow a cultivator below the Supreme Profound Realm to directly break through a major realm. It's considered a top-grade pill. No wonder you said my things weren't very good. Compared to yours, they really aren't. Master, you are truly hiding your strength. Bayou was also extremely surprised, but tried to appear calm. The system suddenly prompted a second time. Gifted disciple Jiaoyu the divine artifact omnidirectional cone, activating a 10,000x rebate. Congratulations, you have obtained the Emperor-level weapon, the Myriad Heavens Cone. Bayou was directly stunned. An Emperor-level weapon, my god. It's an Emperor-level weapon, the treasure of treasures from the legends, 4 levels higher than a divine weapon, and 2 levels higher than an immortal artifact. He was so happy he shed tears. I really can't contain my excitement. I haven't been this excited in a long time. Jiaoyu, beside him, looked blank, not knowing what had happened. Tianchong praised, with the old ancestor breaking through to the heaven profound realm, the situation is stabilized. To the old ancestor, everyone here is trash. In the 9 domains, the number of opponents for the old ancestor can be counted on one hand. Thinking of the scene of Bayou fleeing in disgrace, Tianchong laughed triumphantly. He proudly announced, now I will personally slaughter that little beast named Bayou. The saint's son ran out from inside, panicked. Dad, save me? This surprised Tianchong. He turned back to comfort him. Don't be afraid, a situation is decided. I will protect you. The saint's son's next words stunned Tianchong. Father, Bayou, you've come to save me. He was flustered. The saint's son was kneeling before Bayou. Father, your son has finally found you. You've made me search so hard. Bayou was stunned. Why has this foolish saint's son mistaken me for his dad? Tianchong behind him couldn't believe his eyes. My son is actually acknowledging the enemy as his father. What is this situation? The saint's son pointed at him while speaking. Father, take me away. That old holy master tries to harm me every day. Hearing this, Bayou said triumphantly, don't be afraid. Today we'll make this old fellow pay dearly. Tianchong's face turned green with anger. He rushed over quickly. Bayou, you little beast, give my son back. Stop him. Bayou gave the order. Tianchong asked in surprise, what is this? Chong Yushan replied, we are the 18 guardians of the Bayou sect. He ordered, kill. Tianchong let out a shrill scream. He widened his eyes, thinking, damn it, the guardians of the Bayou sect are stronger than the elders of our Shanqin sect. And there are 18 such guardians. How did this group of little mongrels develop to this point? Chong Yushan walked over slowly with his sword. What holy master, what ruler of the Shanqin domain? He raised his sword. The Bayou sect can kill you like killing a dog. Chong Yushan slashed fiercely, and a dazzling light burst forth like a giant blade of fire cutting through the air. Tianchong had to struggle to resist, raising both hands to block, forming a wave of energy to counterattack. The collision of the two forces cracked the surrounding ground. Peeved, Tianchong was blasted away and he cursed. Damn it, Tianchong frowned angrily. You all must die. He spread his legs and cast a spell. Tianchong's body ignited with flames. You think you're the only ones with armor? This is the ultimate treasure of my Shanqin sect. Quote. It's a divine artifact. Wearing it, this holy master is invincible. The 18 guardians charged up to strike, but Tianchong immediately blocked them. This made Chang Yushan wary. Such strong defense. The ordinary weapons in our hands can't harm him. Tianchong muttered while blocking the swords with his hand. Bayou, you little beast, I'll kill you first. With a powerful shockwave, he sent the guardians flying. Seeing this, Li Shu and Lu Yuan ran out and hurriedly blocked him. The two attacked Tianchong directly, but he was completely unharmed. Lu Yuan said angrily, "What, this guy isn't even dodging." Tianchong rushed towards Bayou at high speed. "Haha, Bayou, now let's see who can save you," he shouted. "In this Shanqin domain no one can break my defense," Bayou said contemptuously. "Is that so?" Suddenly, the figure of the Emperor-level weapon appeared before him. Zhao Yu watched in surprise. This unusual aura, this is Bayou held the Emperor-level weapon, comically pursing his lips to shoo him away. "Get lost," Tianchong mocked. "Ha, so casual, are you fighting a war? Go ahead and play." Suddenly, the Emperor-level weapon emitted a cyan aura. He was startled. "What?" Tianchong screamed as he fell. The divine artifact armor he was wearing already shattered. The Saint Sun behind him cheered nonstop. "Haha, great, great, I have a lot of money." Bayou just smiled. "After all, I'm a soldier of the Celestial Court. I was afraid of acting too aggressively, so I didn't use my full strength, just a light tap. I didn't expect it to be this strong." He gave his system a thumbs up in praise. "System, now that you're back from your upgrade, I'm giving you a 5-star review." Tianchong lay on the ground motionless. "How could this be? My divine officer armor was actually broken and it's a divine artifact." Li Shu and Lu Yuan over here watched in surprise. "What just happened?" Lu Yuan asked. "I couldn't see clearly. It seems Master didn't even make a move and this bastard was finished." Li Shu replied. Lu Yuan was puzzled. "The weapon in the Sect Master's hand is very plain, but I feel it's different from his previous weapons. It might be an existence beyond divine artifacts. The Sect Master is truly an unfathomable existence." Li Shu continued. "I originally thought I was on the first floor and Master was on the third. Now it seems I was right that I'm on the first floor, but Master is probably on the 9th. Bayou coolly slung the Emperor-level weapon over his back. Zhao Yu walked forward and requested, "Master, can I have a look at the weapon in your hand?" Bayou handed it to her. "All right, let's talk after you've had a look." The moment she got it, Zhao Yu was startled. She was right after all. "My God, this," Bayou gestured for her to be quiet. "Shish, it's a secret. This matter shouldn't be publicized." Zhao Yu held this seemingly ordinary hammer, unable to believe her eyes. "An Emperor-level weapon. This is actually an Emperor-level weapon. My status is noble. I am from the demon race, and even I don't have an Emperor-level weapon by my side, yet Master has one." Her face became radiant, a satisfied smile appearing in her shining eyes. "It seems I've underestimated Master. He is truly unfathomable. I originally thought it was useless to have this Master. Now it seems I've chosen the right person." Bei Tangshui spoke up curiously. "What weapon? Let me see." Zhao Yu turned her head proudly. You can't see it." Hearing this, Bei Tangshui got angry. She asked irritably, "Third junior sister, are you looking down on me?" Zhao Yu replied, "I'm not looking down on you, I'm just telling the truth, you just can't see it." Bayou, afraid that Tangshui would get angry, said to her with a dry laugh, "Let your senior sister have a look." Hearing that Emperor-level weapons couldn't be owned by ordinary people, Zhao Yu didn't react much, wanting to see what would happen to Bei Tangshui. Hearing his words, Zhao Yu then tossed the Emperor-level weapon to Tangshui. "Here, I'll show you a hammer." She caught the Emperor-level weapon and said reproachfully, "Although this hammer's aura is restrained and very unusual." "But you said I can't see it. What are you talking about?" Bei Tangshui held the Emperor-level weapon tightly. But perhaps because it was too heavy or perhaps its power was too strong, she couldn't lift it at all. Tangshui was already sweating profusely. She was flustered, her heart filled with questions. What level of weapon is this? Why can't I lift it?" Zhao Yu walked over and said, "I told you you couldn't see it. Now do you believe me?" Bei Tangshui asked nervously. "Is this a divine artifact?" "No, it's a super divine artifact or even an immortal artifact that surpasses super divine artifacts," Zhao Yu explained. "Only its owner or someone with the most top-tier constitution in the myriad heavens can use an Emperor-level weapon. Ordinary people can't lift it at all, nor can they use it." Only then did Tangshui know the origin of this hammer, and she shouted with her mouth wide open, "What? This is an Emperor-level weapon." Bayou was startled and hurriedly covered her mouth. "Quiet, keep it down, calm down, calm down." Tangshui calmed down and said happily, Yes, Master, I'm not excited. An Emperor-level weapon is something that only exists in legends. To be able to see it with my own eyes today, even with my Empress's temperament, I can't completely suppress my excitement." Zhao Yu hurriedly reminded, "Master, whenever an Emperor-level weapon appears, it will cause chaos in the fight for it. Since ancient times, countless great battles have occurred and countless great powers have been destroyed because of it." She continued seriously, "It's best not to spread the news about the Emperor-level weapon." Bayou replied on the surface, "I know," but in his heart he couldn't help but be surprised. "It seems that Emperor-level weapons are even more precious in the myriad heavens and realms than I thought. but now that the system can rebate Emperor-level weapons, I wonder if it can rebate things of a higher level than Emperor-level weapons. While he was still contemplating, Tianlong had already fallen to the ground. The Shanqin domain's old ancestor was indeed much stronger after transforming into a bone fossil. He defeated Tianlong and the Demon Lord and laughed triumphantly. Haha, you too can be considered to be at the pinnacle of the human emperor realm, but unfortunately you met me, this old ancestor. With my profound inner strength, killing you is only a matter of time. His strange body emitted a fierce magic power. Tianchong was covered in scars, but still said menacingly, "The old ancestor is invincible in the world. The old ancestor is mighty. Even if you defeat this holy master, you will only be the final victor, so what if you are the master? The benefits will still belong to our Shanqin sect, my good son. I will personally take you back." The demon lord was seriously injured and said weakly to Bayou, "Sect Master, this old fellow's cultivation is too high. We are no match for him. Please punish me, Sect Master." Tianlong struggled to support himself unwillingly. "I still don't believe it. I'll try again. I don't believe I can't beat this old fellow." He was about to continue fighting, but Bayou stopped him. "Wait." The Shanqin sect's old ancestor widened his eyes and roared, "Brat, didn't you see the situation clearly? You all kneel down and prostrate yourselves at the feet of my Shanqin sect, and this old ancestor can show you mercy," Bayou replied calmly. "You're overthinking it. I just need to slightly improve Big Wolf's strength and then come back to destroy you, you old fellow," the old ancestor said contemptuously. "A jumping clown. I'd like to see how you improve their strength and destroy me. Today I'll let you die knowing why." Bayou didn't waste any more time, took out the immortal-level essence-boosting realm-breaking pill and said, "Big Wolf, today I will grant you an opportunity to improve your cultivation and help you break through." Tianlong took it and looked at it. Although he didn't know what it was, the aura of this pill was indeed very unusual. The old ancestor found it ridiculous. "Haha, this is killing me, this old ancestor. I spent 1,000 years in seclusion, accumulating for 1,000 years before breaking through to the heaven profound realm, becoming a profound realm expert. And you think you can improve his cultivation with just a small pill? This is truly the most ridiculous thing in the world." Bayou just smiled meaningfully. "Old fellow, you might as well just die laughing." His brow furrowed and his eyes sharpened. After Tianlong consumed the immortal-level pill, his power increased by 10,000 times, and his whole body erupted with immense magic power. The old ancestor was greatly shocked. "What, he really broke through?" Tianlong roared excitedly. "Haha, half-step demon emperor realm, equivalent to your human heaven profound realm. Haha, I know this emperor has been stuck at this realm for hundreds of years and I've finally broken through. This feeling of increasing strength is so refreshing. Thank you, Sect Master Bai, for the opportunity." The demon lord witnessed this and couldn't help but exclaim, "He broke through so easily. This demon lord has also been stuck in the earth profound realm for hundreds of years." Tianlong rushed towards the Shanqin domain's old ancestor and said menacingly, "Haha, old fellow, now that you and I are at the same realm, let's fight again." When Tianchong saw this, he was full of jealousy. "Damn it, this holy master has been stuck in the mortal transcending realm, and even with cultivation I can't break through to the earth profound realm. Not even by refining blood buns. Why can Bayou so easily let others break through? I hate it. Could it be that today my Shanqin sect?" Tianlong and the old ancestor fought extremely fiercely, but unexpectedly he was still beaten down by the old ancestor. The old ancestor shouted angrily. "Get lost," he continued triumphantly. "Although you are at the same realm, I, this old ancestor, have profound experience. You are still no match for me." Tianchong hurriedly became happy. "Haha, in the same realm, my Shanqin sect's old ancestor is invincible one-on-one, brat. Even if a god came, they couldn't save you." Bayou muttered while thinking, "Invincible one-on-one in the same realm." Then he threw another immortal-level pill to the demon lord. "In that case, then this sect master will make it 2 against 1. The demon lord held the immortal pill in his hand, overjoyed. This great opportunity has finally come to me." "Thank you, Sect Master Bai," Bayou ordered. "Break through quickly and destroy that old fellow," he replied clearly. The demon lord consumed the immortal pill, and his strength also doubled. He said excitedly, "I originally thought this demon lord had no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. I didn't expect to break through to the heaven profound realm today. Sect Master Bai has given me a chance at rebirth." Tianchong began to feel scared. "What, another heaven profound realm? I can't believe it, I can't believe it." The demon son was also extremely surprised. "Now I understand why father submitted to Sect Master Bai, creating a top-tier expert with a wave of his hand. This person is truly unfathomable." The Shanqin domain's old ancestor gritted his teeth in anger. "How many of these magical pills does this kid have? Even I, this old ancestor, am jealous. I must kill him and snatch his treasures." After Tianlong and the demon lord's power greatly increased, they walked forward menacingly. "Haha, old fellow, Sect Master Bai wants you dead, so you must die." Lu Yuan said excitedly, 2 heaven profound realm experts against 1. This will definitely succeed." The scene switched elsewhere. Here the sky was blue and white clouds floated by. As beautiful as the sky was, that's how pathetic Julian was below. She was lying on the dry ground. The Sect Master of the chaotic era heretical sect said dejectedly, "She's dead. Julian is actually dead. The demonic heaven domain was utterly defeated. Is this Sect Master Bai a reincarnated god?" He hurriedly left. "I can't care about that much. I'll leave here first and find a body to live in." Just then Julian suddenly sat up and shouted, "Stop!" The Sect Master of the chaotic era heretical sect was extremely surprised. He looked at the dusty Julian and asked, "Julian, you're not dead?" She frowned. "What did you call me?" The Sect Master of the Chaotic Era Heretical Sect explained with a dry laugh. Moss Master, you're fine, that's great. Ah, she spread her hand and in it was a stream of purple energy with a sun-like shape in the middle. Fortunately, I previously cultivated several demonic arts in the demonic heaven domain, one of which is called the 9 Revolutions Undying Demonic Art, which requires dying 9 times to master. It's said that no one has mastered it since ancient times, she continued. I was just curious and cultivated it back then. I didn't expect to save my life with this 9 Revolutions Undying Demonic Art today. The Sect Master of the Chaotic Era Heretical Sect asked, Master, what do we do now? The demonic heaven domain has been subdued by the Bayou sect and is even attacking the Shanqin sect. I'm afraid there's no place for us in the demonic heaven domain or the Shanqin domain anymore, he continued. The human emperor realm doesn't just have the demonic heaven domain and the Shanqin domain. There are 7 other great domains as well as countless demonic domains and endless great domains. The world is vast, there are plenty of places we can go. Julian stomped her foot forcefully and that place caved in. Bayou, my hatred for you is like an overwhelming flood endless, she gritted her teeth and continued. Bayou, I swear to trample you under my feet. Back in the Shanqin domain, the battle was raging fiercely. Old dog, you are no match for me. On the silent square, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded, like a thunderclap on a clear day. A purplish-red light tore through the air, striking like an angry bolt of lightning, sending Tinlong flying. Meanwhile, the Shanqin sect's old ancestor was already on the ground, a terrifying force having impacted there. Causing a violent explosion, a large area of earth and rock collapsed, forming a huge deep pit. The Shanqin sect's old ancestor lay in the pit, and Tinchang was stunned. Old ancestor lost. The Shanqin sect's old ancestor ordered with a faint breath, Help me up, I can still fight. Hearing this, Tinchang immediately ran away. 2 heaven profound realm experts against 1 old ancestor. The old ancestor has no chance of winning. Let's go. The Shanqin sect's old ancestor below was still ordering. Didn't you hear me? Help me, he cursed. Bastard, what are you running for? Tinchang still didn't turn back. Old ancestor, you can rest in peace. I will definitely avenge you someday, he shouted with wide eyes. The Shanqin sect is beyond saving. I can still escape now as long as I have hope and don't die. I will kill that little bastard with my own hands. The Shanqin sect's old ancestor blamed himself regretfully. Why did I pass the position of Holy Master to you, you bastard, back then? The cultivators of the Shanqin sect were helpless. What do we do now? The old ancestor is defeated and the Holy Master has run away. They didn't know what to do. After thinking for a while, a few people said, What else can we do? I've had enough of this crappy sect for a long time. Let's all surrender. Then all the rogue cultivators of the Shanqin sect raised their hands in unison. Don't kill me, I surrender. This elder also surrenders. All of this was done by that foolish Holy Master. It has nothing to do with us. If you want to kill someone, kill the Holy Master. He deserves to die. The old ancestor was furious and roared, Traitors, bastards, all of you attack. The elders of the Shanqin sect hurriedly retorted, Old ancestor, the Shanqin sect has lost its faith and virtue. The Holy Master acts recklessly, making a mess of the entire Shanqin domain. It's beyond saving. The Shanqin domain is the weakest of the 9 domains. It's long overdue for a change. Hearing this, the old ancestor became even more furious. All of you shut up. This old ancestor will never watch the Shanqin sect's 1,000-year foundation be destroyed. He rolled his eyes and roared. It's all your fault. Bayou. Bayou heard the voice, walked closer and replied, It's all your Shanqin sect's own fault. Bayou raised his middle finger and provoked arrogantly, Still unrepentant foolish. Come and hit me if you have the guts. The ground suddenly cracked, and the old ancestor used his magic power to rush towards him, saying as he rushed, I'll grant your wish. The old ancestor suddenly stood still, unable to move. It turned out that the demon lord and Tinlong had come and grabbed his hands. The two warned, With the 2 of us here, how dare you touch a hair on Sect Master Bai's head? The old ancestor knew he couldn't resist, so he could only fight to the death. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. The demon lord and Tinlong were startled when they heard this. The old ancestor used the boundless dark domain. A tremendous force erupted, spreading violently and shaking everything around. Tinlong said in surprise, That old dog actually self-destructed, the demon lord replied. A cultivator of this level won't die even if they self-destruct. His soul still possesses powerful offensive capabilities. This old fellow is fighting to the death. A cultivator screamed in terror as the fearsome energy rushed towards him. A dark, gloomy aura enveloped the entire Shanqin sect. Help! Ah, get away, Lu Yuan said with concern. Sect Master, that old fellow is in the dark, killing our people everywhere. It's difficult to guard against an expert of the heaven profound realm. On Bayou's side he was surrounded by the black aura and a voice came from within. Haha, the boundless dark domain is this old ancestor's unique skill. Once activated, the black fog cannot be dispelled. All of you will be trapped inside at my mercy. Bayou thought, what should I do now? I'm so flustered. The Shanqin sect's old ancestor continued. There's no escape now, although my body has been destroyed and I will soon perish. I will kill more than half of these people before I die. Bayou said coldly, You're overthinking it. Killing you is like killing a dog. The Shanqin sect's old ancestor heard this and mocked. Haha, little beast, Bayou, keep talking tough. I will make you watch as your people are killed by me one by one. He picked up the emperor-level weapon. It seemed he couldn't be modest anymore. The light from the Emperor-level weapon shone on the ground and lightning broke through the darkness. Waves of frenzied energy spun in the air, forming a violent whirlwind of lightning. Blue lightning flashed, radiating from a central point as hot as an exploding sun. The once pitch-black sky now returned to its original state. "What?" someone said. Bayou smiled with satisfaction. The Shanqin sect's old ancestor couldn't believe his eyes. My boundless dark domain was actually broken. Li Shu and Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and became happy. The world has returned to normal, haha. Sect Master Bai is a god. The space has been restored, and the Shanqin sect's old ancestor must also reveal his true form. He fled in fear. Bayou held up the Emperor-level weapon and said arrogantly, "I said it before, killing you is like killing a dog. Do you think you can escape?" The old ancestor painfully tried to struggle and escape, but to no avail. With a world-shaking explosion, he gradually dissipated. The old ancestor roared no in hopelessness. Lu Yuan was relieved. "We've won." Yang Jianfeng was extremely excited. "The ruler of the Shanqin domain has been angry with our Bayou sect since the first day I followed Sect Master Bai. I knew then that I would achieve great things in the future, but I never expected to stand at the pinnacle of the Shanqin domain, controlling one of the 9 domains." In another development, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. It turned out that Tianchong was fleeing. It was unknown how long he had been running. He was too tired. He collapsed to the ground, panting, "It's over, everything is over. I must leave the Shanqin domain as soon as possible," Tianchong said without any shame. Suddenly, Lu Shang shouted from behind, "Holy Master." He quickly stood up alertly. "Lu Shang, why are you here?" He saw him kneel down and said sincerely, "Holy Master, I, Lu Shang, saw what happened today, and I hate it in my heart. Is the Holy Master just going to leave like this?" he continued angrily. "I'm not resigned," Tianchong suddenly sighed. "What can we do if we're not resigned? Even the old ancestor is no match for the Bayou sect." Lu Shang immediately replied, "Holy Master, is there no other way for our Shanqin sect's 1,000-year foundation?" He sighed even more deeply. "HMPH, to be blunt, the Shanqin sect does have a 1,000-year foundation, but it's basically been squandered by me, especially after the Zongtin sacred domain was destroyed for some unknown reason. The Shanqin sect has exhausted its last strength. Heaven wants to destroy our Shanqin sect." Lu Shang hurriedly patted his chest and said gallantly, "I don't care about others, Holy Master. I, Lu Shang, want to stand on my own side now." When Tianchong heard this, he laughed happily. Good, Lu Shang, this Holy Master was not wrong about you. Those traitors outside have all surrendered and rebelled, only you are loyal. I am very happy that you have this heart." Lu Shang asked hesitantly, "Holy Master, what should we do next?" He replied, "Now this Holy Master will take you away," and then with a flick of my finger, an array appeared, and Tianchong said triumphantly, "As long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no lack of firewood. I will definitely settle the score with the Bayou sect in the future," he continued. "Let's go." But he didn't notice that Lu Shang's expression had already changed. Taking advantage of the fact that Tianchong had completely trusted him and let down his guard, he drew his weapon and launched a surprise attack. The long weapon pierced through his body just like that. Only then was Tianchong stunned. "What?" he asked in pain. "Why would you dare to deceive me?" Lu Shang leaned closer and said softly, "I didn't deceive you. I am indeed not resigned because I was afraid you would run away. I had to stand by your side to make it easier to kill you." Tianchong shouted angrily, "Lu Shang, everything you have was given to you by this Holy Master, you traitor." He smiled contemptuously. "Haha, you gave it to me. I don't want to hear another word of your nonsense." He pulled out his weapon abruptly, not forgetting to send him off with a phrase, "You fool." Then Lu Shang used his final move. He shouted, "Everything I have was bestowed by Sect Master Bai. You forced me to do all kinds of bad things, causing the people of the Shanqin domain to complain endlessly and suffer greatly." Unexpectedly, Tianchong wasn't dead yet and still had the strength to fight back. He shouted, "You dare? Do you really think you can kill me? I, this Holy Master, am in the mortal transcending realm after all. Can I be dealt with by any cat or dog?" he said as he turned towards him. "Now I, Tianchong, understand. You've long been in cahoots with that little beast from the Bayou sect, so you're the ones who made my son a fool. He has nothing to fear anymore," he replied decisively. "Your foolish and cruel saint's son deserves to be punished." Tianchong was furious. "I'll kill you." But he suddenly stopped moving. Lu Shang was very puzzled when he saw this scene. It was Ling who helped him and took care of him. Tianchong barely opened his eyes and said weakly in anger, "What, even you want to betray me?" Lu Shang was surprised when he recognized Ling. He thought, "It's him. This person is the most mysterious existence in the Shanqin sect. He has always been by the Holy Master's side. I've only heard of this person, and I've only seen him once or twice." He drew his sword, and Tianchong completely lost his life, collapsing to the ground. He said calmly, "I'm sorry, Holy Master, I need to use your head as proof." Ling turned to Lu Shang and said, "Lu Shang, please introduce me to Sect Master Bai. I have something important to discuss." Lu Shang didn't answer immediately, but asked curiously, "What is your identity hiding so deeply?" He shrugged. Same. I was also very surprised by your sudden betrayal. Back at the Shanqin sect, Lu Yuan said happily, "Sect Master, I've already sent people to take over the Shanqin sect. In a few days our Bayou sect will completely control the entire Shanqin domain." The demon lord also cupped his hands and said respectfully, "And the demonic heaven domain, I am willing to offer the entire demonic heaven domain to the Sect Master." But Bayou still had a concern in his heart at this time. He replied, "Don't be happy too early. The main culprit of the Holy Master hasn't been caught yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Tianchong's corpse was already lying behind him. Lu Shang had brought his body with Ling by his side. He reported, "Sect Master, I've brought you the main culprit. Hearing this, Bayou replied happily, Lu Shang, well done. I can rest assured when you handle things. Lu Yuan still had a question, so he said, Sect Master, there's another problem. How should we deal with these surrendered disciples of the Shanqin sect? He immediately smiled and handed them over to Lu Shang to manage from now on. The Shanqin sect becomes a division under the Bayou sect, named the Shanqin Hall. Lu Shang is promoted to the master of the Shanqin Hall. He was stunned, unable to believe his ears, his heart racing with joy. Lu Shang hurriedly knelt down and performed a grand ceremony. Thank you, Sect Master. After so long, Lu Shang, have finally become a member of the Bayou sect. Bayou immediately gestured for him to stand up and he continued, From today on, our Bayou sect is the ruler of the Shanqin domain. The Shanqin domain is renamed the Tianyu domain. The rogue cultivators were all very happy and responded in unison, We obey the Sect Master's order. Taoist Qingyun also spoke up. Venerable One, my Wood Profound sect has an impertinent request, he hurriedly replied. This time the Wood Profound sect fully supported the Bayou sect. This Sect Master, for the sake of your Taoist Qingyun's face, just say what you want. Hearing this, Fang Muling boldly said, Venerable One, my Wood Profound sect also wants to join the Bayou sect and be a part of it. Bayou replied, The Wood Profound sect is also your foundation. Isn't it a bit of a pity? Muling said sincerely. It's not a pity at all. We both agreed to unconditionally join the Bayou sect. Taoist Qingyun also agreed. Yes, Sect Master Bai is a god. Peerless, it would be a pity if we didn't join. Bayou's expression became excited. In that case, the Wood Profound sect will become the Wood Profound Hall under the Bayou sect, and Taoist Qingyun will be the master of the Wood Profound Hall, she thought with satisfaction. I finally joined the Bayou sect and become a regular army. This is the greatest opportunity for my Wood Profound sect. On the other side, the two old people sensed something strange and stood up together to look into the distance. Old Man Li spoke up, Did I feel that aura just now correctly? Li Wang nodded, Yes, I felt it too. The two old people were startled and said in unison, It's an Emperor-level weapon. Old Man Li was astonished. How is that possible? This is truly unbelievable. Where did that kid Bayou get an Emperor-level weapon? What is his background? How did attacking a small Shanqin sect cause such a big commotion? Auntie Wang turned to leave. You ask me, who do I ask? The cigar was lit again. The two old people sat at the stone table talking in low voices. Can we still hide it? She replied seriously. The aura of an Emperor-level weapon is too tyrannical. It's impossible to completely hide the aura. He frowned and said, The time of great chaos is coming. Auntie Wang denied it. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Now there's an extra variable. Old Man Li heard this and asked in confusion, You mean that kid Bayou? Even if that kid has an Emperor-level weapon, his strength is very poor. She smiled. He indeed has no strength, but that kid often surprises people in desperate situations. That's the charm of a variable. Auntie Wang was right. Bayou always maintained a clear head in the stormy seas, going against the current and surprising people. Everything was settled. Only then did Lu Shang introduce Ling to Bayou. Sect Master, that person is a trusted aide of the Shanqin sect and has frequent contact with the Holy Master. He wants to see you. He was the one who helped me kill the Holy Master just now, he said. Bring him here. Ling came before Bayou and said respectfully, Greetings, Sect Master Bai. The Sect Master is brilliant, turning clouds with a flip of his hand and making it rain with another. You've truly opened my eyes today. Bayou replied directly. Cut the flattery, just state your name and origin, he said sincerely. I have no name. The Sect Master can call me Ling or give me a name. Hearing this, he asked curiously, No name, so you're not human, Ling hurriedly explained. I was born from the sacred land that was previously destroyed by the Sect Master. I've come specially to bring the Sect Master a great opportunity. Bayou immediately called his two disciples, Zhao Yu, Bei Tangshui. You two have far-reaching vision. Come and see if there's anything suspicious about this person. Bei Tangshui replied decisively, This person's heart is not righteous, his heart is not clean, he should be killed. Zhao Yu also agreed. His soul is filthy, his mind is chaotic, he is a great villain. There's no need to keep him. Ling was directly scared, very panicked. Bayou's face then became sinister and he said coldly, You heard them. My two disciples told me to deal with you. You should prepare to hit the road. He hurriedly defended himself in fear. Sect Master Bai, I've brought a great opportunity. You can't sentence me to death just based on the opinions of two girls. I feel wrong. Please give me a chance to speak. Bayou leaned closer to him and smiled sinisterly. Then this Sect Master will give you a chance to speak, Ling explained excitedly. I'm not bragging. Sect Master Bai, after you hear what I have to say, you definitely won't kill me. This is a heaven-defying opportunity. He replied disbelievingly. Cut the crap. He hurriedly continued. Sect Master Bai, as everyone knows, the world is divided into 9 domains because each domain has a sacred land. The Shanqin domain has the Zongtian sacred land. The demonic heaven domain has the demonic heaven sacred land, and I was born in a sacred land. No one knows sacred lands better than me. Bayou's face remained unchanged. And then, Ling still said happily, each sacred land hides a great opportunity, that is, after the sacred land is destroyed. You will get a bronze fragment. Bayou took out what he had collected and asked, You mean this? Ling said happily. I didn't guess wrong. The bronze fragment did fall into your hands. When all the sacred lands are destroyed, you will get 9 fragments. When the 9 fragments are combined into one, that will be the greatest opportunity. Bayou was a little curious. What opportunity? A quasi-emperor level weapon. The 9 fragments will combine into a quasi-emperor level weapon. He replied hurriedly. Hearing this, he was stunned. He asked again. That's it. Ling was stunned. Isn't that enough? This is a quasi-emperor level weapon, far superior to divine artifacts. Not only have they heard of it, but many cultivators haven't even heard of it. With such a weapon in hand, you can cut through everything and fight across realms like cutting melons and vegetables. Thinking of the green emperor level weapon in his hand, Bayou ordered impatiently. Men, drag this dog's head out. Yang Jianfeng raised the sharp weapon in his hand and smiled. Let's go, I'll send you on your way. Ling was panicked and shouted unwillingly. Hey Sect Master, I was born in a sacred land. I understand all sacred lands. I can help you obtain a quasi-emperor level weapon. Why do you still want to kill me? He refused flatly. It wasn't worth considering. Ling grew even more flustered and immediately retorted. What? You don't value a quasi-emperor level weapon? Sect Master Bai, are you kidding me? Did I hear you right? With a quasi-emperor level weapon, you would be invincible in the 9 domains. Sect Master, stop joking with me. After listening to his rambling, Bayou began to grow impatient. I'm not joking. You followed the holy master of the Shanqin sect and committed numerous evil deeds. If you have no other value, then go on your way in peace. Ling was terrified and knelt down to beg for mercy. Sect Master, don't kill me, he thought for a moment, then stammered. I'm still useful, Ling said hurriedly. The entire human emperor realm is now depleted of resources and countless cultivators are progressing slowly. Sect Master Bai has just taken over the Shanqin domain and needs a large amount of cultivation resources. I can help the Sect Master gather them. Bayou found him suspicious, cleared his throat and asked, How would you gather them? Ling replied, trembling. The old heavenly court of the past. Although the heavenly court has been destroyed and the human emperor realm has been divided into 9 domains, the treasures of the heavenly court still exist. After he finished speaking, Bayou's gaze sharpened. How can I believe you? Ling swore an oath. I can swear it. This Ling is truly cunning, he thought. I'll just make an oath to get by for now, just in case. Bayou ordered Jiaoyu. Jiaoyu, place a restriction on him. She nodded. All right. Ling looked at her contemptuously and laughed out loud. Haha, even a heavenly Dao oath can't deal with a spiritual body like me, let alone a restriction from a little girl of unknown origin. It's completely useless against me. Jiaoyu didn't like to talk much. She just gently cast her spell. In my name, heaven and earth combine, seal the 5 directions, still courting death, he mocked. Ha, this little girl really knows how to put on an act. She couldn't be bothered to argue with him and clenched her fist. Ling was immediately bound by a magical force. The tighter Jiaoyu clenched her fist, the tighter the force squeezed him. Only then did he panic. How can this be? What kind of restriction is this? It's locked everything from my soul to my body from the inside out. Jiaoyu turned to Bayou and said, Master, it's done. From now on, if he dares to have any disloyal thoughts, you just need to crush this jade pendant, and he will die instantly. Bayou took the purple jade pendant and said proudly, Ling, do you have anything else to say? Ling replied, trembling. I am willing to submit to Sect Master Bai and will never dare to be disloyal again. His head felt like it was about to explode. It couldn't be removed, couldn't be broken. What level of restriction technique is this? Who is this girl? How am I completely under her control? How could such a person exist in the earthly realm? Isn't this just metaphysics? After dealing with Ling, Bayou called over Lu Yuan and handed him an immortal level essence-boosting realm-breaking pill. I have an essence-boosting realm-breaking pill here, Lu Yuan. It's for you. Lu Yuan was stunned and didn't dare to accept it. For me, Sect Master, isn't this too precious? Bayou then said, in this battle you lost an arm and were seriously injured. Take this pill and you can break through from the Marquis realm to the core breaking realm and your arm will also regenerate. Lu Yuan took the spiritual pill and swallowed it. In an instant his arm grew back and his strength increased severalfold. He was ecstatic. Ha! My arm has regenerated and my realm has reached the core breaking realm. Before meeting the Sect Master, this was something Lu Yuan wouldn't even dare to dream of. In the blink of an eye 3 days passed. The Shanqin domain, now the Tianyu domain, became more peaceful than before. Bayou and Lu Yuan looked down from a high place and discussed, Sect Master, in these few days our Bayou sect has completely taken over the Shanqin sect. We have carefully selected hundreds of disciples with outstanding talent to be core disciples directly under the Bayou sect's command. The rest are managed by the various halls. It's just... Bayou hesitated for a moment, then continued to ask, Are the cultivation resources insufficient? Lu Yuan replied, I can't say they're insufficient. After all, the Sect Master gave me a mountain of spirit stones last time, a full 9 million of them. These spirit stones are more than enough to sustain the basic cultivation of the Bayou sect for 1,000 years. However, besides spirit stones, our Bayou sect is severely lacking in other cultivation resources such as heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The entire continent's resources are now depleted and the Shanqin sect wasted too much over the years, leaving little behind. Our Bayou sect only has expenses and no income. Bayou's expression grew solemn. He asked in a deep voice, How long can our current resources last? Lu Yuan sighed, about half a year. After that, all cultivation resources except for spirit stones will be completely depleted. Bayou sat down on the ground weary and said dejectedly, Auntie Wang was right, the sect is facing a crisis. It seems that seizing the treasure of the heavenly court is imperative, however we have more important matters to attend to right now. Lu Yuan, how much do you know about the Dragon Palace? As he spoke, he recalled how he had hastily fled from the Titan Giant Demon last time. I summoned the 9 Dragon Banner to suppress the old turtle, but it was shattered by the giant demon. He thought of the old turtle again. The old turtle is no longer suppressed and has probably returned to the Dragon Palace by now. The matter of killing the 3rd prince can no longer be hidden. Lu Yuan's words interrupted his thoughts. The Dragon Palace is the most powerful force in the Endless Sea, one might even say the only superpower, and has always ruled over all the waters. When the Heavenly Court still existed, the Dragon Palace, the human race's Heavenly Court, and the remnants of the demon race's Heavenly Court were the three strongest forces on the great northern continent. In people's memory, the Dragon King is majestic, with white hair standing on end, long whiskers, dragon horns, and elegant traditional robes, exuding the aura of a majestic dragon god. It was the first time Bayou had heard of the great northern continent, and he asked curiously. Lu Yuan replied, "According to legend, the continent where our human emperor realm is located is the Great Northern Continent, which includes the Endless Sea and the Endless Demon Race territories. Beyond the Great Northern Continent is known as the Outer Domain, a place perhaps only the legendary Lord of the Heavenly Court has ever set foot in." Bayou was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask, "If the Dragon Palace attacks our Tianyu domain, what are our chances of winning?" Lu Yuan proudly puffed out his chest and said confidently, "With the Sect Master here, it's 100% of course." Bayou was surprised. "Oh, you have such blind faith in me now," he said hurriedly. "Don't count on me. I'm going into seclusion soon and can't act rashly." Hearing this, Lu Yuan replied, "Without the Sect Master, I'm afraid we have no chance of winning. After all, every dragon in the Dragon Palace has an extremely strong body, and only divine artifacts can kill them. The strength of an adult dragon surpasses the core-breaking realm. And the legendary Dragon Lord has lived for endless years, his strength unfathomable." Bayou pondered with a worried heart. "It seems I can only rely on the system to improve the sect's strength. If every member of the Bayou sect had an emperor-level weapon, let alone the Dragon Palace, even the cultivators of the entire world couldn't deal with the Bayou sect. Of course, an emperor-level weapon for everyone is a bit of an exaggeration, but one divine artifact per person is an achievable goal." The scene switches to the Heavenly Court's treasury, where the Heavenly Fire Empress is ordering two tall men to push the gate. She thought helplessly. Looking at the unmoving gate, "Still can't open the Heavenly Court's treasury," an old man beside her hurriedly explained. "Heavenly Fire Empress, please calm your anger. The Heavenly Court's treasury was reinforced by the Lord of the Heavenly Court with a special technique. We are doing our best to break it, but we still need more time." She glanced at him contemptuously. "It's been years and the Heavenly Court's treasury still isn't open. What use are you?" The Heavenly Fire Empress left in frustration. "I don't have that much time to waste. No matter what method you use, you must open it for me." The people on both sides lined up and respectfully cupped their hands. "Yes, we respectfully see the Empress off," she thought with a worried heart. "The cultivation resources of the entire Great Northern Continent are now scarce, unable to support me in breaking through to the next realm. Only by opening the Heavenly Court's treasury and obtaining the treasures left by the Lord of the Heavenly Court can I break through again. By then, even if I face an invasion from the outer gods, I'll have the power to fight." She continued to mutter to herself, "Why haven't the two great demons I sent to kill that bitch Mingshui returned yet?" The Heavenly Fire Empress pinched her fingers to calculate. Her eyes narrowed and a clear look of worry appeared on her face. The Heavenly Fire Empress was stunned. Their auras have disappeared. Those two great demons were killed. Could it be that Mingshui has recovered? Impossible, reincarnating and recultivating. Even with abundant resources, it's impossible to recover so quickly. Not to mention that the cultivation resources within the 9 domains are now scarce. A purple vortex appeared in the air and a shout came from within. "Ah, is the Holy Master of the Lishan domain here?" A fair hand grabbed the edge of the vortex. The Holy Master of the Lishan domain gradually appeared. "Haha, Empress, did you miss me?" she said arrogantly. "Holy Master of the Lishan domain, watch who you're talking to." He raised his head, his eyes filled with reverence and fascination. He waved his hand and his voice sounded like a tide. "Empress, you are the noblest empress among the 4 holy masters. For any matter, as long as you ask, my Lishan domain will not refuse. I will go through fire and water without hesitation," the Heavenly Fire Empress requested. "Help me find someone within the 9 domains." This surprised the Holy Master of the Lishan domain. "Find someone? Who could it be that the Empress would personally ask me to find?" Her face darkened. "Empress Mingshui." Hearing this name, the Holy Master of the Lishan domain was greatly shocked. "What, wasn't she already?" "Bayou, Heavenly Fire Empress. Not long ago I sensed Mingshui's unique icy aura. It must have been when she reincarnated, recultivated, and broke through a realm, accidentally leaking her aura," she continued. "After that I sent 2 great demons to find her, but both of those guys died," the Holy Master of the Lishan domain said. "Such a thing happened? Within the 9 domains, besides the Lishan domain and the Janshan domain, who else could kill 2 great demons so silently?" "Could it have been the Janshan domain?" the Heavenly Fire Empress pondered and replied. "It wasn't the Janshan domain. The place where Mingshui appeared was the Shanqin domain." Hearing this, he was full of astonishment. "The Shanqin domain, the weakest of the 9 domains. It can't stir up any trouble. This is truly strange. I'll go take a look." "Holy Master of the Lishan domain," the Heavenly Fire Empress called out to him. "The world may be divided into 9 domains, but the Heavenly Court must still be revered." The Holy Master of the Lishan domain turned his head, a half-genuine, half-fake smile on his lips, a cunning light flashing in his eyes. He said in a slightly teasing yet undeniably excited tone, "Does the Empress wish to rebuild the Heavenly Court? Then I am all for it. I just wonder if the Heavenly Court's treasury could," she replied without hesitation. Among the 9 domains, your Letian domain is in the top 3, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's the first. I need someone capable of persuading the other 8 domains to submit to the Heavenly Court. At that time you will naturally have a share of the Heavenly Court's treasury." He bowed and cupped his hands respectfully, saying, "Except for that fearless Shanqin domain, the other domains are not worth mentioning," he continued. "If the Empress could personally descend to suppress the Shanqin domain, even that place would no longer be a problem." The Heavenly Fire Empress turned and said, "I cannot descend recently. The outer gods are about to arrive. I need to hide my aura." Hearing this, the Holy Master of the Letian domain was also very panicked. "Outer gods, I understand." He transformed into a dazzling beam of light and sped away. "I'll go attend to the matter first." The scene shifts to the old turtle, who is reporting something. "Dragon Lord, that's how it is. The third prince was devoured by the ninth. In the center of the deep ocean, where sunlight was reduced to faint specks of light, a magnificent staircase appeared. A dazzling beam of light shot straight into the sky. The Sea Dragon King stood on top and said, "This king is very angry." Hearing this, the old turtle continued, "This old turtle understands the consequences are severe. The third prince cannot die in vain." The Sea Dragon King immediately retorted, "Wrong. This king is angry not because the third prince died, nor because he was devoured by the ninth. It has been the way of the dragon race to kill each other since ancient times. He was devoured because he wasn't skilled enough. No one else is to blame." "This," the old turtle replied. He stated frankly, "What makes me angry is that the ninth actually followed a human. Willingly becoming a watchdog is a great shame to the sea dragon race." The old turtle spoke up. "Dragon Lord, the Sect Master of the Bayou sect is no ordinary person. He possesses divine artifacts and even super divine artifacts. He cannot be underestimated." The Sea Dragon King stood above, cursing incessantly. "A wet behind the ears human brat, what's so great about having a divine artifact? My dragon race has ruled the endless sea for countless years, once standing alongside the human race's heavenly court and the demon race's heavenly court as the 3 great powers of the great northern continent. Now that the 2 heavenly courts have fallen, it is time for my dragon race to control the great northern continent." Just then a pillar of water appeared, startling both the old turtle and the Sea Dragon King. The old turtle said, "This aura, this is," the Sea Dragon King continued, "it's an invasion from the outer gods. Quick, stop them." The pillar of water gradually turned deep purple and the Sea Dragon King panicked and ordered, "All dragons hear my command." Then he transformed into a giant dragon. "Stop the outer gods from descending at all costs." The dragons rushed forward at high speed. A black object was revealed, and a voice was heard, "Haha, what a beautiful golden dragon. My luck is good this time. I've run into a treasure as soon as I arrived." The Sea Dragon King ordered the attack. The dragons shot arrows one after another, each one flying into the vortex, but to no effect. The Sea Dragon King said worriedly, "This is not good. If this continues, we won't be able to stop the outer gods' invasion at all." A man revealed his sharp fangs and smiled sinisterly. "Haha, I've struck it rich this time." It turned out to be Chen Li. He laughed loudly. "If I capture these giant dragons and take them back, Master will definitely praise me." His subordinate spoke up. "There are barriers between the continents of the mainland. Since the ancient passages disappeared, it's very difficult for ordinary people to cross them. We just happened to arrive when the barrier tide was at its weakest. Bumping into this group of dragon beasts here proves the young master's fortune is as vast as the heavens." Chen Li ordered, "Go capture them. I want to eat roasted dragon tendons." His subordinate quickly stopped him. "Young master, hold on, our ship hasn't fully passed through the barrier yet." Hearing this, Chen Li slapped his subordinate. He glanced over. "Didn't you hear me?" Chen Li's eyes were furious. "I want to eat roasted dragon tendons now." "Yes, yes." The top of Chen Li's ship is already visible. "Quick, accelerate out of the barrier." Seeing this, the Sea Dragon King panicked. He couldn't wait any longer. "Bring the dragon pearls." Dragon pearls fell into his mouth one by one, and a dazzling golden light enveloped the Sea Dragon King. Then he charged towards the barrier. Standing before Chen Li's ship, the Sea Dragon King could only watch in anger as the vessel began to crack. "Damn it," the Sea Dragon King said. "My pseudo-golden dragon body has its limits after all. I can't break through." Chen Li flew into a rage. "You dare wreck my ship? Are you looking for death?" The Sea Dragon King was calm. "Old turtle, you're up." The old turtle came over and spoke. With a loud crash, rubble flew everywhere. Fortunately, thanks to its hard shell, the old turtle successfully blocked the debris. Then it swam towards the barrier. "Young Master Chen Li, this is bad. The barrier is shaking violently. We have to go back." Chen Li roared in frustration. "A bunch of cowardly beasts, you wretches on this continent, just you wait." Then he vanished. "Just you wait." The Sea Dragon King was contemplating something, not noticing his surroundings. The Grand Prince of the Dragon Palace asked, "Royal Father, who exactly were those people? Why were you so afraid?" He answered, "Those are the legendary outer gods." He was still curious. "What are outer gods? Where do they come from?" The Sea Dragon King replied, "I don't know. The outer gods are all extremely powerful. Some are even masters who have surpassed the supreme profound realm." Hearing this, the Grand Prince of the Dragon Palace was incredulous. "What? Surpassing the supreme profound realm? That's a legendary realm. No one on the great northern continent has ever broken through to it. To us they are simply godlike figures." The Sea Dragon King continued, "They occasionally come to our remote great northern continent. Sometimes it's every few decades, other times it's every few hundred or even over 1,000 years. The timing of their arrival is uncertain, but each time they come they slaughter wantonly, leaving devastation in their wake. On scorched earth rubble lay scattered, the dry, charred vegetation twisted as if wailing. In the distance the city walls leaned precariously. The land was submerged in a sea of blood. So what? The Grand Prince of the Dragon Palace asked, puzzled. I fear these outer gods will descend again. The Sea Dragon King explained calmly. Historical records show that the descent of the outer gods has almost always occurred in the endless demon domain. The destruction of the demon race's heavenly court is related to this. This time, for some unknown reason, they came to our endless sea, but there's no need to panic. We stopped their descent this time, so they won't be back so soon. The Grand Prince of the Dragon Palace frowned. For now we must still prepare ourselves. He watched the Sea Dragon Kings departing back. Suddenly the Sea Dragon King turned and ordered, Go and bring back the ninth son. Tell him that if he is willing to return I will let bygones be bygones. Hearing this, the Grand Prince's face turned pale. Royal Father, he killed the third prince. Do as I say, he said coldly. Yes, he asked again. Royal Father, what if the ninth son refuses to return? If he refuses, capture him and bring him back. Remember, I want him alive. The Sea Dragon King muttered to himself as he left. A golden dragon, the second golden dragon after myself. The saying that the 9 sons of a dragon are all different is true indeed. Who would have thought the 9th son would awaken the body of a golden dragon? The Grand Prince turned to the old turtle. Old turtle, why do you think Royal Father wants the 9th son to return? Could it be that after the 9th son awakened the golden bloodline, Royal Father's opinion of him changed? That he started to value him and even considers making him the next Dragon King? The old turtle swam away leisurely. I don't know, this old turtle is tired and wants to sleep, he said. The affairs of the world are complex. I, this old turtle, have witnessed countless changes. It's all just about power and influence. I only want to ask one thing, is it possible to live forever? He gritted his teeth, his voice echoing in the air. Cunning old bastard. The scene shifts elsewhere. The sound of footsteps approaches. Sect Master, we're here. This is the demonic heaven sacred land, the sacred land of the demonic heaven domain, the demon lord reported. He continued. There are indeed countless treasures within the sacred land, but only the fated can obtain them. I found a demon lotus inside before, which is how I was able to restore my physical body. Bayou looked at Ling and asked, Ling, didn't you say you know the most about sacred lands? What great opportunities are there in the demonic heaven sacred land? He replied. There are 3 great opportunities in the demonic heaven sacred land. 3 ancient sacred relics. They are a great boon for increasing one's cultivation. But the greatest opportunity of all is the bronze fragment that manifests from the sacred land. It's a component of a quasi-emperor level weapon. Once assembled, it will be unrivaled. Bayou held the bronze fragment. I couldn't get rid of this fragment before. No matter how far I threw it, it would return to me on its own. This is very strange. Is this really a fragment of a quasi-emperor level weapon? I've never seen even an emperor level weapon act this bizarrely, he called out. Jiaoyu, come here. I'll give you something. We'll just have to see if you can take it. Jiaoyu reached for the bronze fragment. It's just an ordinary bronze fragment. How could I not be able to take it? Before she could touch the fragment, it flew away. This greatly surprised her. Bayou turned his hand over, puzzled. Where did it go? Then the bronze fragment reappeared in his hand. Just as I thought, this thing automatically returns to me. It's so strange, it seems to have some special connection to me. This can't be just a simple fragment of a quasi-emperor level weapon. Jiaoyu pondered for a moment. That thing seems to be, Bayou asked curiously. Do you know what this bronze fragment is? I don't, but it seems related to the soul armaments mentioned in ancient texts. And what are soul armaments? I'm not entirely sure either, she replied. Because soul armaments are even rarer than emperor-level weapons. If emperor-level weapons have left their mark on the world with each one witnessing bloody battles, then soul armaments are things of pure legend. No one has ever seen one. Bayou was stunned. He thought. It seems the only way to figure out what this really is will be to collect the fragments from all 9 sacred lands. He turned to everyone and said, let's go. We're entering the demonic heaven sacred land today. We'll use every opportunity here to strengthen my Bayou sect. The first thing they saw upon entering was a towering pagoda. The first sacred relic is inside this pagoda, Bayou said. The demon lord said with concern, this sacred pagoda has stood here for ages. Countless geniuses from the demonic heaven domain have climbed it, but none have found the sacred relic. Ling immediately countered, that's because they never reached the 9th floor. The demon lord asked scornfully, the 9th floor? Are you kidding me? This pagoda only has 8 floors. Where would a 9th floor come from? Ling's expression darkened. He said mysteriously, no one knows the 9 sacred lands better than I do. Sect Master, opening the 9th floor of this pagoda requires a special condition. What condition? Bayou asked coldly. Ling stretched out his hand and shot a spark towards the pagoda. Sect Master, please look. A door gradually materialized above the 8th floor, emitting a strange golden light. Sect Master, opening this door allows entry to the 9th floor, and entering the 9th floor requires the blood of 10 heaven profound realm great demons. I wonder if the Sect Master has enough. The demon lord panicked. 10 heaven profound realm great demons, how could we possibly gather that many? Even in the endless demon domain we couldn't find that many. It won't be that much trouble, he replied flatly. Then Bayou took out his emperor-level weapon and smashed it directly against the door to the 9th floor. A huge pillar of light shot out, making the people below gasp in amazement. This is, the demon lord thought. This hammer has such power, could it be a divine artifact? No, even a divine artifact couldn't open this door. This is a weapon of an even higher grade. Bayou looked down. Isn't it open now? Why go to the trouble of finding demon beasts? A tree appeared from above. Bayou looked at it and sneered. So the 9th floor only has a single tree. But below, Bei Tangshui and Jiaoyu were extremely surprised. This is no ordinary tree, Jiaoyu said. Tangshui continued. It's an enlightenment tea tree, Ling exclaimed excitedly. As expected of a sacred relic, to think it's such a precious enlightenment tea tree. Bayou asked, what is the origin of the sacred relics? The demon lord said softly, it is said that sacred relics are treasures left behind by ancient sacred creatures, each one incomparably precious with an extraordinary origin. Bayou pointed and said, Jiaoyu, I'll give this tree to you. Jiaoyu stared at the enlightenment tea tree. Other people give flowers. This is the first time I've ever seen someone gift a tree. Just then, Bayou's system chimed. System prompt, gifted disciple Jiaoyu 1 enlightenment tea tree, triggering a 1000x rebate. Congratulations host, you have obtained 1000 enlightenment tea trees. Ling was grinning from ear to ear. The enlightenment tea tree is a legendary item. It seems only the heavenly court ever possessed one on the great northern continent. There are none anywhere else. Its tea leaves can enhance one's cultivation comprehension. Obtaining one with enough time is enough to raise an entire sect to become first in the 9 domains, Bayou said proudly. And what if there were 1,000? He was stunned. How 1,000? That's unimaginable. The sect's disciples could probably bathe in enlightenment tea. Their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, but enlightenment tea trees can't be cultivated, so 1,000 is impossible. The corner of Bayou's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He turned to leave. Really haven't seen the world, he thought. Looks like this trip was worthwhile. 1,000 enlightenment tea trees will allow the Bayou sect's strength to soar. Next, they arrived at a place under the canopy of beautiful cherry blossom trees. Ling spoke up. Sect Master, this is the location of the second sacred relic. This place is called the Plum Blossom Go Board, the demon lord continued. It's an ancient unsolved game. Countless people have tried to find an opportunity here, but all have failed. The demon lord looked at the board and said, Sect Master, we can't use force to obtain the sacred relic here. We have to solve this game. Li Shu spoke up. I've studied Go formation since I was young. Let me try. He picked up a stone and studied the board, frowning. It's no use. This board is masterfully complex. I can't solve it, Bei Tangshui thought. In my previous life, the lord of the heavenly court loved to play Go, so I often played against him. Though I never won, I believe I have some insight into the game. I'll try too, she interjected, to solve the game and get the sacred relic. But the game was not simple. In the bowl of stones, one seemed to be glowing. After pondering for a while, Bei Tangshui also gave up. It's too difficult. This game is likely unsolvable. At least no one in the great northern land can solve it. Bayou turned to Jiaoyu. Is there any way to solve this game? Jiaoyu turned and replied, I don't know the first thing about Go. Bayou handed her a book. In that case, as your master, I'll give you this Go manual. Take it back and study it well, a system prompt chimed. Gifted disciple Jiaoyu 1 Plum Blossom Go manual, activating a 10,000x rebate. Congratulations host, you have obtained the title Supreme Go Master. With this title, you will understand all Go games past and present. Just as I thought, Bayou mused. This system can even rebate skills. Hearing Bayou tell Jiaoyu to go back and study it, Ling explained, Sect Master, this Go board can't be taken away. Otherwise, even if you solve it outside the sacred land, you won't get the opportunity. All right, Bayou replied. Then this Sect Master will solve this game myself. Master, you also understand Go? Bei Tangshui asked in surprise. As soon as she finished speaking, Bayou walked to the board and picked up a stone ready to make a move. Placing the stone on the board, Bayou replied humbly, just a little. The Plum Blossom Go game. After Bayou placed his stone, the demon lord in front of him cried out in shock. It's solved. After all these years, the Sect Master actually solved the Plum Blossom Go game. Sect Master Bai is truly unfathomable. To think he's also an expert in Go. I underestimated him, Ling thought. I was so stubborn before the game was solved. If the Sect Master hadn't seen the solution, I would have been done for. That was Ling's opinion of the Sect Master. Bei Tangshui praised Bayou. And you call that knowing just a little? Master's skill is probably even greater than the former lord of the heavenly court. After the game was solved, a wisp of energy rose from the board, taking the form of a dragon and flying into the air. Is this the second sacred relic? Could this aura be a Tao spirit? Yes. It is indeed a Tao spirit. I never expected such a divine object to appear here. It's truly amazing, Lu Yuan spoke up. I've seen records in ancient books. A Tao spirit is basically useless to those with dull aptitude, but to cultivators with outstanding aptitude it is a priceless treasure with countless benefits after absorption. At this time, Bayou looked at his 3 proud disciples, Jiaoyu, Bei Tangshui, and Li Shu. Then it's useless to me. Don't give it to me, I can't use it anyway, Bei Tangshui and Jiaoyu replied in unison. Then I'll give it to you, Li Shu. Bayou handed the Tao spirit to Li Shu. Lu Yuan spoke up. Indeed, the Tao spirit is very suitable for someone like young Master Li, who is exceptionally talented and pure of heart. The system prompt sounded. Gifted disciple Li Shu 1 wisp of chaotic Tao spirit, activating a 10x rebate. Congratulations host, you have obtained 10 wisps of chaotic Tao spirit. Li Shu took the Tao spirit and said happily, the fluctuations of this great Tao are so pure and captivating, I must absorb it immediately. Just then a gust of wind rose, shaking heaven and earth. Li Shu sat down, circulated his energy, and began to absorb the Tao spirit. A cyan light enveloped Li Shu's entire body. Watching the scene before him, Lu Yuan said, To be able to break through a realm so easily, the effect of the Tao spirit is too obvious. The demon lord also knew the power of the Tao spirit and said, "It's not over yet." The light grew stronger and stronger. It seemed the power of the Tao spirit was being fully unleashed. Ling's eyes widened in a daze. This is the phenomenon of the 7-colored rosy clouds in the legends. If the 7-colored rosy clouds appear when a cultivator breaks through a realm, it means that this person's aptitude is already ranked among the geniuses of the heavens. The geniuses of the heavens are from the great worlds of the outer domains. We have never been to the outer domains. Yet young Master Li is already ranked among the heavens. Bayou thought to himself, although my first disciple seems the most ordinary, he has become more and more extraordinary as he has grown. At this time, the power of the Tao spirit amazed the crowd even more, and Li Shu himself also changed. Lu Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "What is he doing again? I've never seen such a thing," Zhao Yu explained to Lu Yuan. "He is awakening a natural divine ability." Hearing this, the demon lord also couldn't remain calm. "What? Awakening a natural divine ability?" Ling's face also turned pale. "I'm also shocked. As far as I know, only chaotic divine beasts can awaken natural divine abilities. Among the human race, it's only possible for those with extremely high talent, and there have been very few since ancient times," Zhao Yu thought in a daze. "I thought Master was already amazing. I didn't expect this senior brother to be so extraordinary. This kind of talent is extremely rare even in my domain." After Li Shu finished absorbing the Tao spirit, Bayou asked, "Li Shu, how do you feel?" Li Shu replied, "My cultivation has grown rapidly, and I've already broken through to the earth profound realm, but the strange thing is, my natural divine ability hasn't been fully awakened yet." Bayou was very surprised to hear this. "Your natural divine ability hasn't been fully awakened? Why is that?" Li Shu explained. "There's not enough Tao spirit. I feel that something in this world is suppressing it, making it impossible to communicate more with the great Tao, so the passage is blocked. So in the future, I can only slowly look for opportunities to break through." "Oh, not enough Tao spirit. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Li Shu looked at his master, not knowing what he meant. Bayou's disciples were all very surprised, their eyes wide as they looked at Bayou. Bayou took out the Tao spirit again and handed it to Li Shu. "As your master, I have a total of 10 wisps of Tao spirit here. I'll give them all to you." Li Shu exclaimed. "Master, this is too precious." Bayou urged, "Don't dawdle, go and cultivate." He held 10 wisps of Tao spirit in his hand. Li Shu obeyed his master's words. Yes. Then he continued to cultivate. At this time Ling couldn't help but feel jealous. "That's 10 wisps of Tao spirit. Sect Master Bai is too rich. It's not just about being rich, he's also amazingly generous, taking out 10 wisps of Tao spirit with a wave of his hand without even blinking an eye. This kind of treatment is better than how my own father treats me." Li Shu continued to circulate his energy to absorb the 10 wisps of Tao spirit. At this time Bayou stood quietly watching his disciple cultivate. Li Shu looked at Bayou. "Master, these 10 wisps of Tao spirit have finally fully awakened my natural divine ability." Bayou asked, "What kind of natural divine ability has awakened?" Li Shu raised his hand and said, "Master, please look." He seemed to be preparing to cast some kind of spell. Bang! It was the shadow clone technique. At this time 3 Li Shus appeared in front of everyone. Bei Tangshui's mouth was wide open. "It's the shadow clone technique. This is a top-tier divine ability. Awakening a natural divine ability is already extremely rare, and this kind of top-tier divine ability is even more so. With this divine ability, one's combat power is equivalent to being tripled. It's extremely powerful." The demon lord interjected, "It's more than 3 times. These 3 clones are the same person. Their minds are 100% connected. The strength they can unleash when they cooperate is by no means a simple addition." After Li Shu finished absorbing the 10 wisps of Tao spirit, he stood up and said, "And I feel that my divine ability can still evolve. If there's a suitable opportunity in the future, the number of clones can continue to increase." The demon lord looked at Li Shu. "It can still evolve and increase the number of clones. This natural divine ability is not just powerful." Lu Yuan also couldn't help but praise, "When this young Master Li grows up in the future, his future prospects will probably be limitless." Suddenly, the ground began to shake and everyone staggered in panic. Lu Yuan cried out in fear, "What's wrong? The entire sacred land is shaking violently. The 3 sacred relics have all been taken away. The core energy of the sacred land is not enough to maintain it. The sacred land is collapsing." Boom! The sacred land collapsed and everyone fell freely from the air. Faced with this scene, even Bayou couldn't remain calm. After landing, Ling said happily, "Some origin energy will remain after the sacred land collapses. It will be of great help to cultivators. This is also a significant opportunity." After hearing this, Bayou turned to his disciple. "Bei Tangshui, this thing is useful to you. Go quickly." Bei Tangshui exclaimed, "Another great opportunity following Master. My recovery speed from my previous life has increased by 10 to 100 times. It won't be long before I can truly break out of my cocoon and be reborn." At this time, a bronze fragment emitting a cyan light appeared in front of everyone. Ling hurriedly said, "It's here. The most precious quasi-emperor level weapon fragment has appeared." The fragment gradually manifested, glowing, and flew straight towards Bayou. Bayou caught it. As expected, it automatically flew into my hand again. The disciples happily ran over. "Congratulations, Sect Master Bai." Ling also said, "The Sect Master has obtained the second quasi-emperor level weapon fragment. This Sect Master has obtained the fragment. Why are you more excited than I am?" Ling replied happily. I am happy for the Sect Master. Bayou walked past Ling and said, I hope it's as you say, these 9 sacred lands are definitely not that simple. This guy Ling is definitely hiding something from me. Bayou thought to himself, however, he helped my Bayou sect obtain a lot of resources today. I'll keep him for now, he's still useful. Ling thought to himself, Sect Master Bai seems to be wary of me, but it doesn't matter, we have a common interest now. Ling stretched out his hand and a ball of cyan energy appeared in his palm, the light growing brighter. He seemed to be undoing something, his face revealing a sinister look as he muttered to himself. Without the suppression of the sacred land, another seal has been lifted, but speaking of which, following Sect Master Bai was my most correct choice. He can destroy a sacred land without any effort, unlike that incompetent holy master of the Shanqin sect, who failed to make good use of the opportunities in the Zhongqian sacred land for hundreds of years, letting the sacred land collapse. He originally wanted to use the opportunity of refining blood buns to suppress the sacred land with the evil blood fiend aura, but he failed. In the end, the sacred land was still destroyed by Sect Master Bai, which is a very good result. Bayou took the bronze fragment into the room and gently placed it on the ground. Suddenly he took out the Emperor-level weapon hammer and raised it high, saying, Since this bronze fragment can't be rebated, I'll use the Emperor-level weapon to test its quality. As soon as his words fell, he swung the hammer down, a thunderous roar, and looking at the intact fragment, Bayou was very happy. It's actually intact. Even the Emperor-level weapon can't damage it in the slightest. The Emperor-level weapon is the strongest weapon I know. I don't even know what weapons are higher than Emperor-level weapons. It seems the origin of this thing is extraordinary. A voice came from outside the door. Reporting to the Sect Master, Lu Yuan requests an audience. Hearing this, Bayou put away the hammer. Sect Master, I've come to you regarding the matter of establishing the Bayou sect. The two sat down, and Bayou said, What are your thoughts? Speak. Now that our Bayou sect controls the original Shanqin domain and demonic heaven domain, forming the Tianyu domain, soon the establishment of the Tianyu domain will surely cause a stir in the 9 domains. In addition to the threat from the Endless Sea, if someone attacks, I'm afraid Hayuan City, where we established our sect, will not be able to hold on. Lu Yuan reported. Bayou replied, You're right, I've also been considering this problem recently, and I have some initial ideas. Lu Yuan asked, The Sect Master has a plan, please tell me. Bayou said, No rush, follow me. The two got up and left the room. Arriving at a place, Lu Yuan said, The Sect Master has come here. It seems you still want to establish the immortal sect on Qiyu Mountain. Bayou said, We have considered it. Qiyu Mountain is the most suitable place for the Bayou sect. First, the water of Qiyu Mountain can improve a cultivator's constitution. It will be of great help to improving the strength of the Bayou sect's disciples. Bayou happily pointed at the volcano and said, Second, that giant in the volcano is very powerful, so powerful that it can easily kill even the old turtle. Lu Yuan asked, The Sect Master's meaning is to use the giant to guard the immortal sect? That's right, after the Bayou sect is established here, once we are attacked by forces like the Endless Sea, we can lure the enemy to the giant. Through the defensive array we can use the giant's hand to eliminate the enemy. With this giant guarding us, our Bayou sect can rest easy. Bayou explained. Lu Yuan said worriedly, But if the giant awakens, won't our Bayou sect also be in danger? That giant has shown no signs of awakening for many years, it shouldn't be so soon, Bayou replied. During this time our Bayou sect must develop and strengthen itself as soon as possible. Bayou thought to himself, Actually the most important reason I chose this place is because I have seen a powerful existence that calls itself a god on Jiaoyu's continent. If the giant demon titan pursues us here, it will be a disaster of annihilation. The Bayou sect will have almost no chance of resistance. So I must borrow the power of the giant to let him fight against the giant demon titan. Lu Yuan reported, In that case I will immediately gather people to establish the sect, but the terrain here is treacherous, it will take a long time. Bayou asked with his hands behind his back. How long exactly? Lu Yuan replied, I'm afraid it will take 2 years to build a sect of the same scale as the Shanqin sect. Bayou stroked his chin and pondered. Too slow, I have another way. Lu Yuan said, I know the Sect Master is powerful. Establishing a sect can only be done brick by brick, there are no shortcuts, the Sect Master can't just create it out of thin air, right? Bayou continued to ponder, then sighed. Bayou went back to find Jiaoyu. Jiaoyu, how is this courtyard? Jiaoyu replied, It's an ordinary courtyard, what can be so special about it? Bayou said, It's yours, you'll live here for now, after I have built the sect I will find you a better place for cultivation. System prompt. Gifted disciple Jiaoyu a courtyard house, activating a 10 billion-fold rebate. Congratulations host, you have obtained a corner of the Dao ruins. Bayou was very happy, it's actually a 10 billion-fold rebate, too exaggerated. This is the highest rebate multiplier the system has ever had. I've struck it rich this time, he continued to think. A corner of the Dao ruins, what does that mean? I can feel that the item rebated this time is very powerful, but this is just a corner of the sect's Dao ruins, a 10 billion-fold rebate, and I only got a part of it. Jiaoyu took her leave. Master, if there's nothing else I'll go back to my room to cultivate. Bayou said behind her, No need to go, you won't be living here from now on. Jiaoyu asked in confusion, What does that mean? You just gave it to me and now you're not letting me live here. Bayou said to her, Call everyone. I have prepared an excellent cultivation place for you all. Master, it's not that I'm looking down on this place, but the spiritual energy here is thin. There's no good place for cultivation. Bayou said. Everyone had gathered. Bayou looked around and asked, Master, is this the excellent cultivation place you mentioned? A barren mountain? Li Shu also asked, That's right, Master. Why did you call us to Qiyu Mountain? At this time Bayou turned decisively and announced, this Sect Master announced that from now on the Bayou sect will formally establish its mountain gate at this location. As he spoke, Bayou stretched out his hand towards Qiyu Mountain. Lu Yuan spoke up, Sect Master, actually there's no need to announce the establishment of the sect so early. I've already spoken with the Demon Lord. The current demonic heaven domain is the Bayou sect's demonic heaven hall. They will fully assist us, and the time can be shortened to 1 year. Bayou replied, No need to wait a year. This Sect Master has something good. Lu Yuan looked bewildered. Something good? That's impossible. Bayou didn't speak. He raised his hand to the sky and chanted a spell. This heaven, this earth, hear my command. After chanting the spell, Sect Master Bai stretched out his hand forward, and everyone stared at Qiyu Mountain in a daze. At this time before everyone, Qiyu Mountain transformed into a massive top-tier complex. At this, everyone was dumbfounded, bursting into discussion as buildings rose from the flat ground. This is too miraculous. There are countless buildings, each one incomparably magnificent. Is this the future Bayou sect? It's too grand. I've never seen such a grand sect in my entire life. Even seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe the Sect Master truly created it out of thin air. It's not just grand, it's extraordinary. This complex contains something remarkable. It's not as simple as just a sect. Even the Heavenly Court couldn't give me this feeling. You're right, senior sister. Did you feel it too? Not only is it extraordinary, but I also sense the Tao rhythm of this complex. This isn't something an ordinary sect could possess. Even some divine sects and blessed grotto heavens can't compare. Another person said that even Bayou himself was astonished. Damn, even I'm stunned. I knew this rebate would be powerful, but I didn't expect it to be such a magnificent sect. The key is, this is just a corner of the Tao Ruins sect, although I don't know the origin of these Tao Ruins. If this were a complete Tao Ruins, how shocking would that be? In the last episode, Bayou turned Qiyu Mountain into the Bayou sect, with countless high-rises so magnificent that even Bayou was astonished. At this time, a man walked into the gate of the former Shanqin sect. The Holy Master of the Shanqin sect, the Holy Master of the Lishan domain, has come to discuss an important matter. A young man stood beside him, and next to him was a giant eagle. The bird squawked. The young man continued, How outrageous! My Lishan domain has come to visit the Shanqin domain, and after all this time no one has come to greet the Holy Master. No one has even responded. Since when did the Shanqin domain become so arrogant? Hearing the shouting, a young man walked out. What's all the noise? It was Lu Shang. The person from the Lishan domain asked, Where is the Holy Master of the Shanqin sect? Lu Shang replied coldly. Dead. Hearing this, Lishan replied in surprise. Dead? Are you kidding me? Who's kidding you? He died a few days ago and the Shanqin sect is gone too. This is now the Shanqin hall under the Bayou sect. Lu Shang explained. The Bayou sect? I've never heard of it, Lishan said. If you haven't heard of it, you're truly ignorant. You can go out and ask around. The Shanqin domain has been renamed the Tianyu domain. It's the territory of the Bayou sect, Lu Shang replied. The man named Lishan retorted angrily. Renamed the Tianyu domain? What right does the Bayou sect have to do that? Did they get my permission? Who do you think you are? Why would the Bayou sect need your permission? Lu Shang glanced at him with contempt. Insolence. This made the young man even more furious. My Lishan domain is the strongest among the 9 domains. Who dares to defy me? As soon as his words fell, Lishan struck out with a palm towards Lu Shang. Lu Shang quickly raised his fingers, chanted a spell, and activated an array to block the attack. Array activate. Lishan was not afraid, instead showing a look of contempt. A decent defensive array, but a pity it can't protect you. The man named Lishan was too strong. His hand looked like it was about to crush Lu Shang. Oh no, under Lishan's power, the young Holy Master felt uneasy. The Shanqin sect was destroyed. This is a major event, and I didn't even know. Lu Shang had already been captured by the young man, but he showed no signs of submission. Go to the demonic heaven domain and ask around. Lishan grabbed Lu Shang and headed for the demonic heaven domain. As soon as he arrived at the gate, he shouted, Where is the demon lord of the demonic heaven domain? Just then the demon son walked out. Holy Master of the Lishan domain, what brings you here? My father is out on business and is not here. Demon son, let me ask you, do you know that the Shanqin sect was destroyed by the Bayou sect? The demon son's face darkened and he lowered his head. I know, Lishan repeated. You know, hasn't the demonic heaven domain always wanted to annex the Shanqin domain? Why did you let some Bayou sect that came out of nowhere beat you to it? There was nothing we could do, the demon son replied. Lishan asked again. What do you mean nothing you could do? Because the Bayou sect also took over our demonic heaven domain. The demon son explained. After hearing this, Lishan was shocked. What, are you joking with me? Right now, my demonic heaven domain is the demonic heaven hall of the Bayou sect. A sect that came out of nowhere has annexed 2 of the 9 domains in succession. You demons have always been proud. Why didn't you resist? My father, the demon lord, greatly admires the Sect Master of the Bayou sect. He even wants to acknowledge the Sect Master as his father. Resistance is impossible, the demon son replied. Hearing this, Lishan grew even more furious. How outrageous, demon son, I'll give you a chance. Join me in destroying the Bayou sect, and I will let you rule the demonic heaven domain. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon son turned to leave. "You can go if you want, I'm not going unless I'm out of my mind." Lishan tried to call the demon son back, but it was too late. The demon son suddenly cried out, "Ah," as if something had tripped him. "What are you doing?" The demon son was entangled by Lishan's red whip. "The Shanqin domain is useless, and the demonic heaven domain is useless. Then don't blame me. My Lishan domain will destroy you all," Lishan announced, and the three of them went to find Bayou. The group had arrived before the Shanqin hall. At this time the demon son said, "Below is the Bayou sect. Holy Master, you can go if you want," Lu Shang chimed in. "I won't stop you either. You'd better leave quickly. In a remote little city there's an extremely ordinary little sect. Are you all crazy?" "The rulers of 2 domains were actually conquered by this kind of sect," Lishan shouted. "This Holy Master can destroy it with a single hand." After speaking, Lishan flew up and stretched out a giant palm to attack the Bayou sect. Just then a cat that seemed to have just woken up stretched and said, "I've finally completed my evolution. After digesting those 2 great demons, my cultivation has improved quite a bit." The cat demon heard a strange sound and looked up at the sky. A sneak attack. At this moment in front of the cat demon was a palm attacking the Bayou sect. Lishan had already angered Tinlong. A giant dragon appeared and roared, "You're courting death. The entire Hayuan city has no aura of any experts. This Holy Master really doesn't understand how this small sect could." Lishan continued to attack the Bayou hall. Whoosh, the dragon spewed fire in the sky, circling back and forth. "What is that?" The young man looked in surprise at the dragon before him. "It's a dragon." At this moment it looked as if it was about to swallow the man named Lishan. The young Holy Master had already recognized the aura of a golden dragon, but before he could come to his senses, Lishan had been sent flying by the giant dragon. "I see, so this Bayou sect has the backing of an expert from the Dragon Palace of the Endless Sea. This guy is really lucky, just happened to run into a watchdog," Lishan thought to himself. The demon son's face was full of sorrow. "What a pity, if Sect Master Bai and the others weren't here, I could have lived a little longer." Due to the appearance of the giant dragon, Lishan was defeated and temporarily retreated, but he was still unwilling, gritting his teeth and saying, "The Bayou sect has the Dragon Palace as its backer. No wonder such a small sect could annex 2 domains, but this Holy Master also has the support of an expert from the Heavenly Court. As long as I deal with that dragon expert, the Bayou sect will be turned to dust in the blink of an eye." The demon son immediately said, Yes, you're right." Lu Shang also mimicked, as expected of the Holy Master of the Lishan domain, "You're truly a smart person. Seeing as you 2 have a good attitude and speak so pleasantly, I won't kill you for now," Lishan replied. Hearing Lishan's reply, Lu Shang laughed mockingly. "Can't this guy tell if it's a compliment or an insult?" The scene switches to the Lishan domain. The Grand Protector reported, "The new disciple assessment is complete. Julian ranked first in all assessments and has been promoted to the 4th elite of the inner sect. Moreover, she will be personally taught by me." Hearing this, the other disciples began to whisper, "I don't know where this Julian came from, but this woman is extremely ruthless and powerful to enter the inner sect directly. This has never happened in the sect before." Julian said to herself, "I shine wherever I go. Today I've joined the most powerful Lishan domain in the 9 domains, become an inner sect elite and been noticed by the Grand Protector. My future is bright. Bayou, how can he compare to me?" The young woman was strolling in the courtyard when suddenly someone called out, Julian." It was the Grand Protector who had called her. Hearing the call, the young woman turned back to see the Protector. Julian cupped her hands in a salute, the Grand Protector's kindness. "I, Julian, will remember it in my heart." As soon as she finished speaking, the Protector grabbed the young woman's shoulder. The sudden action startled her, and before she could react he continued, "In that case you will be my disciple." With a surprised expression and a forced smile, Julian didn't know how to answer. The old man continued, "Well, do you agree? The Lishan domain is the strongest in the 9 domains and will sooner or later unify them. This Protector holds a high position in the sect. If you follow me, your future will be boundless," the old man explained. After hearing the old man's words, Julian fell into deep thought. She immediately made a decision and knelt, cupping her hands. Julian pays respects to Master." The old man showed a satisfied smile. "Good, very good. From now on in this Lishan domain with this Protector backing you, you can get whatever you want." "What I want. Julian, do you understand?" the young woman answered cleverly. Julian understands. From a distance, the Holy Master of the Lishan domain escorted Lu Shang and the demon son into the sect. "Where is the Grand Protector?" The old man turned around. "The Holy Master has arrived. Holy Master, let me introduce you. This woman is Julian, the first place in this competition. Her talent is extremely high, and she will surely become one of the powerhouses of my Lishan sect and Lishan domain in the future." Hearing the introduction, the young woman immediately cupped her hands and said, "Inner sect disciple Julian pays respects to the Holy Master. Julian, for now, you will be in charge of strictly guarding these 2. Grand Protector, follow me to the main hall. We have important matters to discuss," the Holy Master ordered. As they walked, the old man instructed Julian, "Guard them well. I'd like to see who the people are that the Holy Master values so much." After the Holy Master and the Protector left, Julian turned around to look, and seeing the 2, she was very surprised. Lu Shang and the demon son were also surprised. The 3 looked at each other. "Why is it you? Why is it you?" The Protector and the Holy Master entered the room, and a voice came from inside, Ridiculous. My Lishan domain is the strongest in the 9 domains. Even the Shanqin domain has been much more subdued these past 2 years. At this time the protector spoke up. But now we have lost 2 domains. We must destroy this Bayou sect and not give it any chance. This Holy Master has returned this time for 2 reasons. First, to get the divine artifact, the dragon binding rope. As long as we can restrain that dragon expert, the Bayou sect will lose its backer. Second, this Holy Master wants to use this opportunity to have the other 6 domains participate in the crusade together. Hearing the Holy Master's words, the old man said, "The 6 domains participating together. The Holy Master is wise. Having the 6 domains participate together can both establish our might and formally establish the status of our Lishan domain. Immediately notify the Holy Masters of the other 6 domains. We set off at once." The 9th prince was walking into the Bayou sect, looking at the scene before him. The 9th prince was astonished. "Ah, truly magnificent and spectacular. What a divine sect bearing many times more grand than the Dragon Palace. How does the 9th prince feel?" Hayuan asked the 9th prince. "I feel that here I'm only fit to guard the gate. I didn't expect that after I came out of seclusion. The Bayou sect has undergone a world-shaking change. Lu Shang and the demon's son have been captured. Do we know who did it?" Bayou asked his disciples. The demon lord replied, "It should be the Holy Master of the Lishan domain. This person is domineering, has the ambition to unify the 9 domains and is quite powerful. The Lishan domain is said to be the strongest in the 9 domains. Is that so?" Yuan interjected. Before the Sect Master arrived, the Lishan domain was indeed the strongest, with the Shanqin domain second. The other 7 domains were far behind these 2, the demon lord continued. And the Lishan domain has connections with the now broken heavenly court. I'm afraid there are people backing them. Today, the Bayou sect has obtained a corner of the Dao ruins. After a few days of familiarization, I've found that the Dao ruins are abnormally powerful and have many mysterious aspects. The Bayou sect should have more than enough power to protect itself in the 9 domains. The most important thing now is to increase our strength. A universal divine art is a must. At this time, a spirit boat was flying above the Shanqin domain. "Holy Master of the Lishan domain, making such a fuss to invite our Holy Master over. Are you too idle?" the Holy Master of the Shanqin domain said. "After all these years you're still so sharp-tongued. No wonder no young man dares to have you," Lishan replied. The Holy Master of the Shanqin domain heard this and said angrily, "Are you looking for death?" An old man walked out. "You two, enough bickering. Let's talk business. Where are we all going?" After listening to the Holy Master of Lishan's account, the old man was astonished. "The Shanqin domain was overthrown. I've heard about that. But the demonic heaven domain was also taken over. Is this true? I saw it with my own eyes. That Bayou sect that came out of nowhere has broken the balance of the 9 domains. Its crime is heinous, so this time the 7 domains will set out on an expedition. This Holy Master will take the lead to jointly destroy the Bayou sect," Lishan explained. The Holy Master of the Shanqin domain said, "If the Bayou sect can subdue 2 domains, it must have some strength." "What strength? It's just a small sect that got lucky, relying entirely on a dragon expert. This time I've brought the divine artifact, the dragon binding rope. Once we trap that dragon, the Bayou sect can be destroyed with a single hand," Lishan retorted. After speaking, the group set off. "We've arrived. The Bayou sect is below. Let's all go down and have a look. I'm also curious about what kind of people are in the Bayou sect." Inside, the 2 old people were sitting and chatting. The old man spoke up. "Hayuan city is really lively. Should we resolve it? Let Bayou handle it himself. He needs to establish his authority after just moving. Besides, haven't you been to see the new site of the U sect? I hear it's very grand," the old woman replied. "Grand? Don't forget, I used to live in the Jade Void Palace. What grand place haven't I seen? Can this newly built Bayou sect even enter my eyes?" the old woman continued. "Besides, building a sect consumes a lot of time and resources, not to mention resources. How long has it been? What could the Bayou sect have possibly built? The main reason is that the kid Bayou sent people to invite us several times, so it would be rude to refuse. Besides, we still have the title of Bayou sect elders, so it won't hurt to take a look. We'll come back right after. It's more comfortable here." The group from the Lishan and Shanqin domains stepped into the Bayou sect. As soon as they entered, the Holy Master of the Lishan domain spoke. "What's going on? There's no one here," a young man chimed in. Could it be that they heard the Holy Master of the Lishan domain was coming, and this flock of birds and beasts from the Bayou sect has long since scattered? "Let's keep looking." That Holy Master of the Lishan domain seemed very arrogant. Someone shouted, "Found an old woman and an old man." The Holy Master of the Lishan domain walked up and asked the 2 old folks, "Let me ask you, where did the people of the Bayou sect go?" "Do you know?" The old man took a puff from his pipe and replied faintly, "If you know, then hurry up and speak." As soon as the Holy Master's words fell, he was slapped by the old man. "Is that how you talk to your elders?" The old man sat calmly smoking. "You dare to hit me? Are you looking for death?" the person from the Shanqin domain interjected. "Holy Master of the Lishan domain, what's so impressive about bullying an old man who doesn't even have the strength to tie up a chicken? You got hit because your mouth is too foul." That young man was very angry. "HMPH, then you go ask. Elder, please be so kind as to tell us," the old man replied faintly. "The Bayou sect has built a new sect on Kiyu Mountain, not far from here. You two, lead the way," the Holy Master of the Lishan domain ordered the 2 elders. The old woman stood up and slapped the table. "Let's go then. It's fine to have these bastards lead the way for a bit. Kiyu Mountain is right ahead," the Holy Master of the Lishan domain announced. "Everyone look, what is that?" a young man cried out in alarm. Everyone looked forward, and the elder from the Shanqin domain also exclaimed in surprise. Where did this endless complex of buildings so majestic and magnificent come from? The elder asked. The old woman replied, this is the Bayou sect, right? No, this doesn't look like the Bayou sect. The old man still didn't believe it was the Bayou sect. Boom, the spirit boat of the Shanqin domain's party landed in the courtyard of the Bayou sect. The Holy Master of the Shanqin domain looked at the scene before her and asked the Holy Master of the Shanqin domain, this is the Bayou sect you were talking about. I'm a bit confused now. I don't know either. A young man's voice came from a distance. This is the Bayou sect. What business do you all have here? The people from the Shanqin domain broke into discussion. It really is the Bayou sect. What is the origin of this Bayou sect? Such a grand sect even the heavenly court of the past couldn't compare. The Holy Master of the Shanqin domain turned to the Holy Master of the Shanqin domain. Is this the weak, shabby sect that you said could be destroyed with a single hand? What on earth is going on? How could we not know about the rise of such a huge sect? The old man, not yet recovered from his shock, turned to ask the old woman, did you feel it? I felt it. It's a Tao rhythm. This isn't an ordinary sect. Only an ancient sect that contains the great Tao would have this kind of aura. How does it compare to the Jade Void Palace? It's about the same, but I feel like I haven't seen through this place yet. It seems even more profound and magnificent, not fully revealed, just showing the tip of the iceberg, the old woman continued. That kid Bayou has given me a big surprise today. I'm a little eager to go in and see it now. The old man was also getting a bit anxious now. The subordinate of the Shanqin domain asked the Holy Master. What do we do now? We can't just stand here, can we? The Holy Master of the Shanqin domain replied, this might just be all for show. No matter what, we must force our way in today. Is that so? Shanqin looked at the young man on the roof and asked, kid, are you from the Bayou sect? The young man patted his chest, pointed at himself, and replied, of course I'm from the Bayou sect, and I'm the strongest cultivator among the 412 disciples of the Bayou sect. In that case, you will lead the way for this Holy Master. I'd like to see what this Bayou sect is really made of. HMPH, facing the Holy Master's proposal, the young man replied, what do you want to do? I just want to pay a visit to the Sect Master of the Bayou sect. If you say cultivators of the human emperor realm, don't lie to cultivators of the human emperor realm. I'll lead the way for you. HMPH. The Holy Master of the Shanqin domain was angered by the boy's request, but he complied. Cultivators of the human emperor realm don't lie to cultivators of the human emperor realm. The people from the Shanqin domain all laughed when they saw the Shanqin Holy Master obeying a little kid. The young man couldn't help but laugh out loud too. Ha ha ha, what a big obedient fool. Realizing he had been tricked by the kid, the Shanqin Holy Master gritted his teeth, his anger flaring. Bastard, you dare to trick me. Are you looking for death? The Shanqin Holy Master raised his hand ready to strike and lunged at the boy. Just as he attacked, the Shanqin Holy Master's expression suddenly changed. The boy had turned the tables, shouting, go. After the counterattack, the Shanqin Holy Master was sent flying headfirst. Thud, thud, the Shanqin Holy Master landed on his back, his limbs in the air. What happened? The people from the Shanqin domain witnessed the whole thing. Are you kidding me? The strongest Holy Master was sent flying by a little kid. The Holy Master of the Shanqin domain had to speak up. This is no ordinary child. Such strength, he's actually in the mortal transcending realm. Such extraordinary talent, to think the Bayou sect has such a genius. Back to Bayou's side. Now to rescue Lu Shang and the Demon Son. Demon Lord and Big Wolf, you two will go. The Demon Lord and Tinlong accepted the Sect Master's order. Just then a subordinate ran in panically to report. Sect Master, the Holy Master of the Shanqin domain has brought the Holy Masters of the other 6 domains to attack. Hearing that they dared to come, Bayou said angrily, they're looking for death. Moreover, the 2 honorary elders of the Bayou sect, Old Man Li and Auntie Wang, have also been captured by them. This is trouble. A bunch of bastards, they even capture mortals. Let's go over here. The Holy Master of the Shanqin domain was still fighting. Kid, I was careless just now. This Holy Master will crush you right now. As soon as his words fell, before he could even act, the Shanqin Holy Master was struck down from above by Auntie Wang. Are you done talking, bullying a child, old hag? I already gave you face. You dared to hit this Holy Master once, and now you dare to do it a second time. As soon as his words fell, the Shanqin Holy Master was slapped again. Such a foul mouth, the Holy Master of the Shanqin domain exclaimed in surprise. The Shanqin Holy Master actually didn't dodge her slap. At this time, the Shanqin Holy Master could no longer hold back. He turned around. I'll kill you. As soon as his words fell, the young man was about to attack the old woman. But he was unexpectedly struck a 4th time by Old Man Li. What is this? Everyone asked in a daze. Did I see that right? The Holy Master of the Shanqin domain was beaten into the ground by an old woman. The young boy stood aside, clapping and cheering. Grandma Wang is so amazing. The old woman patted the little boy's head. I'm old. Not as strong as when I was young. What do we do now? Holy Master Jin asked. Another Holy Master replied, let's go, let's retreat first. These 2 elders are hiding their true strength. I can't even sense their cultivation. I'm afraid they're unfathomably powerful at this time. The Holy Masters were anxious to escape, trying to run. It's not that easy. Old Man Li blocked their way. All of you stand still. Elder, we don't want any trouble. Please let us leave. Holy Master Jin pleaded for peace. Don't want trouble? Didn't you come here to cause trouble? Since you're here, none of you will be leaving today. The Holy Masters stood their ground. It was obvious Old Man Li was right, and everyone felt very troubled. Old Man Li stretched out his hand and shouted, all of you scatter. He laughed loudly. Haha, if I, old man Li, let you escape from my grasp, then I'd truly be old. What kind of pipe weapon is this? It's not smoke, it's water. The stream of water that spewed from the pipe attacked the crowd and everyone was sent flying. The little boy saw this and cheered happily. Great, Grandpa Li is amazing too. A holy master from the Shanqin domain lay on the ground, muttering, what level of expert is this? We have no power to resist at all. The other holy masters also chimed in. How could such an expert appear in the Shanqin domain? This is illogical, another person interjected. Could it be related to the outer gods? Have you thought about that? Such an expert is actually standing up for the Bayou sect. The Bayou sect must have a great origin. That fool from the Lishan domain has really gotten us into trouble today. He's truly been hoisted by his own petard. The holy master of the Shanqin domain couldn't hide her inner resentment either. Just then a group of people walked over. All of you stop. Bayou and his group had arrived. As soon as he arrived, Bayou greeted them. Auntie Wang, are you all right? The old woman replied, I'm fine. Bayou then said angrily, how could this be? Let this sect master see who dares to bully the elderly. Hearing Bayou's words, everyone seemed very surprised. Bayou continued. Why are you all sitting on the ground? The holy master of the Shanqin domain spoke up. Is this the sect master of the Bayou sect? Another holy master chimed in. His cultivation seems very ordinary. It seems he's another unfathomable person. Bayou continued to ask. There's still one with his head stuck in the ground. What kind of performance is this? The holy master of the Shanqin domain was sizing up Sect Master Bai. He has no aura of a superior at all. His disposition is even like that of an ordinary person in the market. Truly vulgar. Perhaps this is returning to one's true nature. I can't see through it. What are you all standing there for? I'm asking you, can't any of you stand properly? Another holy master knelt down to admit his mistake. Sect Master Bai, you are a great person. There's no need to intentionally humiliate us. We were defeated by the two elders of the Bayou sect. With a wave of their hands, we admit defeat. Kill us or punish us as you please. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Bayou was stunned and asked. Defeated by the two elders, the young man spoke up and replied. Sect Master, those guys were taken care of by Grandma Wang and Grandpa Li. They're really amazing. After hearing this, Bayou was stunned. What's going on? Auntie Wang and Uncle Li are actually hidden masters. Bayou turned to the two elders and bowed. Auntie Wang, Uncle Li, thank you both for helping the Bayou sect out of this predicament. Bayou, you're being too formal. The two of us are elders of the Bayou sect after all. It's only right that we do something for the sect. Old man Li interjected. Besides, we just waved our hands and it was over. It's no big deal, don't take it to heart. Just waving a hand to deal with the masters of the 7 domains. What level of experts are these two? I never thought these two were figures who could destroy the masters of 6 domains with a raise of their hand. Their combat power is so strong I'm afraid they're already invincible in this region. Lu Yuan continued. I didn't understand before why the Sect Master would appoint 2 mortals as elders of the Bayou sect. Now it seems the Sect Master had already seen through these 2 elders. The Sect Master's vision is truly profound. I can't even compare to 1/10,000th of it. The old woman looked at Bayou. You have a good presence now. Not something this great northern continent should have. The Bayou sect will welcome elders Wang and Li into the sect with the highest ceremony. As he spoke, Bayou pointed to the main gate of the Bayou sect. Bayou just snapped his fingers and a rainbow path appeared. What a grand gesture. Only God King level experts had this kind of treatment in the past. Let's go. I'm really looking forward to entering the Bayou sect now. The 2 elders seemed to be in a hurry. Sect Master, what about the 7 holy masters? Lu Yuan asked. Bayou turned to look at them and replied. Tie them all up, lock them in the sky prison and guard them strictly. Lu Yuan continued. This is capturing the 7 domain lords of the human emperor realm in one fell swoop and also offending all the major powers at the same time. Bayou pondered. They came to our doorstep to attack us. If we can't capture them, it means the Bayou sect is incompetent since we've captured them. Don't blame this sect master for being merciless, Lu Yuan interjected. I'm just a little worried. If the 7 domains unite, it will be no small matter. There's nothing to worry about. The Bayou sect is more than capable of protecting itself now. Compared to the 7 great domains, I'm more concerned about the Dragon Palace. If we can deal with the entire human emperor realm before the Dragon Palace attacks and gather all our forces, then we will be able to contend with the Dragon Palace. After listening, Lu Yuan replied, Understood, I'll go make the arrangements. Yang Jianfeng stood beside the Sect Master, as expected of the Sect Master capturing the 7 holy masters of the 7 great domains at once. This is too exciting. At this time, Bayou had already led the 2 elders onto the Rainbow Bridge and into the Bayou sect. Along the way, the 2 elders praised endlessly. Grand, too grand, I never thought I'd see such a magnificent sect in the lower realm. The aura here flows and the Tao rhythm is natural, it's truly incredible. The old woman turned to look at old man Li. Can you stop acting like you've never seen the world praising endlessly? I can't help it. The Bayou sect has really given me too many surprises. The 3 continued to walk forward. Ahead were steps that seemed to lead to heaven. The old woman saw them and asked in surprise, What is that? Bayou replied, This is called the Sky Ascending Ladder, as the name suggests. The farther one can walk on this ladder, the better their aptitude. Moreover, with every step one receives feedback from the Sky Ascending Ladder, which helps improve one's existing aptitude. It's used to test the aptitude of new disciples. There's such a magical thing. This is the first time I've seen it. I've only heard in legends that super sects use this method to test aptitude. The Bayou sect is truly different now. You're really amazing, kid. After the old woman finished speaking, the old man said, and you were telling me off, aren't you praising it now? The old woman looked ahead and said in alarm, look at those children. Their auras are very strange. Let's go down and have a look. At this time, many children were playing on the sky ascending ladder. Looking at the scene before her, the old woman said, this sky ascending ladder is indeed not a fake. It's a genuine treasure. Old man Lee also followed up. Based on the aura of this item, I'm afraid it can even test for the aptitude of a god king or even higher. Hearing the two elders' evaluation, Bayou replied, it should be able to, but so far no disciple with the aptitude of a god king has appeared. Nonsense, of course not. How could a god king appear here? What do you think a god king is? Among billions of sects and countless cultivators, one is a rare sight. At this moment, on the sky ascending ladder, a little girl had already reached the 90th step. The old woman was stunned by the scene before her. How are these children so fast? In the blink of an eye, they've gone so far. Bayou replied, these are all children from the village. Their talent is indeed extraordinary. Ordinary geniuses can only take about 20 steps on the sky ascending ladder, but these few children have already surpassed 50. Old man Lee spoke up and asked, based on the aura I'm sensing from the sky ascending ladder, for them to surpass 50 steps, I'm afraid these children must possess at least the potential of a human king, right? Indeed, Uncle Lee had a sharp eye, and the old woman's face was filled with joy. A human king is a powerhouse in any realm. For the Bayou sect to have so many young geniuses is truly unimaginable in the lower realm. The old man continued, it's unstoppable, completely unstoppable. I'm impressed again. Auntie Wong, let me show you around some more. We haven't even seen 1% of the Bayou sect yet. No need, you can go about your business. I have plenty of time. From now on, old Lee and I will slowly look around here. Hearing old Zhang's words, Bayou turned his head and asked, does Auntie Wong mean you're not leaving? Not leaving? How could I bear to leave such a wonderful place? Seeing that the two elders didn't want to leave the Bayou sect, Bayou thought to himself, a casual act has brought unexpected success. These two single-handedly defeated the 7 holy masters of the 7 great domains. They are definitely masters among masters. The strength of the Bayou sect is now even more stable. The holy masters of the various domains are being escorted to the Bayou sect's prison. On the way, the holy master of the Golden Heaven domain suddenly spoke up. Look, there's a stone over there with characters flowing on it. I feel that if I can comprehend them, I can break the restriction. Another holy master heard this and echoed, and the flowers and plants over there, I originally thought they were just ordinary spiritual herbs used to decorate the courtyard, but I didn't expect them to be saint-level or higher medicinal treasures. It's truly extravagant. Such precious treasures are casually planted on the roadside. I really want to secretly pick a few to take back. Another person suddenly became irritable and couldn't help but speak up. Please, can you all be quiet? We've been captured. Our current status is that of prisoners. What are you all so excited about? Suddenly, a strange waterfall appeared behind the crowd, causing everyone to break into discussion. Am I seeing things? Another holy master couldn't hide his excitement and shouted. The strange sight of a reverse-flowing waterfall is said to be an excellent place for cultivation, a place of natural good fortune where cultivators can comprehend the heavens and earth. It's recorded in the ancient books of my water heaven domain. I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes today. The old master beside him heard this and interjected. Still have the nerve to lecture us. You should try not to get excited yourself. Only after venturing deep into the Bayou sect did the crowd truly feel the unfathomable depth of this place. Only by going deep into the Bayou sect can one truly feel its unfathomable nature. When did such a transcendent power appear in the human emperor realm? Bayou sect, just you wait. The angry voice of the Lishan domain holy master sounded. You dare to capture me, this holy master? The army of the Tianyu domain will sooner or later flatten your Bayou sect. As soon as his words fell, he was immediately slapped by Yang Jianfeng. Shut up, the Lishan domain's holy master roared. You're just a lowly soldier. You dare to hit me, I will exterminate your 9 generations. Yang Jianfeng replied coldly. Haven't you understood the situation yet? The Lishan domain's holy master was hit by him several times in a row, but still did not yield. Fellow holy masters, resist with me. I don't believe the Bayou sect would dare to touch us kings of the 7 domains. Just then, another person suddenly shouted. Look at that tall and large tea tree over there. The swordmaster heard this but pretended not to pay attention, muttering, it looks very much like the legendary Enlightenment tea tree. The imagery is truly extraordinary. Is there a wolf demon cultivating under the tree? The goldmaster immediately spoke up in opposition. Isn't this just fooling around? How can such a sacred place allow a demon beast to cultivate freely? What if it pollutes this place? Hearing everyone's discussion, the big wolf suddenly spoke. This Enlightenment tea tree has given me a brand new cultivation experience. Not only has my cultivation, which was elevated by the realm-breaking origin pill, been completely stabilized, but it has also taken a step further. I had accumulated for 100 years in the Earth Profound Realm, and after breaking through, my cultivation is rapidly approaching the Supreme Profound Realm. I now have a bit of the strength of a quasi-Supreme Profound Realm expert. Hearing this, the Lishan Holy Master said sharply, Fellow Holy Masters, I was talking to you, and you actually made a move? He said helplessly. This fool hasn't seen the situation clearly. A sect full of miracles, how can we possibly resist? As soon as the Swordmaster finished speaking, the Goldmaster immediately followed up. That's right, if it wasn't for you saying you could destroy the Bayou sect with one hand, we wouldn't be locked up here, the Lishan Holy Master roared in anger. Damn it, I, this Holy Master, have never suffered such torture. If you don't act, then let this Holy Master do it myself. As he spoke, he used all his strength to break the ropes, and the giant gods immediately rushed up. You still dare to act, seize him. Everyone shouted in unison. Kill! The Lishan Holy Master fought fiercely with the giant gods, roaring, today, this Holy Master will self-destruct my Dantian, raising my realm by a major level to destroy you all. Everyone stood outside watching the fierce battle. The old Goldmaster suddenly sighed. Quasi-Heaven Profound Realm. The Lishan Domain's Holy Master has forcefully entered the Heaven Profound Realm. I'm afraid he will have to pay a heavy price. The Lishan Holy Master laughed arrogantly. Haha, I, this Holy Master, want to leave. Who can stop me? When I get back, I will definitely lead an army to destroy your Bayou sect. But as soon as his words fell, a palm print was already on his face. The big wolf coldly shouted, so noisy. With just one slap, the big wolf knocked Lishan to the ground. He said in horror, how is this possible? My quasi-heaven profound realm strength can't even block a single slap. The big wolf replied contemptuously, you trash, you're worthy of shouting in the Bayou sect. After speaking, he added another kick, sending Lishan tumbling. Witnessing this scene, everyone broke into discussion. Is this the aura of the Supreme Profound Realm? Am I seeing things right? Another person interjected. It's not a true Supreme Profound Realm, it's a quasi-Supreme Profound Realm. Even so, it's enough to be shocking. This is the first time in my life I've seen the aura of the Supreme Profound Realm. Today my eyes have truly been opened, another person lamented. My knowledge is too shallow. If one can cultivate under the Enlightenment tea tree, how can it be an ordinary demon beast? This is a great master close to the Demon Emperor level. The remaining people pondered. Could it be that the Bayou sect has no ordinary cultivators? Lifted up by the neck by the big wolf, Lishan trembled and stuttered. Quasi-Supreme Profound Realm, I'll shut up. I'll obediently shut up. The big wolf threw him directly to the ground and warned coldly, if you make another sound, I'll dig out your balls. Lu Yuan walked in and reported, Sect Master, the Holy Masters of the 7 great domains have all been imprisoned. What should we do next? How should we deal with them? Bayou leisurely stretched out a finger and replied calmly, it's very simple. Send people to notify their sects and have them bring money to ransom them. Julian walked into the prison to visit the Demon Son and Lu Shang. Upon seeing her, the Demon Son spoke sarcastically. Julian, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to not have died. Julian replied confidently. HMPH Demon Son, I also didn't expect that you would be locked up one day. This is the consequence of your demonic heaven domain submitting to Bayou. Lu Shang advised softly. Julian, listen to my advice, kowtow and admit your mistake to Sect Master Bai immediately. You still have a chance to live. Sect Master Bai is a god. Julian curled her lips in disdain. Nonsense, that Bayou has gone somewhere. What is he? I know him better than anyone. Sooner or later I will kill him. That waste. Everyone in the Bayou sect knows you're a bastard, and seeing you today, it's true, the Demon Son said sharply. Insolence, a prisoner dares to speak to me like that? You want to die? He continued to mock. Of course I don't want to die, but I'm afraid you will die because of your stupidity. And you still say you want to kill Sect Master Bai. Julian proudly affirmed. I am now the #1 prodigy disciple of the Lishan domain. The strongest in the 9 domains. How can the Bayou sect compare to the Lishan domain? It's a world of difference. Is it difficult to kill him? Lu Shang smiled, facing her naivety, and said, it's not difficult, but it's simply impossible. You have no idea what a miracle it was for Sect Master Bai to destroy the Shanqin sect in one battle. Julian said disdainfully, I don't care what he did, no matter how strong he is, he can't compare to the Holy Master of the Lishan domain. The Holy Master of the Lishan domain is the strongest Holy Master in the 9 domains. This is a well-known fact. Hearing this, the Demon Son laughed contemptuously. Haha, well-known. What is the Holy Master of the Lishan domain? Even the watchdog of the Bayou sect can send him flying with one slap. We saw it with our own eyes. Julian, you are too ignorant. The number of people in the Bayou sect who can kill the Holy Master of the Lishan domain is countless. Julian roared in anger. You are the ones who are too ignorant. Let me tell you some news. The Holy Master of the Lishan domain has already united with the Holy Masters of the other 6 domains and set out to attack the Bayou sect. Hearing this, the Demon Son was startled. What? Lu Shang also hurriedly asked. Are the Holy Masters of the 6 great domains really all here? Julian laughed triumphantly. Aha, now you know to be scared, but it's too late. The Bayou sect has probably already been destroyed. The Demon Son looked at Lu Shang and smiled meaningfully. So urgent, then we'll be rescued soon. This is great news. Julian said in surprise. Good news? What do you two mean? Aren't you afraid at all? Lu Shang replied calmly. What's there to be afraid of? You should be the one who's afraid. Julian turned and left in disgust. Keep pretending. When the news of the Bayou sect's destruction comes, it will be your turn to cry. As soon as she stepped out of the door, the Grand Protector of the Lishan domain appeared and immediately asked, Julian, are the 2 prisoners from the Bayou sect here? Julian replied, Grand Protector, they are both here. He nodded. Good, make sure you watch them closely. Julian said confidently. Protector, rest assured, if they dare to make a move, I will kill them immediately. The Grand Protector hurriedly stopped her. Why kill them? I mean, don't let them run away and don't let them die. These two are my bargaining chips in the Shanqin domain now, understand? Julian asked curiously. Ah, what do you mean by bargaining chips? The Grand Protector sighed. Alas, let me tell you, such a big matter can't be hidden anymore. The Holy Master was captured by the Bayou sect. Hearing this, Julian was struck by lightning. What? Impossible. Protector, this must be fake news, he said seriously. How can it be fake? All 6 Holy Masters have been captured. The Bayou sect is now sending messages demanding ransom. Julian's face turned pale. How can this be? At the same time, Lu Shang and the Demon Son were overjoyed, knowing that they would soon be rescued. The Sect Master is mighty. You will always be my god, Lu Shang, the Grand Protector continued. Alas, this is a great humiliation for our Lishan domain. The entire human emperor realm is about to be shaken. The Demon Son and Lu Shang took the opportunity to laugh. Aha, Julian, are you still proud? Who's crying now? Who's afraid? Now you know you're a clown, right? You originally regarded Sect Master Bai as your lifelong enemy, but did you know that in Sect Master Bai's eyes you're not even a fart? Lu Shang turned to ask the Grand Protector. May I ask for your honorable name, Grand Protector? He replied. My surname is Huang. Are you asking for my name? Lu Shang smiled. Protector Huang, I wonder if you're interested in learning some inside information about the Bayou sect, about the Sect Master of the Bayou sect. The Grand Protector asked suspiciously, What do you want to do? Are you trying to rebel? Lu Shang hurriedly waved his hands. I know my place. Hearing this, the Grand Protector was surprised. Does the Bayou sect really have such deep inside information? Is Sect Master Bai really such a strange person? Lu Shang said triumphantly. This is just an appetizer. I haven't even told 1/10 of Sect Master Bai's deeds. Come with me, I will prepare some wine and meat, and you can slowly tell me. After speaking, the Grand Protector flicked his finger, and the 3 of them immediately disappeared, leaving Julian standing there in a daze. The silence of the Lishan domain was broken by a gust of wind. A figure descended from the sky, his voice like thunder. All cultivators of the Lishan domain, listen to my order. The Holy Master being captured is a great humiliation. The Lishan domain cannot accept any of the Bayou sect's conditions. Immediately contact the other 6 domains, gather the army. Flatten the Bayou sect. Seeing this person, the disciples of the Lishan domain cheered in unison. It's the Blood Ancestor. The Holy Master was captured. It alarmed the Blood Ancestor. With the Ancestor out of seclusion, the Bayou sect won't be arrogant for long. Julian heard the Blood Ancestor's words and said happily, The armies of the 7 domains are joining forces. This is unprecedented in the human emperor realm. This is a force that can crush any power in the human emperor realm. I don't believe the Bayou sect can still resist. The soul clone following Julian also spoke up. Master, I've heard the Lishan domain was once an ancient battlefield where countless beings perished, making it extremely suitable for demonic cultivators. There are rumors that the Blood Ancestor has already walked the path of a demonic cultivator. Julian immediately flew off. I've decided I'm going to find him. In this Lishan domain I must improve my strength as much as possible. The Holy Master of the Lishan domain couldn't swallow the indignation of being imprisoned by the Bayou sect. He turned to the other Holy Masters. Are you all just going to let them slaughter us like this? He began his analysis, hoping everyone would join forces with him to eliminate the Bayou sect. The other Holy Masters listened attentively, wanting to see what brilliant plan he had. But in the end, the Holy Master of the Lishan domain didn't offer any good ideas. The Holy Master of the Golden Heaven domain asked worriedly, What can we do? The Bayou sect is already demanding a ransom. I hope they don't ask for an exorbitant price. A Holy Master in green robes interjected. Since we've been caught, you should just stop complaining. To be honest, the cultivation resources in the human emperor realm are depleted. This is the first time I've seen a place with such abundant spiritual energy as the Bayou sect. I might as well take this opportunity to cultivate for a bit. Hearing this, the Holy Master of the Lishan domain frowned, clearly displeased with this idea. The other Holy Masters, however, nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right, although we've been captured, I see this as a small opportunity. The Holy Master of the Lishan domain angrily pulled a token from his robes. I think you're all truly insane. Forget it, I can't count on you. This Holy Master will solve this myself. I will contact the Heavenly Fire Empress on Bayou's side. Li Shu found his master and asked hesitantly, Master, where are we going? Bayou smiled lightly. Ever since my Bayou sect moved here, I have never taken a leisurely stroll. Today you will accompany me for a walk. But Li Shu, the cultivation fanatic, replied, Master, I still have to cultivate. Hearing this, Bayou lightly tapped him on the head a few times. Cultivate, cultivate. All you know is cultivation all day long. Your 2 junior sisters are also in seclusion all day. Seeing no one, you should take a day off and accompany your master. Li Shu's tone was full of regret, as if wasting a single minute pained him. Master, since moving to the new Bayou sect there are opportunities everywhere. Cultivating here is like advancing 1,000 miles in a single day. I don't want to waste any day. Hearing this, Bayou understood his disciple's diligence. He gently put his arm around Li Shu's shoulder. Your master is your greatest opportunity. Have you ever suffered a loss by following me? Li Shu had a sudden realization and patted his own head. All right, Master. The Bayou sect is indeed very large now, and most of it has yet to be developed. After all, the Bayou sect still has too few disciples. Where should we go for a walk? Bayou pointed in one direction, over there. To please his master, Li Shu obediently followed. Bayou thought to himself, as the master of a corner of the Dao ruins, I can control everything here. But there is one place, the back mountain, that seems to be shrouded in a thick fog, making it impossible to see clearly. It's extremely strange. I must figure it out today to be at ease, but for safety, I'd better bring a disciple with me. Soon, the master and disciple arrived at the back mountain. Li Shu looked at the swirling mist around them and said in surprise, "This is the back mountain of the Bayou sect. It's my first time here." After observing, Bayou concluded, "This seems to be a spirit herb garden. Let's go in and take a look." Bayou had already walked some distance in, but Li Shu was still standing at the entrance. Bayou turned back and urged, "What are you standing there for? Come on in." Li Shu tried to take a step but couldn't move, so he replied, "Master, I can't get in. There's a restriction here blocking me." Bayou immediately opened the system to check. "A restriction? Let me try to remove it," but this time the system was powerless. "It's no use, no response. I can control all other parts of the Bayou sect with my thoughts. But here my thoughts have no effect." Bayou pondered, "It seems the origin of this place rejects my presence, but because I am the master of the Dao ruins, it let me in." Li Shu was unwilling to give up and decided to channel his energy to break the restriction. "Let me try to break it." He attacked the restriction with all his might, but it was useless. Instead, he was repelled by the restriction, which sent Li Shu flying more than 10 meters away. "It's no use. The restriction here is much stronger than usual." Li Shu gritted his teeth in anger. He was now very confident in his abilities, and didn't expect to be unable to withstand even a single move here. "There's something strange here, master. What is this place?" Bayou also answered blankly. "I don't know either." Li Shu looked at his master with a puzzled expression. "The sect was built by you, master. How could you not know?" Then he patted his own head. "I understand this must be a test from you, master." Seeing this, Bayou had no choice but to let him continue the misunderstanding. You understand everything. You're quite imaginative. Saves me the explanation." Li Shu still didn't give up. He stood up and rushed towards the restriction again, but the result was the same as before. He was sent flying again. Bayou shouted worriedly, "What are you doing? Stop it." Li Shu stubbornly rushed over again. "Master, don't worry. I won't give up. I will definitely pass your test and obtain the opportunity you've granted me." This time he was still knocked back by the restriction. Bayou shouted, "Stop," he thought to himself. "This eldest disciple of mine is too honest. Is he trying to kill himself by ramming his head into it?" But Li Shu remained resolute. "Master, I can do it," Bayou shouted loudly. "Do it, my ass. You wait there for me. I'm going in to have a look." Bayou had originally planned to bring his disciple along for safety, but now he could only go in alone. As soon as he entered, he saw a colorful spirit herb. "This is a divine phoenix grass. This is a legendary spirit herb. To think it's just planted here so casually. As expected of the Dao ruins, nothing in this sect is of poor quality." Bayou reached out and picked one, surveying the herb garden as he muttered to himself. "Looking at the entire herb garden, it's filled with spirit herbs of the divine phoenix grass's level, and their age is sufficient. It must be because no one has come to pick them for a very long time. This is a great gift for the Bayou sect." He decided to collect all the spirit herbs. Bayou went deeper. Unexpectedly, the spirit herb garden was quite large with an inner courtyard. "Let's see what good things are in the inner courtyard," he suddenly said in surprise. "The spirit herbs here are all withered. What happened?" And they were all an unnatural black, as if contaminated by something. Suddenly a strange sound put Bayou on alert. He hurriedly dodged to the side as a strong aura rushed straight at him. Bayou was startled. "What is that?" A figure with a demonic face and dressed in black appeared, wearing a creepy smile. How many years has it been? 1,000 or 10,000? No living person has set foot in this place." Bayou took a closer look and suddenly recognized it. An evil spirit. The evil spirit sized him up for a moment and said, How did a wimp like you get in?" Hearing this, Bayou smiled and replied, "What do you mean, can't the weak come here?" The evil spirit's eyes burst with killing intent, and it said through gritted teeth, "The weak who come here face only death. No one has a chance to escape." Although Bayou was posturing, facing a dangerous situation, he still chose to retreat. "I'll get out first and then make a plan." But the evil spirit hadn't seen a living person for too long. How could it let him go so easily? Hee, little chick, too naive. Bayou looked down and found that the evil spirit's hands were already tightly gripping his feet. He trembled and tried to break free, but to no avail, thinking to himself, "This is not good." The evil spirit immediately appeared in front of him and said triumphantly, "What do you think? Are you completely powerless to resist?" Although Bayou was worried, he remained calm. "I dared to come here, so naturally I have something to rely on. Let me go now and I can spare your life." The evil spirit let out a cold, disbelieving laugh. "If I wasn't trapped here for who knows how many years and willing to exchange a few words with you, you'd have been dead long ago. Harvesting you, although you're too weak, there's not much benefit in harvesting you." Just then, Bayou, with quick eyes and hands, drew out the Emperor-level hammer and delivered a fatal blow to the evil spirit's head. The evil spirit couldn't withstand the power and instantly dissipated, only managing to say, "Not good. This is the aura of destruction," before disappearing completely. Bayou said with a hint of regret, "You didn't listen, so I had to turn you to ashes." Just as he was about to turn, another identical evil spirit appeared. "What's going on?" Another identical monster. The evil spirit stared intently at Bayou. "Little piglet, why are you so weak?" And it repeated, "Little piglet, why are you so weak?" Bayou asked in surprise, "What's with little chick and little piglet? "What are you things? Why are you here?" The evil spirit didn't answer, just raised its scythe and rushed over, roaring, "Harvest, harvest." Only then did Bayou realize they couldn't communicate. He swung his hammer and shattered the evil spirit. But as soon as he finished, several more appeared. Bayou said in annoyance, "You're looking for death." He raised the emperor-level hammer and swept it around. An evil spirit swooped down from above, roaring, "Human cultivator, you were careless." Bayou didn't have time to dodge and was hit in the back, but strangely he didn't feel any pain, saying in surprise, I'm fine." However, immediately after, Bayou felt his body weaken significantly. "My body suddenly feels much weaker. What's going on?" The evil spirit continued to rush over, muttering, "Harvest, harvest, a pity he's a withered cultivator." Only then did Bayou realize, "Wait, my cultivation has dropped by a major realm. What this bastard means by harvest is that it can weaken others' cultivation." The evil spirit shouted, "Decay into a mortal body." Bayou, having been dropped a realm, cursed angrily, "Damn you, it took me so much effort to reach the Marquis realm and you dropped me back to the early Transcendent realm. You deserve to die." Bayou cautiously went deeper. Feeling that this place was unusual, he walked slowly, muttering, "This place is too strange. I'd better figure out its origin, otherwise the Bayou sect will be destroyed." After walking for a while, he saw a majestic and magnificent hall. Bayou pushed the door open without hesitation and peeked in to observe. Those things must have come from this hall. Suddenly a strange sound put him on alert. He looked back and saw a group of evil spirits appear, holding scythes and rushing towards him together. They opened their strange mouths, their eyes blood red, their killing intent soaring, looking at Bayou as if they wanted to devour him. He was startled by their sheer numbers. Seeing a living person, the group of evil spirits roared and charged, "Harvest, harvest." Bayou swung the emperor-level hammer fiercely and shouted, "All of you get lost." Wherever the hammer passed, the evil spirits turned to ash. He said to himself, "Fortunately, I have the emperor-level weapon to protect me. These things can't do anything to me for now." But just then a system prompt sounded. System prompt: "The Emperor-level weapon's power is too strong and is not something that can be used at the current stage. It can be used a maximum of 5 times per month. Otherwise, irreversible consequences will be paid. This month's usage has been exhausted." As soon as the prompt ended, the hammer in Bayou's hand disappeared. He said angrily, "What? The Emperor-level weapon has a usage limit?" The group of evil spirits was still charging over relentlessly. Bayou's face turned pale, and he cursed repeatedly, "System, you're useless. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now I'm done for. I'm going to be weakened into a mortal." At this critical moment, something flew over. Bayou subconsciously caught it. It was a bright red jade pendant. As he held the pendant, the group of evil spirits had already slashed down in front of him. Bayou hurriedly leaned back to dodge. Unexpectedly, the jade pendant emitted a barrier that protected him. "What is this?" Seeing the barrier, the group of evil spirits stopped their attack and retreated a few steps. Bayou smiled. "The jade pendant protected me. These ghostly things don't dare to come closer. They're afraid of the pendant in my hand." But then a voice came from within the jade pendant. "Are you the current master of the Dao ruins?" Bayou was startled. "Who?" A wisp of white smoke drifted out of the jade pendant, and the voice soothed, "Don't be afraid." An elder appeared before him. "I'm the master of the previous generation of the Dao ruins. Ancient god Basong." Bayou muttered in surprise. "Ancient god Basong, according to my third disciple Jiaoyu. The ancient god race is a divine race even more ancient than the Titan giant demons. I never thought I'd meet an ancient god here. And the master of the previous generation of the Dao ruins at that." He bowed respectfully. Bayou pays his respects to Senior. "I am the current master of a corner of the Dao ruins." Ancient god Basong asked in surprise. "A corner of the Dao ruins? What happened?" "The Dao ruins are actually only a corner left, and a very small part compared to before. When were the Dao ruins broken?" Bayou replied truthfully, "I don't know, Junior. I also obtained the Dao ruins by chance recently." Ancient god Basong stroked his beard. "Never mind, let's not talk about that for now. Do you know what is sealed here?" "I don't. I was just weakened by these monsters, losing a portion of my cultivation. This is the first time I've ever encountered such a thing," ancient god Basong explained. "These things are the spirit devourers that cause chaos in the myriad heavens." Bayou was puzzled. "Spirit devourers? I've never heard of them." Ancient god Basong said slowly, "There are 2 types of lings. One is the spirit devourer, which specializes in devouring a cultivator's cultivation and spiritual power. The other is the soul devourer, which specializes in devouring a cultivator's divine soul. They are the root of turmoil and ominous sign, and often appear in swarms like a plague of locusts. Cultivators who encounter them are completely unable to resist, either having their cultivation devoured and becoming immortal, or having their soul devoured and becoming an imbecile." Bayou recalled the earlier scene and said through gritted teeth, "So vicious. Where do these things come from?" Ancient god Basong replied, "I don't know. Even as a member of the ancient god race, I was unable to find their origin. I only know that these things appear once every long period of time." "It caused a great panic and a major decline in the cultivation world," Bayou asked curiously. "Senior, what's the story with the spirit devourers here?" Ancient god Basong recalled. "When the spirit devourers erupted back then, countless cultivation sects were annihilated overnight. To prevent widespread devastation and protect the safety of the 5 divine domains, I used an ancient restriction to imprison these spirit devourers along with myself here and attempted to refine them." Bayou asked eagerly, "Did you succeed, Senior?" After countless long years I can only say I came close to success. I have exhausted the last of the ancient god race's divine power. I am exhausted and my lifespan is at its end. Now I must find a successor, otherwise these spirit devourers will once again wreak havoc across the myriad realms. Bayou understood and lowered his head. Senior, my strength is low. I'm afraid I'm not up to the task, he thought to himself. I just came to take a look. Please don't pick me. Ancient god Basang looked at him. You are now the master of the Tao ruins. Only you are suitable. Don't worry, I have been refining these spirit devourers for many years. After I pass them to you, I will complete the final refining process. You will gain the ability to control these spirit devourers. After speaking, he pointed a finger at Bayou's forehead. A golden light shot in like a bolt of lightning. Bayou held his head and trembled. Senior, don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. I must read your memories to confirm if you are a righteous person. If an evil person were to gain control of the spirit devourers, it would be a disaster. Bayou was greatly shocked. What? You want to read my memories? He worried in his heart. Is my identity as a transmigrator about to be exposed? But ancient god Basang lowered his head. I have read the memories of this lifetime of yours. You are not an evil person but rather kind-hearted. This puts my mind at ease. Bayou broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, HMPH in that case. Even an ancient god can only read the host memories of this life and not my past life's memories. Moreover, the system's memories were not read, which means the system's existence is even more advanced than that of an ancient god. As he was pondering, ancient god Basang began the inheritance. Let's begin. In the name of ancient god Basang, I burn my final divine power. Using Bayou's body as a prison, I shall imprison the spirit devourers. The group of evil spirits seemed to be frozen, roaring madly as countless auras surged into Bayou's body. His body trembled violently and he couldn't help but cry out. Ancient god Basang encouraged him. Bayou, hold on. I am using my final divine power to turn your body into a cage to imprison these countless creatures. The divine power inheritance was successful. Bayou felt his own body and exclaimed in amazement, this is such a strange feeling. It's as if there's an inverted universe inside my body. Ancient god Basang looked at the young Bayou and said, Bayou, I am about to dissipate. I apologize for not seeking your opinion and forcibly implanting the spirit devourers into your body. Bayou replied, Senior sacrificed himself for all living beings, his body perishing and his Tao fading. This junior is deeply impressed. This junior is willing to take on senior's heavy responsibility and continue to imprison these spirit devourers. Before dissipating, ancient god Basang took out an item and handed it to Bayou, saying, This is the godhead of the ancient god race. It can help you withstand 3 fatal attacks and protect the 5 divine domains for 3 years. The time for me to dissipate has finally come. Bayou, can you promise me 3 things? Bayou said respectfully, Please speak, senior. Ancient god Basang continued, First you must live. If you die, all the spirit devourers will escape and all our efforts will be in vain. Bayou said decisively, I will definitely promise senior this. I don't want to die. Ancient god Basang then said, Second, find the other fragments of the Tao ruins and restore a complete Tao ruins. Bayou's eyes were firm. I will do my best. This is not only a promise to ancient god Basang, but if I can find the remaining fragments of the Tao ruins, it will also be of great help to the Bayou sect. Ancient god Basang added, Third, if you can, please become the Lord God of the 5 divine domains in my stead. As soon as his words fell, ancient god Basang's figure dissipated. Bayou said sadly, This junior doesn't dare to make promises. After all, I'm just a small cultivator at the transcendent realm now. Becoming a lord god is something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Although his figure had scattered, ancient god Basang's voice still echoed, Very good, you are very reliable. I can entrust these spirit devourers to you with peace of mind. Bayou bowed his head in a salute. I respectfully see you off, senior, and wish you a smooth journey. From high above, the heavenly fire empress looked down and shouted angrily, Useless, I sent you to find that bitch Mingshui, and you actually got yourself captured and you still have the nerve to ask me for help. What kind of power has this newly risen Bayou sect to capture the 7 holy masters of the 7 domains in such a short time? What a grand display. She propped herself up and shouted angrily, Where are the giant spirit god generals? 2 figures landed and immediately knelt in salute. Your subordinate is here. The heavenly fire empress ordered, You will lead 100,000 celestial soldiers down to the mortal realm to participate in the 9 domains war. This is a good opportunity to unify the 9 domains. 2 giant demon titans used an ancient spell to track Zhao Yu's trail. One reported, How can this be? Using the ancient true essence technique, I can only vaguely locate that the little demon ancestor has fled to the 5th divine domain. The 5th divine domain, its Lord God has been missing for tens of thousands of years. It's in chaos there with constant conflicts between major powers. The little demon ancestor absolutely cannot come to any harm. We must determine her exact location as soon as possible. There's not much time left. Li Shu couldn't break the barrier to enter, so he could only sit outside and wait for his master. Seeing Bayou come out, Li Shu said happily, Master, you're out. Bayou said, Li Shu is your master. I'm going to give you something. We'll see if you're fortunate enough to receive it. Li Shu said happily, I still have plenty of the good things Master gave me before. I haven't even used them all up. How could I not have the good fortune to receive it? Bayou took out the ancient god race's godhead that ancient god Basong had given him before dissipating and handed it to Li Shu. "This is for you." Li Shu reached out to take it but was suddenly startled. As soon as his hand touched it, the godhead began to tremble. Li Shu couldn't stand steadily. Bayou was very surprised. In terms of strength, Li Shu wasn't bad, yet he couldn't even hold the godhead steady. Li Shu trembled and said, "Master, what is this thing? I feel an extremely powerful aura." At this time, Yang Jianfeng came looking for the Sect Master. "What do you want?" Bayou was about to ask when he saw Yang Jianfeng kneel down, trembling. A few seconds later, he fell flat on the ground and exclaimed, "What's going on? Why do I feel pressure from a god? I can't take it anymore." Bayou looked at his two disciples and thought, "This guy, he just fainted like that. Is the godhead's power that great?" System prompt: Disciple Li Shu cannot withstand or use the godhead, so this gift is invalid. Li Shu's face turned pale and he pleaded, "Master, please retract your divine ability quickly." Bayou took back the godhead and muttered, "As expected, a Lord God-level treasure like the godhead isn't something just anyone can possess. It's already impressive that Li Shu managed to hold on without fainting." In order to get a rebate from the system, Bayou decided to give Li Shu another gift. He took out another item. "Then I'll give you something else." He took out a spirit devourer and handed it to his disciple. Li Shu asked curiously, "What is this?" System prompt: Warning: the spirit devourer is a thing of cosmic origin. Any object of origin cannot be gifted to others. Only then did Bayou understand that the spirit devourer was a thing of cosmic origin and couldn't be given to others. It was truly unexpected. He took back the spirit devourer thinking, ancient god Basong has already refined these spirit devourers. Although I can barely control them now, every time I control one, I feel a lot of my strength being drained. Back at the sect, Bayou wanted to try again, so he called over Bei Tangshui and gave her the godhead. But Bei Tangshui, like Li Shu, also cried out, "Master, I can't bear it." Zhao Yu recognized it at a glance. "This is a godhead, how do you have it?" Bayou asked, "Can you take it or not?" Zhao Yu replied, "Of course I can, but the godhead is too powerful, it will immediately expose my location." Bayou was startled. "Then never mind, I'll keep this thing for now." He took back the godhead and muttered, "This is the first time I couldn't give something away because my disciples weren't capable enough." Zhao Yu asked curiously, "Master, what is your origin?" Bayou admitted it to himself, but only said, "I am not originally from this world." Then he left, leaving Zhao Yu full of speculation. Not from this world, could it be a wondrous place beyond the divine domain? "I never thought my master's origins were so profound." Hayuan came to report to Bayou, "Sect Master, originally several great domains had agreed to pay the ransom, but the blood ancestor of the Lishan domain has appeared, calling for the combined armies of the 7 domains to attack. I'm afraid we will face a great battle next." Bayou seemed to have expected this and smiled. "As expected, the combined armies of the 7 domains, then let them come and fight," Hayuan said with concern. However, the attitude of the Holy Master of the Janshan domain is still unclear. She wants to see the Sect Master alone, in a room. The Holy Master of the Janshan domain was brought before Bayou. She said, "Sect Master Bai's aura is restrained like that of an ordinary cultivator. You are truly an enlightened master." Bayou asked, "Holy Master, you wanted to see me alone. Is there something you wish to say?" She replied, "Sect Master Bai can call me Hayuan. I want to ask Sect Master Bai, do you have any intention of unifying the 9 domains?" Bayou replied without hesitation, "No." Hayuan was a little disappointed. Before she could finish, Bayou continued with great momentum, "I want to unify the entire great northern continent." Hayuan thought to herself, "Including the Endless Sea and the Endless Demon domain, the entire great northern continent. It seems I have underestimated the Bayou sect." Bayou ignored her praise and asked directly, "What do you want? Just say it." Hayuan replied, "I hope the Bayou sect can help me eliminate the sword spirit of the Janshan domain." Bayou was puzzled. "I heard that the entire Janshan domain cultivates sword techniques because of the existence of a sword spirit. Why do you want to get rid of it?" Hayuan said seriously, "As Sect Master Bai said, the Janshan domain has had a sword spirit since ancient times. Its existence spans countless years. Every 10 years, the Janshan domain holds a sword offering ceremony in the main hall, offering sacrifices to worship the sword spirit. The sword spirit would then bestow upon us some sword techniques and divine abilities." Bayou said, "Isn't that a good thing?" Hayuan continued, "If it continued like this, it would indeed be a good thing. But in the last 100 years, the evil will of the sword spirit has gradually awakened. It has begun to absorb the sword chi cultivated by all the disciples and has controlled a portion of them. If this continues, before long all the disciples of the Janshan domain will become slaves to the sword spirit. That would be the calamity of our sect's destruction." After hearing the explanation, Bayou asked, "First, why me? Second, what do I get?" Hayuan replied, "The sword spirit is very powerful. In the 9 domains besides Sect Master Bai, I can't think of anyone else who would dare to deal with it. The Janshan domain is the 2nd-ranked power in the 9 domains. Sect Master Bai can completely gain the allegiance of the Janshan domain. Now that the combined armies of the 7 domains are coming, if the Janshan domain stands with the Bayou sect, Sect Master Bai will face much less pressure." Bayou said affirmatively, "I can agree, but I have one more condition." Hayuan said, "Please speak, Sect Master Bai." Bayou replied, "I want the sword sacred land of the Janshan domain." Hayuan agreed, "All right, the sword spirit is originally in the sacred land, so there's no problem." Suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. Bayou and his group finally arrived before the city gates of the Shanqin domain. Before them were sturdy city gates, tightly shut, without a single gap. A powerful aura of the great Tao rushed towards them, causing Bayou's party to feel a sense of surprise. The demon lord couldn't help but say, as expected of the Shanqin domain, the surrounding sword chi is extremely thick. Suddenly a loud voice sounded, "It's the Holy Master has returned." A disciple shouted with a trembling voice, "Quick, go and inform the elders." But as soon as the news was passed on, the elders quickly appeared before the city gates to welcome the Holy Master of the Shanqin domain. 3 elders descended on their swords and bowed respectfully in salute. "Greetings, Holy Master." One of them asked curiously, "Holy Master, weren't you imprisoned by the Bayou sect? How did you return?" Bayou turned to Hayuan and she said, "Let me introduce everyone. This is the renowned Sect Master of the Bayou sect who has shaken the 9 domains." Hearing this introduction, the 3 elders of the Shanqin domain were greatly shocked. They shouted in unison, "What?" They immediately drew their swords and took a defensive stance. "Holy Master, your methods are profound. To think you've brought Sect Master Bai here, this is the perfect opportunity for us to capture him." But Hayuan hurriedly ordered them to stop. "Stop, Sect Master Bai is a guest I have invited." The 3 elders still refused to listen and insisted, "Holy Master, Sect Master Bai is now a thorn in the side of all the Holy Masters of the 9 domains. If we kill him, the prestige of our Shanqin domain in the 9 domains will be unmatched." Seeing them disobey, Hayuan gritted her teeth in anger. "3 elders, I told you to stop. Do you dare to disobey this Holy Master's command?" But the 3 elders paid no heed and still charged towards Bayou with their swords, their tone firm. "After killing this person, we will ask the Holy Master for our punishment." Just then Big Wolf suddenly appeared. Big Wolf snatched the swords and sent the 3 elders flying with a single blow, letting them seek their own doom. Seeing Big Wolf's ferocious attack, Hayuan pleaded in panic, "Senior, please show mercy." But Big Wolf's anger was hard to quell. He added another punch, sending the 3 elders almost into the ground. The remaining 2 elders witnessed their fellow sect members being struck down before their eyes and couldn't help but say angrily, "How dare you kill an elder of our Shanqin domain? Insolence!" The demon lord shouted angrily at the people of the Shanqin domain, "I think it is you who are being insolent." The demon lord clenched his fists, the aura within his body surging like a furious tide. Suddenly a sword flew out from the bodies of the 3 elders. Hayuan recognized it at a glance. "This is the evil sword that controls the disciples of the Shanqin domain. It seems the 3 elders have been controlled by the sword spirit. Wherever the sword spirit passed, the disciples instantly fell, one after another." Soon the sword spirit locked onto Bayou and charged without hesitation. The demon lord immediately flew forward to block its path, shattering the sword spirit with a single kick. Bayou quickly gave an order, "Enter the Zongtian sword domain sacred land directly." The Holy Master of the Shanqin domain explained to the remaining 2 elders, "As you can see, Sect Master Bai is here to eliminate the evil sword spirit. In the entire human emperor realm, only Sect Master Bai can help us now." Only then did the 2 elders reluctantly nod. "We will follow the Holy Master's command." Hayuan led Bayou and his group inside, arriving before the Zongtian sword domain sacred land. Sect Master Bai, this is the sacred land of the Shanqin domain. But before Bayou could step inside, Big Wolf's roar echoed from within the sacred land. "Someone's coming." Numerous disciples of the Shanqin domain had already assembled there. Both Hayuan and Bayou were stunned by the sight. They hadn't expected the elders to mobilize the disciples on their own, inciting them to come to the sacred land to eliminate Bayou. Hayuan furiously shouted, "What are you trying to do? Who let you come here?" An old man stepped forward, his voice hoarse. "We beseech the Holy Master to slay the outsider." Hayuan couldn't believe her ears. "You dare to defy my orders? Are you telling me what to do?" "Insolence!" the disciples of the Shanqin domain shouted in unison, putting pressure on Hayuan. "We beseech the Holy Master to slay the outsider. We beseech the Holy Master to slay the outsider. We beseech the Holy Master to slay the outsider." Bayou turned to her and said, "Hayuan, it seems the situation in the Shanqin domain is far more serious than you imagined." Hayuan trembled with anger, stepped forward and ordered, "I, this Holy Master, command you to stand down." But the crowd ignored her words and shouted in unison, "Charge for the Shanqin domain, kill." Seeing the disciples' behavior, the Grand Elder and the 2 elders cursed angrily, "Damn it, I didn't expect the evil sword spirit to have already controlled so many disciples. This group has gone mad." At this moment, Big Wolf's fighting spirit was roused. "A bunch of trash, it's useless no matter how many there are. The 2 of us are enough." As soon as Big Wolf's words fell, the disciples of the Shanqin domain suddenly acted strangely. Big Wolf raised his fist and shouted, "All of you get lost!" But before he could act, he also noticed something was wrong. Bayou urged Hayuan, "Let's go in." Hayuan hurriedly said, "Wait, Sect Master Bai, look." Hearing this, Bayou looked back. The sight before him was astonishing. The disciples had disappeared, replaced by a sudden sword rain. The Grand Elder and the 2 elders said in panic, "An evil sword appeared in everyone's body." They were indeed controlled. The power of this evil sword is immense. Should we temporarily retreat? Hayuan's pupils contracted and she said in a daze, "It's too late." In just a few seconds the evil sword rain was already rushing towards them. The Demon Lord and Big Wolf hurriedly set up a barrier to defend. "Protect the Sect Master," the Demon Lord shouted. "Block them." Although Big Wolf and the Demon Lord fought with all their might, they still couldn't withstand the sword rain. Not good. A myriad of swords attacking at once. The power is too great. After resisting for a while, the two were sent flying, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. For the first time, Big Wolf shouted in panic, "Sect Master, we can't hold on. Retreat quickly." Bayou said anxiously to Hayuan, "I don't know how long these evil swords have been in the disciples' bodies. They have already accumulated immense power. Is the Shanqin domain doomed to be destroyed today?" Bayou made a decisive order. "You all get behind me." Hayuan asked, "Sect Master Bai, are you going to act?" Before Bayou could answer, the two elders interjected, "It's useless for anyone to act now. These thousands of evil swords are not something that can be resisted by human strength." Big Wolf and the Demon Lord each pulled an elder back, shouting, "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you hear the Sect Master telling you to get behind him?" Watching the sword rain heading straight for Bayou, the crowd shook their heads in despair. "It's over, it's over." Just as everyone was sinking into pessimism, Bayou calmly took out the Emperor-level weapon. "Hear my command." Bayou controlled the Emperor-level weapon and met the incoming sword rain. The people standing behind Bayou couldn't help but tremble. Especially Hayuan, Big Wolf and the Demon Lord, however, were already used to such scenes. As expected, the power of the Emperor-level weapon was extremely terrifying, and the incoming sword rain was instantly shattered into pieces. The two elders of the Shanqin domain exclaimed, "The evil swords are all broken. This is too strong." Hayuan looked at Bayou with eyes full of admiration. He blocked it. Sect Master Bai completely blocked the attack of the demonic swords. He is truly a great cultivator. I was worried about the Sect Master's strength before, but now it seems Sect Master Bai will definitely be able to eliminate that evil sword spirit. The Demon Lord bowed his head respectfully. The Sect Master is as unfathomable as ever. Following the Sect Master is always a horizon-broadening experience. Then Hayuan led Bayou deep into the Shanqin sacred land, where countless swords were stuck in the ground. It was the first time Big Wolf and the Demon Lord had been here, and they couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is the Shanqin sword domain? It's truly unimaginable. The first time in my life I've seen such a sight." Bayou also praised. As expected of the sacred land of the Tianjin domain, countless swords stuck in the ground, truly magnificent. Hayuan explained as she walked. The Shanqin sword domain sacred land has another name, the Sword Mound, because there are countless ownerless swords here. Actually, what I'm most worried about isn't the evil sword spirit controlling the many disciples outside, but when the evil sword spirit completely controls the countless swords here, then no one will be able to stop it. At this moment a few nearby swords began to vibrate. Hayuan said in panic, "Not good. The sword spirit has already sensed our arrival." As soon as her words fell, a withered bone-like hand grasped a sword hilt. At first it was just a hand, then a whole withered body crawled out from under the ground. They just took the swords and rushed towards the crowd. The Demon Lord shouted, "What is this thing?" Hayuan replied, "These are sword slaves. The sword spirit wants to stop us from going deeper." After observing, Bayou concluded, "The aura of these sword slaves is indeed somewhat similar to the spirit devours." Big Wolf, full of fighting spirit, rushed towards the group of skeletons. "I'll take them." The hit skeletons let out a miserable cry that echoed throughout the sword forest. Big Wolf desperately punched and kicked, but still couldn't eliminate them. He shouted angrily, "Isn't this guy dead yet?" The Demon Lord shouted, "Sect Master, this thing's strength is average, but it's too durable. It just won't die no matter how we hit it." Hayuan added an explanation. "These sword slaves have been tempered by the sword spirit for who knows how many years. Although they are just skeletons, they can be compared to high-level sword bodies, so they are extremely hard to fight." Bayou said to the Demon Lord, "Let go, let me try." The Demon Lord released his grip on the skeleton, and it immediately let out a ferocious roar. Bayou released the Spirit Devourer, wanting to see if these skeletons were the same as the Spirit Devourers he had encountered. That's right, the aura of death and the aura of swords." The skeleton was pierced by the Spirit Devourer and roared madly. Bayou said happily, "It's working." In a flash, several skeletons disintegrated and turned to ash. The Demon Lord and Big Wolf were dumbfounded. "That's it. I spent half a day and couldn't even kill two. The Sect Master just released something, and it died with a single touch." At this time, the Spirit Devourer excitedly flew around looking for skeletons. Eat, eat, eat." Seeing this scene, Bayou was surprised. It seems the Spirit Devourers can devour any energy in the world, truly amazing. But controlling them consumes too much energy. "I already feel weak after just a short while." Bayou decided to recall the Spirit Devourer. "Come back." Even after just a moment he felt exhausted. At this time the elders truly revered Bayou, Holy Master. "This Sect Master Bai is truly amazing. The sword slaves were dealt with so easily. This time the Holy Master has truly invited a figure who can connect heaven and earth. We are completely convinced." Hayuan also expressed her gratitude. "It is our fortune to have met Sect Master Bai here." After going deeper for a while, Bayou found a thatched hut. "Are you sure this is the place?" Hayuan said affirmatively. "This is it. This is the evil sword spirit's residence." Big Wolf found it strange. This sword spirit must have never seen the world to be living in a thatched hut. The Demon Lord was more cautious. "Don't be careless. I feel that there is indeed an unusual aura in this hut." Hearing this, everyone put on a vigilant expression. Suddenly a thick smoke poured out of the hut and everyone covered their eyes with their hands. An elder shouted, "Not good, his power is really terrifying." Hayuan also said loudly, "This is the sword spirit making a show of force to us." Strangely, everyone knelt down, only Bayou was still standing. Bayou smiled. "Impressive. If it wasn't for the godhead dissolving the pressure, this Sect Master would have had to kneel too," Big Wolf said in surprise. "Besides the Sect Master, the two of us actually couldn't resist this pressure," the Demon Lord speculated. "It seems this sword spirit is indeed unfathomable." As soon as the two finished speaking, a strange creature suddenly appeared before them. Big Wolf blurted out, "What is this thing?" Bayou was also stunned. "Such an abstract thing, even this Sect Master doesn't know how to describe it." The creature was exceptionally large and roared, "Insolence, you're the thing." Big Wolf was like a madman. "What, it can talk? This thing is alive." The creature angrily rushed over. "Shut up." As soon as its words fell, Big Wolf was sent flying into a corner. "Down." "What?" Big Wolf said annoyedly. "Damn it, too strong. I couldn't even take one hit." Hayuan turned and said, "Sect Master Bai, this is the sword spirit. The sword spirit has always wanted to become a real person, and it seems he still has a long way to go to become a real person." Bayou couldn't help but laugh. "This Sect Master has finally found a word to describe it," the sword spirit said angrily. "You bad people, why are you stopping me?" Bayou replied, "Lord Sword Spirit, I will call you Lord for the last time. We are not bad people, nor are we stopping you. But you used evil techniques to control and kill countless disciples of the Shanqin sword domain. You are the bad one," the sword spirit said arrogantly. "Why am I the bad one? I just want to take human form. What's wrong with that?" Hayuan shouted angrily. "There's nothing wrong with you wanting to become human, but it's wrong for you to kill innocent disciples." The sword spirit remained stubborn. "I don't know what you're talking about. What's wrong with me killing a few people to become human?" The sword spirit's words were filled with arrogance and evil. He had never understood the value of human nature. In his eyes, human life was just a tool to achieve his goal. Hayuan roared, "Killing people is wrong," the sword spirit said arrogantly. "Why is killing people wrong? To me, killing people is no different from picking a leaf or stepping on a blade of grass. What did I do wrong?" Faced with this answer, Hayuan was almost speechless, stammering, Bayou said to her, "This sword spirit has no humanity yet. It has no concept of right and wrong in its heart, only thoughts that are beneficial to itself. It will kill anything that is beneficial to it." But the sword spirit, seeing Hayuan's silence, said triumphantly, "You can't answer, can you? So you are the ones who are wrong, right?" Bayou said to the sword spirit, "If you want to become human, you must think from a human perspective, and killing humans is a fact. For humans, you have made a serious mistake." The sword spirit retorted, "Setting aside the facts, don't you have any fault?" This time it was Bayou's turn to feel helpless at the sword spirit's unreasonable logic. Bayou sighed, "Impressive. This sword spirit is comparable to a great little fairy from my previous life. I'm speechless." The sword spirit became angry. Spiritual energy burned around it, and it drew a scarlet evil sword, threatening, "I'll chop off all your heads, then no one will say I'm wrong." Hayuan warned, "Sect Master Bai, be careful. This red sword is refined from fire elements. Ordinary cultivators can't defend against it at all." When the red sword came slashing, Bayou still smiled calmly and summoned the Spirit Devourer. "Spirit Devourer!" The Spirit Devourer appeared and blocked the sword, preventing it from touching Bayou. He thought, as long as it's something made of energy, the Spirit Devourer can handle it. The Spirit Devourer said happily, "Good, good, good. I can finally eat my fill this time. I'm so happy." The sword spirit was furious and drew several more red evil swords. "You dare to eat my things, you're looking for death." But no matter how many swords it released, the Spirit Devourer swallowed them all, and it wasn't even enough. The Spirit Devourer provoked, "Any more? A little more? I'm about to evolve." Bayou noticed, This Spirit Devourer has changed a little. It's grown a horn." The Spirit Devourer looked at the sword spirit greedily. "You look even more delicious. Swallowing you will definitely fill me up," the sword spirit said coldly. "Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not a big deal." Suddenly the Spirit Devourer cried out, "What? My body can't move." Bayou noticed the Spirit Devourer has been suppressed. The pressure is getting stronger and stronger, he thought. Strange, it's even difficult to crawl on the ground. Looking around, he saw everyone kneeling on the ground. With the godhead here, I'm actually feeling pressure too. The sword spirit was surprised. "Still not kneeling? Continue, crush these ignorant lives." The two elders of the Shanqin domain groaned on the ground. My bones have been crushed. I'm about to become a puddle of flesh." Hayuan struggled to raise her head. "Sect Master Bai, quickly think of something. We can't hold on much longer." Bayou looked at the Emperor-level weapon and found a crack on it. "The godhead has cracked. It seems it's about to break too." The Spirit Devourer panicked and flew back into Bayou's body. "Not good, I have to go back," the sword spirit sneered. "Still holding on? You're quite strong among these ants. Then I'll add a little more pressure. Kneel for me." Bayou used his final trump card, the Emperor-level hammer. "The one who should be kneeling is you." As soon as the Emperor-level hammer appeared, the sword spirit trembled and knelt at Bayou's feet, shouting in horror, "What?" The two elders of the Shanqin domain breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, the pressure is gone. "We almost died just now," the Demon Lord and Big Wolf praised. "Not only did the pressure disappear, but now it's the sword spirit's turn to kneel. The Sect Master is mighty." But the sword spirit said unwillingly, "This power surpasses me. What are you holding?" Bayou squinted his eyes. "Guess," the sword spirit said in horror. An Emperor-level weapon, only an Emperor-level weapon could make me tremble from the depths of my soul, only an Emperor-level weapon could suppress me. Hayuan was surprised. An Emperor-level weapon? Is it the kind of Emperor-level weapon I'm thinking of? This is a supreme divine weapon that I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Bayou nodded. You guessed right, he shouted at the sword spirit. I'll give you a chance to get your head blown off. Bayou swung his war hammer and a flash of fire shot straight at the sword spirit. It was fearless, even fantasizing that if it could devour this Emperor-level weapon it could completely take human form. Bayou was surprised. It was completely unscathed after taking a blow from his hammer. This sword spirit was too powerful. The sword spirit said calmly, "Are you giving me a treasure to let me truly grow through a trial? Am I correct in understanding it this way?" It drew out a massive scarlet evil sword. Bayou cursed. "What a psycho! You're not even a transmigrator, yet you think you're the protagonist of this world." The scarlet evil sword shot towards Bayou, its pressure astonishing, and dust filled the air. The crowd swayed unsteadily, unable to stand firm. "Be careful, just the wind from this sword is already very dangerous. We can't even stand still." Bayou remained calm. "Come on, let's see if your sword is stronger or if my Emperor-level weapon is mightier." The clash of the Emperor-level weapon and the evil sword produced a piercing sound and lightning-like light flashed everywhere. As a result, cracks appeared on the evil sword and the sword spirit had to admit defeat. "To think I couldn't kill you. I'm actually injured. This Emperor-level weapon is no ordinary Emperor-level weapon. It's an extremely powerful existence even among Emperor-level weapons," Bayou thought. "Are Emperor-level weapons also divided into different grades? This is the first time I've heard of it," the sword spirit said angrily. "A mere mortal possessing an Emperor-level weapon, you must be paying an unimaginable price. Let's continue." It once again threw the evil sword at Bayou. The sword spirit refused to admit defeat and kept attacking. "You've already used it 4 times, how can you still hold an Emperor-level weapon? The price you're paying is greater than mine." Your sword body almost shattered. "Let's see who is more stubborn." Bayou's words were tough, but he was secretly complaining, "This is killing me." The Emperor-level weapon could only be used 5 times a month at most, and there was only one use left. If he couldn't kill this sword spirit, there would be trouble. While Bayou and Hayuan were dealing with the sword spirit in the Janshan domain, a major change occurred at the Bayou sect. In front of the sect's main hall, the allied forces of the 6th domain swarmed in, vowing to destroy the Bayou sect at all costs. The allied forces were as numerous as ants, their momentum fierce, and they roared triumphantly. Bayou's 4 disciples were in a panic, not knowing how to deal with the situation in their master's absence. Looking at the allied forces filling the sky, Hayuan said with concern, "They're here. The allied forces of the 6 domains have arrived." A roar came from high in the sky. "1,000,000 cultivators from the 9 domains have come to flatten the Bayou sect. Surrender quickly." Yang Jianfeng panicked. "The Sect Master isn't here. What should we do?" Hayuan assessed the situation and analyzed. "This is the toughest battle for our Bayou sect." Then he turned to Li Shu. "Li Shu, go find the Sect Master immediately. We'll handle things here." Li Shu set off immediately. Back in the Janshan domain, Bayou was still fighting the sword spirit. The sword spirit said triumphantly, "HMPH, don't forget I am a spirit devourer, I can turn to the dark side." As soon as its words fell, countless evil swords appeared. Hayuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The sword spirit is mobilizing all the spirit swords in the Zhongtian sword domain. Once 1,000,000 swords are mobilized, the consequences will be unimaginable. Sect Master Bai, stop it quickly, the sword spirit's voice echoed. "After turning to the dark side, I'm 10 times stronger. No one can stop me." A rain of swords rushed towards Bayou and his group. As soon as it stopped here, another rain of swords appeared on the other side. The demon lord clenched his fists and judged. "The power of 10,000 swords attacking at once is too great. Even the sacred land can't hold on. It's about to be breached." As everyone was in a panic, Bayou calmly swung the Emperor-level hammer for the last time. The Emperor-level hammer and the Spirit Devourer collided, but it only shattered the outer protective aura. The sword spirit quickly counterattacked, sending Bayou and the hammer flying together. Bayou realized he had failed, and the Emperor-level weapon could no longer be used. Black energy filled the air, and the sword spirit laughed loudly. "Haha, I told you. After turning to the dark side, I'm 10 times stronger. No one can stop me." It controlled the rain of swords to charge at Bayou. Hayuan shouted anxiously. "Sect Master Bai." Bayou stood motionless. He was actually trying to think of a way, but his face had turned pale. "Damn it, this is the first time I've used up all my trump cards. What should I do now?" the sword spirit said triumphantly. "From the moment you stepped into this place, the gears of fate began to turn. Accept your death." Having no other choice, Bayou took a risk and threw out the bronze fragment to block the attack. "I can only try this." Looking at the incoming rain of swords, he muttered, "The hardness of this bronze fragment is no less than that of an Emperor-level weapon. I hope it's useful." With a whoosh, the bronze fragment flew straight at the sword spirit. As it was feeling triumphant, it was suddenly shocked. "What is this thing?" The bronze fragment hit the sword spirit's body, causing it to crack severely. The sword spirit couldn't believe it. Could it be the legendary soul armament? No, impossible. How could you have it? The sword spirit's entire body shattered and fell to the ground. Seeing the evil swords coming for their lives, the two elders of the Shanqin domain could only raise their hands to cover their faces and wait for death. Hayuan rushed forward to block in front of them, dealing with the evil swords and saving them. Having escaped death, the two elders breathed a sigh of relief. So dangerous, we were almost pierced by 10,000 swords. Hayuan sighed. It's finally over. If it wasn't for Sect Master Bai, I really can't imagine what the consequences would have been. Big Wolf and the Demon Lord sighed. My admiration for the Sect Master is beyond words. It can't be described by any language. After retrieving the bronze fragment, Bayou was surprised to find something appearing in the red mist. What is this? Hayuan said happily. This is the sword heart. It's what the sword spirit left behind after it died, and it's also the core of the sword spirit. It can bring great benefits to cultivators. As soon as the sword spirit died, the countless evil swords also shattered, causing the sky to shake and thunder to roar. Hayuan urged Bayou just now. Power of 1,000,000 flying swords was too strong. The sacred land is about to collapse. Suddenly, Li Shu shouted urgently. Master, Bayou was surprised. Li Shu, why are you here? Li Shu said in a panic. Master, 1,000,000 cultivators from the 6 domains are attacking the Bayou sect. The Bayou sect is in grave danger, the Demon Lord cursed angrily. Damn it, they really dare to come, Sect Master Bai. Let's take this opportunity to flatten the 6 great domains, Hayuan spoke up. My Shanqin domain is willing to follow Sect Master Bai's orders. The ground shook violently. Hayuan shouted, Are we going out? She said regretfully, What a pity. These 1,000,000 swords have been here for who knows how many years. Each one is of the highest quality. Bayou also sympathized. It is indeed a pity. He turned to Li Shu. Li Shu, this is for you. Li Shu said blankly. What is this? The sword chi is so strong. What's the use of the sword heart? Before Bayou could answer, the sword heart flew out of his hand towards Li Shu. Hayuan was surprised. The sword heart was actually absorbed by him. Only those with a clear mind can do it. This disciple of Sect Master Bai has heavenly aptitude. After absorbing the mysterious sword heart, Li Shu seemed to have been reborn, possessing extraordinary power. The Demon Lord and Big Wolf praised. What a strong aura. Has young Master Li activated a special constitution? Li Shu's eyes were as sharp as a sword's edge, and his every move was one with the sword heart. The Demon Lord stared and said with envy, A sword body. Young Master Li has awakened a sword body. I just don't know what kind of sword body it is. Hayuan's eyes were sharp. The chaotic sword body, if I'm not mistaken, it's the legendary chaotic sword body. Big Wolf's eyes widened. The chaotic sword body, that's one of the supreme constitutions. I admit I'm very envious, Li Shu said excitedly. Master, you've really given me a great gift this time. Now I feel that among the disciples of the same generation, I am invincible. In terms of the way of the sword, I am the first in all ages. Bayou sighed. As expected of the powerful sword spirit that almost pushed me to the brink, the thing it left behind after death is indeed a good thing, he thought. Then what better thing will the system rebate to me? System prompt. Gifted disciple Li Shu a sword heart triggering a 100x rebate. Congratulations host, you have obtained the immeasurable sword body. Bayou's entire body was suddenly enveloped by a powerful cyan aura. Hayuan noticed. Why do I feel that Sect Master Bai's temperament has changed? The others also felt it. I think so too. Sect Master Bai is emitting a powerful aura. Has the Sect Master stopped hiding his strength? Bayou looked at his hand calmly. Immeasurable sword body, I understand. He spread his hand and ordered, Collect. In an instant the countless evil swords obeyed and all turned towards Bayou. Everyone was shocked. An invisible barrier appeared around Bayou. The two elders couldn't believe it. Sect Master Bai can actually mobilize these spirit swords. Not only mobilize, but also absorb them all. To hide 1,000,000 swords in his body, even my chaotic sword body can't do that, Li Shu exclaimed in admiration. Master is indeed my master. Master is the first in the way of the sword in all ages, Bayou thought proudly. Immeasurable sword body, the strongest constitution in the way of the sword. My aptitude is finally not so bad anymore, Hayuan said in a panic. The sacred land has completely collapsed. A few seconds later, Bayou's group and the people of the Shanqin domain were all suspended in the air. The fragments of the sacred hall and evil swords scattered everywhere. Bayou said happily, The 3rd bronze fragment is here. He stretched out his hand to grab the fragment. Let's go, let's hurry back to the Bayou sect. However, in another place, the Grand Prince's spirit boat was also heading towards the Bayou sect. A subordinate reported the latest location of the Bayou sect to the Grand Prince. After hearing the report, the Grand Prince ordered 100,000 sea soldiers advance at full speed. The shouts echoed through the sky. The cultivators of the 6 domains were menacing, gathered in groups surrounding the Bayou sect and shouting Bayou's name. A cultivator in black with a stern face shouted in a voice like thunder, Bayou sect, surrender quickly or you will be killed without mercy. Young Jianfeng and the disciples stood on the highest peak of the Bayou sect, their eyes sharp as they looked at the surrounding cultivators of the 6 domains. Although they were worried, they still remained calm on the surface. Damn it, if you have the guts, then attack as if I'm afraid of you. Hearing this, the cultivators of the 6 domains' eyes were contemptuous, their smiles cold with killing intent. Ha, a stubborn fool, a cultivator sneered. Army of the 6 domains, hear my command, kill. Another person stepped forward, raised his long sword, kill. The army of the 6 domains, each person spitting would be enough to drown the Bayou sect. At this critical moment, from the back mountain of the Bayou sect, 18 rays of light shot out into the sky. The first protector of the Bayou sect, Chang Yushan, appeared and shouted, 18 protectors of the Bayou sect, follow me to kill the enemy. The 18 protectors charged into the crowd of cultivators of the 6 domains like 18 silver arrows. Fists and feet flew and screams were endless. Some were sent flying several feet high by a single punch. Some were kicked half a mile away. "Ah, what kind of armor is this? It's too strong," an elder of the 6 domains shouted in panic in the air. "What are you panicking about? No matter how strong they are, there are only 18 of them. Surround and kill them." Fang Mulling raised her long sword. "All disciples of the wood-profound hall of the Bayou sect, kill." Her voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. "All disciples of the Shanqin hall of the Bayou sect, kill." Hundreds of disciples rushed out from the back mountain, their momentum fierce, holding weapons and roaring, "Kill." A cultivator of the 6 domains' eyes widened. "I've never heard of the Bayou sect before, to think they have so many disciples." A cultivator sneered. "So what if there are more, or they're more than us? Kill them all, leave none alive." But after getting closer, a cultivator said in surprise, "These are all cultivators of the demonic heaven domain. They've actually become disciples of a branch hall under the Bayou sect." Another person mocked, "What are you afraid of? It's just cultivators from one domain, we have 6. As soon as his words fell, a sword light flashed across his neck, scaring his companion to death. "The Janshan domain by the order of Sect Master Bai, kill." The cultivators of the 6 domains were shocked. What's going on? When did the Janshan domain side with the Bayou sect? By the order of Sect Master Bai, has the Janshan domain already submitted to the Bayou sect? Amidst the chaos, Blood Ancestor Li appeared and roared, "All of you, stand firm." An old figure appeared in the air, erupting with a ferocious aura. The cultivators of the 6 domains cheered. "It's the Blood Ancestor of the Lishan domain." "Greetings, Ancestor," Blood Ancestor Li said angrily. "So what if the Janshan domain has betrayed us? 6 domains against 3, we have a stable advantage. Kill." The cultivators of the 6 domains laughed triumphantly. "Blood Ancestor is right, we have the absolute advantage." After dealing with the sword spirit, Bayou quickly returned and asked anxiously, "How is the battle?" Luyuan lowered his head. "Even with the Janshan domain joining, we are still at an absolute disadvantage in terms of the number of cultivators. If this continues, I'm afraid it will be very tragic." Bayou looked at the battle situation and agreed, 3 domains against 6. "We are indeed at a disadvantage, however. My way of the sword was tempered in bloody slaughter. This great battle today can also be considered a trial for all the disciples of my Bayou sect." Li Shu held his long sword, his aura soaring. "Master is right, I will use this great battle to temper my chaotic sword body and invincible will." "Kill." Li Shu stomped his foot and flew up, performing 1 flower blooms, 100 flowers fall. In an instant, a large number of cultivators from the 6 domains fell. The few surviving cultivators from the 6 domains trembled and said, "What a powerful move, he killed hundreds of cultivators with a single sword." "Whose subordinate is this? This person is the head disciple of the Bayou Sect Master. Kill him." But as soon as they finished shouting, a group of people turned into solid ice. Bei Tangshui performed Ice Seal the World to support Li Shu. A cultivator exclaimed, "What a terrifying ice technique." It instantly froze hundreds of people into ice popsicles. The cultivators recognized her. "This is the 2nd disciple of the Bayou Sect Master. Don't let her go, elders. Follow me to kill these 2 youngsters." But when they rushed towards Li Shu and Bei Tangshui, Big Wolf descended from the sky and bit them to death one by one, courting death. The several elders were greatly shocked. "What is this power? We didn't even have time to react before." The Demon Lord also joined the battle, attacking 2 elders of the 6 domains. "You are the ones courting death." With a crack sound, the several elders rolled their eyes and fainted. The cultivators' faces turned pale. "They're dead." 4 elder-level experts were instantly killed. The Bayou sect indeed has some skills. Blood Ancestor Li raised his hand. "What are you panicking about? 6 domains, stop hiding. Show your true strength." Several golden lights flashed around him. The ancestors of the 6 great domains had all arrived. "Let's see how the Bayou sect deals with this." As soon as one ancestor arrived, he vied to speak. "Let me deal with that demon beast," another said. "I'll take the demon lord of the demonic heaven domain." The 2 newly arrived ancestors quickly engaged the demon lord and Big Wolf in battle. Big Wolf sized up his opponent and judged. "This fellow's realm is not much different from mine," a bald elder said sternly. "You 2 have only cultivated for 100-odd years, yet your strength has already reached the heaven profound realm comparable to us old-timers who have cultivated for 1,000 years. This is truly surprising. The Bayou sect cannot be allowed to develop any further. It must be eliminated today, or it will become a great disaster in the future." In Lishan City, Protector Huang warmly invited the 2 prisoners, Lu Shang and the Demon Son, into a room, treating them hospitably with tea and wine. After hearing the story, Lu Shang nodded and sighed with admiration. "Hearing you say that, this Sect Master Bai is indeed unfathomable, a truly remarkable figure." He raised his cup, took a sip and continued, "I've lived for so many years and I've never seen such a person." Lu Shang turned to Protector Huang and said sincerely, "Protector Huang, you can go and ask around. Every word Lu Shang have said is true. I'm only telling you this because I feel a connection with you." Protector Huang stroked his beard, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. "I understand, but now that the allied forces of the 6 domains are besieging the Bayou sect, can Sect Master Bai really turn the tide?" Lu Shang sighed wearily, not wanting to waste any more words. "I won't say any more. In any case, I'm a prisoner now. Protector Huang, you can just watch and see the outcome." As the 3 were chatting, a subordinate suddenly ran in flusteredly and reported in a hurry, "Protector Huang, there's a battle report. The Janshan domain has switched sides on the battlefield and joined the Bayou sect." Protector Huang was startled and said in surprise, To think he could persuade the Shanqin domain, which ranks second in strength among the 9 domains. This Sect Master Bai truly has some skill, the subordinate added. Now it's 6 domains against 3, with Blood Ancestor Li commanding the front lines. The strength of the 6-domain army still holds an absolute advantage. After listening, Protector Huang glanced at Lu Shang, his eyes full of suspicion. Seeing that the situation seemed unfavorable, Lu Shang asked in a deep voice, "It seems the situation isn't good. The 6 domains have the upper hand." The demon son, however, happily raised his wine cup and chuckled. "Protector Huang, do I look worried to you?" "Look at the demon son, is he panicking?" he said confidently. "I'm not afraid at all. I even feel a little like laughing. Let's have a few more drinks." Lu Shang continued, his tone firm, "Because what Sect Master Bai excels at is turning the tables." Hearing this, Protector Huang fell silent in thought, his eyes scrutinizing the genuine confidence of the demon son and Lu Shang. He turned and ordered his subordinate, "Go and investigate further, then report back on Bayou's battlefield." The various sects that had surrendered were now being battered and bruised by the allied forces of the 6 domains, their stamina nearly depleted. Lu Yuan looked around worriedly and said in a low voice, "Sect Master, the strength of the 6 domains is too great. I'm afraid everyone can't hold on for much longer." Bayou's tone was icy cold, but filled with resolve. "Retreat and defend the Bayou sect." Hearing the command, Lu Yuan raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone retreat to Bayou Mountain and defend it." The soldiers roared in unison and retreated swiftly. "Retreat!" Meanwhile, Bei Tangshui was still fighting ferociously, having defeated several elders of the 6 domains in succession, so much so that she didn't hear Bayou's command. Li Shu's strength had just increased and his will to fight had not diminished, but he still followed his master's order. He struck down one person, then shouted, "Exhilarating, exhilarating, junior sister, let's retreat for now." Suddenly, the ancestors and the elders of the 6 domains pursued them to the gate of the Bayou sect. Everyone asked in a panic, "What should the Bayou sect do?" Yang Jianfeng cursed angrily, "The Bayou sect is your grandpa." The ancestor was so enraged he flew into a rage, shouting, "You're courting death?" He concentrated his spiritual energy, summoned a giant skull and charged toward Bayou and the others, thinking he had done something extraordinary. But in an instant the skull dissipated before the Bayou sect's sturdy barrier. An elder exclaimed, "This sect-protecting array is too strong." The ancestor's anger surged and he roared, "HMPH, do you think you'll be fine just by hiding inside the array?" he shouted. "The Bayou sect will fall today. 1,000,000 cultivators of the 6 domains, hear my command, break this array." The 6-domain army immediately swarmed forward, attacking the barrier with all their might. Bayou observed from inside and said with a smile, "This corner of the Dao ruins is indeed powerful. The grand array shows no signs of shaking at all." He turned around excitedly and said, "Everyone, don't just stand there, let's start the banquet." Li Shu and Zhao Yu asked blankly, "Banquet, what do you mean?" Bayou walked away leisurely, looked back and said, "A banquet to recover our strength. We'll fight again later." Outside the array, the 6-domain cultivators attacked with all their might, but the barrier remained motionless. It was like a wall of bronze and iron. At the same time, the disciples of the Bayou sect sat leisurely drinking tea and said with a smile, "Drinking enlightenment tea on one side with people setting off fireworks for entertainment on the other, this is quite comfortable." Another person added, "I never thought a domain-destroying war could be this relaxing." The cultivators of the 6 domains fought until they were exhausted, panting, "Damn it, we've been attacking for half an hour and we haven't even broken a single tile of the Bayou sect," they exclaimed in amazement. "What kind of sect is this? How can a sect remain unscathed under the attack of 1,000,000 cultivators?" An elder turned to Blood Ancestor Li and said worriedly, "Blood Ancestor Li, after attacking for so long, the spiritual energy of the army's cultivators has been greatly consumed." The ancestor pondered for a moment, then ordered, "Hear my command, everyone rest for a moment, then attack again." Bayou seized the opportunity and shouted, "Everyone, when the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy is tired, we strike." The entire army attack. The disciples of the Bayou sect were full of vigor and high spirits. "We've rested enough and we've eaten and drunk our fill. Time to fight again." Seeing the people of the Bayou sect charge out, the ancestor shouted, "You dare to come out? Kill them for me. This time kill them all." But the cultivators of the 6 domains were already exhausted and were easily defeated in an instant. After dealing with a group of them, Bayou ordered, "That's about enough. Retreat to the mountain gate and continue the banquet." The disciples roared in unison, "Let's go back to the banquet." Everyone was in a relaxed mood, not at all like they were in a war. The 6-domain army was so angry they gritted their teeth. "Damn it, this is a war. Do you think you can just come and go as you please? This is infuriating. Stop them." But by this time the disciples of the Bayou sect were already sitting comfortably at the banquet. One of them said with a smile, "I must say, after a few battles and a cup of enlightenment tea, my strength has improved by leaps and bounds." Another person said excitedly, "What's a great increase in strength? I even broke through to the next realm. Joining the Bayou sect was the best decision of my life." Outside, an elder anxiously said to Blood Ancestor Li, "Blood Ancestor Li, this Bayou sect fights without honor. They only attack when we're tired and can replenish their spiritual energy at any time. How are we supposed to fight like this?" The ancestor's tone was fierce. "They're just relying on the fact that we can't break their sect-protecting array. Everyone, take out your and my life-bound magic weapons and break this array." In the ancestor's hand a surge of spiritual energy erupted, and the figure of a strange general holding a large saber appeared. The ancestor laughed loudly. Let's see if you can break now. The several elders of the various domains also followed the order, took out their life-bound magic treasures, and joined forces to attack the Bayou sect's array with all their might. The cultivators roared in unison. The ancestor is mighty. Break their turtle shell. As soon as their words fell, the ancestor charged straight at the array. Break for me. All the elders attacked at the same time and an astonishing power erupted. But even with the ancestor personally taking action, the array remained unscathed, motionless as if in defiance. The ancestor was astonished. How is this possible? The 6 of us are the top figures in the 9 domains. Yet even our full-strength attack can't shake this sect-protecting array. Bayou took a sip of enlightenment tea, his eyes focused on the outside. Suddenly, Li Shu stood up excitedly. Master, after drinking the enlightenment tea, I feel the time for another promotion has come. Bayou waved his hand. Go. Li Shu calmly walked out of the array. Let's fight, the bald man sneered, a wet behind-the-ears brat. You're worthy of fighting me? As soon as his words fell, Li Shu grabbed his hand and struck his back fiercely with a sword. The bald man panicked. What kind of divine ability is this? Li Shu attacked him fiercely from all around with astonishing speed, forcing him to retreat. Despite this, his tone was still arrogant. Brat, I'll let you know that experience always trumps youth. Li Shu sheathed his sword, unleashed his chaotic sword stance, and pointed the tip of his sword at the bald man, carrying a blazing spiritual energy. The bald man's hand was scorched, and he roared, "Damn it. My hand has a supreme constitution, and it was still the strongest sword stance." At this moment he finally felt a chill down his spine, but before he could feel fear, Li Shu had already rushed over. Kill! From all directions, Li Shu's attacks were as fast as lightning, leaving him no room to breathe. He barely held on. HMPH, you splitting into 3 is indeed impressive. I admit you're a remarkable prodigy, but for an ancestor like me it's still not enough, Li Shu said calmly. Is that so? He continued to attack with his clones, luring him in as he fought. Watch your back. The bald man was startled and shouted, what? Instantly, Li Shu dealt a fatal blow to his back with a sword. As he fell, he finally realized, you actually have another clone. Yang Jianfeng's eyes lit up as he praised. To be able to create a 4th clone, young Master Li's strength is truly getting stronger and stronger, more and more amazing, an elder said with a trembling voice. Damn it, he's dead. An ancestor just died like that. Another ancestor was still stubborn. Don't panic, the Bayou sect has powerful figures, but it's impossible for every one of them to be this powerful. We still have the upper hand in terms of strength. The 9th son walked out, full of fighting spirit. My turn. As the gatekeeping elder of the Bayou sect, you dare to attack my Bayou sect's mountain gate. This is truly an insult to me, a person sneered. Where did this wild dog come from, daring to be so arrogant? The 9th son roared. You're the one, that person mocked. Truly any riffraff dares to jump out and make a scene, the 9th son shouted. I'll chop off your dog head. A spear thrust came, but the 9th son dodged it as easily as the wind. The elder was astonished. How is this possible? Not only did he dodge, but the 9th son also punched him in the face, causing blood to splatter. The elder was sent flying and said angrily, I underestimated you. Next I'll use my long spear to turn you to ashes. The long spear in his hand suddenly grew larger and shot straight at the 9th son. The cultivators of the 6 domains widened their eyes. What a powerful long spear. The ancestor's move has already manifested a dragon shadow phenomenon, they sneered. This dog deserves it, probably not even his bones will be left. The 9th son laughed loudly and transformed. A spear striking like a dragon. Haha, I don't need to be like a dragon because I am a dragon. The elder's pupils shrank. This is a true dragon. The 9th son said no more, rushed over and swallowed him whole. The elder's last words were no. The 9th son frowned. What's this taste? A foul smell. The cultivators of the 6 domains trembled. What is this? Why does the Bayou sect have a true dragon? And it's a high-level golden dragon at that. My legs have gone weak, they panicked. Another ancestor has been killed. What should we do? The other elders also felt a chill in their hearts. A golden dragon has also appeared. What kind of existence is this Bayou sect? How are we supposed to fight this? No, let's sue for peace, the ancestor shouted madly. All of you shut up, we haven't lost yet. It's late at night. The moon hung high in the sky. Protector Huang was still chatting with Lu Shang and the demon son. He mused, I wonder how the battle on the front lines is going. The Bayou sect will surely give the 6 domain alliance a big surprise. Protector Huang was still worried and looked at Lu Shang with suspicion. Are you that certain? Lu Shang's eyes shone as he said proudly, I have 120% confidence in Sect Master Bai. As the 3 were talking, a soldier ran in flusteredly. Protector, urgent report, Protector Huang shouted. Speak quickly, the soldier reported. The disciples of the Bayou sect have retreated and are defending the mountain gate. The million cultivators of the 6 domain alliance are attacking the sect protecting array. Before he could finish, Protector Huang interrupted Lu Shang. Lu Shang, it seems you were wrong. The Bayou sect has already lost. Once the sect protecting array is broken, the sect will be annihilated. Seeing that the soldier hadn't finished, Lu Shang asked calmly, What? Continue. The soldier's face twisted. Protector, that sect protecting array wasn't broken. Protector Huang was shocked. What? A million cultivators joined forces and couldn't even break a single sect protecting array, he said in astonishment. Not only that, the 6 ancestors also used all their strength and still couldn't break the array. The disciples of the Bayou sect they even started a banquet, Protector Huang exclaimed. They actually started a banquet. It seems this Bayou sect is indeed special, but even if the array can't be broken, the Bayou sect is just a turtle in a jar. Where can they run? He looked at Lu Shang. Lu Shang, it seems the outcome is set. Lu Shang took a sip of tea. Let him finish, the soldier continued. Protector, after that, a man and a dog came out of the Bayou sect and killed 2 of the 6 ancestors on the spot. Protector Huang jumped up, incredulous. What? The ancestors of the 9 domains with their top-tier combat power were also killed? The soldier continued, that person is the disciple of the Bayou sect Sect Master. He can use the divine ability 1 Chi transforms 4, and has a chaotic sword body. That dog is even more incredible. It's actually a golden dragon of the true dragon race. Protector Huang was furious and slapped the soldier. Next time, can you finish reporting all at once? He pondered, then looked at Lu Shang with a strange gaze. Brother Lu, have some tea. In the underground, amidst a land of withered bones, Julian looked around, searching for something. It's so gloomy here. How many people died? The soul clone replied, Master, those who died on this ancient battlefield were all experts. They are great nourishment for you. 100 times better than those blood buns. Julian ordered. Guard me, the soul clone said. Master, feel free to cultivate. This was originally Blood Ancestor Li's training ground. Now that he has gone to destroy that Bayou sect, he won't be back for a while. After cultivating for a short while, Julian said excitedly, this place is indeed very suitable for me. My strength is increasing rapidly. Back at the Bayou sect, the allied forces of the 6 domains had been attacking for a long time to no avail, and the disciples of the Bayou sect were still leisurely having a banquet inside. Bayou ordered, that's about enough. Bring them all up here. Seeing the Holy Masters, the spirit armies were shocked. It's the Holy Masters. Our 6 domains' Holy Masters have also been brought up. What is the Bayou sect planning? Bayou said loudly, you 6, go and persuade the armies of your 6 domains. A man lowered his head in shame, then lifted it and roared at Bayou. Rat, in your dreams, with the spirit armies of the 6 domains pressing down on us, your Bayou sect is doomed. Before he could finish, Yang Jianfeng slapped him across the face. I dare you to be disrespectful to the Sect Master, the man laughed mockingly. Haha, getting angry is useless. Do you dare to kill me in front of the combined armies of the 6 domains? The ancestors are here. It's useless to take me as a hostage. You are all doomed, Bayou said calmly. Why wouldn't I dare to kill you? I, this Sect Master, have already slaughtered 2 of your ancestors, a few people said in panic. What, haha, who are you trying to fool? Who would believe such a low-level lie? Quickly tell me, this brat is lying. The crowd before them remained silent. Yang Jianfeng was furious and slapped him again. Idiot, silence is a tacit admission. The man's face was bruised and swollen, yet he still gave orders to the combined armies of the 6 domains. Kill them, quickly flatten the Bayou sect. An elder said helplessly. The Bayou sect's mountain protecting formation is impregnable. We can't get in, he sighed. The Bayou sect has indeed killed 2 ancestors, and the combined armies of the 6 domains are completely unable to break through the Bayou sect's mountain gate. At this moment he lowered his voice. How could a mere Bayou sect possibly stand against the combined armies of the 6 domains? I don't understand, Hayuan advised. Everyone hurry up and persuade them. This is your chance, a holy master shouted. It's come to this, there's no other way. All disciples of the Golden Heaven domain hear my command. Retreat, another person continued. All disciples of the Wood Heaven domain hear my command. Do not make an enemy of the Bayou sect, another person. All disciples of the Water Heaven domain hear my command, surrender. Yang Jianfeng grabbed the Lishan domain Holy Master by the head. What about you? He said helplessly. All disciples of the Lishan sect hear my command, temporarily retreat. But in his heart he thought, I will endure. I have already sent a message to the Heavenly Fire Empress. Once the Empress's army arrives, no matter how strong the Bayou sect is, it will be destroyed. The soldiers were dejected, muttering as they walked, let's retreat. The Bayou sect is too strong, we can't afford to provoke them. From now on the 9 domains are going to change. Seeing the army retreat, the ancestor clenched his fists in anger. All of you stand still. Today's battle is not over. Whoever dares to retreat, I will kill them. Lu Yuan looked at him and secretly assessed. This person is a demonic cultivator. His demonic aura is extremely dense. I'm afraid he has been cultivating for a very long time. Yang Jianfeng shouted. Old fellow, if you don't retreat, I'll chop off your Holy Master's head. The sword was already on the Lishan domain Holy Master's neck, and his face turned pale with fear. Don't be rash. I've already ordered the retreat. It has nothing to do with me. The ancestor snorted coldly. Just kill him. Even if you chop him into 8 pieces, this ancestor will not retreat. Bayou said calmly. Then there's no other way. Chop him up. The Holy Master panicked. Don't. I'll try to persuade the ancestor, he pleaded. Ancestor, please reconsider. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood, the ancestor roared. What Green Hill are you in the Lishan domain? I, Blood Ancestor Li, am the Green Hill. The Holy Master tried to persuade him. That makes a lot of sense. Ancestor, I was talking about a temporary retreat, he asked. Is a temporary retreat not an option? The ancestor said firmly, no. Today I must destroy the Bayou sect. The Holy Master cursed inwardly. Damn it, why is this guy so stubborn? He muttered. Just rescue me first. We can come back and kill them when the Heavenly Court's army arrives, right? Lu Shang stood up and said to Protector Huang, Protector Huang, we've had enough to drink. You'd better make plans early. Protector Huang was surprised. Make plans early? What does Brother Lu mean? Lu Shang looked him straight in the eye and said in a deep voice, it's only a matter of time before the Bayou sect unifies the 9 domains. Now that the 6 domains are besieging the Bayou sect, the result is predictable. The sooner Protector Huang gets out, the more beneficial it will be for you. The demon son chimed in. That's right, Protector Huang nodded but was still unclear. Get out, does Brother Lu mean for me to leave the Lishui sect and join the Bayou sect? Lu Shang laughed and shook his head. With all due respect, I'm afraid Protector Huang isn't even qualified to join the Bayou sect, the demon son added. That's right, Protector Huang was surprised and sobered up a bit. Ha, is the Bayou sect's threshold that high? I'm a protector after all. Lu Shang pursed his lips. It's more than high. Let me give you 2 examples. He asked. Have you ever drunk enlightenment tea in the Lixian domain? Protector Huang said awkwardly. Enlightenment tea, definitely not. Let alone drinking it, I've never even seen it. I'm afraid even blood ancestor Li hasn't seen it, Lu Shang said to the demon son. You tell him, the demon son shrugged. In the Bayou sect you can drink as much enlightenment tea as you want. There are 1,000 enlightenment tea trees alone. Never mind drinking it, there's even enough to bathe in. Protector Huang almost fell over, horrified. Bathing in enlightenment tea, even if the entire royal family's resources were emptied. The Bayou sect is not just extravagant, it's wasteful. Lu Shang took a sip of wine and continued. Let me give you another example. The gatekeeper of the Bayou sect is a golden true dragon. Protector Huang was shocked. What? That golden giant dragon is a gatekeeper? Lu Shang sighed. It's just that I, Lu Shang, was lucky enough to have followed Sect Master Bai early on. Otherwise I would never have been able to enter the core of the Bayou sect, he asked. Protector Huang, do you understand now? Protector Huang lowered his head in thought, then raised it. I understand a little. If I can't join the Bayou sect, then what should I do? I hope Brother Lu can show me the way. Lu Shang uttered 2 words sharp as a blade. A pledge of allegiance. Protector Huang was confused. A pledge of allegiance, but now that the 6 domains are at war with the Bayou sect, what kind of pledge of allegiance can I offer? Lu Shang stretched. It's getting late, time to rest. Maybe tomorrow the Bayou sect will have fought its way to the Lixian domain and I'll be free too. Seeing that Protector Huang was still confused, the demon son sighed. It seems Protector Huang still doesn't get it. You should get some sleep. This might be your last peaceful night's rest. After saying that, the 2 left. Protector Huang suddenly called out, Brother Lu, don't go. I get it, he shouted. I really get it. I'll take you somewhere. At this moment, Wu Julian was cultivating. The soul clone asked. Master, how is it going? Wu Julian said excitedly. Cultivating here for a moment is faster than cultivating outside for 10 years, she added. Now that I'm inside, I feel that there's an opportunity within that can allow me to undergo a complete transformation. Finally, Protector Huang brought Lu Shang and the demon son to a gloomy cave. The cold air was biting, he said. We're here. As soon as he stepped in, Lu Shang shivered. What is this place? The yin energy is so heavy. Demon son said solemnly. Even a demonic cultivator like me feels uncomfortable here. I'm afraid this is a place for demonic cultivators, and not a place where ordinary demonic cultivators can stay. Protector Huang nodded. This is Blood Ancestor Li's training ground. Lu Shang was surprised. So your Lixian domain's Blood Ancestor Li is a demonic cultivator. Protector Huang lowered his voice. That's right, and Blood Ancestor Li's demonic cultivation skills, or rather his most important method, is in this valley. Lu Shang laughed loudly. Protector Huang, you really get it. A look of determination flashed in Protector Huang's eyes. Let's go in. Today I will destroy Blood Ancestor Li's heaven-defying method, and offer it as a pledge of allegiance to the Bayou sect. At the same time, Wu Julian went deep into the cave and a strange object appeared before her eyes. She was horrified. This is, in the dark space, a mass of black demonic energy swirled in front of her. Wu Julian trembled. What a terrifying demonic energy. It makes me tremble from the bottom of my heart. Her eyes lit up. This is what I was looking for. If I can absorb it, I'm afraid my strength will leap to a terrifying level, the soul clone said worriedly. Such a demonic object is probably that Blood Ancestor Li's treasure. If he finds out, neither of us will escape with our lives. Wu Julian sneered. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The path to heaven is right in front of me. For me, Wu Julian, to give up is not my style, the soul clone sighed. It's come to this, let's take a gamble. I'll watch your back, master. As Wu Julian began to absorb the demonic energy, her body emitted a strange light. She said excitedly, it's soaring. My strength is increasing at an unimaginable speed. This is the ultimate transformation. As she was absorbing, Lu Shang's group of 3 approached and a voice sounded, Brother Lu, we're here. It's in the cave up ahead. The soul clone said in panic, not good, master. Someone's coming. Wu Julian gritted her teeth. Damn it, I've only absorbed a small part. The soul clone pleaded. Master, stop quickly. If we're discovered, we'll be doomed. Wu Julian had no choice but to stop, her eyes filled with reluctance. I'm so unwilling. The 2 quickly found a place to hide, looking at the vortex of demonic energy that was emitting an astonishing aura. Lu Shang was shocked. What is that? The demon son took a step back, his face pale. What a terrifying aura, it almost suffocated me. Protector Huang looked at the black ball. This black ball is Blood Ancestor Li's final trump card. This is the breath of the undead he has absorbed in this ancient battlefield over the years. Extremely evil, extremely powerful, and extremely vast. Lu Shang shivered. I can feel the breath of death without even getting close. This thing is indeed terrifying, Protector Huang continued. If Blood Ancestor Li is defeated, he will definitely use the breath of the undead in this black ball in the end, and his strength will directly soar by several levels. Lu Shang shouted. Then what are we waiting for? Destroy it. The demon son stepped forward, gripping his sword tightly. Let the evil. Just as the demon son was about to strike, Lu Shang stopped him. Let's do it together. This thing is not so easy to destroy. Wu Julian was hiding nearby, gritting her teeth. These people are actually destroying my treasure. In the darkness, she prepared to rush out. No, I must stop them, the soul clone said in panic. Master, calm down. If you go out now, you'll be exposed. Wu Julian gritted her teeth. I can't care about that anymore. Bayou and Lishu stood quietly, their eyes focused on the ancestor, not knowing what this guy would do in this situation. Suddenly the ancestor threw his head back, his eyes bursting with momentum, and shouted loudly, "The 6 Domain Alliance has not lost yet. Today this ancestor will use my strongest trump card to destroy you all." In an instant a purple mysterious barrier enveloped the ancestor's body. The energy twisted space. With a crazed look on his face he laughed up at the sky. "Come on. The foundation this ancestor has accumulated for hundreds of years, I will inject it all into my body." As soon as his words fell, 5 violent auras erupted from the ancestor's body, swirling and spreading in 5 directions. Space seemed to be torn apart. Hayuan was horrified. Blood Ancestor Li is condensing the body of a demonic sovereign. His aura is doubling. Everyone stood unsteadily, covering their faces and exclaiming, "What a powerful presence. Such a presence makes us all feel fear." So Blood Ancestor Li is this strong, maybe he can really destroy the Bayou sect. The air was suffocating. The pressure was like a mountain. But in the cave the demon sun and Lu Shang were still fighting the demonic energy ball. Protector Huang noticed the abnormal flow of the demonic energy and warned, "Not good. Blood Ancestor Li is absorbing the power of this black ball through space." Lu Shang rushed towards the ball, the sword in his hand bursting with momentum. "I'll risk it. I must destroy it." Just as the sword was about to strike, Julian rushed out, her eyes red. "My thing, no one else can take it." The demon sun was surprised. Julian, why is she here too? Her appearance made the situation even more chaotic. She quickly circulated her energy to absorb the demonic energy. Lu Shang glanced at her and said to the demon sun, "Don't worry about her for now. Julian seems to be absorbing the power of that black ball. This is beneficial to us. Continue." At the Bayou sect, Blood Ancestor Li was still absorbing the demonic energy, unaware of the changes in the cave. The ancestor said proudly, "This is the first time I have possessed this kind of power. The Bayou sect will be trampled under my feet." Lu Yuan said nervously, "Blood Ancestor Li's power is still increasing. Everyone retreat to the Bayou sect." Seeing the ancestors rise, the 6 Domain Alliance cheered, "Ha! Blood Ancestor Li is formidable. The Bayou sect is doomed. Of the 9 domains, my Lishan domain is the overlord." The Holy Master of the Lishan domain smiled with satisfaction. "Having an old man in the family is like having a treasure. It seems we don't need to wait for the celestial soldiers. The Bayou sect is about to be destroyed." Eager to defeat the Bayou sect, the ancestor rushed up without waiting to finish absorbing the demonic energy. "Although I've only absorbed a small part, this ancestor doesn't want to wait any longer." The ancestor's eyes were filled with killing intent. "First, I'll destroy your immortal sect." Impatience caused him to not finish absorbing the demonic energy. While the demon sun and Lu Shang fiercely attacked the black ball's light flickered. Then it shattered. Lu Shang cheered, "Success, the black ball is broken." The soul clone said to Julian, "Master, take this opportunity to quickly absorb the dissipating breath of the undead." Julian shouted, "It's all mine, give it to me." On the ancestor's side he was preparing to crush the Bayou sect with his huge body. The disciples of the Bayou sect said worriedly, "Such a huge giant, the sense of oppression is really strong. I hope the Bayou sect's mountain protecting formation can hold." The ancestor roared, "Crush the immortal sect." But he realized, what's going on? The source of power has suddenly been cut off. No, the ancestor shouted, "The evil power I've accumulated for so many years has been destroyed by someone." Everyone was surprised. "Blood Ancestor Li, what's wrong with you? You were so powerful just now. Why have you suddenly become weak?" The ancestor said angrily. Who was it that caused my efforts to be in vain? This ancestor will skin them alive." Bayou thought to himself, "It seems heaven is helping me," he ordered. "Everyone, hear my command. Attack with all your might and completely annihilate the 6 Domain Alliance. Kill. The Bayou sect is victorious." The people of the 6 domains panicked. "It's over. Have we completely failed? How can we fight like this? Run quickly." The ancestor was furious. "How can this ancestor be reconciled? All of you, kill them for me. Continue to kill." The disciples of the Bayou sect rushed up and the 6 Domain Spirit Army collapsed with no chance of survival. The 2 Holy Masters looked at each other and said, "The 6 Domain Alliance has lost confidence. They have no mind and no strength to fight anymore. Let's retreat. If we can't retreat, then surrender." Just as they were about to retreat, in the air many flying boats flew over. "The Dragon Palace is traveling. Idlers, move aside." Some people were surprised. "The Dragon Palace, it's the superpower of the endless sea that has come. The Bayou sect has a golden dragon, so the Dragon Palace must be here to help." Blood Ancestor Li was worried. "With the Dragon Palace's help, we definitely can't win. Let's just accept our fate." The 9th son recognized the voice of the Grand Prince. The Grand Prince was actually here. Bayou reminded the little dog that this time their visit was likely not a friendly one. "Sect Master, the one who has come this time is the Grand Prince, the strongest of the 9 princes, second only to my father, the Sea Dragon King." "I'm afraid this will be a bit troublesome," Bayou said confidently. "The Bayou sect isn't afraid of trouble. We'll just solve it together." Many spirit boats appeared in the air and everyone broke into discussion. As expected of a superpower from the Endless Sea, the pressure from the Dragon Clan's army is too strong. With the Dragon Clan as their backer, the Bayou sect can no longer be shaken. Suddenly a voice sounded, "I am the Grand Prince of the Dragon Palace. Bayou sect, hand over the 9th son. The Sect Master of the Bayou sect shall commit suicide as an apology." Everyone was surprised. "What? Isn't the Dragon Palace here to help the Bayou sect?" Only then did they react. I thought I misheard. It turns out the Dragon Palace has a grudge against the Bayou sect. That golden dragon is the ninth son. The Dragon Palace has come to the Bayou sect to capture the ninth son. The ancestor laughed loudly. Haha, the tables have turned. What an unexpected twist. He landed near the prince. Grand Prince, I am Blood Ancestor Li of the Lishan domain. I am here today to eliminate the Bayou sect. Let's join forces, the prince said coldly. When my Dragon Palace wants to destroy someone, why would we need to cooperate with others? The ancestor pleaded. Grand Prince, the Bayou sect is not that easy to deal with. We have already suffered a great loss at their hands, the prince said contemptuously. That's because you are incompetent. When my Dragon Palace acts, the Bayou sect will surely be turned to dust. The ancestor mumbled awkwardly. HMPH, then I'll see how the Dragon Palace destroys the Bayou sect, the prince shouted. Where is the Sect Master of the Bayou sect? This prince is asking you a question. Bayou smiled. You who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth dare to speak to me. If your skin is itching, I don't mind scraping your dragon scales and pulling out your dragon sinews. The prince curled his lips. You've really made this prince laugh in anger. I hope you can still be this arrogant later, the prince said. Ninth son, I'll give you a chance. Destroy the Bayou sect and come back to the Dragon Palace with me, the ninth son said loudly. I'll give you a chance too. Surrender to the Bayou sect and stay here to guard the gate with me, the prince said sternly. Do you know what you're saying? You know the strength of the Dragon Palace very well. You'd better be sober, the ninth son replied. It's precisely because I know the strength of the Dragon Palace that I'm advising you. In front of the Sect Master, you're just a waste. You have no chance of winning, the prince sneered. It seems that in these days you've been away, you've really become a useless dog, the prince said angrily. Men, flatten the Bayou sect for me. The sky darkened and countless points of light appeared. Celestial soldiers in golden armor descended through the clouds. One person exclaimed, "These are the celestial soldiers of the heavenly court," another confirmed. Descending on clouds, they must be celestial soldiers, one person asked in confusion. The celestial soldiers of the heavenly court are now all under the command of the heavenly fire empress. What does this mean? The holy master of the Lishan domain laughed maniacally. Haha, they're here. My reinforcements are here. With the addition of the Dragon Palace, your Bayou sect is doomed. The people of the 6 domains cheered. So it's the holy master of the Lishan domain's reinforcements? The situation has been reversed. With 100,000 celestial soldiers arriving, what can the Bayou sect use to resist? The ancestor's eyes lit up, shouting, the Bayou sect is doomed. The Bayou sect is doomed. The ancestor's shout echoed across the battlefield like a death knell. Hayuan stood on a rock overlooking. Except for the endless demon domain, almost all the forces of the human emperor realm are here. Bayou walked out, his eyes shining. This sect master didn't expect so many people to come this time. It seems the Bayou sect has to be a little serious this time. In a room deep within the Bayou sect, an old man and an old woman sat side by side. Although they were old, their presence was powerful. The old man said excitedly, "It's about time the two of us stretched our muscles and bones." The old woman smiled confidently. "No rush with the current Bayou sect. No one in the human emperor realm can break through." The old man clenched his fist, making cracking sounds. "I mainly want to go fishing. I want to go and pull out that dragon's sinews." A majestic army descended from the sky, covering the sky like dark clouds. An officer announced, by order of the Heavenly Fire Empress, we are to assist the Holy Master of the Lishan domain in the 9 domains war. The Holy Master of the Lishan domain roared, "General, I am here. Eliminate the Bayou sect." Yang Jianfeng slapped him. "Get to the side." The general was slighted, his face flushed. "A mere mortal sect, I'll just destroy it," as the general was about to act. A loud shout was heard. "Stop!" The general was surprised. "Grand Prince of the Dragon Palace, what is it?" the prince said arrogantly. "This prince was here first. Let me destroy the Bayou sect," he shouted. Flatten the Bayou sect. Hundreds of spirit boats shot out beams of light, forming a net of attacks that enveloped the Bayou sect. The sound of explosions shook the heavens, and dust and smoke billowed. After the dust settled, the prince was surprised. "It's completely unscathed?" Young Jianfeng sneered. "Is this all the Dragon Palace is capable of? You can't even shake my Bayou sect's mountain protecting array?" The general laughed loudly. "Haha, Grand Prince. It seems your Dragon Palace is not up to the task. Let the heavenly court do it," the prince said angrily. "Use the great dragon cannon for me." A giant dragon appeared, holding an ancient cannon in its mouth, its body coiling powerfully. The general said excitedly, "The legendary Great Dragon Cannon, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. This general has long wanted to see it." The crowd broke into discussion. "The Great Dragon Cannon is charging up. His power is too strong. We can feel the tremors from so far away. This attack will definitely break the Bayou sect's defense." Seeing the energy was full, the prince shouted, "It's reached its peak." He waved his hand. "Fire for me!" The Great Dragon Cannon shone brightly, and a pink beam of energy shot down like a divine punishment from the heavens. The sound of the explosion shook the heavens, and the earth and dust and smoke covered the sky. When the dust settled, the Bayou sect still stood tall, its barrier shining. The prince roared, "Still can't break it, a mere sect. Why does it have such a strong defensive array?" The ninth son shook his head. "Grand Prince, the Bayou sect is unfathomable. I advise you not to follow the third prince's old path." The general laughed loudly. "How the Dragon Palace is not up to the task. Watch the heavenly court act." As the general rushed over, a cyan light hit him, and he was sent flying back, crashing into the ground and forming a deep pit. Another general said angrily, "If the Dragon Palace can't do it, then let's see what our heavenly court can do." The two generals joined forces, a purple light erupted and they charged towards the barrier, but they were bounced back like bullets. They said in shame and anger, "Even the heavenly court's defenses back then weren't this strong. How did this Bayou sect do it?" Bayou laughed loudly. "Haha, a bunch of country bumpkins, thinking you're so high and mighty. What is this?" he mocked. "The Bayou sect is just giving you a little shock. This Sect Master doesn't even deign to act against you." In the cave of the Letian domain, Julian absorbed the demonic energy, revealing an evil smile. "Although I haven't fully absorbed it, my strength and my level of existence have leapt. Now I need to find a place to digest it." She looked at Lu Shang and the demon son, a murderous glint in her eyes, and said to Bayou, "I will kill him myself." Lu Shang and the demon son watched her leave and sighed. "This Julian is truly stubborn. Sect Master Bai is an existence she can never catch up to." They said, "Let's go out too, everything is taken care of. Next we just have to wait for the news of the Bayou sect unifying the 9 domains." Protector Huang poured wine. "Brother Lu, since we're idle, let's continue drinking." Suddenly a disciple ran in a panic. "Protector, there's news, big news." Protector Huang asked. "Speak, is it news of the Bayou sect's great victory?" The disciple replied. "No, it's that the armies of the Dragon Palace and the Heavenly Court have suddenly arrived and are attacking the Bayou sect together." Protector Huang spat out a mouthful of wine, his face pale. "What?" he shouted. "Say that again," the bald man added. "Originally the 6 domain allied forces were about to surrender, but then the Dragon Clan's army led by the Grand Prince of the Dragon Clan charged over, vowing to destroy the Bayou sect." He continued, "Immediately after, 100,000 celestial soldiers from the Heavenly Court also descended from the sky. They were the reinforcements called by our Letian domain's Holy Master." Protector Huang's face was ashen. "It's over, I was too impulsive." Lu Shang raised his wine cup and said calmly, "Protector Huang, what are you panicking about?" "How can I not panic? The armies of the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Court are here. Those are superpowers. Their strength is countless times stronger than the 6 domain allied forces. Does the Bayou sect still have a chance to turn the tables?" Lu Shang took a sip of wine. "Don't worry, good news will arrive soon." The Bayou sect, the Grand Prince mocked the giant spirit god general. "It seems the Heavenly Court is also not up to the task," the ancestor suggested. "Everyone, let's attack together." The general nodded. "Forget it, Grand Prince, let's not laugh at each other, let's attack together." The Grand Prince shouted. Dragon Clan army full-scale attack. The Dragon Palace army, composed of the Water Clan, charged up, their momentum like moving mountains and filling seas, forming a triangular formation. In the air, the sound of killing shook the heavens. "Kill!" the general shouted. "Heavenly Court's 100,000 celestial soldiers full-scale attack." The celestial soldiers roared. "Fight!" The sound was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. Lu Yuan said seriously, "Sect Master, this is no ordinary attack. The armies of the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Court are both forming arrays." Bei Tangshui said worriedly. "This Heavenly Court army's formation was created by the former Lord of the Heavenly Court. Its power is boundless, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Master must be careful." The 9th son looked at the Dragon Clan's formation. "This is the Dragon Clan's strongest formation. My father, the king, obtained it from a ruin at the bottom of the sea. Even my father, the Dragon King, cannot block the power of this attack." The prince and the general shouted in unison. "Attack now!" 2 huge energies shot towards the Bayou sect, and the barrier shook. The people of the 6 domains cheered. The mountain protecting array has been shaken. If the mountain protecting array is broken, the Bayou sect will be destroyed. Lu Yuan discovered. "Sect Master, it's not that the mountain protecting array is broken, but the energy to maintain the mountain protecting array is insufficient." The ancestor laughed loudly. "Haha, after fighting to this point, the Bayou sect finally can't hold on. But to be able to hold on until now against the attacks of the many forces of the human emperor realm is enough for you to be proud of." Lu Yuan turned around and said, "I'll take out all the spirit stones to reinforce the mountain protecting array. Perhaps we can delay for a moment longer." Bayou said decisively, "No need." On the high mountain peak, an elderly couple stood quietly overlooking the scene. The old man's eyes betrayed a hint of concern for the distant flames of war. His deep, resolute voice rang out, "The mountain protecting formation is about to fail. It seems we must act." The old woman's brow furrowed slightly, her calm gaze shifting to the old man as she replied, "What's the hurry? That boy Bayou wants to handle this himself." Just then Bayou strode out from the sect's main gate, his green robes fluttered in the wind, his steps light and fearless as he faced the powerful 6 domain allied forces, the arrogant Water Clan prince and the 100,000 celestial soldiers he led. Bayou stopped in the center of the battlefield. His cold gaze swept over the crowd surrounding the Bayou sect, his face calm yet his voice filled with anger. "To be beaten at our own doorstep, should we not fight back?" The Dragon Clan prince's golden pupils narrowed. He looked at Bayou with contempt and let out a soft chuckle, his voice thundering across the land. "Finally done playing the turtle in your shell?" As Bayou was conversing with the Dragon Clan prince, an aged figure, exuding a violent aura, suddenly appeared from the sky. He charged straight at Bayou with astonishing speed, his eyes as crimson as blood. A cruel smile played on his lips. "Brat, since you dared to come out, this ancestor will send you on your way first." Bayou remained composed as if unaware of the surprise attack from behind. His youthful face showed no fluctuation as he slowly raised a single finger and lightly pointed it at the charging ancestor. Space seemed to freeze in an instant. A silver moon-sharp flying sword suddenly materialized from the void, its cold tip piercing straight at the ancestor with incredible speed. Though surprised, the ancestor, with his 1,000 years of cultivation, quickly turned, his long robes whipping through the air in an arc. With a flash, he narrowly dodged the sword's tip. He landed on a nearby rock, his hair and beard flying in the wind, his aged face a mask of annoyance and surprise, his eyes blood red, his lips twisted in anger. Child's play as expected. With just one flying sword you thought you could sneak attack me? Suddenly the faces of the crowd below changed. One person pointed frantically at the sky behind the ancestor and shouted, "Ancestor, be careful, there are more flying swords." Indeed, from another hidden corner a second flying sword shot out, faster, sharper and more brilliant than the first, drawing a perfect arc straight towards the ancestor's blind spot. Despite the warning, the ancestor dismissed it, his figure moving at extreme speed as he coldly replied, "HMPH. 2 flying swords are no match for this ancestor." But immediately after, the ancestor's face darkened, and he asked himself in confusion, "How are there so many flying swords?" Surrounded by the flying swords, his aged face gradually filled with surprise and fear. This brat is actually a sword cultivator. A tall, imposing god general stepped out, and let out a booming laugh that echoed through the heavens. "So what if he's a sword cultivator? Before my 100,000 celestial soldiers you are insignificant. Kill him." Following his command, thousands of celestial soldiers surged towards Bayou like a tide. The Water Clan prince, not to be outdone, immediately waved his hand and said loudly, "Don't let the heavenly court get there first. Attack." The soldiers smiled triumphantly and shouted in unison, "Brat, you are surrounded. You can't escape, not to heaven, not to earth." Bayou faced the massive encircling army without a trace of fear. The young man slowly raised a hand, his voice thundering across the battlefield. "It is you who are surrounded." From all directions flying swords whistled through the air, their numbers 100, 1,000 times greater than before. The celestial soldiers and Water Clan soldiers unconsciously halted their advance, their eyes wide, their mouths agape as they stared at the sky. "How can there be so many flying swords?" Bayou smiled faintly, his eyes filled with an icy chill. The young man waved his hand and ordered, "Kill!" At his command, tens of thousands of flying swords dived in unison, the sound of them cutting through the air like 1,000 eagles hunting, echoing in all directions in the downpour of the sword rain. The divine general took a few steps back, squinting as he sized up Bayou and said in a deep voice, "It seems this fellow is no ordinary sword cultivator. The number of flying swords he controls is astonishing." The Water Clan prince, however, was unafraid and laughed loudly, his tone contemptuous. "It's just a child's trick. Even if my 100,000 Water Clan soldiers stood still and let him kill them, he wouldn't be able to kill them all." Several divine generals rushed madly towards Bayou, dodging the flying swords while roaring, "Enough stalling. Concentrate our forces and destroy the Bayou sect in one fell swoop, then return to report." The Water Clan prince, not to be outdone, streaked across the sky, shattering hundreds of flying swords and charged straight at Bayou's position, shouting, "Even if you can control a few broken swords, you can't change the overall situation. The Bayou sect is doomed." Bayou stood his ground, a faint smile playing on his lips, neither proud nor contemptuous, but a smile of confident victory. "A few flying swords?" The young man raised his hands high, his voice sonorous and powerful. "Open your dog eyes and see clearly." The number of flying swords increased exponentially from tens of thousands to millions, then tens of millions, blotting out the sun. The Water Clan prince's dragon eyes widened, his mouth agape. Unable to believe the scene before him, he stammered, What? How are there so many?" His voice trembled, filled with terror. "How is this possible? Even the strongest sword cultivator couldn't possibly control such a terrifying number of flying swords." The divine general stumbled back several steps, his face pale, cold sweat dripping, utterly terrified. "Impossible." The crowd below fell into chaos, trembling like leaves in the wind, shouting in horror, "What am I seeing? Hundreds of billions of flying swords. Is this something humanly possible?" Bayou raised both hands high. At that moment all the flying swords pointed their tips at the Heavenly Court and Dragon Clan armies. The young man's voice echoed, "You dare to disrespect the Bayou sect, you shall be executed." At his command the flying swords rained down like a brilliant shower of light, and cries of pain rose and fell. "Ah!" Amidst the rain of flying swords a celestial soldier turned to flee, his face pale with terror, roaring in despair, "There are only 100,000 of us celestial soldiers, but the number of these flying swords is at least several million, maybe even tens of millions. How can we fight this?" The Water Clan prince's subordinates began to riot, shouting in panic, "Grand Prince, think of something. If this continues, our 100,000 Water Clan soldiers will be crushed to pieces." The two elders stood not far away, looking at each other and whispering, "This is too shocking. Is Sect Master Bai this terrifying the moment he makes a move?" Fortunately, we have always been humble and never dared to offend the Bayou sect. The ancestor was already heavily wounded, watching the scene of hundreds of millions of flying swords slaughtering the Heavenly Court and Dragon Clan armies. His eyes revealed a mixture of terror and regret. How did it come to this? Were those flying swords that attacked me just now merely an appetizer? The Holy Master of the Letian domains. Pupils contracted in extreme shock, his voice trembling, "I must be seeing things, I must be." The old man, witnessing the entire process, held his pipe and marveled, "The immeasurable sword body, if I'm not mistaken, this kid named Bayou actually possesses the immeasurable sword body. the old woman chimed in, her tone certain. If it weren't for the immeasurable sword body, it would be absolutely impossible to control such a vast number of flying swords. This is the strongest sword body. The ninth son was now laughing like a madman, his tone filled with triumph. Ha, Grand Prince, how about that? You got a lesson from the Sect Master as soon as you came out, still dare to be arrogant? A divine general shouted in panic. Retreat, retreat quickly. The Water Clan prince gritted his teeth and growled. In this situation it will be difficult to escape even if we retreat. We must first destroy the Bayou sect. As soon as his words fell, a divine general immediately attacked Bayou. Kill. But soon the ninth son appeared shouting, Grand Prince, you are not yet qualified to fight the Sect Master. Luyuan also stepped forward and shouted loudly, Everyone, it's time for the Bayou sect's training. As soon as Luyuan's words fell, all the disciples of the Bayou sect charged forward shouting, Kill. The divine general turned to the Dragon Clan prince, his tone resolute. The two of us will block all his escape routes. Grand Prince, you go kill him. The Water Clan prince immediately transformed into his dragon form and roared, Humble human, I will devour you. The two divine generals spoke in unison, their tone firm. Block them. Big Wolf and the ninth son immediately charged forward, confronting the two divine generals head-on. No one can save him. The Dragon Clan's Grand Prince opened his abyss-like maw and swiftly charged at Bayou. Suddenly the sky changed color and dark clouds gathered. A series of rumbles echoed in the air. From within the pitch-black clouds a giant arm emerged, radiating a dazzling light. It shot through space as fast as lightning, its massive hand like a net cast from heaven and earth, seizing the Grand Prince's dragon body. A voice thundered, shaking all of creation. Insignificant ant, do not be so arrogant. The Dragon Clan's Grand Prince was stunned, his golden eyes wide, his body rigid. He stammered, Who are you? Let me go. The giant hand tightened abruptly. The Grand Prince struggled with all his might, his body twisting like a captured snake, but he could not break free. Bayou quietly observed the giant hand that had descended from the sky, listening intently, trying to identify the owner of the voice. The voice was familiar, yet it echoed like thunder. After a moment of thought, Bayou's eyes lit up and he whispered. It's Old Man Li's voice. It was one of the two reclusive elders of the Bayou sect. He had made his move. This victory was now certain. The 6 domain spirit army who had been watching the battle were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. One of them said in terror, How terrifying, I didn't expect the Bayou sect to have hidden experts. Another's voice trembled, capturing a green dragon with a single hand. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe it? The Bayou sect is truly unfathomable. Unfathomable. We are utterly convinced, the Dragon Clan's Grand Prince continued to roar, though his voice was gradually weakening. Let me go, you are making an enemy of the Dragon Palace. The voice in the sky sounded again, accompanied by a cold laugh. Who cares, I'll pull out your dragon sinews to use as fishing line. The Grand Prince was in extreme pain, tears streaming down his face, a face that had always been proud and knew not what it was to cry. No, Senior, I was wrong, please spare me. But all his pleas seemed to be in vain. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck the Grand Prince's back, piercing through his dragon scales and, straight to the bone, the Grand Prince was in agony, his screams echoing through the clouds. The giant hand was not joking, it had really begun to pull out his dragon sinews. A streak of light was pulled from the Grand Prince's back, long and tough like a rope. In his despair, the Grand Prince screamed in terror, No, how could my dragon sinews be pulled out? I'm not resigned to this. The voice sounded again, speaking to the ninth son. The dragon sinew is in hand. Watchdog, this inner core is for you to swallow to help you break through. As soon as the words fell, the giant hand tossed the Grand Prince's sinewless body down like a stone. He could no longer control his body, his dragon chi was scattered, his dragon scales were falling off, and his body was as dull as an ordinary snake's. Seeing the ninth son, the Grand Prince realized his fate was sealed and pleaded, No, ninth brother, spare my life. The ninth son replied coldly, It's too late, big brother. Even if I don't swallow you, the other brothers won't let you go. The Grand Prince let out a shrill scream that pierced the silent air. No! In an instant the Grand Prince's body was devoured, disappearing between the ninth son's sharp teeth. After devouring him, the ninth son's form began to change. His golden scales shone, his body grew even larger, and a surging powerful aura erupted from him. The Grand Prince's dragon chi and golden light merged with the ninth son's aura, forming a brilliant halo around him. The ninth son looked down at himself and said excitedly, HMPH, what a pain, I'm breaking through again. The ninth son turned to Bayou and respectfully lowered his head. Sect Master, the situation is settled. I'll go into seclusion now. The Dragon Clan army was now like a headless dragon. Having lost their commander, they also lost their will to fight. They looked at each other, then at the Bayou sect, and everyone was terrified. A soldier shouted in panic, The Grand Prince is dead and the Dragon Clan army is almost wiped out. Run, another said, trembling. This is too shocking. The Bayou sect is simply unshakable. I'm afraid the Bayou sect has been toying with us all along, and their true strength has not been fully revealed yet. A divine general's voice trembled. What do we do? I'm shaking all over. My legs have gone weak. Another divine general replied, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Run now. They fled in haste. The several elders and holy masters of the other domains looked at each other, their faces filled with worry and fear. One elder asked, The Dragon Clan's army is almost completely annihilated and the two giant spirit gods of the heavenly court have fled. Another, his face pale, replied, The Bayou sect has won a great victory. Let's go, let's surrender quickly. The third elder stood up, faced the Bayou sect, and after speaking knelt before Bayou, bowing his head deeply, not daring to lift it. Sect Master Bai, the 6 domains are willing to surrender, they pleaded, their voices filled with despair. On the other side, another group of people also knelt down, shouting in unison, we surrender too. Some were still urging each other in panic, quick, kneel down. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Lixian domain did not choose to surrender, but instead tried to escape. At this time his body was covered with wounds from Bayou's flying swords, blood was flowing, and his injuries were not light. His face was pale, his breath weak, but his eyes still flickered with arrogance and resentment. Run! Just as he was using the last of his strength to escape, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Big Wolf, his eyes cold, holding a gleaming sword in his hand. Do you think you can escape? Big Wolf charged towards the ancestor like lightning, his eyes as cold as ice. His presence enveloping the surroundings, the distance between them rapidly closing. Big Wolf shouted, his voice like a clap of thunder. Die! The holy master of the Lixian domain was still kneeling on the ground, witnessing this scene. His face turned pale as a sheet. He swallowed hard and said in grief, Blood Ancestor Li is dead too. It's completely over. His voice trembled and tears streamed down his cheeks. In the center of the Bayou sect, Hayuan raised his arms joyfully and shouted in excitement, we won! His shout was like a signal. Instantly, all the disciples of the Bayou sect, old and young, from the strongest to the newest recruits, shouted in unison, the Bayou sect is mighty, Sect Master Bai is a peerless god. Meanwhile, in the Lixian domain where Lu Shang and the demon son were being held, Lu Shang looked up and asked doubtfully, Protector Huang went in so long ago, why isn't he out yet? The demon son shrugged and replied nonchalantly, maybe he's preparing something. After a while the door opened and Protector Huang came out. The two were startled to see him carrying a large cloth bag on his shoulder which seemed to be full of things, his face full of worry and panic. Lu Shang frowned and asked Protector Huang, what are you doing? Protector Huang looked around, making sure no one was eavesdropping, then lowered his voice, Brother Lu, it's come to this, I'd better run away early. If the sect finds out what I've done, I'll be lucky if they only skin me and pull out my tendons. Lu Shang calmly advised, Protector Huang, I've said it before, there's no need to panic, just wait for the news. Protector Huang shook his head worriedly, his eyes darting around, afraid of being discovered. How can I not panic? The Dragon Palace and the Heavenly Court, 2 superpowers, are besieging the Bayou sect together. No matter how strong the Bayou sect is, it can't withstand them. He approached Lu Shang, placed a hand on his shoulder and said earnestly, Lu Shang, we've known each other for a while. I'll see you off. From now on, let's go our separate ways and be fugitives. Just then the sound of hurried footsteps was heard outside. A guard from the Lixian domain pushed open the door, sweating profusely and in a panic. Protector, there's earth-shattering news. Protector Huang looked dejected and waved his hand in dismissal. Shut up, don't say it, I don't want to hear it. But the soldier still said anxiously, it seems the Protector already knows. I'm afraid from now on, Lixian domain will cease to exist. I should follow the Protector's example and flee first. Hearing this, Protector Huang was stunned. His eyes filled with doubt. He approached the soldier and asked, wait, what are you running for? The soldier looked at him in panic. How can I not run? He took a breath and continued. The Heavenly Court and the Dragon Palace were greatly defeated. Blood Ancestor Li was killed and the allied forces of the 6 domains all surrendered to the Bayou sect. Now I'm afraid the entire human emperor realm belongs to the Bayou sect. Protector Huang stood dumbfounded, his eyes filled with disbelief, his mouth wide open. After a long while he managed to say, what? Lu Shang approached, smiled and said calmly, how about that, Protector Huang? I told you to wait for news. Did you get some good news now? Protector Huang stood there blankly for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, we won, I didn't expect to actually win. The soldier saw this and asked curiously, his face full of confusion. Ah, Protector, what's wrong with you? It was the Bayou sect that won, not our Lixian sect. Protector Huang didn't answer the soldier but walked up to Lu Shang, suddenly knelt down and bowed deeply. Brother Lu, please accept my bow. From now on I will follow you. Lu Shang laughed loudly and helped Protector Huang up. You're too kind. From now on we are fellow sect members. In the majestic grand hall the Heavenly Fire Empress's majestic voice sounded echoing in all directions. How is it? Have the 9 domains been unified? A divine general stepped forward, his shoulders trembling, and bowed his head, not daring to look the Empress in the eye. Empress, the 9 domains have been unified. The Heavenly Fire Empress smiled triumphantly, her eyes flashing with ambition, her face radiant with joy. Well done. I didn't expect you to unify the 9 domains so quickly. I, the Heavenly Fire Empress, have finally become the Lord of the 9 domains, the Divine General stammered, his voice growing softer. Empress, I haven't finished. The one who unified the 9 domains was not us. The smile on the Heavenly Fire Empress's face instantly vanished, her eyes as cold as a blade, and she asked sharply, what? The Divine General lowered his head even further and said with a tremble, it was the Bayou sect that unified the 9 domains. The Heavenly Fire Empress's eyes blazed with anger. The Bayou sect, what happened? What about my Heavenly Court's 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals? The Divine General choked back a sob and replied, except for us. Basically, the entire army has been wiped out. The Heavenly Fire Empress stood there stunned, unable to believe her ears. What? The other Divine General hurriedly explained, his voice trembling. Empress, that Bayou sect is terrifyingly powerful. Not only did they defeat the allied forces of several great domains and the 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals, but they also annihilated the Dragon Palace army and the Grand Prince of the Dragon Clan. The Heavenly Fire Empress clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, almost drawing blood. How is that possible? If you dare to speak another word of nonsense, I'll kill you. The 2 Divine Generals prostrated themselves, their faces pale. The first one hurriedly swore, "This subordinate swears to the heavens. I dare not utter a single lie." The second divine general pointed forward with a trembling hand. "This is the initial scene, please take a look, Empress." The screen displayed a brutal battle scene. The Heavenly Fire Empress saw her celestial soldiers and generals being sent flying like dolls by a young man. That man stood unscathed in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by thousands upon thousands of corpses. The divine general pointed at the person in the image, his voice filled with fear. "This person is the Sect Master of the Bayou sect. The Bayou sect is unfathomable." The Heavenly Fire Empress stared intently at the screen, her face a mixture of shock and anger, muttering to herself, "To think such a figure has appeared in the human emperor realm. And I knew nothing of such strength." Suddenly, the Empress's gaze fixed on a point in the image, and she asked urgently, "Wait, who is this woman?" The divine general followed the Empress's gaze and replied, "This woman is perhaps a disciple of the Bayou sect Sect Master. Her water-based techniques are almost impossible to dispel." The Heavenly Fire Empress strode forward, carefully examining Bei Tangshui's face, and roared, "A disciple of the Bayou sect Sect Master, no wonder I could never find her. So the little bitch was hiding in the Bayou sect." Fury burned in her eyes. The divine general asked in surprise, "Ah, the Empress knows her?" The Heavenly Fire Empress's gaze was as sharp as a blade as she said word by word, "This woman is the reincarnation of Empress Mingshui." Hearing this name, the divine general seemed to freeze and exclaimed, "So it's her. No wonder her water-based techniques are so proficient." An extreme hatred flickered in the Heavenly Fire Empress's eyes as she gritted her teeth. "The Bayou sect must be destroyed, and Mingshui must also die." The divine general reminded her in a low voice, "Empress, but our Heavenly Court's army has been completely wiped out. We no longer have the strength." The Heavenly Fire Empress burst into laughter. "With me here, I am the greatest strength of the Heavenly Court." She looked down at the divine generals and ordered, "Announce to the entire human emperor realm that the Heavenly Court's treasury is about to be opened." The divine general's expression relaxed, understanding that the Empress wanted to lure the people of the Bayou sect over. The Heavenly Fire Empress smiled, her plan succeeding, a cunning light flashing in her eyes. "I'm not sure about the others, but as for Mingshui, that little bitch, I know she will definitely come." In the Bayou sect, after the earth-shattering great battle, the core members gathered in the main hall. An atmosphere of victory filled the air, but there were still many matters to discuss. Bayou smiled at Lu Shang and praised Lu Shang. "You are truly a talent to be captured and still act as a mole to kill the enemy." Lu Shang lowered his head and replied humbly, "It is all thanks to the Sect Master's brilliant and martial prowess and your invincibility in battle. Otherwise my role as a mole would not have been so easy." Lu Yuan stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Sect Master, now that the 9 domains have all submitted to the Bayou sect, how should we manage such a large territory?" "Please decide, Sect Master." Bayou pondered for a moment before replying, "It's simple. From the major sects of the 9 domains and our Bayou sect, select the disciples with the best aptitude for training to become official disciples of my Bayou sect. Select the powerhouses of the 9 domains to form the War God Hall to fight on behalf of my Bayou sect. The other sects will become the outer sect of the Bayou sect." After listening, Lu Yuan bowed in admiration, his eyes shining with respect. "Sect Master is brilliant. This way the powerhouses of the 9 domains and the young geniuses with the potential to become powerhouses will all be gathered by the Bayou sect, and we no longer have to worry about them not submitting." Bayou's gaze turned to the distance, his tone resonant and powerful. "Next, it's the sacred lands in the 9 domains that I have yet to visit. This Sect Master will make a trip." A day later, in the Zan Tian Wood domain, Bayou and his group from the Bayou sect stood before the entrance. Before them was a lush ancient forest emitting a rich spiritual energy. Lu Shang stepped forward and respectfully reported, "Sect Master Bai, this is the sacred land of the Wood Heaven domain, the Zan Tian Wood domain. There are indeed opportunities inside, but many of them are not easy to obtain." Bayou observed carefully, feeling the powerful energy flowing, and turned to Lu Shang. "Are you confident?" Lu Shang clenched his fists and replied confidently, "Rest assured, Sect Master, I am familiar with all the opportunities and know how to obtain them." Bayou nodded in satisfaction and walked in. At the same time, from somewhere unknown, a piece of ancient bronze fragment began to glow. It flew up. Bayou reached out and caught it, his face beaming with joy. "All the opportunities in the Wood Heaven domain's sacred land have been obtained, and the bronze fragment has flown out with them." Li Shu felt power surge into his body and said excitedly, "The gains from this trip are quite substantial. The wood spirit essence within the sacred land contains infinite vitality, which has cleansed my soul." Bei Tangshui's eyes shone like stars as she said excitedly, "I'm afraid I'm about to evolve again." Bayou held the wood soul bead, examining it carefully before saying, "Actually, the greatest opportunity this time was obtaining the wood soul bead." Lu Shang, who was beside him, added, "Just this one has no effect. But there is one soul bead of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, in each of the 5 great sacred lands. When the 5 beads are combined, it will be a great opportunity." 3 days later, in the Golden Heaven domain, after completing their journey through the various sacred lands, Bayou's party arrived at the Golden Heaven domain. Bayou said excitedly, "We have traveled through all 5 great sacred lands of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and have collected all 5 bronze fragments. Adding the 3 I obtained before, I now have 8, only missing the last one from the Lishan domain's sacred land." Li Shu suddenly felt a change in his body. The accumulated energy within him bursting forth, he hurriedly said, Master, I have absorbed too many opportunities. I need to go into seclusion. Bei Tangshui also said to Bayou, I also need to go into seclusion to digest the opportunities. After the two disciples left, Lu Shang stepped forward, looked at the 5 soul beads in Bayou's hand and excitedly suggested, Sect Master, all 5 elemental soul beads have been gathered. Should we combine them? Bayou thought for a moment and nodded. Lu Shang chanted an incantation, the array glowed, and the 5 soul beads flew into the air, spinning faster and faster. A pure white energy ball gradually formed, emitting a sacred aura. The ball of light shrank, eventually transforming into a small pill that radiated a soft halo. The pill flew towards Bayou, stopping in the young man's palm. Bayou looked at the object in his hand in surprise. What is this? Lu Shang bowed with his hands clasped and congratulated respectfully. Sect Master, this is a rare treasure that can nourish the soul, the Bodhi pill. Bayou looked at the Bodhi pill, feeling the pure energy within, and murmured, a soul-nourishing treasure. Lu Shang smiled and explained, indeed there are many treasures in the world that can enhance the soul. There are almost none that can sublimate the soul. This Bodhi pill is the strongest among them, capable of greatly enhancing the Sect Master's soul power. Bayou nodded and decided, such a good thing must be given to my disciples. Hearing this, Lu Shang was greatly surprised and blurted out, give it to your disciples. Sect Master Bai treats his disciples really well. I have never seen such a generous and selfless master. A gentle knock came from the door of the cultivation room. Bayou stood outside, his voice low and gentle. Zhao Yu opened the door. Zhao Yu opened the door, delighted master. You're here. Bayou smiled. You've been in seclusion. I came to see you and bring you something. As he spoke, Bayou unhurriedly took out a round pill that emitted a faint golden light. The spiritual energy of the pill made the air in the room even purer. Zhao Yu's eyes widened as she looked at the pill in surprise. Could this be a Bodhi pill? Bayou nodded lightly and placed the pill in Zhao Yu's hand. Indeed, a gift from your master. Zhao Yu took it, feeling the weight of the gift and the responsibility. Her hand trembled slightly, and her eyes reddened with emotion. Although this is not as precious as an emperor-level weapon, it is just as rare, master. This is truly a great gift. At that moment, a silent prompt sounded in Bayou's mind. System prompt, gifted disciple Zhao Yu a Bodhi pill, triggering a 10x rebate. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 Bodhi pills. Then another prompt appeared. Special reminder, the Bodhi pill is the item of the highest cosmic value in its category. Its grade cannot be improved, only a quantity rebate can be performed. Bayou smiled in satisfaction, thinking, the Bodhi pill is actually the item of the highest cosmic value. It's indeed a good thing. I got 10 in return in just a moment. That's enough. After receiving the Bodhi pill, Zhao Yu did not hesitate and immediately sat cross-legged to begin cultivating. Bayou watched from the side, smiling in satisfaction, a look of surprise in his eyes. As expected of the Bodhi pill, Zhao Yu has actually cultivated a second soul and can even achieve soul projection. Finally, Zhao Yu opened her eyes and said excitedly, Master, the effect of the Bodhi pill is even more heaven-defying than I imagined. This is simply a chance for rebirth. Bayou frowned in surprise. Rebirth again? Why do you say that? Zhao Yu explained excitedly. The Bodhi pill can promote the birth of a second soul. This means we have 2 lives. If the main body is killed, the second soul can reshape the physical body. Hearing this, Bayou's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, this is great. All core members of the Bayou sect can have an extra life. Bayou did not delay and immediately summoned the core disciples. A moment later, Li Shu, Lu Yuan and Bei Tangshui were all present. Kneeling before the young man, Bayou stood aside watching them open their eyes one by one, and asked eagerly, how is it? Li Shu was the first to finish, his face full of excitement. As master said, by cultivating a second soul one can have a chance for rebirth. Bei Tangshui also finished, her face glowing. An opportunity like having an extra life is something I couldn't even imagine, even when I was Empress Mingshui. Master has given me too much. Lu Yuan finished last, bowing his head deeply, his voice filled with emotion. The Sect Master has given me a new life. Even if I were to die 10,000 times, I could not repay this kindness. Bayou nodded in satisfaction. This Sect Master still has 5 Bodhi pills. In the future, those who serve the sect well will all be rewarded. After a while, when everyone had settled down, Lu Yuan stepped forward, his tone grave. Sect Master, there has been great news in the human emperor realm recently. Bayou raised an eyebrow. What news? Lu Yuan lowered his voice. The treasury of the former heavenly court is about to be opened again. As soon as his words fell, it was like a clap of thunder. Bei Tangshui exclaimed, what, is this true? Lu Yuan nodded. The news was announced by the heavenly fire empress herself. It should be true. But our Bayou sect has just destroyed 100,000 celestial soldiers. I wonder what the heavenly fire empress's intention is. Bayou pondered, his gaze distant. No matter what her intention is, my Bayou sect will remain still and watch the changes. Bei Tangshui suddenly stepped forward, her gaze firm as she looked directly at Bayou. I want to go, master. I have a reason I must go. Bayou frowned at his female disciple. She was usually obedient and had never disobeyed like this before. Can you tell me? Bei Tangshui hesitated. Seeing his disciple's difficulty, Bayou did not force her. Forget it, if you don't want to say, your master won't ask. The young man looked deeply into Bei Tangshui's eyes and emphasized, I will accompany you. In the Dragon Palace, a repressive atmosphere enveloped everything. The Dragon King sat on his throne, his dragon eyes bloodshot, filled with rage. The news of the Grand Prince's death had just arrived, shaking the entire Dragon Palace. The Dragon King slammed his hand on the armrest, causing the guards to tremble. The Grand Prince is dead. What is the origin of that Bayou sect? The second prince of the Dragon Palace hurriedly replied. I have already inquired. It is a new power. There is not much information. The fourth prince added worriedly from the side. This time not only us, but also the Heavenly Court's 100,000-strong army was annihilated. This matter seems very absurd no matter how you look at it. The second prince's eyes burned with fire as he eagerly proposed, Father, now that the 9 domains are in chaos, why don't our Dragon Palace take this opportunity to attack? No matter how strong that Bayou sect is, it can't be a match for our Dragon Palace's foundation of 10,000 years. The Dragon King thought for a long time, then shook his head. This matter cannot be rushed. Continue to observe that Bayou sect. The second prince heard this and said resentfully, Damn it. Both the Grand Prince and the third prince have fallen into the ninth brother's mouth. I'm afraid he has already gained great benefits. The Dragon King stared at the second prince and said sternly, Now the Heavenly Fire Empress has announced that the Heavenly Court's treasury will be opened. You two go to the Heavenly Court and discuss this matter with the Empress. The second prince and the fourth prince lowered their heads and said in unison, Yes. In a deep valley in the endless demon domain, the demon emperor sat high above, his body huge, his long trunk curled. Life in the lower realm is really comfortable. Everything I eat is fresh. Compared to that, my previous life was truly miserable. A female demon with hair as red as fire walked in, her face enchanting yet cruel, dragging a demon lord behind her. Lord Demon Emperor, another piece of fresh meat has been delivered. The demon emperor looked at the struggling cultivator, a flash of pleasure in his eyes. Well done, I am growing more and more fond of you. The female demon tilted her head, full of ambition. I only hope that the demon emperor can bring me into the divine dynasty soon. The demon emperor raised his slender claws, admiring them, and said with great interest, Very good, your contributions are sufficient. The demon lord, lying on the ground being dragged by the female demon, suddenly shouted resentfully, Bitch, so you approached me just to harm me. The female demon glanced at him, her eyes cold without a trace of emotion. It is your honor to become Lord Demon Emperor's food. Suddenly the demon lord could no longer bear it and pounced, I'll kill you. But before he could touch his target, the demon emperor stood up and shouted, You don't know death. He swung his long trunk, sending the demon lord flying and crashing heavily to the ground. The demon emperor did not stop, cruelly piercing the demon lord's body with his long trunk. The demon lord struggled in pain, weakly begging for mercy. Demon emperor, spare me, but it was too late. The demon emperor sneered, his tone cruel. All the powerful demon lords in the endless demon domain must die. His long trunk wrapped around the demon lord's head, tightening without mercy, crushing his bones. The demon lord let out a few shrill screams and then fell silent, his body hanging limply. The demon emperor withdrew his long trunk, looked at the red-haired female demon and asked, This Earth Tiger demon lord is probably the last one, right? The female demon replied, Yes, basically all the powerful demon lords in the endless demon domain have been cleared out. The demon emperor raised his claws, his eyes shining with greed. Then the person I'm looking for must be him. He took out the jade heart from the tiger demon's body, but after a closer look, the demon emperor concluded something was wrong. Still not right, the female demon said in surprise. Still not right? Demon Emperor, you have already killed 36 demon lords. The demon emperor angrily crushed the jade heart and the light of the jade stone extinguished. The aura is wrong. This Earth Tiger demon lord is not the person I'm looking for. Think again, are there any other demon powerhouses we've missed? The female demon frowned in thought and muttered, Missed powerhouses. Suddenly her eyes lit up. I remember, there's one demon lord we missed, the demon emperor urged impatiently. Speak quickly. Who is it? The female demon gritted her teeth and said word by word, The Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord. The demon emperor shot to his feet and asked impatiently, Where is he? The female demon replied, I don't know. Just as I was about to capture him, the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord suddenly vanished. I don't know where he went. His disappearance was very strange, and there has been no news of him since. The demon emperor pondered for a moment, then roared, Send people to find him. Even if we have to search the entire human emperor realm, we must find him. At the Bayou sect, Hayuan stepped forward to report, Sect Master, news has come from the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court's treasury will be opened today. Bayou turned his head and said succinctly, To the Heavenly Court. The scene shifted to the Heavenly Court, where the Heavenly Fire Empress said, It's about time, close all paths to the Heavenly Court. A divine general asked in surprise, Ah, Empress, the people from the Bayou sect haven't arrived yet. The Empress said calmly, Don't worry, that little bitch Mingshui has a special way to enter the Heavenly Court. She will definitely come. The divine general lowered his head. As you command, I will go and close the paths to the Heavenly Court and activate the Heavenly Court's first killing formation. Anyone who comes up after this will be killed without mercy. The giant spirit god general replied, The Empress is brilliant. At the Lishan sect, Bayou's group had already arrived. Lu Yuan spoke, This is the grand array that leads from the Lishan sect to the Heavenly Court. Open it. Bayou ordered. But after the four tried for a long time, the grand array still showed no signs of movement. Li Shu asked in confusion, What's going on? The formation won't activate. Bei Tangshui pondered, Could it be that the Heavenly Court has closed the entrance so we can't teleport in through this formation? Bei Tangshui continued, The entrance is closed. Is there any other way to enter the Heavenly Court? She suddenly spoke up, I have a secret passage to get in. As soon as her words fell, a grand array appeared under Bei Tangshui's feet, and she continued, "Alright, I'll carve a new teleportation array. This path will lead smoothly into the heavenly court." Bayou walked forward and said succinctly, "Let's go." Just then, Bei Tangshui warned, "Master, I'm afraid this is a scheme by the Heavenly Fire Empress. She has closed the passage but knows you have a way into the heavenly court, so we will be immediately surrounded and killed after we go in." Bayou nodded. "That's right." Bei Tangshui was stunned. "Then are you still going?" Bayou replied, "I'm going." Bei Tangshui said firmly, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go together." Hearing Bayou's words, Bei Tangshui secretly smiled in reassurance. A moment later, the Grand Array teleported them to the heavenly court. Seeing this, the two giant spirit god generals said in unison, "Empress, someone has arrived," the Heavenly Fire Empress ordered. "It must be that little bitch Mingshui. Activate the killing formation." At the same time, as soon as Bayou's group appeared, the Heavenly Fire Empress said triumphantly through a live broadcast screen, "They've come as expected. This time you won't escape even if you grow wings." As soon as they appeared, countless sword lights manifested and attacked them. Li Shu shouted, "Be careful, this is the Heavenly Court's killing formation." Li Shu stepped forward and blocked with his one sword of vengeance. Swish, several cyan sword lights fell like raindrops. Unexpectedly, thorny vines appeared and attacked, but were immediately frozen. Bei Tangshui shouted, "Don't take it head-on, the Heavenly Court's killing formation will get stronger and stronger, let's exit the Grand Array first." Just as they were about to leave, a figure appeared and said, "Mingshui, an old friend has come to see you, why don't you say hello?" Li Shu said in surprise, "Ah, second junior sister, how do you have such an old friend?" Being called old, she shouted angrily, "Brat, you dare to call me old? Do you want to die? Turn to ashes." As soon as her words fell, she shot flames from her palm. Bei Tangshui immediately blocked with her world-sealing ice. Ice and fire collided, forming two extremes. Unexpectedly, Bei Tangshui couldn't hold on and coughed up blood. The Heavenly Fire Empress is indeed formidable. Second junior sister's cultivation is still shallow, she is no match for her. Bayou hurriedly rushed forward and shouted, "Continue to retreat." Suddenly, giant rocks appeared above the young man's head and fell one after another. Li Shu warned, "A stronger killing move from the formation is here." Bayou took out the Hao Tian hammer, and with just one heavy blow the rocks were smashed to pieces. The Heavenly Fire Empress was surprised. What kind of weapon is this? Why does it have such power?" a divine general said with disappointment. "What a pity for the Heavenly Court." A single blow from the Emperor-level weapon failed to break the Grand Array. It only neutralized this killing move. The Heavenly Fire Empress ordered, "Kill them. I want the weapon in his hand." As soon as her words fell, fireballs appeared, attacking their group. A divine general asked, "How long do you think they can last?" Another replied, "A quarter of an hour at most." The Heavenly Court's killing formation is the #1 killing formation in the human emperor realm. No one has ever been able to last more than a quarter of an hour. Bei Tangshui channeled her power into her palm, blocking with ice. Just then, a fireball suddenly flew towards Li Shu. The young man hurriedly blocked with his sword but was still knocked back. "It's no use. There are too many attacks, I can't block them all." The Heavenly Fire Empress snorted triumphantly, "No matter how you resist, you're all doomed. Let the rain of fire fall even more fiercely." As soon as her words fell, countless fireballs appeared in the sky, falling like meteorites. Jiaoyu stepped forward and shouted, "Brilliant light canopy!" Instantly, a huge shield was generated, blocking her attack. The Heavenly Fire Empress was surprised. "HMPH, you blocked it. What kind of magic treasure is that?" Li Shu urged. "Let's run now," the Heavenly Fire Empress roared. "You're not going anywhere." Seeing the critical situation, Bayou warned urgently. "Be careful," the young man shouted. "Put on the secret gold armor." Bayou gestured. "Block the attack, let's go." Seeing them, the Empress's anger burned, her eyes crazed. "What is the origin of these people? Why do treasures I've never even seen appear one after another?" Ahead of them, Bayou's group moved rapidly. Tangshui's eyes lit up, happier than seeing her mother return from the market. "We're almost at the exit of the Grand Array." Seeing her triumphant look, the Empress snorted heavily. She said contemptuously, "If it were that easy for you to get out, it wouldn't be called the #1 killing formation." Walking to the front, Tangshui shouted, "It's appeared." Jiaoyu glanced around vigilantly and warned, "Something's wrong." As soon as her words fell, a tremor occurred, and flames and thick smoke erupted in front of them. Faced with this sudden continuous attack, Tangshui frowned in astonishment. "What? Still attacking?" The Empress appeared with an arrogant posture and said, "Tangshui, do you think the current killing formation is the same as before? I'm telling you. The Heavenly Court's killing formation has long been refined by me into a mobile killing formation. Wherever you go, the Grand Array follows." Lu Yuan immediately stretched out 2 fingers to use his spiritual power, his air pressure intertwining with the surging flames. Li Shu raised his head and gritted his teeth. "This is troublesome. Being trapped in the killing formation will be worn down to death," Tangshui said apologetically. "Master, it's me who has implicated everyone." However, Bayou's expression was unusually calm. He said seriously, "What are you talking about? With your master here, these are all just minor matters." He was constantly calculating in his heart. If he had no other choice, he could only release the large number of spirit devours in his body to immediately eliminate the Heavenly Fire Empress. Hearing this encouragement, Li Shu tightly gripped his long sword, his aura soaring. "That's right, with Master protecting us, we don't need to panic, let's continue to fight." Before he could make a move, the flames pouring into the entrance in front of him stunned him. His mind in a state of chaos, he stared at the strange door and asked in confusion, "What is that?" His face was dumbfounded. Bayou said, "That is the Heavenly Court's treasury." Bayou's face immediately darkened, and he asked in confusion, Why is the door still closed?" he wondered. Li Shu couldn't help but have 10,000 questions swirling in his mind. "That's right, didn't they say the Heavenly Court was opening its treasury?" At this moment, Tang Shui finally understood, her eyes widening in anger. "This is a scam." The Empress was very pleased with her despicable tricks. She opened her arms and laughed proudly. "Tang Shui, I was deceiving you. The Heavenly Court's treasury isn't open at all. Are you very disappointed?" she sneered sinisterly. She looked at her askance. "Little bitch, I knew you would find a way to come to the Heavenly Court's treasury to find a way to resurrect the Lord of the Heavenly Court." Li Shu felt like vomiting and gave her the middle finger. "What the hell are you laughing at, ugly woman?" She bit her lip, mad with anger. "Do you want to die?" The Empress could no longer hold back and ignited everything around her. Li Shu immediately counterattacked with his chaotic sword body, cutting through the raging fire with a single strike. Bloodlust soared and the will to fight boiled. The Empress leaped into the sky and roared, "I will kill you myself." Sensing the tense situation, Tang Shui immediately warned, "Senior brother, be careful, that palm is entirely made of flames. I'm afraid she is a top-ranked expert." The Empress sneered contemptuously. "Die." Li Shu split into clones and slashed wildly. Seeing the power he erupted with, the Empress was somewhat wary and roared angrily. "What?" Li Shu used all his strength, seized the opportunity and swung his sword to kill, but the Empress easily dodged the attack, regained the initiative and grabbed his neck. These little tricks are not enough in front of this Empress. However, a moment later her hands were empty, the figure gone. She stretched out her hand like a fool. Li Shu was already swinging his sword behind her. The Empress gritted her teeth. Not the main body. But even so, with just one hand she blocked his sword without turning back. All his efforts were in vain. Li Shu was astonished and kept asking himself, "How is this possible?" She glanced askance behind her, a provocative smile on her face. "You want to attack me?" With a light wave of her hand, Li Shu was sent flying into the sky and fell to the ground. He staggered to his feet and gritted his teeth. "Master, she's too strong. The Heavenly Fire Empress is not easy to deal with. She is worthy of being an Emperor-level expert of the human Emperor realm." Tang Shui's eyes widened. "She's stronger than before." She waved her hand and laughed maniacally. "This Empress has seen enough. Next, I'll let the killing formation completely annihilate you." And so the firepower converged in front of them. Seeing this, Tang Shui's heart was extremely uneasy. The Heavenly Court's killing formation is gathering power. "I'm afraid the next blow will have world-destroying might. We must find a way to dodge it." Li Shu said, "We're in a dilemma now. There's no way out." Bayou sighed. "If there's really no other way, I can only risk exposing my identity and unleashing my demon race state." Behind her, Bayou quickly pulled her back. "No, the Titan giant demons are 100 times more formidable than the Heavenly Fire Empress. Don't act rashly," the young man said decisively. "Let's go check out the Heavenly Court's treasury." So they came to the strange door together. Looking at it, Li Shu's face was paler than a patient's. "Is this the Heavenly Court's treasury? Such a large bronze door. I'm afraid there are unimaginable cultivation resources inside." Tang Shui said, "If we can open it, we can escape the encirclement of the killing formation." Li Shu was extremely anxious and used all his strength to push the door. "I'll try." Seeing no movement, Tang Shui was a little disappointed. "It's no use, it won't budge." This stubborn guy still didn't give up. He swung his sword in a circle and used his chaotic sword body again, but the pressure from the door rebounded, making him extremely anxious. Li Shu held his sword tightly, gradually losing control of his body. Seeing them act like they were trying to smash a rock with an egg, the Empress was extremely smug. "A bunch of fools. How can the Heavenly Court's treasury be opened so easily? This Empress has studied it for so many years without any success, let alone you." Bayou personally stepped forward and said, "Let me do it." He held the giant hammer and struck with all his might. With a single blow, the great door vibrated majestically, and dust billowed. Even the Empress was affected and raised her hand to shield herself. "The commotion is too big." Bayou's blood boiled and he sneered, "Continue." His fist made the great door vibrate continuously, and a crack appeared in front of him. Tang Shui saw it and was overjoyed. "It's working." But the Empress became even more furious, her eyes crazed, wanting to tear everything apart. Damn it, he actually shook the Heavenly Court's treasury. I underestimated him. Could the weapon in his hand be the legendary Emperor-level weapon? As soon as Bayou shouted, he continued to attack the door, and the cracks on both sides continued to widen. Under the double pressure, the Empress's flames were also approaching at this time. It posed a threat to them. Tang Shui looked straight at it, her heart burning with anxiety. Not good. The final blow of the killing formation is here. Time was running out, and Bayou became even more anxious. "Break for me," the young man muttered. "The Hao Tian hammer has been automatically retracted. The monthly usage limit has been reached." Li Shu encouraged, "Master, continue. One more blow and the door will break." Who knew that Bayou would reply calmly, "The Emperor-level weapon is too powerful. This master can no longer use it." The several of them were stunned when they heard this. The flames were getting closer and closer. Tang Shui shouted, "The attack is coming. Block it immediately." A spiritual energy impact erupted. The ground beneath their feet cracked and flames shot into the sky, even the surrounding air burned. Bayou raised her hand to block, her face tense like a bowstring. She looked ahead as Tang Shui shouted loudly, "It's no use, we can't block it at all." Bayou's face was solemn, his voice filled with majesty. "This is the most dangerous battle since I transmigrated." Stones flew everywhere, rolling everyone up like fallen leaves in the wind. Bayou fell to the ground like a sack of rice being tossed. He touched the door and decided to give up. His only choice now was to release the vast number of spirit devourers in his body. The door opened as if it too were tired and had decided to give up resisting. The scene before him made Li Shu's eyes widen, almost turning him to stone. The bronze door had opened. Bei Tangshui also saw this scene, her eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Master had pushed open the door to the Heavenly Court's treasury with his bare hands. Bayou stood there, his face pale, also unable to believe what he saw. "Did I open this?" The door opened, leaving him stunned, unsure if he was dreaming then. Bayou smiled as if he had won the lottery. "I can really open it." Li Shu looked at him and marveled. Even an Emperor-level weapon couldn't break it, yet Master pushed it open with a casual touch. "It seems the test for us is over. You've decided to act personally." The young man laughed and nodded. "You're right," Bei Tangshui continued to flatter him. "Master is truly a person who can provide an infinite sense of security." His bones felt weak from the praise, but Bayou reminded them to go in first to avoid the attack. At this moment the Empress was furious, her eyes wide with rage. "How could this be? I spent countless manpower and resources and still couldn't open the Heavenly Court's treasury, yet that boy pushed it open with his bare hands. I must quickly activate the flames. Quickly, don't let them go in first. Blast them to death for me." Bayou's group rushed in, and the Empress's flames didn't burn anyone, leaving only thick smoke. The two celestial soldiers said anxiously, "Empress, they've all gone in. What do we do now?" She gritted her teeth, filled with anger, not expecting the pretense to become real. "Since it has come to this, let's inform the other cultivators to enter the Heavenly Court's treasury together." The Empress comforted herself. "It's good that the Heavenly Court's treasury is open. It kills two birds with one stone. I can kill that little bitch and take everything inside for myself." What an unexpected joy at this time. Bayou's group had already entered the treasury and began to explore slowly. Li Shu's eyes widened, moving from one surprise to another. "There are so many resources here. Even I, a pure-blooded demon, have never seen so many pills." Zhao Yu's emotions were also like a roller coaster, completely shocked. "These pills are enough for a large sect to use for hundreds of thousands of years. Where did the Heavenly Court get so many?" Beside them, Bei Tangshui was also stunned. "These are all resources collected by the Lord of the Heavenly Court. It's truly satisfying." Bayou gestured. "Li Shu, since we're here, take everything for everyone." Li Shu quickly took out a container and swept everything clean. The deeper they went, the more surprised their faces became, as if they had been struck by lightning. Bayou asked curiously, "How are there so many crystal stones?" The face of someone who had gained without working for it showed a smile. 10 complete spirit stone mountains. We've struck it rich." Li Shu marveled. "Just the spirit stone resources here are probably enough to support the entire human emperor realm's cultivation for several decades. It's truly shocking." With wealth coming his way, Bayou gestured again. "Collect them all. Now I'm looking forward to what treasures are next. Let's continue inside." Outside, the Empress arrogantly announced that the Heavenly Court's treasury was open, surprising everyone. "Empress, when did it open?" "The cultivation resources in the human emperor realm are now scarce. We hope to get some cultivation resources from the treasury." Her face flushed with anger, she roared as if to tear the sky apart. "All of you shut up. Do you dare to covet the Heavenly Court's treasury?" The crowd stirred in anger. "Didn't you say before that the treasury would be open and any cultivator could enter? Is the Empress deceiving us?" So she raised her hand to the sky and said sternly, "If you want to go in, you can, but there are 2 conditions. First, help this Empress kill the 4 people from the Bayou sect. Second, all the opportunities you obtain in the treasury must be handed over to this Empress for distribution. I will definitely reward you according to your merits." The crowd hesitated, their eyes filled with confusion. "We have to kill people for the Empress to get treasures. I heard the Bayou sect is very powerful. We have no grudge against them." Just then a voice sounded. "This prince agrees. My dragon palace is not short of resources. My purpose here is to eliminate the Bayou sect." The Empress was very satisfied and cleared a path. "In that case, 2nd prince and 4th prince, you may enter." The 2 princes walked arrogantly, laughing wantonly. "Let's go." Looking back at the others, the Empress put on a haughty posture. "Do you think it's that easy?" In this way, their minds were successfully manipulated, and they all followed the Empress's arrangements. "There's no other way. If we want to get opportunities, we can only listen to the Heavenly Fire Empress." The Empress turned and led the way. "Since it has come to this, follow this Empress into the treasury. Kill and search for treasures." In the treasury, Bayou's group continued to explore. "This place is a bit strange." Bei Tangshui's eyes were full of doubt on the stone platform. Each box contained a treasure. "From here on is the essence of the Heavenly Court's treasury." Li Shu eagerly reached out, wanting to put the items in his pocket. "Let me open it and see." However, Bei Tangshui frowned and stopped him, shouting and startling everyone. "Stop." Li Shu turned back in surprise, his eyes blank. "What's wrong?" Only then did Bei Tangshui explain gently. "There are arrays on the stone platform. If you touch them carelessly, you will be attacked by the array." Suddenly a gasp of admiration sounded, making everyone's heart tremble. Good stuff. Looking back, they found that Bayou had already opened the box as if nothing had happened, completely unharmed. If I'm not mistaken, this is the snow pearl, a token of heaven and earth. It's the first time I've seen it. Seeing this scene, the two were stunned on the spot. Why wasn't Master attacked by the array? Could it be that the array here has failed? Li Shu then reached out to try his luck. I'll give it a try. The young man carefully touched it with his fingertip, but heaven was not on his side and he immediately fell backward. Li Shu held his body, feeling wronged. Ouch, why does the array only attack me? Bayou was nonchalant and even asked naively, was there an attack? How come I didn't feel it? Li Shu couldn't understand at all and could only say, it's so strange. Jiaoyu, who was beside him, smiled and teased him. What's so strange? Master is a master while senior brother is just a mortal. Bei Tangshui speculated again. It seems the array wasn't triggered at all rather than Master dispelling the array with profound magic power. No time for idle talk, Bayou urged. Let's go, I've taken all the treasures here. He strode forward, but Li Shu's mind was spinning. We just entered the third layer of the treasury. Speaking of which, how many layers are there here? Bei Tangshui replied. 5 layers. The deeper you go, the more precious the treasures. They were about to come out when the Empress's group had just stepped in. Seeing the empty scene, everyone was disappointed. The treasures have all been taken, not a single one is left. The Empress showed a sinister expression and sneered. What's the hurry? So what if the people from the Bayou sect got them? They can't leave here. Kill them and the treasures will still be ours. They walked further, but not even a hair was left. The Empress's face turned black with anger. There were 10 spirit stone mountains here before. That group from the Bayou sect didn't even leave a single spirit stone. The crowd stirred. Empress, have all the things been taken by them along the way? She turned back and shouted, impossible. From the next layer on, they are all precious treasures protected by arrays. They can't take many even if they want to. On Bayou's side, the group had already reached the 4th layer. Li Shu looked ahead and said, there are only 5 treasures on this layer. Li Shu guessed, it seems to be 5 cultivation techniques. Suddenly, Jiaoyu's expression became dazed as if she had lost her soul. This is, she cheered happily. I'm not mistaken, it's really the great demon primordial true method. Seeing her exaggerated reaction, Bayou asked, Jiaoyu, what's wrong with this cultivation technique? So she explained, Master, the great demon primordial true method has long been lost. It is the cultivation technique that our pure-blooded demon race has been searching for. It's the most suitable cultivation technique for me. I didn't expect to encounter it here. The young man's eyes had just been opened and he praised. Even a cultivation technique that the pure-blooded demon race can't find was collected by the Lord of the Heavenly Court. This person is truly amazing. Jiaoyu's eyes were full of expectation, and she requested, Master, can you give it to me? Her hand lightly touched the treasure, but as soon as she touched it, its spiritual power overwhelmed her, causing her to fall backward. Seeing her so disheveled, Bayou spoke up, let me get it for you. Bayou easily picked up the manual with a single touch. He marveled, the array really doesn't attack me. Bei Tangshui was once again startled. The array is ineffective against Master again. The array on the 4th layer is more than 10 times stronger than the one on the 3rd layer. Then he happily handed the cultivation technique to Jiaoyu. Jiaoyu, I'm giving this cultivation technique to you. Ding. System prompt. Gifted disciple Jiaoyu, the great demon primordial true method. Because the great demon primordial true method is the highest grade item in the universe, it cannot be upgraded. No rebate this time. After hearing this, it was like a bolt from the blue. Bayou was stunned. This was the first time the system couldn't keep up. It couldn't even rebate the item. It seems this cultivation technique is truly unique in the universe. After getting the cultivation technique, Jiaoyu was overjoyed. If she were asked to sing 10 songs now, she could. I never thought I would really get the great demon primordial true method. With this technique there is hope for the revival of the pure-blooded demon race. Just then, Li Shu spoke up, Master, I think I saw a cultivation technique too. Bayou immediately approached. Before them was the mortal scripture. Bayou smiled. The name of this cultivation technique is quite interesting. Li Shu cheered. Master, I have a strange feeling. It's as if this mortal scripture is the most suitable cultivation technique for me. Jiaoyu added. The mortal scripture, I have heard of this cultivation technique in records. It is said to be a cultivation technique for humans with heavenly aptitude, allowing them to transform from mortal to immortal. It is the most magical cultivation technique of the human race, very suitable for senior brother. Don't hesitate any longer. Bayou reached out, let me get it for you. He happily handed it to Li Shu. Here. He wondered in his heart, would the system rebate this cultivation technique? The system immediately prompted, gifted disciple Li Shu the mortal scripture. Because the mortal scripture is the highest grade item in the universe, it cannot be upgraded, so there is no rebate this time. The young man nodded. As expected, the items collected on the 4th layer are all heaven-defying. The system still can't rebate them. Li Shu couldn't wait to open the cultivation technique, and a powerful spiritual pressure enveloped the entire space. Jiaoyu couldn't believe it. Her eyes widened as if they would pop out at any moment. Senior brother has broken through again, from the earth profound realm to the heaven profound realm. Everything was going so smoothly that Bayou couldn't help but say he's broken through just like that. Cultivation is really as easy as eating and drinking. His whole body is filled with a surging aura. Li Shu spoke up. Master, my feeling was right. I only glanced at the mortal scripture and my whole person felt like an immortal. I broke through uncontrollably. This is an immortal technique, truly suitable for me. Bayou immediately turned to the side and asked, Bei Tangshui, your senior brother and junior sister have both found suitable cultivation techniques. There are still 3 left. See which one is suitable for you, she pointed ahead. Master, that one, Bayou praised. Absolute Zero. This cultivation technique sounds like an ice-based spell. It's indeed suitable for you. Then he easily picked it up. Take it. Ding, gifted disciple Bei Tangshui Absolute Zero. Because Absolute Zero is the highest grade item in the universe, it cannot be upgraded. No rebate this time. Bayou had a surprised look on his face. Of the 5 cultivation techniques here, 3 are actually very suitable for my 3 disciples. Is it a coincidence? In this way, the young man waved his hand and decided, take the remaining 2 cultivation techniques as well. Let's go down to the first layer. The Empress still held a glimmer of hope. The treasures on the 3rd layer are all protected by arrays. That Bayou sect shouldn't be able to take many. Everyone hurry up and break the array to get the treasures. But when they reached the 3rd layer, they were greatly disappointed. Only empty boxes were left. They frowned like gorillas. Empress, something seems wrong. The boxes have all been opened. Then, the treasures seem to have been taken. Her face was gloomy, still in disbelief. How is this possible? Go and see, a person spoke up. Empress, we've looked, not a single treasure is left. All taken by the people from the Bayou sect. She held in a bellyful of anger and couldn't swallow it, ordering, damn it, chase after them. Above, Bayou's group continued to move. Li Shu looked ahead and said, we've reached the last layer. There are even fewer treasures on this layer, only 2. Suddenly, Bei Tangshui jumped up, cheering happily. Found it, he's there. She quickly reached out her hand, full of expectation. I finally found him. As a result, she was pushed down and injured herself. Bayou stepped forward with concern. Bei Tangshui, don't be excited. Master will get it for you. She collapsed on the ground and said, Master, that ball of light is a wisp of the Lord of the Heavenly Court's remnant soul. You must help me get it. She reminded him, Master, be careful. The strength of the 5th layer's array is 100 times that of the previous 2 layers, even stronger than the Heavenly Court's killing formation. But to the young man this was nothing. Don't worry, the array here is useless against me. Bei Tangshui smiled happily. Master got it. He handed it to her. Bayou gently instructed his disciple, take it. Bei Tangshui's face glowed, revealing endless joy. Once I find his remnant soul, I will have a way to resurrect him. At this moment, Li Shu raised a question. Junior sister, tell me, how did the Lord of the Heavenly Court die? Why is only a wisp of his soul left? She shook her head. I don't know. Bei Tangshui recalled. Many years ago the Lord of the Heavenly Court bid me farewell, saying he had to attend to a great matter from which he might not return. He left a wisp of his remnant soul in the Heavenly Court's treasury, leaving a hope for his future resurrection. After hearing this, Li Shu expressed his concern. It's too difficult to resurrect a person with just a wisp of a remnant soul. Bei Tangshui nodded in agreement. I'm afraid it's impossible in the human emperor realm. In the future I can only try in the outer domains. As they were engrossed in their conversation, Bayou continued to explore. He asked in surprise, what is this? Pick it up. Bayou posed a question. This small pagoda is very mysterious, but I don't know what it's for. Do you recognize this pagoda? Li Shu and Bei Tangshui both shook their heads. They had never seen it before. To be able to exist on the 5th layer, it must be an extraordinary artifact. He turned back and asked tentatively, Zhao Yu, what about you? Zhao Yu hesitated and said, I'm not sure. But I have a guess, Bayou asked eagerly. What guess? She said. This is the legendary Time Pagoda. Her face turned pale, unable to hide her emotions. Bei Tangshui shouted, What? Staring at it with sharp eyes, Bayou was also very curious. The Time Pagoda, Zhao Yu added. The Time Pagoda only exists in distant legends. It is a treasure of the creator level, and no one has ever seen its true form. I'm just guessing, the young man asked again. What does it do? Zhao Yu smiled. It can control time. To be precise, it can control the flow of time inside the pagoda. The simplest thing is to slow down the time inside the pagoda, so that the time for cultivation will be longer. Bayou hurriedly waved his hand. In that case, let's give it a try. The Time Pagoda instantly became huge, his eyes filled with anticipation. Bayou said, let's go in and take a look. On Bei Tangshui's side, everyone had already leapt to the 4th layer, but the Empress's face grew more and more hateful. As expected, the 4th layer was also empty. The further they went, the stronger the restrictions of the array became, to the point where we were also very surprised, not knowing how they had broken these arrays in such a short time. The 4th Prince of the Dragon Palace said indignantly, no matter how they did it, those few people can't escape from here. We'll just capture them later and interrogate them. I smiled and looked up. Good, only the last layer of the treasury is left. Let's go. At this time, Bayou and his disciples were already inside the Time Pagoda. First floor of the Time Pagoda. 1 day inside the pagoda is equal to 1 year outside. As soon as he entered, Li Shu had a sudden realization. It really is the Time Pagoda. This is a heaven-defying treasure, Bayou then gestured. Then everyone hurry up and cultivate here. The Heavenly Fire Empress and the others are almost here. The next day, Li Shu's body was filled with dense spiritual energy. Seeing his beloved disciples' rapid progress, Bayou was very satisfied. This is Li Shu's second breakthrough. The gap between my cultivation and these 3 disciples is getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, a sound was made, attracting his attention. Bei Tangshui's body turned into ice, creating a pressure that no one dared to approach. Bayou was delighted again in his heart. After cultivating Absolute Zero, Bei Tangshui seemed to have undergone another change. 3 days later, Li Shu's power grew stronger and stronger. He took a short break and said, "Cultivating the mortal scripture has allowed my cultivation to progress almost without any obstacles. The breakthroughs are too fast." A proud smile bloomed on his face. "I have now reached the peak of the heaven profound realm. I will pause for a moment to stabilize my realm." Bei Tangshui was also seriously breaking through. The ice shell on her body cracked. Li Shu looked at her with amazement. Junior sister is undergoing a transformation. Ice bones covered Bei Tangshui's body. In a flash she had grown much taller, almost becoming a female Amazon. Li Shu was stunned and could only marvel. "It's gotten bigger again." In her new body, Bei Tangshui happily called out, "Master." Bayou asked, "Has your strength fully recovered?" Clenching her fists, veins bulging, Bei Tangshui gritted her teeth and said, "Not yet, but I am confident I can fight the Heavenly Fire Empress." On the 5th layer, the Empress and her group rushed in, full of aggression, as if they were coming to collect a debt on New Year's Day. Finally, at the last layer, surround them. Don't let the people from the Bayou sect escape. This time we see neither treasures nor people. It was truly empty. Everyone was at a loss. "Strange, where are the people?" the Empress observed silently, then shouted, "There's something wrong with this pagoda," the person beside her said doubtfully. "They're in the pagoda." She bit her lip, annoyed. "That's the only possibility." Just like that, they drew their swords. "Then let's break the pagoda." He raised his sword and charged forward impatiently, but the pagoda was fine. His sword shattered. "What, my precious saber?" a person asked. "Isn't this the legendary Time Pagoda?" "Time Pagoda? This is truly an extraordinary treasure. The Heavenly Court's treasury is indeed full of priceless treasures." As the leader, the Empress furiously ordered, "Attack with spells, drive them out." And so, everyone rushed up to fight desperately. Feeling the vibrations inside, Li Shu informed them, "Someone is attacking the Time Pagoda." Bei Tangshui suggested, "Let's go out, we have to fight sooner or later." Bayou walked behind and called out to them, "Wait, as your master I will give you the few treasures from the 3rd layer." The young man immediately took out 3 treasures. As soon as he got the magic treasure, Li Shu grinned from ear to ear. "Immobilization talisman, this thing is really useful." The system immediately chimed in. System prompt, gifted disciple Li Shu an immobilization talisman triggering a 100x rebate. "Congratulations host, you have obtained 100 immobilization talismans." Receiving her gift, Bei Tangshui was equally happy. "Snow Pearl, this item can enhance the power of my ice-based spells." The system prompted again. System prompt, gifted disciple Bei Tangshui a Snow Pearl, triggering a 100x rebate. "Congratulations host, you have obtained the Pluto Pearl." The young man thought to himself, the Pluto Pearl is also a thing of extreme cold, it must be better than the Snow Pearl. It was Jiaoyu's turn. She was also extremely grateful. This jade tablet can block a single blow from a powerful expert. "Thank you, master." This time the system cheered again. System prompt, gifted disciple Jiaoyu an arrow-blocking jade tablet triggering a 10,000x rebate. "Congratulations host, you have obtained 10,000 arrow-blocking jade tablets." Bayou was very satisfied. 10,000 arrow-blocking jade tablets, not bad. After giving the gifts, they set off together. Bayou gestured. Let's go out." In front of the tightly shut door, as if glued with superglue, a group of people full of aggression unleashed all kinds of ultimate moves, from thunderous palms to hurricane kicks. But the door remained as calm as a meditating monk, without a single scratch, without a single groan. The Heavenly Fire Empress pointed at the door and loudly ordered her subordinates, "Continue attacking. I don't believe they can hide inside forever." Hearing her command, her subordinates continued their assault. Suddenly a hand stopped in front of a subordinate. That person was Li Shu. He casually pushed the man's head aside with one hand as if pushing a door, and with his other hand he took the man's saber, as fast as snatching food in a cafeteria. With just Li Shu and Bei Tangshui, they had already beaten those soldiers black and blue, while Bayou and Jiaoyu watched the show from the side. Seeing the 4 of them, the Heavenly Fire Empress's subordinate shouted excitedly, "They're out, don't let them run away." Standing in front of her, he called out indifferently, "Heavenly Fire." Bei Tangshui frowned at her and said, "It's time to settle the score between us today." She looked at her contemptuously and asked, "Mingshui, you've recovered quite a bit, haven't you? But even at your peak you were no match for me, let alone now." As she spoke, she began to channel her spiritual power, her whole body emitting a golden spiritual power, like a burning flame. In contrast to Heavenly Fire, Bei Tangshui possessed blue water-based spiritual power. The 2 rushed up to fight at the same time. Heavenly Fire even shouted, "Kill!" Suddenly 2 young men stepped forward and introduced themselves. "You brats from the Bayou sect, we are the 2nd and 4th princes of the Dragon Palace." Li Shu asked coldly, "People from the Dragon Palace dare to come? Are you here to offer your dragon sinews again?" The 2nd prince was quick-tempered and couldn't stand this provocation. He immediately rushed up to attack him, shouting, "You're courting death." Li Shu replied indifferently, "It just so happens I wanted to practice and consolidate my foundation." At the same time, the 4th prince stared at Bayou, proclaiming that for killing the Grand Prince and the 3rd prince, the Bayou sect must be annihilated. As he spoke, he rushed up to attack him, but before he could make a move, Jiaoyu rushed up to stop him. She shouted loudly, "Are you worthy of making master act?" Seeing that it was a girl who came out, the 4th prince immediately activated his 100 condescension mode. He waved his hand and unleashed a move showing no mercy, and while attacking he frowned and sneered, "A yellow-haired girl dares to block me? And what about Jiaoyu?" She only raised her hand and shouted a single word, "Point." Immediately, a purple sphere shot straight at the fourth prince's forehead. He was immediately sent flying by the sphere. After struggling to stand firm, he stammered and asked her, "So powerful, who are you?" "A dying person doesn't need to know so much," Bayou coldly ordered. "Transform back into your strongest form, I will send you on your way," the fourth prince shouted arrogantly. Such arrogant words. At this time a person asked Bayou, "Are you the Sect Master of the Bayou sect?" Another person looked him up and down, then said, "This brat doesn't look like it." Bayou didn't even put these people in his eyes. He coldly declared, "To deal with you small fry, I have thousands of ways to kill you." Hearing this, a person called out to the crowd, "Everyone, let's attack together. Kill him, and the Empress will reward us." So everyone rushed up to attack him. Bayou was fearless, and even raised a finger in provocation, shouting, "Summon Big Wolf." As soon as his words fell, a big wolf appeared in front of him. It would have been very cool if it hadn't appeared while pulling up its pants. He was truly ashamed for it. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. The wolf turned back to him and said, "Sect Master, next time you summon me, can you not do it when I'm on the toilet?" At this moment, the crowd shouted, "Kill!" Big Wolf noticed them, glanced at them, and immediately reached out to grab the leader's neck while his other hand immediately grabbed another person. The two were choked tightly, unable to breathe, their faces turning purple from lack of oxygen. Soon, Big Wolf threw the two aside and said, "Today I have to kill to my heart's content." As he spoke, he rushed towards them like lightning. A man with a hammer rushed in, shouting, "There are so many of us, can't we even stop a single demon wolf? He doesn't believe it." Just then, Bayou took out the Hao Tian hammer and shouted excitedly, "Hao Tian hammer?" As he spoke, he smashed it towards the ground. The Hao Tian hammer immediately shattered the man's hammer into pieces. Its owner couldn't believe his eyes. "What?" His heart ached with regret. Then he swept with a single move and the man was cut in two, dying just like that. The wind howled as if an industrial fan was on its highest setting, and moves flew out with a whoosh as if they were on a clearance sail. They fought endlessly, not knowing what it meant to conserve internal energy. The Heavenly Fire Empress took advantage of Bai Tangshui's unpreparedness. Palm strike hit her chest, sending her flying. She shouted loudly to boost her morale. "Die!" She struggled to stand firm and stared at the Heavenly Fire Empress. She said arrogantly, "I told you you are no match for me," she declared confidently. "Not in the past, not now." At this moment her whole body emitted a red spiritual power like flames. She slowly approached her. Bai Tangshui concentrated the spiritual power of ice in her palm and a small ball appeared in her hand. She quickly rushed towards her, saying, "You're speaking too soon." At this moment the Heavenly Fire Empress had already concentrated her fire power in front of her, ready for battle at any time. When she got close, she unleashed heavenly fire, and bright flames burned towards her. The Heavenly Fire Empress reminded Bai Tangshui, "My heavenly fire naturally counters your ice, so you don't need to resist anymore." But how could she be willing to admit defeat? The power of ice resisted the power of heavenly fire. Gradually the power of ice gained the upper hand. The flames gradually extinguished. The Heavenly Fire Empress widened her eyes and looked at what was happening in front of her. She was extremely horrified. "What? How were all my heavenly flames extinguished?" At this time Bai Tangshui had already reached her. The Heavenly Fire Empress reached out to block, and immediately her whole body was covered in ice. The Heavenly Fire Empress was trapped in the ice block. Bai Tangshui was very satisfied with the result before her. Who Absolute Zero, it really is an extremely high-level ice technique. But not long after, the ice block was melted by the flames. The Heavenly Fire Empress appeared, looking at her with a hint of appreciation in her eyes, and softly praised Bai Tangshui. "Your ice technique is indeed much stronger than before." Bai Tangshui didn't have the patience to listen to her nonsense, so she asked directly, "Tell me, what did the death of the Lord of the Heavenly Court back then have to do with you? Are you worthy of asking me?" As she spoke, she created two balls of flames in her palm and shot them at her quickly. Over here, Li Shu performed one chi transforms 4, and in an instant his figure transformed into 4 people. A second later, the 4 people rushed up and surrounded the second prince. The second prince looked at the 4 Li Shus that appeared before him and was horrified. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it. Which one is the real one?" Unable to distinguish the real body, he could only do his best to dodge their attacks. But 1 against 4, he was ultimately no match. Before long, one of his arms was severed. He cried out in pain. "Ah!" Then Li Shu reminded him, "Transform into your strongest form." Soon the second prince took the form of a dragon. He said coldly, "How dare you injure me? I'll swallow you whole." Li Shu suddenly saw the dragon's tail appear behind him, and then he was kicked away. Li Shu took a few steps back, his heels scraping the ground as if practicing dance steps. All that was missing was background music and stage lighting. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The dragon clan is truly gifted. Their strength is truly immense." The second prince opened his blood-red maw, wanting to swallow Li Shu. He pounced at Li Shu, shouting, "Kill." Just then, Li Shu pulled out a talisman like a magic trick and threw it at him without a second thought. It was the immobilization talisman. This talisman froze the opponent faster than network lag. As soon as the talisman was applied, his body stiffened, his eyes wide open. Li Shu took the opportunity to strike him with his sword. The second prince opened his mouth and shouted, "If you dare to hurt me again, I'll get really angry." Li Shu paid no mind to his threat and continued to slash at his body with his sword, but the opponent's strength was not to be underestimated, and Li Shu was sent flying again. Bayou asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Li Shu's brow was so furrowed he could have crushed a fly between them. He answered seriously, "I'm fine, master. It's just that the dragon clan's hide is thick and tough. They're really hard to kill." Hearing this, Bayou handed him a thick stack of immobilization talismans. Li Shu's eyes widened as he looked at him in disbelief. Seeing his dazed look, Bayou thought he didn't understand and explained, "These immobilization talismans are all for you to use." He couldn't help but exclaim, "So many immobilization talismans, Master, you are the real treasure." After taking the stack of talismans, Bayou crossed his arms over his chest and urged, "Go on." Hearing his words, Li Shu took the stack of immobilization talismans and walked confidently towards the second prince. A puff of smoke rose and a talisman was stuck to the second prince's neck, followed by many other parts of his body. The second prince was fuming and roared, "Bastard, you have no manners at all, I'll definitely kill you." Li Shu completely ignored him and continued to stick talismans on him, as if playing the part of a Taoist priest who had stumbled upon a big sale on yellow paper talismans, and so one talisman after another flew out, covering the opponent's entire body without missing a single spot. A golden spiritual energy pierced his body. The second prince struggled but couldn't move at all. He said angrily, "How am I supposed to fight like this? Being constantly immobilized is so frustrating." As soon as his words fell, Li Shu flew above his head with his sword, and coldly pronounced his death sentence. "Next I'll send you on your way." Soon he pierced the second prince's abdomen with a single sword strike. The long sword plunged straight in, pinning his body to the ground. The second prince cried out in pain. Over here, the fourth prince was fighting with Bayou. She extended her index finger and performed the great demon primordial true method. The fourth prince's body stiffened as he felt a spiritual energy bind him. This spiritual energy formed a golden vortex around him, constantly torturing him, making him cry out, "My body." "What's wrong?" Bayou frowned at him. Under her gaze, he felt like he was about to lose his right arm. The spiritual energy vortex grew larger and larger, illuminating his entire arm, slowly eroding it, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. The fourth prince shouted in terror, "How terrifying! What kind of cultivation technique is this?" Before long, the same thing happened to his other arm. The fourth prince's eyes turned red with pain, and he had no choice but to make a final decision to transform. Soon he became a dragon that had lost its two front limbs. The fourth prince arrogantly provoked her. "After I transform, what can you do to me?" The fourth prince tried to break free from her control, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. He muttered in surprise, "What's going on? Even after transforming into my true dragon form, I still can't escape." Bayou injected more spiritual power into the technique, making it even more terrifyingly lethal. The talismans seemed to turn into flying darts, swiftly piercing his body, riddling him with holes like a basket being used for durability testing. The fourth prince despaired, and only when facing death did he beg loudly for mercy. "Spare me, I was wrong." As soon as his words fell, his body was cut into pieces, leaving no intact corpse. After finishing off the fourth prince, she retracted the technique. Bayou said to herself, "The great demon primordial true method, what a heaven-defying technique. Master has given me too much." On the other side, Bei Tangshui and the Heavenly Fire Empress were still at a stalemate. The two were evenly matched, and after fighting for a long time there was still no clear winner. The Heavenly Fire Empress confidently gathered a ball of fire in her palm called Phoenix Fire. Seeing an opportunity, she threw the flame at Bei Tangshui. Bei Tangshui was burned by the flames. She coughed a few times and admitted softly, "My realm is still a bit lower than hers after all." The Heavenly Fire Empress controlled the flame in her palm, looking at Bei Tangshui and snorting coldly, "Although it's a bit troublesome, I can definitely kill you." With that, she turned the small flame in her hand into a huge fire and threw it at Bei Tangshui. Seeing the critical situation, Bei Tangshui hurriedly used Absolute Zero Ice Shield. A shield made of ice appeared in front of her, blocking the raging fire. The Heavenly Fire Empress was extremely disdainful of this move. She muttered, "HMPH, do you think hiding in a turtle shell can save your life?" So she decided, "Then I'll smash your turtle shell." With that, the Heavenly Fire Empress created many fireballs. In this tense atmosphere, the two sides seemed about to face off. One person from one side said proudly, "Everyone, we are all experts of the 9 domains. This demon wolf is definitely no match for us. Everyone, listen to my command. Let's attack together." His companion nodded. "That's right, let's attack together with our full strength." Even the Empress wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Then he gave the order to attack, and the other side immediately obeyed. Using their own spells to focus their attacks on Big Wolf, all kinds of spells flew towards Big Wolf. Seeing that they had formed an encirclement, he even began to mock, "This wolf demon is doomed. In the human emperor realm, who can withstand the full force attack of so many top experts at the same time?" Big Wolf complained. "Damn it, this is really troublesome this time. I can't dodge, I can only take it head-on. I'm afraid I'll be seriously injured this time." Over here, the opponent continuously cast spells. Big Wolf closed his eyes tightly, and as a wisp of light smoke drifted away, he seemed to be silently chanting some spell. Soon, a blurry shield appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Bayou was very satisfied and flicked his finger. "Shield, come." The others were all astonished. "What? He blocked it." Big Wolf laughed out loud. "I still have to rely on the Sect Master." Looking at the group that had been brutally attacking him with the Sect Master here, he charged forward and grabbed one of them by the neck. "I have no more scruples." He saw a few more people rushing over from this side and couldn't help but frown. Li Shu finished one person with a single sword strike. "Protector, I'll help you." Suddenly a bright light flashed and Bayou waved her jade hand. "Me too." The scene switched to the Heavenly Fire Empress. She quickly summoned a spell forming a barrier to block the opponent's attack, then shattered it and walked towards Bei Tangshui step by step. Bei Tangshui, I told you. Bei Tangshui lowered her head, silent. The Heavenly Fire Empress directly raised her sword, her expression resolute. She said only one word, slay. Immediately all kinds of spells shot out from it. Bei Tangshui fell to her knees in terror. This scene caught Bayou's attention. He quickly went forward to help her up. Are you alright? Bei Tangshui stood up, panting heavily, but her tone was firm. I'm fine, I can still fight. Seeing her leaving back, Bayou called out to stop her. Wait, he took out a turquoise pearl. This is for you. Seeing it, Bei Tangshui was astonished. What terrifying cold power this is, Bayou smiled mysteriously. This is the Pudu pearl. Hearing this, she was even more stunned. The Pudu pearl, this is something that doesn't even truly exist in legends. At this moment, the Heavenly Fire Empress suddenly rushed over. Bei Tangshui, die. Seeing her charging with her sword, Bei Tangshui was startled and remained vigilant. Without delay, Bei Tangshui quickly swallowed the Pudu pearl. The Heavenly Fire Empress unleashed a terrifying move. After the magic power dissipated, she smiled triumphantly, thinking she had already won, but her expression immediately darkened. This in front of her was a cool-looking ice dragon. Bei Tangshui rode on it majestically. Thank you, Master. Now I am completely confident I can defeat her. The Heavenly Fire Empress was in disbelief. Damn it, how did Bei Tangshui transform again? Bei Tangshui emotionlessly uttered a single word. Kill! Instantly, the ice dragon roared and charged forward at extreme speed. The Heavenly Fire Empress immediately cast Phoenix Fire, and a ferocious fire phoenix flew out. The two divine beasts, one of fire and one of ice, clashed fiercely. The Heavenly Fire Empress's face turned pale. What? Bei Tangshui's ice dragon has the upper hand. The ice dragon flew straight through, knocking her over. Bei Tangshui stood on the dragon's head, her expression icy. Heavenly Fire Empress, come on, the final duel. The Heavenly Fire Empress clenched her fists, refusing to admit defeat. She roared in anger. You have truly and completely enraged me. Then, in a release of her anger, she unleashed all her power. Seeing this, Bei Tangshui was also fearless and did not back down. Come on. A duel between fire and water. Let's see who is stronger. One side was fire, the other was water or ice. The two sides seemed evenly matched. The flames sent out by the Heavenly Fire Empress were like a ferocious blaze consuming the space. Are you worthy of competing with me? Bei Tangshui just gave a light command. Kill! The ice dragon charged out with equally powerful force. Two completely different extremes in the two colors of scorching heat and bitter cold clashed fiercely, surprising the people nearby. They seemed to have been affected as well, screaming in pain. At this time, Bayou was taking out another shield. He held the shield in front of him and sighed softly. The power is too strong. If it weren't for this shield protecting me, I really couldn't block the aftershock of Bei Tangshui and the Heavenly Fire Empress's battle. The people from the other side all shouted, What kind of battle is this? We can't even withstand the aftershock. We're not fighting anymore. Only a duel between superpowers can decide the final outcome. Li Shu and Zhao Yu were both stunned. It turned out second junior sister was this strong. Under the suppression of the ice dragon controlled by Bei Tangshui, all the power unleashed by the Heavenly Fire Empress was in vain. Faced with the falling cold shards, she was in disbelief. How is this possible? How did she suddenly become so strong? The ice shards seemed to have a strange movement. They gathered together and surrounded the Heavenly Fire Empress. Bei Tangshui controlled the ice seal with her hand. Soon the ice shards converged into a vortex, swallowing her, and then froze the Heavenly Fire Empress's body. She said, Heavenly Fire, you have lost. The Heavenly Fire Empress shouted excitedly, No, I haven't lost. Break for me. However, to the Heavenly Fire Empress's surprise, the ice layer could not be broken at all. This greatly shocked her. Impossible. I actually can't break the restraints of this ice layer. Bei Tangshui raised her voice and interrupted her. Tell me, her expression was serious, her words laced with a bit of caution. What exactly happened back then with the death of the Lord of the Heavenly Court? The Heavenly Fire Empress roared. In your dreams, I'm telling you, Bei Tangshui, the Lord of the Heavenly Court liked me. He didn't like a bitch like you at all. Bei Tangshui remained expressionless. Tell me and I'll let you go. She sneered. Are you pitying me? Then the Heavenly Fire Empress summoned a scorching flame power from within her body. I don't need your pity. I will never lose to you. This made Bei Tangshui take a step back. What are you trying to do? Stop! Li Shu and Zhao Yu were both stunned. The Heavenly Fire Empress is self-immolating. The Heavenly Fire Empress burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the space, her body continuously emitting a strange fiery light. Bei Tangshui, the only one who can kill me is myself. She regained her composure and replied in a low voice, You're wrong. From beginning to end I never thought of killing you. I just wanted to ask you for the truth. Hearing this, she was stunned, her face full of shock. What? But this did not shake her. The Heavenly Fire Empress continued to self-immolate with her own spell. Bei Tangshui, why are you pretending to be a saint? Do you know that the more you act like this, the more annoying you are? Bei Tangshui was still very cautious. From the beginning it has been you who has been my enemy. Look carefully. Have I ever targeted you in the past? She snorted. What's the use of saying this now? Bei Tangshui smiled bitterly. Heavenly Fire, what a pity. We could have been good friends, but jealousy has completely changed you. The flames on the Heavenly Fire Empress's body still burned fiercely. Bei Tangshui, do you hate me? She answered decisively. I do. She laughed. You say you don't hate me, you're just pretending. Now I'm sure you really don't want to kill me. Bei Tangshui frowned. Unfortunately, it's too late. Her body seemed to be melting a little. That's right, it was already too late. The flames were about to consume her, but at the last moment she took out a scroll. Bei Tangshui, this is for you. Bei Tangshui took it. What is this? The Heavenly Fire Empress's body gradually became more illusory. This is a letter left by the Lord of the Heavenly Court. It was originally for you, but I secretly kept it. However, I have never seen the contents of the letter because I can't open it. She held the scroll, her eyes filled with sorrow, and whispered the word, "Thank you." Although she could no longer see the Heavenly Fire Empress's face, she could still see her smile. Bei Tangshui, there is one thing I have won against you in. When the flames dissipated, she disappeared, but her words still echoed. I will die before you. If there is a netherworld, I will see him first. Looking at the remaining flicker of fire, Bei Tangshui replied in a low voice, "Yes, you won." Everyone was stunned. The Heavenly Fire Empress was dead just like that. The times had changed. The human emperor realm had completely changed. The Bayou sect reigned supreme. Then they turned to Bayou and bowed their heads slightly. Greetings, Sect Master Bai. Greetings, Sect Master Bai. Bei Tangshui held the scroll, her expression extremely cold. He had actually left a letter for her. However, an evil power emanated from the letter, making her feel agitated. I can't open it, Bayou said softly. Time pagoda collect. Instantly, the illusory and small pagoda appeared. He looked at her and said softly, Bei Tangshui, take us to plunder the Heavenly Court, bring back everything of value. This greatly surprised her. Amidst the verdant hills as green as a youth's knees, the sky was so clear that even the birds forgot to blink. Bayou leisurely led the disciples of the Bayou sect, their steps as unhurried as a stream flowing through a bamboo forest, their demeanor calm and majestic. Li Shu said as he walked, "The resources we obtain this time will be enough for our Bayou sect for a long time." After hearing this, he nodded and replied, "After we return, double the cultivation resources for the disciples of the Bayou sect, so that everyone can improve their strength as soon as possible." Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a lion took the lead and said, "This should not be far from the Bayou sect." A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. "I heard that the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord is at the Bayou sect. We've traveled so far for so long, if we can catch him later we will have completed the task given by the Demon Emperor." Looking at the backs of the people from the Bayou sect ahead, the rabbit demon said, "There are a few people coming over there, let's ask them the way to the Bayou sect." With that, they blocked Bayou's path and said coldly, "You few, stop." The rabbit demon asked him, "I'm asking you, how do we get to the Bayou sect?" Bayou didn't recognize this group of demons. He asked curiously, "What are you going to the Bayou sect for?" The foolish bear demon told the truth but didn't know that the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord was right in front of him. Quote, "To capture the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord." Li Shu pointed at the three foolish demons and asked Bei Tangshui, thinking he had misheard, "Capture the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord." At that moment the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord walked up to Bayou, patted him lightly on the shoulder and then sternly asked the three demons, "Then take a look, who am I?" The bear demon didn't recognize the Heavenly Wolf. He foolishly asked, "You, I don't care who you are." As soon as his words fell, the bear demon felt a powerful aura. He stammered, "Wait, this aura, could you be the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord?" The Heavenly Wolf looked at the bear demon and laughed out loud. After a good laugh, the Heavenly Wolf loudly admitted, "It's your grandpa." The lion stepped forward, patted his companion's shoulder and said confidently, "It took no effort at all." With that, he ordered, "Get him." Seeing that the demons were about to make a move, Bayou asked softly, "The three of you, this is the territory of the Bayou sect. The Heavenly Wolf is a protector of my Bayou sect. Did you ask my Bayou sect before trying to capture him?" The lion roared. "The Bayou sect is nothing, get them." With that, he led the charge, but before he could look cool for more than 2 seconds, Big Wolf's claw stopped in front of him, and he gently pushed the lion's head aside with one hand. The demon beast had no power to resist. Just like that, the lion fell to the ground in a sorry state. The bear demon played the hero and charged forward, shouting, "I underestimated you, kill." Then Big Wolf knocked down the bear demon with just one move again. He was dizzy and couldn't believe the fight was over before it even started. At this point, the lion asked curiously, "With such strength, how could you be a demon lord?" Big Wolf immediately slapped him to shut him up. Then he said coldly, "When did I ever say my strength was only that of a demon lord?" The rabbit demon looked at Big Wolf in surprise. "How is this possible? A half-step demon emperor, your cultivation has already reached the half-step demon emperor realm. How is this possible?" Big Wolf didn't care how wonderful the inner world of these three demons was. He asked loudly, "Who sent you to capture me?" Faced with Big Wolf's murderous gaze, the rabbit demon was so scared that he unconsciously revealed the truth. It was the demon emperor who sent us." Big Wolf was a little confused. "The demon emperor, why does he want to capture me?" The rabbit demon backed away. Stammered, "I don't know. Recently all the experts at the demon lord level and above in the endless demon domain have been killed by the demon emperor. You are the only one who got away." Big Wolf became more and more confused. He asked, "Why kill the experts at the demon lord level and above?" The rabbit demon shook his head and replied, "I don't know. Ever since the demon emperor descended into the endless demon domain, he has been secretly carrying out this matter." From this alone, Big Wolf already understood the whole story. He laughed self-deprecatingly, "Secretly carrying out this matter. It seems my cheap wife wanting to kill me is also related to the demon emperor." The rabbit demon glanced at Big Wolf. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, the rabbit demon moved his feet and turned to run. But just as he ran a short distance, Big Wolf pounced on his head and snorted coldly, Trying to run? It's not that easy. I've already blocked all your escape routes. At this moment, the rabbit demon looked up at him in surprise, and then the rabbit demon calmly provoked Big Wolf. Is that so? As soon as Big Wolf landed, the rabbit demon immediately burrowed into the ground. Big Wolf wanted to pull the rabbit demon out, but it was too late. He could only watch the enemy slip away. He looked at the hole in the ground and shook his head helplessly. He's gone. This rabbit's escape skills are not bad, ignoring those insignificant guys. Big Wolf gritted his teeth and looked ahead, snorting coldly. Little bitch, no matter if it's the demon emperor behind you or someone else, I will definitely take revenge for this. The ninth son was curled up in a corner of the courtyard, fast asleep. His sensitive ears twitched slightly as if he had heard something. The ninth son opened his sleepy eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. Seeing Bayou appear, all his sleepiness vanished, and he immediately ran excitedly to greet him. The Sect Master is back. He smiled at it and said, Doggy, you're out of seclusion. Just in time, I brought you back 2 fresh dragon corpses. With that, he took out 2 corpses from his space and threw them in front of the ninth son. It was surprised to recognize the second and fourth princes. Bayou told it to swallow them. The ninth son looked at the 2 dragons in front of it and nodded in response. Okay. As soon as his words fell, it immediately swallowed the 2 dragon corpses. Not long after, its whole body glowed, emitting a huge amount of power. So it flew away. It was time to cultivate. Before leaving, it didn't forget to tell him that it was about to evolve again. Sect Master, I'm going into seclusion. A cyan spiritual energy suddenly appeared in the azure sky, shooting straight into the clouds. The one cultivating was Big Wolf. He was cultivating with his eyes closed, his whole body emitting a huge amount of cyan spiritual energy. Bayou and Yuan came to visit Big Wolf and found him cultivating. Yuan said softly to him, Protector Big Wolf has been in seclusion under the Enlightenment Tea Tree for half a month. Looking at his aura, I'm afraid he is about to break through to the Demon Emperor realm. Bayou looked at Big Wolf and frowned. Big Wolf wants to return to the endless demon domain for revenge. When he breaks through to the Demon Emperor realm, it will be time for us to make a trip to the endless demon domain. He thought to himself, I must obtain the divine crossing technique of the Heavenly Court's demon race as soon as possible, otherwise the gap between my cultivation and my 3 disciples will become bigger and bigger. Suddenly, the 2 of them felt an unusual movement, and Yuan shouted excitedly, He's about to break through. A second later, the cyan spiritual energy shone as brightly as stage lights, and Big Wolf transformed into a huge beast, opening his mouth and letting out an earth-shattering roar. The 2 felt the change in Big Wolf's aura, unlike the calm Bayou. Yuan shouted excitedly, What a strong aura! I'm afraid Protector Big Wolf is also a rare and extraordinary beast. At the same time, in a nearby building, Aunt Wong held a teacup, her gaze fixed on the glowing spot, and whispered to Old Man Li, Everyone around that kid Bayou is extraordinary. This Big Wolf has a noble bloodline. Old Man Li had a look of I knew it all along, and said nonchalantly, Otherwise why would I say this kid is lucky? Without luck it would be impossible to gather so many prodigies around him. After escaping, the rabbit demon went to find the Demon Emperor. He knelt before the Demon Emperor and reported, Demon Emperor, that heavenly wolf demon lord is too arrogant, and his strength has actually reached the half-step Demon Emperor realm, second only to you, Lord Demon Emperor. Hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise, What? A half-step Demon Emperor? The Demon Emperor sat in a chair and nodded. It seems the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord is the person I'm looking for. Otherwise his strength couldn't have improved from Demon Lord to half-step Demon Emperor so quickly, the woman suggested. To avoid any further delays, please act as soon as possible, Demon Emperor. Slay this Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord, he snorted coldly. What's there to be afraid of? Issue the Demon Emperor's decree to that Bayou sect. Tell them to hand over the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord, or the entire sect will be destroyed. At the same time, under the Dragon Palace, 2 subordinates reported to the Dragon King, The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th princes are all dead, and the 9th prince has also betrayed us, the Dragon King exclaimed in surprise. Only 4 of my 9 sons are left, the soldier suggested. Dragon King, why don't we mobilize the entire Sea Clan and attack that Bayou sect, he said coldly. After 2 consecutive attacks on the Bayou sect, the entire army was wiped out. Their strength is probably unfathomable. My Dragon Clan cannot afford such a huge loss. Hearing this, the soldier asked in frustration, Then what should we do? There are outer gods in front and the Bayou sect blocking the way behind. What should our Dragon Palace do? The Dragon King said solemnly. The Dragon Palace has ruled the endless sea for countless years but has never been so humiliated. The Bayou sect must be destroyed, but we need a long-term plan, he asked him hesitantly. Dragon King, do you mean? He immediately ordered him, You call the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th princes here. Soon the 4 brothers were all present. One of them asked, Father, why did you call us here? He stood up and said slowly, I'm sure you all know, your 4 elder brothers have all been killed. My Dragon Palace has never suffered such a huge loss. One of them said, Father, this cannot be tolerated. Please send the army to march. Flatten the Bayou sect, another person continued. Who has our Dragon Palace ever feared? I don't believe a mere Bayou sect can resist the foundation of our dragon palace for 10,000 years. Seeing his son so confident, he called out, "Come bring it up." Soon a servant brought a box containing 4 luminous pearls. One person exclaimed in surprise, "This is the South Sea luminous pearl." Another asked curiously, "This is a priceless treasure. Our dragon palace only has a few." "Father, what do you mean?" the Dragon King explained. "To conquer the Bayou sect, we must first enhance our strength. The 4 of you will each use a luminous pearl and your strength will increase rapidly." The 4 of them replied in unison, "Thank you, Father." Then they stepped forward to receive the pearls. After the 4 sons received the pearls, he told them, "Use them now." After a pause, he announced, "I will protect you." The red-haired one said, "I'll go first." The other 3 used the pearls at the same time, laughing happily. "Haha, after swallowing this luminous pearl, my strength might double." After swallowing the pearl, the 4 began to cultivate, and a powerful spiritual energy enveloped their bodies. One of them transformed into a dragon and roared loudly, "My dragon body has evolved this time." Soon, the Dragon King's 4 sons all transformed into dragons. They said in unison, "Haha, Father, let's go and flatten the Bayou sect now. I feel terrifyingly strong right now." The Dragon King laughed out loud. He nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, I am very pleased with you." Suddenly, the green dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his body swayed, unable to understand. "What's wrong with me?" The other 3 dragons looked at him in horror. Just a second later, the 3 dragons also spat out blood. They screamed in succession, feeling as if some special power was eroding my body. "Oh no, my spiritual energy seems to be frozen," a dragon asked the Dragon King. "Father, what is going on?" he replied coldly. "My sons, the dragon clan is facing danger. It's time for you to bear this heavy responsibility." The red dragon continued to spit out blood. He asked loudly, "Father, what do you mean by this?" At this time he transformed into his true form and said coldly, "Only when a supreme expert appears in the dragon clan can we overcome this crisis. Therefore Father will devour you." As he said this, it was clear that they were already in despair. The Dragon King said emotionlessly, "It has been a tradition for the dragon clan to devour each other since ancient times. This is the key to the dragon clan surviving many great crises, so my sons, sacrifice yourselves for the dragon clan." Hearing this, everyone shouted in despair, "No, no, Father, you can't do this to us. Even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its cubs. You can't do this." He paid them no mind and began to devour his first son. The remaining 3 sons were in a panic looking for an escape route. Watching him swallow one of his brothers, a dragon said with a pained heart, "Father, we are your own flesh and blood. If you eat us, you will have no one left." The Dragon King continued to devour the dragon's son who had just spoken. Chewing, he replied, "If I have no sons, I can always have more." The 2 remaining dragons said to each other, "Run quickly. Father has gone mad." But they had no chance to escape. The Dragon King swallowed his 3rd son. The only remaining dragon son spoke, hoping to appeal to their father-son bond. "Father, you can't be so cruel. I'm the only one left. Please spare me." The Dragon King was unmoved. He justified his cruel actions. "If I don't eat you, you 9 brothers will eventually devour each other. It's better for your father to devour you now." A splash of blood erupted. The Dragon King swallowed his last son. Now he was the only one left in the room. After devouring them, his power erupted, and he shouted, "I don't know how many years it's been since I felt my strength surge like this." A moment later, he returned to his human form, his entire body covered in an extremely powerful spiritual energy. He coldly laid out his plan. "Next, as long as I devour the 9th son, this king will be invincible in the human emperor realm." One early morning at the Bayou sect, Hayuan came in to report to him, "Sect Master, our Bayou sect is now flourishing beyond compare. We have countless prodigies among our disciples and 10,000 sects have come to pay homage. We have even surpassed the heavenly court of old." Hearing this, Bayou said excitedly, "The glory of the Bayou sect is not limited to the 9 domains, nor is it limited to the entire human emperor realm. Our goal is the outer domains, the sea of stars." His words enlightened Hayuan. His eyes shone like stars as he said happily, "Sect Master, you are truly domineering. I will remember this. The goal of the Bayou sect is the sea of stars." Bayou thought to himself, "There are people beyond people and heavens beyond the heavens." After seeing top-tier experts like the Titan giant demons, the current Bayou sect is still too insignificant. Suddenly a disciple came in to announce, "Sect Master, a messenger from the endless demon domain has arrived." Bayou was very surprised. He ordered the disciple, "A messenger from the endless demon domain, let him in." As soon as his words fell, a fierce cat demon walked in. He asked arrogantly, "Who is the Sect Master of the Bayou sect?" Seeing him, it said in a skeptical tone, "You are the Sect Master of the Bayou sect." Bayou crossed his arms over his chest and admitted frankly, "I am." At that moment, the cat demon beckoned with its hand, telling him to come over and receive the decree. He asked in confusion, "Receive a decree?" "Whose decree?" it replied matter-of-factly. "The decree of the Supreme Demon Emperor of my endless demon domain, of course," he said coldly. "Have you never been beaten before? You dare to humiliate me on my own territory, how laughable." Whether it was deliberately pretending not to understand or just slow-witted, it asked him in return, "What do you mean?" Bayou said word by word, "Break his legs." Hearing his command, Yang Jianfeng immediately replied, "Yes." Then he immediately struck the cat demon's shins, the pain scaring it out of its wits as it fell to the ground in agony. The cat demon was fuming. It opened its mouth and cursed, "I am the Demon Emperor's messenger. You dare to do this to me? Are you not afraid of the Demon Emperor's retaliation?" For every word it said, Yang Jianfeng struck it again. It was in so much pain it was left speechless, not wanting to see this messenger anymore. He ordered Yang Jianfeng, drag it out and execute it. So he dragged the cat demon like a sandbag and said coldly, "Come with me." Now it was truly afraid and hurriedly threatened. In a war between two armies you don't kill the messenger, you have no martial virtue. Bayou watched the cat demon being dragged away in despair, a slight smile playing on his lips. Seeing that threats were useless, it began to beg loudly for mercy. "I was wrong, Sect Master Bai, I was wrong, please don't kill me," he asked faintly. "Where were you wrong?" It lowered its head and admitted its mistake. "I shouldn't have been disrespectful to Sect Master Bai. Please just let me go like a fart in the wind." He didn't answer, but instead asked it, "Can you contact the Demon Emperor now?" The cat demon confessed honestly, "I have a communication talisman here that can contact the Demon Emperor." He thought of a good idea, and Bayou ordered the cat demon, "Contact the Demon Emperor immediately. Curse him in front of me and I'll spare your life." Hearing this, it turned purple with fright and stammered, That's not a good idea." Since it refused, he had no choice but to order his disciple, "Drag it out and execute it." The cat demon was terrified to the extreme. It hurriedly took out a communication talisman and shouted, Don't, I'll contact the Demon Emperor right now." Before he could reply, it immediately burned the talisman and shouted, "Open." At the same time, in the Demon Emperor's room, a beautiful woman was sitting on his lap raising a cup to toast him. "Demon Emperor, have some wine." He was very pleased with the beauty's performance and did not hold back his praise. "You are still the best at serving me. Once I unify the human emperor realm, I will make you my empress," she replied. "Thank you, Demon Emperor. Your strength is #1 in the human emperor realm. No one can match you." Suddenly, the image of the cat demon appeared before him through the talisman. He said excitedly, "It's the messenger I sent to the Bayou sect. It seems things are settled." Then he asked the cat demon, "Cat demon, how did it go?" Bayou prompted the cat demon from the side. "Say one wrong word and I'll chop off your dog head." So it shouted loudly, "Demon Emperor, you son of a turtle." The two people on the other side were dumbfounded. "This cat demon has some serious guts." What did you say?" The cat demon, fearing for its life, immediately cursed loudly. "I said, you son of a turtle. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to look down on the Bayou sect?" The Demon Emperor thought he had misheard and asked the woman, "Is it cursing me?" The woman was also a little confused. The cat demon has always been very obedient. Has it gone mad, despite being purple with fright for the sake of its life? Still did its best to curse the Demon Emperor. "The Bayou sect is invincible. They can crush you with a single finger. You'd better come over and apologize obediently right now." Being slighted by a subordinate, the Demon Emperor's veins bulged with anger. He shouted, "Insolence, cat demon, you audacious thing, are you tired of living?" The cat demon immediately retorted, "I want to live. What can you do about it? If you have the guts, come to the Bayou sect and fight me. I've disliked you for a long time." "What, Demon Emperor, just a foreigner? I just can't beat you, otherwise I would have stuffed your head into your ass long ago." The curses grew uglier and the Demon Emperor was fuming. He cursed, "This is infuriating." The cat demon, as if boosted by a buff, loudly retorted, "You'd better get so angry you die, otherwise you'll be beaten to death by Sect Master Bai sooner or later." The Demon Emperor's eyes widened and he cursed, "This is rebellion. I see you truly want to rebel. Don't let me catch you or I'll pin you alive and pull out your tendons." The cat demon laughed until tears came out. "Ha ha ha, who are you trying to scare? If I, the cat demon, even frown, my surname isn't Cat." The Demon Emperor furiously shook his fist at the cat demon. He cursed, "You bastard, just you wait." After it was over, the cat demon turned to him and said, "Sect Master, mission accomplished smoothly." He looked at its calm expression and asked curiously, "You seem quite excited too." It confessed honestly, "Sect Master, you may not know, this Demon Emperor is a dog who slaughters the innocent and bullies men and women. I've tolerated him for a long time." As it spoke, it knelt before him and said sincerely, "Thank you, Sect Master, for giving me this chance. To be able to curse out everything in my heart today was truly satisfying. I swear from now on I will pledge my life in loyalty to Sect Master Bai." He replied, "You're a scoundrel, a good fit for Lu Shang. Go and report to Hallmaster Lu." It said happily, "Thank you, Sect Master Bai." After dealing with the cat demon, he said to Lu Yuan, "To the Lishan domain." Bayou said as he walked, "After we're done with this sacred land, we'll go to the endless demon domain." He thought to himself, "If we get the last bronze fragment, we might be able to piece together a complete soul weapon, a legendary soul weapon. I really want to see one." The two walked to the door and Lu Yuan said to him, "Sect Master, your 3 disciples can't go." Hearing this, Bayou exclaimed in surprise, "They can't go?" He nodded in confirmation. "Your 3 disciples said they've had too many opportunities recently and can't take it anymore. They need time to digest them." After thinking for a moment, he walked past Lu Yuan and said to him, "All right, in that case you will accompany this Sect Master on this trip." Just then Ling appeared. He called out Sect Master and then asked him excitedly, "Is the Sect Master planning to attack the last sacred land? Take me with you." Bayou looked at him with suspicious eyes and couldn't help but ask him coldly, "You seem very excited and expectant. What exactly are you planning?" He put on a sincere look and explained softly, "I am happy for the Sect Master. After all, no one has ever been able to conquer all 9 great sacred lands and obtain the 9 fragments. Bayou crossed his arms over his chest and asked him bluntly, "Then let me put it another way. If this Sect Master conquers the 9 great sacred lands, what's in it for you? Are you serious?" Asking so directly, Ling stammered, not knowing how to answer. This suddenly his pupils widened, and Bayou called out in surprise, "Big Wolf!" Big Wolf pushed Ling aside, squeezed to the front, and answered loudly, "Here." Then he ordered Big Wolf, "Kill him." It replied, "Okay." Then it raised its claw to Ling's head, preparing to strike, scaring him so much his face turned pale. Ling immediately knelt on the ground under Big Wolf's suppression. He knelt honestly on the ground and said fearfully, "I'll talk." So he lowered his head and began to explain, "Sect Master Bai, I was actually born in a sacred land. So I have a very close connection to the sacred lands. I have a feeling that the 9 great sacred lands are actually 9 seals. Once they are broken, something beyond my expectations will happen." Oh, this made him curious. Bayou asked him, "What change?" Ling shook his head. "I'm really not sure about that, it's just a feeling. I don't have any related memories." At this point, Bayou lost his patience and ordered, "In that case, Lu Yuan, use all the means of the Bayou sect to place layers of restrictions on him." Hearing this, Ling's face turned pale with fright and he said with difficulty, "Sect Master Bai, there's no need for that, right? Haven't you already placed a restriction on me?" He shook his head lightly. "I'm still not at ease." "Go," Lu Yuan replied. "Okay, take Ling down." A moment later the two returned. Lu Yuan brought Ling in and said, "Sect Master, this person has at least 18 restrictions on him from head to toe. This way I can be at ease." Bayou immediately said to the two, "Let's go first to the Lishan domain." Soon after they stood before a golden door. Lu Yuan spoke, "Sect Master, this is the entrance to the Lishan domain's sacred land." His curiosity piqued. Bayou stared at the door and said, "Let's go in." After they entered, a white mist appeared. The group from the Bayou sect stood before a clear lake. Ling glanced at him and said honestly, "Sect Master, the Lishan domain's sacred land is different from the others. The space here is very limited. There is only a lake before us and all the opportunities are in this lake." Bayou observed the lake water and asked him, "How can we obtain the opportunities here?" He replied, "It's simple. You just have to withstand the attacks that appear here." The lake water looked clear, but now it was no less than lava, the entire body of water as red as blood. They watched quietly. Lu Yuan exclaimed in horror, "The water in the lake has turned to blood." At that moment, a monster floated up from the bottom of the lake. Big Wolf said loudly, "A mere little demon dares to cause trouble here. Kill." As soon as his words fell, he cut off the monster's head with a single slash. A second later, the demon lord cut off the last monster's head. Big Wolf reported to him, "Sect Master, it's been cleared." As soon as his words fell, Ling shouted, "The second wave of attacks is here." Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. Lu Yuan was very panicked. "So many attacks, I'm afraid it will be difficult to dodge them all." Bayou was fearless. He smiled confidently, raised his hand to use his spiritual power and created a sturdy shield. He created many shields and all the attacks were blocked. "They're all blocked." Lu Yuan cheered excitedly. Soon after, the water began to surge, then gradually formed 2 water people. The scene before them horrified everyone. "It actually formed 2 water people," Ling warned everyone in a serious tone. "This thing is rooted in the entire lake, it's very powerful." They stared at the 2 water people, and suddenly Big Wolf shouted. As he spoke, he immediately flew towards the water person and slashed at it. "It must die." Just like that, the water person was dispersed. Big Wolf sneered, "So weak." But Ling couldn't believe his eyes. How could it be so simple? Unexpectedly, the water person that Big Wolf had just dispersed revived again. He couldn't understand. "What's going on?" It revived again. He was furious. So Big Wolf used all his strength to knock off its head, shouting, "I don't believe it." "Believe it or not, you have to." The water person whose head had just been knocked off grew a new one. He said in annoyance, "It can't be killed, so what's the point of fighting like this?" Lu Yuan suggested, "I'm afraid we have to completely disperse them. Use fire to evaporate them." Big Wolf was the first to charge up again. "I'll give it a try." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. He then unleashed his spiritual power, forming flames that shot toward the water person. The fire began to burn its body. Big Wolf said with satisfaction, "It's effective. Let's add some more fire." With that, he increased his spiritual power. A moment later, the flames had burned the water person to ashes, and a red ball appeared before Big Wolf. He took the ball into his palm and said curiously, "It's dead," leaving only a small blood-colored ball. Just then, the demon lord walked over and said, "The one on my end is dead too." With that, he held up the red ball. Ling looked at the 2 balls, his eyes lighting up. "This is the essence of blood, the core opportunity of the sacred land. It is extremely beneficial for demonic cultivators and demon cultivators." After hearing this, Bayou said to the 2 of them, "Since it's suitable for demonic and demon cultivators, then you 2 use it." The 2 held the balls and happily thanked him. "Thank you, Sect Master."